center field. White on the move. White looking up. Out of here.
You want to play me the final call? Want to play me the final call, Spadone? Give me the final call. This sad sack. Give me the final call, Spadone. You got it?
No, no one was here rolling last night.
Nobody was rolling on the Giants game. Nobody even cares around here about the Giants. Sad sack. Oh, my gosh. The definition of 500. Oh, baby. Good morning to everybody out there. Happy hump day. Happy hump day. To everybody out there getting ready for work. If you're getting off your graveyard shift, what is happening? Tell the overnight dancers. I'm telling you, man. We got to get them in the studio one day. We definitely got to get them in the studio one day to wake our games up.
Don't talk about that.
We're out here sleepwalking today. Sleepwalking. Shout out to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing Drain. If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing Drain. And guess what, Shasky? As I say good morning to you. Ha ha. Who loves you? 95.7 The Game loves you. And I explain why. Remember last year we had breakfast with all the roasters? We had breakfast before the Super Bowl. And Proposition Chicken came in with their breakfast sandwiches and their chicken and everything like that. And it was like, whoa, wow, this is so good. Well, we're going to have breakfast again. We're going to offer breakfast to the roasters again, starting this Monday. Or I guess next Monday, right, Levin? Next Monday. We're giving you a chance to come in and have breakfast with the roast Friday, September 6th, to kick off the football season with us. Now, we've been kind of sleepwalking about football season. A lot of people not excited because of the Brandon Aiyuk situation and the Trent Williams situation. But by September 6th, I promise you, we'll be jacked up for football season. Listen all next week at 7:30 and 8:30. We have 10 spots we're giving away. 10 spots. And each spot comes with the +1. How about that? So 20 people having breakfast with the roast.
I know people.
Maybe we get Proposition Chicken. Maybe we get Jacks. Maybe we get Jacks. Maybe we get something. And then maybe we'll have some overnight dancers come in and show you a good time.
Stop it.
Shasky, why are you looking so serious, man?
Well, because I want to get real baseball-y this morning.
Jesus Christ, dude. Pipe down.
You know how Baldy has Baldy's breakdowns? I'm like,
you want to talk dancers? He's in game mode
I'm trying to have a good time, man. We've been doom and gloom with the Aiyuk stuff.
No, I hear you.
Doom and gloom with the Giants.
I hear you.
It's a Wednesday. It's sports radio.
I know.
I need to laugh a little bit, because last night watching the Giants baseball, you just sneak back to the deadline. It's like, you didn't buy or sell. I mean, it's just like, you didn't think this lineup, you thought the lineup was going to turn into the 27 Yankees?
Well, like, okay.
They can't hit Charlie Morton.
I have a variety of thoughts about, let's just go to the end of the game. Let's just go right to the end of the game, okay? So, Lamont Wade rips it double, all right? He's standing on second. Elliot Ramos hits one to Riley. He kind of boots it, and you got first and second with no outs. Okay, in that situation. Now, had you watched, I don't know, the last 2 seasons of Michael Conforto, outside of a week, 3 weeks ago, the guy has been doo-doo.
All right, that's not fair. That's not fair. He's been better than 3 weeks.
He's batting 200 over his last 40 games. All right?
Wasn't he just hot?
For a week. He was so ice cold for months on an end that like 1 week, wow, here we go. So you got first and second, okay? I understand in that situation trying to let him swing away because you're praying this guy's going to come around. He's not going to come around. Michael Conforto is not going to come around. I'm just, newsflash, everyone. It's Michael Conforto, all right? Ever since he hurt his shoulder and his legs a couple years ago, he's just not the same player. He'll get hot for a couple stretches. Last night was not one of those nights. He had bad at-bats. All right? And so they don't decide to bunt the two guys over to give themselves an opportunity for a sac fly or a ground ball to the right side to bring a run home, depending on if Atlanta brings the infield in. All right? He grounds into a double play. It was just like the most predictable thing of all time. Game goes to extra innings.
I thought he was going to get a single. I'm not going to lie to you. First and second, I was like, this is the night. This is the night they rally. This is the night they turn it around. This is the night they go 2 games above 500.
So you believe
I had belief.
The Tooth Fairy?
I just got belief, man. I'm optimistic like BPA. I just think positively. Positive mindset. I don't have a negative mindset anymore. Positive. I think positive. I think for the best. I'm the antithesis of a Matthew Steinmetz, okay?
But here's where
Laura Oakman.
Here's where like I just think that the eyeball has to like factor in. Conforto was whiffing through everything. I mean, he swung on a slider. Now, granted, Charlie Morton's got a really nice slider. I mean, the thing almost hit him in the knee.
I mean, out of all the people, look, Michael Conforto, I get it. He's 0 for 4. Well, Patrick Bailey.
Well, no, we'll get to him. At least he plays defense.
I mean, what about Brett Wisely? What about this Encarnacion guy that we just found out about? Dude was in the Mexican League 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, I'm not mad at him.
Out loud.
But
I mean, this is what we're dealing with here.
And then you get the situation where Atlanta executes and they get the 1 run. And in these situations with the Ghost Runner, allowing 1 run feels like a victory, right? Because you don't want to have a big inning, all right? And then you get the Ghost Runner in the bottom half, which if I hear more complaining about the Ghost Runner, it's one of the great inventions of television because it finalizes the game. We would have been there till 1 o'clock in the morning waiting for the Giants to string together multiple hits. It wasn't going to happen.
Ask you something. If they were still playing that game till 1 in the morning, would you have been up watching that game?
I usually stay up for all those games.
Up until 1 in the morning, knowing that you got to morning shit.
Probably not.
Midnight?
But here's the problem is I have the iPad right here and then I have the little earbud in my ear and I'm lying and I'm watching and once I'm watching, it's hard to fall asleep.
I would have gone to bed.
Okay.
Paused the game. Woke up at 4 in the morning, watched the end of the game without looking at the scores.
Well, you get
I'm just saying, that's
so they're up 1. Atlanta.
I'm not staying up till 1 in the morning watching this damn baseball team. I tell you what,
that's a fair point.
That's for damn sure.
That's a fair point. But
they
like,
got
of all the guys on your team, to bunt in that situation, Tyler Fitzgerald has like 12 home runs in his last 25 days or something. He's swinging a red hot bat, okay? He's one of the few guys that can actually put 2 butt cheeks into a swing and hit 1 out. Now, I understand trying to be a team player and all that, but like, again, just go off the eyeball. Who's hot, who's not, right? And so you bunt Fitzgerald, and it was a funky bunt. I don't know. Why did they call bunter interference? Was it because he touched the plate while he was bunting? Did it hit the glove? I didn't get clarification on that.
The whole damn thing was weird. Contos was trying to break it down after the game, saying he didn't see interference.
I didn't either.
But it really didn't matter because it was a terrible bunt anyway.
It was a horrific bunt.
You got him bunting. He's your best hitter right now. And you got him bunting.
And you're lucky that you didn't get doubled up on the play.
I know. They allowed Casey Schmidt to go back to second base. By the way, Casey Schmidt, Michael Krukenkite, your boy Casey Schmidt.
He's not playing well.
Dude, they were like, we're around batting practice today. He really tore it up at BP. We're right next to him.
Was salivating
over his BP, over his batting practice session. Yeah, he's still batting 167. I think he may need a Charlotte or Orlando or Mercedes in his life or 2, if you know what I mean.
He might need Mark Grace, Slump Buster.
A Porsche.
But like you bunt him, and I'm immediately thinking to myself, and I didn't see any post game stuff. So Sam or Bonte, get in here and let me know. Did that bunt come from Tyler Fitzgerald trying to make something happen?
I don't know where it came from.
Was that Bob Melvin ordering
I went to bed before Bob Melvin spoke, Lubin. I went to bed. You got the sound.
That's Bob Melvin we said.
We're trying to get a guy over to third, trying to get it down the third baseline. With Lamont up next, the guy's a pretty tough customer to try to string some hits together with.
I mean, this guy should be one and done. I'm not going to lie to you. Bob Melvin and Farhan, they should just be one.
I'm not even mad at Bob. Like,
I'm not mad at Bob, but no.
Of all the guys
swing the damn bat.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, the Giants, listen.
That's what
I'm saying. How the hell can you bunt saying, let's move a runner over, let's get Lamont Wade Jr. up, when he's 1 for 5 anyway, but the Giants were 0 for 10 with runners in scoring position yesterday. They'll have 7 runners on base in their second straight extra inning loss. Since July 30th, Bob Melvin, Bo Mel, the Giants are 19-123 with runners in scoring position. They're batting 154 with runners in scoring position. Their OPS is 469. That ranks 30th in Major League Baseball.
I'm not optimistic.
Their batting average of runners in scoring position is second worst in the league. So why are you giving away outs with the bunt, Bo Mel?
I'm okay with the bunt if it's runners on first and second and Conforto's up, and I know he's never sack bunted in his career. Maybe he should start. And like in that situation, that makes sense. But to me, this goes back to the Gabe Kapler. Are we going gut or are we going analytics? Because there's not congruity on the decisions. Tyler Fitzgerald is one of your hottest players. Period. Him and Ramos should not be bunting in these situations. And look, I'm all for small ball. I'm all for trying to degenerate.
Not in that situation. I'm not.
Well, no, I agree. In the 10th inning, in that situation, it's him.
But you know what? Overall, look, we're quibbling over bunts. The fact is,
I know they're
19-123. And this is at the deadline where every Giant person you talk to, even our boy Lasky, how the hell are they going to score runs after this deadline? How the hell are they going to score runs? Hey, Soler had an RBI yesterday. All of a sudden, he's playing left field. Go figure. Jorge Soler looks like a whole new. He did miss playing ball on Lomawe Jr. I get it. But damn, all of a sudden, he's a 5-tool player. All of a sudden, he can play the field too? Wait, he didn't play field one. Here's the deal.
He looks very happy.
This is a season of disappointments.
Yeah, I know.
And you know what? Camilo Duvall may be the top disappointment for a lot of Giants fans.
Yeah.
Up on my list.
What's that?
Is Kyle Harrison. I'm sorry.
Really?
Kyle Harrison, listen, I don't follow prospects in Major League Baseball like that.
Eldridge hit another home run yesterday.
I know, and in Chicago was talking about him like he's going to be a future clubhouse leader. That's fine. I hope. We got to hit on something for crying out loud.
I have to hit on something. I'm like 0 for 1,000 on these prospects.
Eldridge
So like the Giants with runners in scoring position.
I'm excited about Eldridge.
Seriously.
But you got me excited about Casey Schmidt. And then I'll never forget the crossover. Again, I'm not trying to go down your road, and I know Willard's coming back today, so he can hear this because he's up. But you and Willard, I asked you guys, would you trade Kyle Harrison straight up for Shohei Ohtani?
For a month
for half a season. For a month and a half to Shohei just to bring him. You're like, hell no, this guy, Harrison's the real deal.
Well, he was the number 1 left-handed prospect in baseball at the time.
At the time. The guy is topping out at 92 miles per hour with the fastball. All right? He gave up another 2 home runs last night. He's given up 6 home runs this month. We're not even halfway through August, folks. We're not even halfway through August. It's the most home runs allowed in the majors. All right? He's tied for the lead. 6 home runs he's given up in August already. And we're lucky that he went 5 yesterday and only gave up the 3 runs because he was erratic again last night.
Well, I thought he didn't get a couple of sliders early and a couple curveball early that were coming into the zone, and you could tell it kind of frustrated him. Well, I'm not here to defend. I didn't think it was his worst outing, but simultaneously, your overall arching theme is he's not as good as advertised.
Well, last night was disappointing too. 6 hits, 2 walks. You allowed 8 base runners in 5 innings, and you're all over the place. Now, I had Lutman look this up, and I had my other statistician look this up. In non-Rocky games entering last night, I want folks to listen to this. We could salivate over Blake Snell's numbers last 7, 0.99 ERA, 0.62 whip. Wow, this guy's the best pitcher in the National League. Kyle Harrison, entering last night in games in which he doesn't pitch against the Colorado Rockies. Because, boy, if he pitched against the Colorado Rockies, he'd have a Cy Young Award this year. I swear to God, he'd be all MLB
It's a good thing that we play them a few times.
Well, we don't play them anymore.
I know. We
don't
used to play them 19 times.
Yeah, we don't play them until next June, buddy, or next May.
Bring that 2021 schedule back.
So, yeah, we don't play them for a long time. Kyle Harrison has 16 starts, entering last night in games not against the Colorado Rockies. 3-5, 82 innings pitched, 4.81 ERA, 1.41 whip. 6 quality starts. Now, that's fine, 6 quality starts, but he's allowed 14 home runs. A 4.81 ERA and a 1.41 whip. Please, I dare somebody to come in here, and I love the guy. He's from the Bay Area. He's a local guy. I'm sure his family's out here. They're looking for him. There's a lot of pressure on him. But the young man hasn't pitched well. This has been, to me, I'm disappointed because I thought he was coming in guns blazing. I've been more impressed with Hayden Birdsong. It's just 5-6 starts, and I have been in Kyle Harrison.
I agree with you on Birdsong. He's clearly a little more he can use 4 pitches, right? Although he hasn't had command of the fastball as often as he would need. Birdsong has control of 4 pitches. Harrison, to me, is a work in progress. Am I willing to say, like, oh, he's done? And no, he's nowhere near that. I actually have been encouraged this year because he's learning on the fly. Bonte, I thought he was a more polished product coming into the majors, and I was way wrong.
I thought he was throwing 98.
No.
This guy's throwing 92.
No, he's not Rodon. He's not a power lefty. He's not Blake Snell. Blake Snell has more.
I was told he was. I was told he was. He was a power lefty.
When you were going 3 innings in the minors, which is what his game. Remember, we talked about this last year. His game logs going 3 innings. I think you could throw a little more, a little harder in those short period amount of times. Now, I don't know what it is. The velo's been up and down all year, depending on how much rest he's had. The command on all the breaking stuff has been all over the place. The number one thing for me, and Birdsong had this happen in his last couple starts, when you fall behind in counts, you surrender big hits or you walk people, and then you have a lot of guys on base. And I think that both guys, Birdsong and Harrison, are in uncharted territory right now in terms of, like, they've pitched deeper into the season now than they have at any point in their careers to this point.
And they're fading.
Absolutely.
And
These are young arms.
And look, man,
but I'm not done with Harrison. But your overall arching theme
I'm not done with
of him being
it's been a disappointment.
I can't.
It's been a disappointment.
I don't have a rebuttal.
It's been a very disappointing season for his rookie year. Now, maybe he bounces back, but he's topping out at 92. I'm sorry.
Did you feel this about Matt Cain?
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I thought Matt Cain, I saw the goods. I said, okay, this guy's got a power righty. He's going to figure it out. He's going to figure it out. Now,
is he closer to Johnny Sanchez?
I don't know what the hell he is right now.
Because Johnny Sanchez could tantalize you with some good stuff, and then he'd frustrate the hell out of you.
I'm not comparing this guy to a World Series champion right now. I'm not going to do that. I'm not even going to. I'm just looking at Kyle Harrison and what I've seen from him. So right now, a lot of folks, Giants fans, just say, "Oh man, we're 3.5 back. It's okay, Bronte. You're 5 back in the loss column of the Atlanta Braves, and now you're fighting for a split." And let me warn you, Giants fans, it's about to get really real. I keep telling you guys, it's about to get real. You got the A's in the Bay Bridge series. Then you get a little pass with the White Sox.
That's going to be the A's World Series.
And they're in Citi Field talking mad junk to the Mets.
I saw that.
Adams, he's a talker.
Walking off the mound.
Oh, he did that against the Giants.
Look at
who did he tell to sit down for the Giants? He said, "Sit your ass down. I got this." That dude who's it? Austin Adams?
Yeah,
Austin Adams. I like him.
The Mets released him earlier this year too. So
I like him.
Get extra fire.
Oh yeah, I like him. He told what Giant did he tell to sit your ass down? I got this. He told somebody, he struck him out and was talking like, "Go sit down, homie. This guy's tough." So then you get the White Sox. So you better win. You better sweep the White Sox. You don't sweep the White Sox, season's over. All right, you got to sweep them. I'm just telling you right now.
I love
you
that flippantly. Please save that set. You don't sweep the White Sox,
season's over, right? And then it gets real, folks. August 23rd, we talk about goodbye July. Well, the dog days is biting the Giants in the ass, okay? Because now all of a sudden you go to Seattle August 23rd for a 3-game set. Then you go to Milwaukee for a 3-game set. Then you get the Marlins, and maybe you win 3-2 or 2-3 against the Marlins. I don't know what this team, they can't hit. Then you got the Diamondbacks for 6, you got the Padres for 6, you got the Brewers, you got the Orioles, you got the Royals, you got the Cardinals. This thing is done, folks. This thing is cooked.
I'm not ready to go that far.
Stick a fork in them.
I want to get back to Harrison. I want to get back to Harrison.
Stick a fork in
As a young player, can we acknowledge this? As a young player, I think when you are a power over finesse guy, it's easy to come in and wow everyone. Like Paul Skeens is the best of both worlds because his slider is ridiculous, right? It's ridiculous, and he's so overpowering physically. But when you're I consider Harrison more finesse than power. He's significantly more finesse in the modern era.
But that's what I'm disappointed in.
So no, but
I was told he was a power pitcher. Everybody, all these minor league experts, he's coming up in, he's blowing 95, he's a lefty, yada yada. I have not been impressed.
No, Birdsong has more heat in the back pocket than he does. But Bonte, I think it's harder for finesse type of pitchers to find themselves early on. Like this guy needs these innings.
No doubt.
He needs to get beaten up right now. I'm not willing to throw him. I don't think you're writing him off.
Yeah, I'm not writing him off.
What you're saying is
I'm not writing
fair.
him off. This year I've been disappointed.
No, but I think a lot of people feel that way with you. Like what you're saying is fair. I expected a little more.
Well, another disappointment. Mark Grandy made this Giants pregame show with his tweet. What the hell's going on with Patrick Bailey? Now, all you Giants fans want to get on me for saying Will Smith reminds me of Buster Posey. Giants fans are quick to compare Patrick Bailey to Buster Posey. We got to stop this stuff. We have to stop right now. All right? You have to check yourself, folks. We're talking about a borderline Hall of Fame catcher in Buster Posey, a 3-time World Series champ. Patrick Bailey is 2 for his last 42. He's batting 0-48 in the month of August.
He did rip a ball to center field. The guy made a hell of a play.
Great. It's the
best swing he's had in weeks.
I mean, he was 0 for 23 before getting a hit yesterday. All right? 0 for 23. In July, he batted 228.
Yeah, he's fading. But defensively, he's still pretty good. I know. I'm clinging. I'm clinging here. I'm trying to defend the kid.
You think Blake Snell wants to come back to this team?
Oh, well.
You think Blake Snell wants to? You can offer him $60 million.
I was just going to say, is 50 now $60 million a year?
No, thank you. All good. All money ain't good, buddy. All right, love it. We'll break because you're looking at me. I'm telling you, we can liven this bad boy up. Go get Porsche. Go get Mercedes. Go get Diamond.
What is that song? Freak a Leak? I'll come back with that.
Freak a Leak.
Because I'm in the freaky mood, baby. Oscar and EPA wants me to break down the overnight dancers. I can do that for you. Trust me. Baldy's breakdowns got nothing on me when it comes to that department. All right, what's coming up on the game? Brought to you by Save Mart, Lucky, California. A little more Giants talk, and then we'll switch over to the 49ers. Did the GOAT seal the deal? Did Jerry Rice come through for us? We'll explain to the other side.
Everyone's playing the savings.
Hey, yo, it's Zushi, man. You listening to the 95.7 The Game, the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky. Oh, baby.
Maybe we all just need a little freak leak in our life. Watching the Giants, you got to smile a little bit. Mediocre team. I mean, 61-61, 5 back of the Braves. And they can't hit. I mean, look at these numbers you got to laugh about it. You can't get mad about it. You just got to laugh about it. They went 0 for 10 last night with runners in scoring position. The second straight extra inning game in which they've left at least 7 runners on base. Scoring position. They're 19 for 123, batting 154 with runners in scoring position since July 30th. 469 OPS. That's 30th in baseball. Their batting average is 29, just ahead of Tampa Bay Rays. I mean, we should have saw this coming. We got gassed up on the road trip in which they beat the Nationals. Who else did they beat on that road trip? Who else did they play? It wasn't Cincinnati, was it? Cincinnati? I already forget. Who cares? This team, Shasky, it's time to stick a fork in them. There's no reason to get outraged over them because there is a silver lining for all you Giants fans out there. If they don't make the playoffs, and if they do fade, maybe we're throwing a parade because of the president of baseball operations, I should say, will be long gone in Farhan Zaidi. Yeah, I'm not advocating for anybody to get fired. But come on, man. When you come out and say at the deadline, we got the best. We possibly got the best rotation in baseball. Shout out to my guy Harry Bearson. I haven't got a text from him in a couple days since he was drinking that Kool-Aid. The best rotation in baseball. Blake Snell's the best pitcher in the National League. I'll give him that. Rod Bray's giving us 5. Kyle Harrison's barely getting through 5. Who the hell knows what's going on with Birdsong? Maybe the league figured him out. But this lineup just can't hit. I don't know if Vlad Jr. was off the table, but I don't know if they exhausted all options to go get Vlad Jr. I like Lamont Wade Jr. at first base. Shasky, I do. But it's a platooner. We need some thump. Power. This team's got no power. We got limited speed. It's the same old song.
Speaking of Lamont Wade, he's 19 for his last 100. No, I'm not joking.
Are you serious?
I know.
He's
I'm
batting
laughing
over
about
200.
it. I'm not getting outraged over this baseball team no more. I'm not. Because I already know what's coming. It's looming large. And the fade is going to be hilarious. I mean, do I need to name these teams starting August 23rd? Everybody told me by percentage point, Shasky, they've got the easiest schedule of baseball. Well, I see Seattle. I see Milwaukee. I see Arizona. I see San Diego. I see Milwaukee again. I see San Diego. And then, that road trip. You got to play Baltimore in Baltimore. And you got to play Kansas City fighting for a playoff spot. And then Arizona, St. Louis again. Oh, my gosh. Just laugh. Just smile. There's no reason to be outraged.
Well, when the GM comes out and says that they think they have the best rotation in baseball, I don't think anybody was like, oh, Blake Snell's he's garbage, right? He's had a rough year, and he's been pitching amazing since saying that. Robbie Ray is returning from Tommy John, has pitched better than I anticipated because I didn't expect much coming back from Tommy John. And then Logan Webb had some bad starts, and now he's been really good the last 3 starts, right? My number one concern was the 2 youngsters. And not because I don't believe in them long term, because when you have 2 young players, not in their second or third year, in their first year, in their first time pitching in August, okay? The minor league season usually ends toward the end of August, okay? Yeah. These guys are pitching into August deeper and longer than they have at any point in their career under the white hot light of the big league club, and obviously all of the sense of urgency of jobs at stake. And I just thought that was a lot to ask from the young players. Not that it's pro sports. I'm not here to throw some pity party for the young guys. Bumgarner, let's go back to when Bumgarner came up. Bumgarner was 19 when he came up in 09, and then he had a cup of tea. He went back, and then when he was 20 years old, all right, on the 2010 team. Think of where he was in that rotation.
Oh, yeah. He was what, fourth starter?
I'll take you had Lincecum, who was a multi-time Cy Young Award winner.
Matt Cain.
You had Matt Cain. You had Johnny Sanchez. And then Bumgarner essentially would be your fourth because they deactivated Barry Zito, who was a high-priced former Cy Young Award winner. So, like, in terms of emphasis, you had one young, unproven guy in that rotation. Now, that was a champion, and you had a weird cast of characters there. Having two young players who have never gone this deep, I just think it's asking a lot. And now you're seeing, and I actually thought Harrison rebounded pretty well yesterday, but you've seen the last couple of starts for Birdsong and Harrison. It's an adventure.
I mean, Harrison,
it's kind of an adventure, especially early in games.
He's given up 6 home runs so far in the month of August. 6 home runs. And I got to think that they'll push back Birdsong. I've heard nothing about it, but they do have a day off Friday. I would skip Birdsong's start Saturday, let Blake Snell pitch that game against the A's, set up your big boys. And I would push back Harrison. I can't let Harrison pitch against the Oakland A's. Are you kidding me?
Did you see who came in late in that game last night?
Jordan Hicks.
I mean, could he make why are we coveting? So I guess my question is, he's 27. He's on a multi-year deal, pretty big one. Is there something that we don't know? Why couldn't he go back into the rotation?
Well, because he's never pitched this many innings before. Well, you paid him to be a starter. He eclipsed his career high in innings last month. I mean, his arm was leaking oil. His velocity was down. The guy was sweating bullets before first pitch, for crying out loud.
Well, what do you think the young guys are looking like?
I think he should be in the bullpen from here on out the rest of his contract.
You think so?
I just would use him as an 8th or 9th inning guy.
When he reached back and hit a hundo, that was really nice. He does look better in the late innings. I trust him in late leverage situations more than other guys on the roster.
He may even be my closer to future.
Well, that's an interesting thought.
He may be even, but if Camilo Duvall,
you know what? That's actually not a bad idea.
He threw 100 at Tad Ozuna with the bat on the shoulder, left him with the bat on the shoulders. He couldn't touch it. So just let him be your closer. By the way, the Giants, look at the Diamondbacks. 11th hardest schedule the rest of the way. The Braves, the 17th hardest schedule. The Cardinals, the 4th hardest. Wow. 4th hardest. Padres, 6th easiest schedule. And then the Giants, 7th hardest schedule the rest of the way.
Do you guys know the 3 best records since the All-Star break? Teams?
Arizona Diamondbacks, San Diego Padres, and the other one would be it's in the American League. Houston Astros.
It's actually, you're right, the first 2. Diamondbacks at 19-5, Padres at 18-4, and the Dodgers at 15-8.
Wow.
Yeah.
Are you, Mookie Betts came back and,
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? All 3 are in the NL West?
Yep.
Yeah. That's what's happening.
That's via Alden Gonzalez.
And again, this goes back to the Blake Snell conversation, which I understand what you're saying, Chasky. And trust me, I didn't want Blake Snell traded. But why the hell would he come back to this team?
But I guess if you know that.
You want to come back to this team, competing against those 3 teams. I mean, the joke's on us. The joke's on us for buying the Kool-Aid over and over. Until the regime is changed, I'm not buying no more Kool-Aid. This is who they are under Farhan Zaidi. How much more evidence do we need? Do we need more evidence? What do you want to go through another season of this? How much more evidence do we need? Well, honestly, Blake Snell, here's $50 million to stay with us and finish in 4th place in the National League West. Okay. No, he's not doing that.
But I guess, okay, so again, I'm not trying to revisit old opinions, but my whole thought on is okay, you have an asset in Blake Snell. Either you retain said asset or you're losing it for nothing. Yeah. Hence why I felt there was so much pressure to deal him at the deadline so you get something back. And I know your whole thought of low-level prospects, how many of these prospects, I guess that's a fair point. A lot of these prospects don't turn into anything. But you're literally going to lose him then.
Oh, I know.
For nothing. And that's the hallmark of the Farhan era. Player options, guys going one and done and leaving for nothing.
This is why, if I was Farhan Zaidi, I would have went all in on buying. You want to talk about you have the best rotation of baseball? Then let me get a lineup around them.
That's an interesting.
I got the best rotation of baseball, but I'm going to keep this lineup here full of youngsters and score 3 runs a game against big boy teams. This is a joke. You should have went out exhausted and go get you a couple bats. Now I'm watching Juan Soto hit 3 home runs with the Yankees, and Aaron Judge is high-fiving them, having fun. The Orioles are doing their thing. There's no reason to get outraged anymore, Giants fans. We are the definition of a 500 organization.
Well, you know it's sad when a guy you just drafted becomes the third best player in your entire pipeline, and number 2 is a guy who's in your starting rotation for the major league team.
Oh,
that's how bad their farm is.
You know what a lot of people are talking about? Why did we give up on Joey Bart?
Well, I mean, look at Kirk Casale. Their backups stink, dude. They just started Reitz Jackson or whatever the heck his name. Jackson Reitz, whatever the guy's name. Poor guy.
Joey Bart batting .267, 10 home runs, 32 RBIs, 837 OPS. Looks like he found something. Maybe we gave up on him too early. Kudos to Farhan Zaidi in 2024 San Francisco Giants. All right, let's get some GOAT talking here. Now I'm feeling optimistic. I'm feeling optimistic all of a sudden about the 49ers, and I'll explain why on the other side. Brought to you by Fremont Bake, celebrating 60 years of full-service baking with no compromises.
I'm optimistic, Bonte.
I'm optimistic like BPA.
Have you been wanting to find the secret to losing?
You're getting hella roasted every day on the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game. Yay!
Yay! Hey, we're living a good life. That's right, Giants fans, Niner fans, Warrior fans. It's the good life in the Bay. Come on, hit me up. Turn that up, man. I'm feeling good today on hump day. Where are the ambition ladies at? Huh? Where's my diamonds? Where's my pearls?
Happy hump day, people. Happy hump day.
Where's Lexus at? All right. This segment's
Stop it.
sponsored by Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for three generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Shout out to GoldenStateLumber.com for always sponsoring the show. They've been here for a long, long time. Mr. Bay Area Bonte, let's move on with Niner talk. Trust me, we're moving on from Giants talk. Because Shasky, unlike me, Shasky's like knee deep into it. He is, I can see it all over his face. I mean, I got a blank stare from him. I'm trying to do everything I can make him laugh. He's just ain't buying it. The guy is so caught up in Kyle Harrison throwing 92 miles per hour. And now he's just looking at Bryce Eldridge's highlights. That's what my man has resorted to.
I don't know. Maybe I'm too worried.
Matt Stuyvesant asked this guy, what's the most exciting aspect of the Giants? And this guy named a single lane player. My guy is down bad, folks.
He was just named the 54th best prospect in MLB.
That's great. 888-957-9570.
Well, no, like on the real, I
cheer up Shasky.
No,
how do we cheer up Shasky today? That's my goal. Cheer you up.
Last night, it was just like
it broke you.
It was baseball 101. It's like Conforto's had bad at bat.
Look, I know he had a week. He did. He had a week where he was swinging a hot bat. Last night he was having bad at bats. He just was. It was first and second. You got lucky. Like Ramos hit one to Riley that it should have been an out. Okay, you had first and second with no outs, and you know how difficult it is for this team to get a single, just to get a hit. All right, with a runner in scoring position. I would have bunted that guy over. Now I would have had a runner on second and a runner on third, and I would have had two opportunities to drive that guy in. All right, and from third base, they scored on a wild pitch anyway.
Well, you could be a Raider fan right now knowing that in 2023, Dave Ziegler, the former Raiders GM, had a deal in place to trade up for the second overall pick to draft C.J. Stroud, and head coach Josh McDaniels overruled Ziegler. They go on to sign Jimmy Garoppolo to a 3-year, $17 million deal. So you could be a Raider fan. You could be a Raider fan, a little disgruntled. Yeah, they could have had C.J. Stroud. Don't stress over the Giants, man.
It's not stressing. It's just
simple like Shasky. If they bomb out, guess what? I think Farhan's gone.
Ponte, okay, so let's just say, hypothetically, you are seeing Tyler Fitzgerald's name on graphics with guys. I don't think he's Bonds. I'm not pretending. Yeah. But you're seeing his name up there with McCovey and Mays and Bonds. His last month, no one has been more red hot in how long? Like, honest to God, how long in a Giants uniform has someone been as hot as Tyler Fitzgerald?
Ramos, maybe?
I don't even know if Ramos has hit the ball this. Like, I'm talking about bombs. Yeah. Absolute bombs.
No, you're right.
And you're bunting him with a ghost runner and nobody out?
You're right. It's bad. So, you know what?
So that Lamont Wade could draw a walk? Because that's what Lamont Wade's known for. Lamont Wade has been in a deep freeze. But he hit a sac fly. I mean, the whole bat goes different.
Can we all admit?
With a runner at third.
Can we all admit? I want to get our boy, hey, Lubman, pay attention. Wake up back there. Hey, Lubman, wake up. Wake up, Lubman, wake up.
He hit a solo home run in that game.
I got a suggestion for you, Lubman. Wake up, Lubman. What the hell's going on back there?
And I'm not opposed to bunting. I'm not. But to me, it's the situation and the player and the eyeball and what form are they in. I mean,
I need you to do this for me, Lubman. The Padres, Giants play the Padres. When they play the Padres, they play them September.
I believe it's the first weekend of September. I think then the weekend right after that.
Yep. I need you to book our boy from San Diego. Who do we have on from San Diego? He was really good.
Craig Elston, right?
Craig Elston. He was really good.
Wanted Brandon Belt for the Padres.
He's really good. Well, I tell you what, Padre fans right now are laughing at us. They love A.J. Preller, the GM. Bomel. They just let Bomel walk to a division rival and say, we don't even care. So you know what? I'm looking at Bomel, and you want to talk about disappointing. Everybody was so high and mighty about Bob Melvin. Oh, my God, we're getting Bob Melvin. It's a reason why he's been on 5 different teams managing. Okay? He's okay. He's okay.
He's fine. Like, whatever. He's not a difference maker, if that's what you're asking.
Honestly, would you lose sleep if they said, Bo Mel, you got to go?
The most exciting part of Bo Mel's staff is, wow, I get to see Matt Williams at third base. Right? The visual of Matt Williams.
The visual. That's what we got here. So, you know what? Bo Mel, I don't think he's managed his club well. I don't think he managed San Diego well last year, which I had questions saying, well, what really happened to San Diego? Everybody's so quick to blame the GM. AJ Preller doesn't know what he's doing. AJ Preller this, AJ Preller that. Oh, it looks like San Diego's going to be in the postseason again.
I think it was more AJ Preller creates a toxic work environment in San Diego.
Well,
that's what the reports were.
Well, was it him?
Conversations I've had with
They're
people.
also the hottest team in baseball, so
that clubhouse,
it's not that toxic.
Yeah, they're hot under Jace Tingler, and they were hot under Bob Melvin. They're hot under Mike Schilt. Now we'll see what happens next year. That's what the Padres do. They have the honeymoon year. We'll see what it looks like next year.
Who are we to talk about the Padres and what's going on with them?
Can I ask you this, Lubman? Who's been a more successful business model? And I know you're going to say, well, you got to win games. Like, the Giants haven't won any games.
Padres been to an NLCS, a playoff. They beat the Dodgers in the playoffs.
Okay.
They battled with Philly. They're going back to the playoffs.
Even if I said disregard the on-field, the on-field results, just business product, who connects more with their community currently?
The Padres.
I don't think
it's not even close.
No, the Padres are doing well right now. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that their Padres are bad or anything like that.
And I'm not saying they're the template.
Yep. Ernie Chavez spent $2 on YouTube. He said Spadoni wasn't high on Bo Mel. And I was with Spadoni. Forget, we were the flagship of the Oakland A's at one point. And we watched a lot of Bo Mel. And I watched him start Liam Hendricks in a wild card game at Yankee Stadium. When they traded for Mike Fiers and he was on fire, and they go to Liam Hendricks and he gets up in 3 spot in the first inning, and the rest is history. Then they start Sean Manaea in one wild card game against Tampa Bay, and the leadoff guy hits a home run. Who's the leadoff guy? Hit a home run right away, boom. And we all thought, oh, this game's over. When they batted to the wild card game at the Coliseum, we thought the game was over against Tampa Bay. And it was. They got smoked. So Bo Mel, the Padres let him walk to a division rival. Everybody in the world knew he was going to be a Giants manager. And everybody hopped up. Oh, man, we got our next Bochy. Hold your horses.
Well, Bochy's now.
Hold your horses.
Yeah.
But, everybody was so high. It's like, we got Bo Mel. He's a difference maker. Well, boy, Gabe Kapler's laughing. He's flipping burgers in his little trailer, laughing at us. Posted foodie videos and coffee videos. What's the difference? Honestly, what's the difference?
The worst team in baseball.
What's the difference between having Gabe Kapler?
The White Sox.
Well, they traded everything, but
the Rockies are worse too.
Well, what's the difference between having Gabe Kapler in his dugout as opposed to Bob Melvin?
Well,
what's the difference?
It's to make the ownership care about the 80s. I don't know. His single year with the Giants. I don't know. You tell me. I don't know.
This is a joke.
I told you, I'm not trying to hate on Bo Mel.
Yeah, I'm not either.
But quite frankly, his reliance on Randy Rodriguez in situations that I wouldn't go to him is a head scratcher. It took him weeks, months to figure out what the lefty Taylor Rogers' role was. And ever since then, now he's been really good. Clearly, him and Doval aren't on the same page. And I know that there's going to be a lot of people destroying Doval, and I get it. But also from Doval, let's get to the Doval thing.
Tatis Jr.'s been on the IL for so long, and they're still winning games. Maybe he's the problem.
Doval, we'll get to that real quick. I've heard, and I've said this on air for months now, that Doval hasn't been deemed a great teammate, and there's been work ethic stuff and all that. That being said, when you're the closer and you're getting paid to close games and you go to arbitration, and the first thing because Josh Hader had the same problem, the way Milwaukee was using him. And I know Josh Hader, people have their own feelings on him. But when you're judged by saves, and you spend a lot of your outings coming in a game like last night, the 9th inning of a tie game, and you're at home, and you as the closer go out there in that situation and you burn a bullet because you can't get used every day. You're only going to be used 60 to 70 times a year, right? And if I waste one of those in a tie game and it's not a save opportunity game, it doesn't necessarily help my case to make money, right? Now, you can say, Joe, that's being selfish. Yeah, absolutely, it's being selfish. But you also have to understand, the individual and what he's getting, crushed on in arbitration. And they're going to say, well, you don't have a lot of save opportunities. And he can say, well, that's also the team. And so I get Camilo's frustration with how he was being used. That being said, it does not exonerate who he's been as a teammate and the work that he's put in and how a lot of people are frustrated with him in general. But I also don't think Bo Mel has used him. I hate using my closer in a tie game in the 9th inning.
Everybody does.
I hate it at home. I hate it.
Listen, Stephen Vogt in Cleveland, we were talking about managers, and I was like, why don't you kick the tires on Stephen Vogt? I'm even seeing Ron Washington up there. It's just, you hired a retread manager. That's not going to excite the fan base.
Yeah.
Will Venable, something new. Give a jolt to this fan base. You know who gave a jolt to a fan base yesterday? Last night, right before I went to bed?
Who?
The GOAT, Jerry Rice. He sent me a jolt, and I said, Aiyuk's going to sign with the Niners. Jerry Rice last night posted a picture of Brandon Aiyuk on his Instagram page and said, I guess we will all find out tomorrow, GOATs. Will he stay or leave? And he tagged Brandon Aiyuk. So what that tells me is Jed York stepped up and called the GOAT, Jerry Rice, and said, Jerry, I need you. I need you in the worst way. We have this first-round pick who wants to get paid. It is the best first-round pick at the wide receiver position we've had since you were drafted, 16 overall, come out of Mississippi Valley State in the mid-'80s. We need you to seal the deal. Number 11 has a chance to be an all-time Niner. An all-time Niner. All right? He's arguably, outside of, Jerry Rice, John Taylor, T.O., I already think Aiyuk's had a more productive career as a 49er than Michael Crabtree.
Debo?
Oh, Debo's right. But Debo had the one great year, and he got paid.
I mean, his numbers...
Debo's been good.
Even for a down year last year, his numbers are pretty freaking good.
But he had the one great year, and he got paid, and all of a sudden we're questioning whether Aiyuk should get paid after one great year.
His rookie year was special, too.
His rookie year was really good. Okay, so Debo. I forgot about Debo. He was a second rounder. I love Debo.
We classify him as a weapon, though. I get what you're saying.
Debo's great. Debo's great. I wanted Debo over DK, and I'm thankful that they drafted Debo. But the GOAT called Brett. He had to meet with Brendan Aiyuk and say, sit down, kid. Come on. You're playing for the 49ers. All right? Playing for the San Francisco 49ers. These 11 jerseys are selling like hotcakes. You don't really want to go to Pittsburgh, do you? You don't want to play in the AFC North. Stay on the West Coast, kid. Stay on the West Coast, you West Coast kid. You know what I mean? He posted that picture last night, and I thought, what does Jerry know that we don't know? Jerry just doesn't post that.
Well, I think Jerry's a great example of someone. Now, again, he wanted both, the money and the legacy, because I think we've forgotten that Jerry,
he held out one time.
Jerry wanted to get paid, but the times
he deserved it.
The times were very different. The money isn't what it is today. It's not even close. But this is the way I believe, and I know everybody wants to get every last dollar, and I get all that. I believe me, I acknowledge and I understand that not everyone is wired the same. In fact, I appreciate that not everyone is wired the same. That being said, if I'm Brandon Aiyuk, you do have to look down the road a little on this, and just hear me out on. Like, let's say you really want to go to the Steelers. All right, their quarterback situation, we can all acknowledge today, is way more unsettled than the 49er quarterback situation. We can also acknowledge their offense has been spotty over the last 5 or 6 years in terms of effectiveness and getting guys paid the last 5 years. Prior to that, they did a great job of guys bouncing around. Aiyuk can't just be looking at this contract he's looking at now, because if things go well for him with San Francisco in 2 years, 3 years, he's renegotiating and he'll be on his third contract. Whereas in Pittsburgh, in 2 or 3 years, he might be one of their cap casualties. That has to weigh on him. Now, I'm not saying that Pittsburgh is an also-ran. They're not. They're not a team that's bottom of the barrel, but they're in that middle ground. And all those teams in the middle ground, coordinators are coming and going. We don't know what's going on with their head coach, quarterback. If I told you today Pittsburgh is in the market for a quarterback at year's end, would you be that surprised?
Nobody's going to be surprised about that.
Nobody would a wide receiver who's reliant so much on offensive coordinator, head coach, and quarterback bank all of his eggs into that franchise over the Niners? To me, that's penny wise, pound foolish.
Maybe it's Mike Tomlin. Maybe there's a real disconnect between Kyle Shanahan and Brandon Aiyuk, and people are reporting it. Ryan Hensley. Ryan Hensley on YouTube is a content creator for the 49ers. Was telling me weeks ago that there's a shouting match between Shanahan and Aiyuk. Now, it hasn't been confirmed, but now all of a sudden you start getting tea leaves from the Matt Mayokos of the world and everybody else saying, there's been disagreements between Shanahan and Aiyuk. So something's there. I think we haven't dove into, and I don't want to do that today. I kind of want to talk about Brock Purdy, and we'll do that a little bit later. But there's a disconnect between head coach and wide receiver. Something's off there between Shanahan and Aiyuk. I don't know what it is, But maybe he just sees Mike Tomlin saying, I'd rather go play for him than Kyle Shanahan. I think that's what it has to be. Because he can't, there's no way in the world he can look at the quarterback situation in Pittsburgh and say, that's better than what I have out here in San Francisco with Brock Purdy. He's admitted that. And then when I just look at what he can do as a 49er, when you ball out as a 49er, your legacy gets enhanced, okay? This guy right now is 16th all-time in receiving yards for the 49ers. Obviously, Jerry Rice is number 1 and T.O.'s number 2. Dwight Clark's number 3, G. Washington 4, George Kittle 5. But do you understand that Brandon Aiyuk has a chance to enter the top 10 in all-time receiving yards for the 49ers this year if he goes for, say, over 1,100 yards?
Would that be like 4,500 yards?
Yeah, it'd be about 5,000 yards.
What did Vernon Davis end up with?
5,640.
Okay.
You know, Freddie Solomon right there, 10th place, 4,873. Now, crazy enough, I love Debo, and we get that he gets used as a running back a lot. But Debo, in one extra year, has 4,122 receiving yards. Brandon Aiyuk's already at 3,931.
I think the differentiator for me between the two of them, people are going to go rush yards. I'm just go touchdowns. I feel Debo Samuel in terms of red zone, like the way the Niners use Debo is just different.
Well, just not only just red zone, but just the way he could turn a 5-yard crosser into a 70-yard touchdown.
Yeah.
That's the difference there. But Aiyuk's no slouch. I'm looking at all the highlights of Brandon Aiyuk, and he's made some downfield plays. He's just a consistent X-receiver, which you need.
He's a really good player. Regarding the tension between Kyle and Aiyuk, not knowing specifics or whatever, I don't put a lot of stock into that. And the reason why I don't put a lot of stock into this, I don't think any head coach is kumbaya with every player at all times. I think that there's constant friction across the board and more at the wide receiver position on a team like this than any other, because you have so many mouths to feed. That's number one. And then number two, like the wide receiver position, everything can be schemed up perfectly and we just airmail you. You could be wide open and the quarterback go to someone else. You could slip in your route, or a guy makes a great play. Like everything is becoming on just so much other stuff that you don't have control of. I think by nature, that position creates a disgruntled player, maybe more than other positions.
You know, I hear that. But it doesn't feel like Shanahan's never really had any big beef with Debo Samuel. That's his guy. I mean, they've hung out in Cabo together in the offseason multiple times.
During games, Debo has said to him, like even in the NFC Championship game, it's go time now, Kyle.
Yeah.
Give me the ball.
Yeah, well,
he said that against Detroit. It's go time now,
and
Kyle.
You know what Kyle said? Yeah, I got you. I just
call that creative tension. That's just being in the bunker.
But you got to remember, Aiyuk was in a real-life doghouse with Shanahan. He was in the doghouse. There's no doubt about it. He was in the doghouse. I don't think Aiyuk has forgotten about that. And I don't think he gets enough credit. Now, this whole offseason is driving me crazy with Aiyuk and the front office. They're both culpable of everything. I don't like the unfollowing on Instagram. I don't like the throat slashing that Debo was doing in the club. I don't like the dancing on TikTok every time a wide receiver gets paid. I'm old, dude. I'm an OG. Yeah. All right, I'm 41 years old as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app.
However, I'm an OG. I'm 41 years old.
I am an OG. You know, I felt really, really sad at the Seahawks playoff game when these young kids, they said right on OG, and it goes, they called you OG.
They said that to you?
They said that to me. I was ready to smack the hell out. I was ready to smack the hell out that kid. Who the hell you called it an OG? Said, all right, OG. I didn't like that.
He's too old.
My guy Reggie Chapman, he works television. Dude, I love dude. I really felt some type of way about that. Like when people call you OG, you haven't got that yet?
No. I get coach and all that stuff. I haven't gotten OG.
My guy Reggie Chapman, sports anchor in Atlanta, he had commented on something like, "Oh man, what's up, OG? Good stuff, OG." I said, "Hey man, be careful with the OG stuff, dude. Be careful."
I think it's how you hold yourself. Like, for example, Guru, I'm not going to give his age out, acts way younger than his age. And that's a good thing. I think that he's got like a vibrance to him. What?
Some may call that immature. Okay.
I think that the way that he conducts himself, he's got youthful energy.
I don't have youthful energy?
Now, there are others at the station that give off old man vibes, but that's, I think that's every walk of life. I would consider you right in the sweet spot.
Yeah, I just act my age. Mature.
Well, for
beyond
example,
my years. Wise beyond my years. Because I always hung out with OGs. So that's why I didn't hang out with kids my age growing up. I hung out with the OGs because I wanted to get knowledge from them about the sports stuff and life and everything like that. So I was always hanging. And the OGs, I was the only kid that they allowed in the room.
So yesterday,
you sit on the floor.
I'm gonna go personal here. Yesterday, we got a text from a guy that used to work here, Robbie, great guy, and he's like, "Hey man, we got to go have a beer and blah blah blah." And I wanted to hit him back with the most authentic, like, I just don't do that anymore.
No, I wasn't
and it's not to be mean. It's like I'm so washed and old. I got this 9-month-old that I got to babysit every single day. I barely have time to finish a Madden game, let alone go out and have a beer.
So
it sucks.
But I got to go hang out with Robbie, though. A. Scott's hanging out there Friday. I may stop by with Baby Chess. Who knows? But I miss Robbie, man. I miss Robbie and A. Scott.
No, I appreciate them reaching out.
They were the ones who made me feel comfortable in 95.7. Spadoni, Robbie.
Yeah, we had great times.
We had the promo crew, Casino Matrix and everything like that.
Your calendar gets filled? Like one of my best friends in the whole world, my boy Rocco, okay? I'm the godfather to his daughter. I feel like I hadn't seen him for months, and we've been trying to hook up all summer, and finally we ended up having a whole weekend together. It was great. He's one of my best friends. We talk all the time, and it's been almost impossible to figure out the calendar because they've got stuff going on. We got stuff going on.
Well, you know what it's called? It's called life.
I know.
It's called life. It's called life. 602, it's a new mobile text line. Coach is the white guy version of OG.
Oh, no.
I had to read that. That's good. Because I was thinking that, too. I swear to God, I was thinking that. I don't want to say it. It's better if I just read it.
That was when I knew it was bad when I walked into the Beacon one night and there was a bunch of kids that I coached and they're like, "What's up, coach? Can we buy you a beer?" And I'm like, "I gotta go, Michelle.
Oh no,
you gotta leave right now."
Hey, one time I went to Bruno's, right? Bruno's. This is about about 10 years ago. I walked into Bruno's in Mission Street and it was popping, right? I'm like, "What is my old ass?" No, I didn't have white tea. I had to Colorado. I was 31 years old by then, 10 years ago. But my nephew Rodney was in there. My older sister on my dad's side, her son, her oldest. He's in there with two girls like, "Unc, what's up?" I'm like, "Nephew Rodney, oh, man." And then he goes, you wanna roll with me, dude? He had two girls. I say, "Nephew, go do your thing, dude. I'm your damn uncle for crying out." But that's what I knew. I can't be going to the club no more. My nephews are going to the club.
I can't remember the last time I went to a club.
Boy. 510, Shasky, they babysitting when it's your own kid.
That's the 5th time you've texted that, and I'm going to keep saying
it's true.
It is, because it's a job.
No, it's not. It's not babysitting. It's you taking care of your kid.
Dude, he keeps grabbing the controller.
Ches and I baked
ain't nothing you can do about it.
We baked cookies yesterday. I had a good time. All right, Brock Purdy. I would have
flipped the
a little too hard. Your boy don't know how to cook.
They're called well done. They're not hard. They're well done.
Yeah, well done. Well done. Your boy's trying to learn how to cook, pasta and everything. All right, more coming up.
They soften up in the milk.
Yeah, there you go. And she had some chocolate milk, and she had them. She said she was very excited as we went to Lenardi's. Shout out to Gary St. Jean. Whenever I go to Lenardi's, I think of Gary St. Jean. All right, more coming up. Brought to you by Mighty Key Car Care Centers.
Brought to you by Meineke.
I like that. You like that? It's pretty good.
All right. Hey, check this out. This is San Leandro Mo, and you're listening to 95.7 The Game, the morning roast with Bonte and Shasta.
What was that?
That was Nahigian showing off this new hat that he got yesterday that has like a little like marquee on the front of it that like displays 95.7 The Game. He was showing it off. He's really enjoying it.
He's the scariest laugh I've ever heard in my life.
It sounds like, I'm going to leave you here, Batman, and then I'm going to leave, and you're going to be dangling over this hot cauldron of oil.
It's Dr. Evil. He's Dr. Evil right there.
You like that?
Batman.
Look. I need $1 million.
Oh, man. Hey.
Do you think he would let Tyler Fitzgerald bunt in that situation?
Oh,
in a game he homered in?
I mean, what do you got to lose if you're Bo Mel? Let the kid swing the damn bat. Maybe he hits one in the gap. I mean, the decision to make your hottest hitter. Like, look at the numbers here. And please let me, you don't need to change the YouTube colors or orange. We're trying to keep viewers, not lose them, okay? Just keep the YouTube red and blue.
Was red when you bring it up.
So don't flick it to orange.
Flick that thing I
figured out the algorithm. You switch to orange, we'll lose about 100 viewers. I mean, we lose people watching because they don't want to hear about the damn Giants. I don't even like to talk about this sack team.
He says as he talks about them.
Tyler Fitzgerald hit his 15th career home run, joining Willie Mays as the only two in Giants franchise history with 15 or more home runs in their first 59 career games. Mays had 16 homers in 59 games. Fitzgerald has 15 in 59. And you tell him to bunt. They tell him to bunt so he can move a runner over despite you being 19 for 123 runners in scoring position since July 30th. This is why I'm okay. This is why I'm okay. If he's one and done, I'm okay with it. You told your hottest hitter, who's got 15 jacks in 59 games, to bunt with the ghost runner on second.
And it was such a bad bunt, they were going to hose Casey at third.
Yeah, they did hose him.
And then they were crying about how maybe Austin Riley was in the base pad. Right. Like, stop it. Stop it. He was hosed.
Oh, my God.
And here's the thing that I don't understand. It's like, okay, I'm open-minded to the strategy of bunting. Now, are there certain guys that shouldn't bunt? Yeah, and I think Fitzgerald is one of them. But that being said, then why wouldn't you bunt Conforto when it's first and second? And the likelihood of him grounding, let's call it what it is. The likelihood of Michael Conforto grounding into a double play in that situation is higher than him getting a base hit in that situation. It just is.
It's just asinine when you think about it. Like, I wasn't outraged last night, but the more and more I think about it, I was like, wait a minute, you had Tyler Fitzgerald, but hey, what's the Bo Bell call? Before we move on back to Niners, and please don't change the colors of orange, love me. Now, I know it's bothering you right now. I could see your brain ticking right now. Like, oh my God, they're talking Giants and they turn it orange.
The end of
very ambitious that way.
The end of Half-Baked. You'll be back.
You'll be back, Mary Jane. You'll be back. He like, damn, you Mary Jane throwing off the bridge. And
that's him.
Guess what? He probably was back. Because I've done that to Mary Jane, too. I'm done with you, Mary Jane. We're done.
Adam, it's too much for me.
And then 3 weeks of going through the show talking Giants baseball, I'm like, Mary Jane, I need you. I need you bad, and I'm feeling. I'm sweating. Cold sweat to the car. I'm like, I can't get to the head of this club fast enough. Spinotti, Bo Bell, last night on why you have Fitzgerald bunting.
We're trying to get a guy over to third, trying to get it down the third base line, with Lamont up next. The guy's a pretty tough customer to try to string some hits together with.
The guy's 19 for his last 100. I mean, come on, Bo Mel. Come on. I've heard too many of these same quotes. I heard too many. So you know what? I know Bo Mel's a nice guy, and in this market, we love Bo Mel. He is a nice guy.
Yeah, that doesn't mean he's a great manager.
But you know what? He's not above criticism. You had your best hitter bunt with no outs and a ghost runner on second base. And then you say, well, I thought it was a good idea because we got Lamont Wade Jr. on deck. What?
I know.
What?
Lamont Wade.
Now you're assaulting my intelligence after 6 hours of sleep.
The Lamont Wade at-bats have gotten progressively worse.
Oh, my God.
I mean, look.
Poor Flip. He's got to sit up in that booth and watch this stuff.
Whose bottom falling out more has frustrated you? Is it Bailey? Is it Harrison? Is it the Camillo?
All of the above. All of the above. I'm thinking about Flim. Flim needs a day off.
Well,
Hey, Dave Fleming, I know
when everyone else is taking days off.
I know. Dave Fleming, I love you.
They're all on assignment.
Shut up.
Kite even was on it. Whit Merrifield came on. He said, he said something. He said something. I was like, what you say, Kite? Did you hear that? You did, You did. No, I thought I was here. Kite was so bored last night. He was flubbing things left and right. Who am I to talk? But I was like, damn, somebody get Kite a drink. Get him a shot.
Well,
and then I started thinking about Flip. I was like, you know what? Give Flip the week off. Give him a week off.
So there have been some great developments for the Giants this year, like Fitzgerald coming out of nowhere. I don't know if it's sustainable, but I'm enjoying it. He made an error on a backhand play last night. I want to see him come through that ball. But anyway, not needless to say, Ramos has been really good this year. Now, I don't know how sustainable that is. Yeah. He's on pace for 25 homers. Let's see. Birdsong has been out of nowhere. Wow. Again, got to sustain it. Harrison, for as frustrating and not living up to the hype as it's been, he's still I'd say right now, middle of the rotation, probably more a 4, starter in the bigs right now. He is a middle of the rotation guy. That being said, Luciano looks nothing like the heralded prospect I expected him to look like offensively. Forget defense.
You know what? All time, Flynn. He was 5-0, great point on extending bubble text line. College football is covered for Dave Fleming. I bet you he's counting down the days. He's probably going to fly out Thursday night instead of Friday. Extend that weekend, Flem. I don't blame you. Listen, the Luciano thing. I just go back to that one video when Twitter went crazy and he's at Oracle Park taking BP. And the caption was, it just sounds different coming off of his bat. You hear clack, clack, clack. I have seen nothing.
He doesn't have a position.
I've seen nothing.
He's been in the organization 6 years. They don't even know what position he is. And he doesn't hit well enough to be a DH.
It's actually, you know what? If you really just sit back and just laugh about it, it's fun. It's fun talking about a mediocre team. There's so many laughable points and laughable moments.
He hasn't even hit a warning track shot.
No, it's bad.
He's got some hits, but he hasn't, he doesn't drive the ball. I thought he was going to drive the ball.
It is bad. Patrick Bailey, bad.
Look, to be fair, Ramos didn't look anything like the Ramos we see now a couple of years ago. So who knows? I don't know. But I'm disappointed in what's happened with Doval, both because of him and I put a little on the Giants too, the infrastructure that's in place. I've been disappointed with just some of the position players. I think Chapman's been a good signing. Conforto, how many outfielders do I have to name in the National League West before I get to Conforto?
You are so hard, Conforto, man. At least he's got some power.
Because he's signed with a million prospects.
Once he's a threat.
Is he a threat?
A threat to what? And a Giants scoring run?
Yeah, you know what?
Into a double play?
Talk to your boy Farhan. That's Farhan's doing. What's that?
Farhan's cooked.
You talk to Farhan. What are you laughing at, Spadone? What's up? What's up, Spadone? Look, I see some people that say, "Well,
Spadone's laughing because he has Brent Rooker and we don't."
And they got Austin Adams. By the way, A's fans, Friday's your day. It's the last Babe Ruth series we're ever going to have as the A's go to Sacramento next season. A's fans, you've been talking about us.
Saturday, by the way, it's 2-game set.
2-game set. I know Friday's a day off, but I'm saying on Friday on this show because we don't work Saturdays. Friday's your day, A's fans.
Wow.
I'm going to let you call in and talk to the Giants fans. You have a chance to really, really end the season of the San Francisco Giants.
I'm looking at it and I'm saying to myself, if they could salvage the split against Atlanta, wow, that'd be amazing. But looking ahead, just a couple of days, this A's-Giants matchup for the A's feels a lot like that Raider-Niner matchup in the final season of Harbaugh that ended Kaepernick and Harbaugh. Do you guys remember that?
Yeah, Woodson had the pick to win it.
Kaepernick threw a pick on the first play of the game.
Where it felt like two boats going in different directions simultaneously.
And then C.O. Moore was ready to beat up on Kaepernick in the locker room at halftime.
Was that image of C.O. Moore getting right up into Kaepernick's face? God, that was so dope.
I thought C.O. Moore was going to be so sick.
I mean, the A's have
him and
nothing to
Khalil
lose.
Mack,
I mean, C.O. Moore on Thursday Night Football dancing and Justin Tuck saying, "Get your ass back," and they had to burn the timeout.
That
was classic.
It would be ironic that Farhan's former team, the A's, where part of the reason why he was hired with the Giants is because he's so smart with the A's, and it would be symbolic that they would take him out.
So Friday's your day, A's fans. The lines are open for you on Friday. The lines are open for you, but don't try to say, "Oh, you don't talk about us. Talk A's." You're 18 games under 500. Let's have a reality check. Get a grip, A's fans. I know it's been a rough year, but you're 18 games under 500. Relax. All right?
It's your day, but actually don't get too overzealous.
No, I'm saying Friday's your day. Friday's your day. Friday's your day. Friday's your day.
Friday's your day, but
Friday's your day. But we barely talk Giants around here. They're 500. You're 18 games under 500. Well, a little bit. At least you didn't change the color back to
well, if we don't
orange.
switch Niners soon, I'm going to have to.
We'll switch it to green and gold on Friday.
Hey, you should switch it to green and gold. By the way, you guys want to have breakfast with the roast?
I do.
Yeah, I mean, you're on the show. I would hope so. Who's coming in for breakfast? Who's serving the breakfast? We figured that out yet?
It's a surprise.
It's a surprise?
Mm-hmm.
You know who it is, Logan?
You and Baby Chaz have to make the cookies, though.
Oh, we could do that.
I want
chocolate
you to.
chip.
I love cookies.
Yeah, we'll Baby Chaz will make them. She
Always
loves
chocolate
it.
chip. That's the goat.
She's having a great time in gym camp, by the way. I pick her up. She's having a great time, meeting new friends, everything. Starting this Monday, we're going to give you a chance to come in to have breakfast with the Morning Roast Friday, September 6th, to kick off football season with us. We will be excited about football season. Trust me, we will. Yesterday, I was down and out. I'm starting to ramp back up. Listen all week at 7:30 and 8:30. And we have 10 spots we're giving away. Plus, you get a +1. You get a +1. So 20 people. Who wants to come hang out with the roast? Nobody? Anybody? We'll find out next week.
Bonte, there is history being made this year in baseball, even though the Giants aren't necessarily involved in that. The Chicago White Sox, your update on the Chicago White Sox, they are 29-92.
We beat the Yankees the other day, 12-2.
Oh, officially eliminated from playoff contention yesterday, by the way.
You took the words out of my mouth.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I? Oh, I'm so sorry.
I read an article.
It is August 14th, and they were officially eliminated. 29-92. There's 41 games left. 41 games left. Can they get the 14 wins to tie the worst team ever, the 62 or 63 Mets?
Was it
like
Mets
right
record?
series in San Francisco coming up.
Was it Mets record?
They won 43 games.
Damn.
So they'd have to win 14 of their next 41. Can the White Sox do it?
925, Sydney Mobile text line. Compare Joey Bart's stats to Patrick Bailey this year.
Should we do that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Let me
pull it up. Pull up Patrick. I'll pull up Patrick Bailey. You pull up Joey Bart.
I'm looking at it right now.
Here, real quick, before we move on. Patrick Bailey, 315 at-bats, batting .238, 7 home runs, 38 RBIs, and OPS is 652. Oh, my God. How many hits total?
Yeah.
For old Patrick Bailey, 75 total hits this year.
In only 161 at-bats. Joey Bart this year has 43 hits, 10 home runs, 32 RBIs, batting .267, slugging .837.
Wow.
He's having a monster year as a backup.
Defensively, he's been amazing,
he's slugging .837. Was that OPS?
OPS, excuse me. OPS.
Okay.
Slugging .491.
Yeah.
My bad. OPS.
Patrick Bailey's slugging .349. OPS 652.
Look, the Joey Bart thing made no sense to me because you needed a backup catcher and you signed Tom Murphy. No one was clamoring for Tom Murphy for $4 million a year, and you signed him to a 2-year deal. That to me was an ego play.
All right, switch the color back to red. Brock Purdy.
Why are we talking about the Niners now?
Just leave the damn YouTube alone, please. Just leave it alone.
He's got 10 home runs.
He's got 10 home runs.
32 RBIs.
He's got 10. I read an article on Steve Stone yesterday, the White Sox. He said he's probably going to come back as he loves baseball, but he's going to probably lessen his load. He doesn't probably want to be around a lot of losses because of the White Sox. Somebody check it out, Isaac again.
This Joey Bart thing is really like
no. Move on.
But you could have had him as a backup.
No, move on.
I mean, you took him second
I don't give a damn no more. Brendan Aiyuk. Getting reports. Jerry Rice said that, will he or will he not sign? I guess today's the day. Today's the day, huh? But what does it mean for Brock Purdy? Because during this entire, thank God he changed the color to red. That stuff drives me crazy. I'm ready to throw my laptop through the damn glass.
those that are just driving around, he means the YouTube page.
On YouTube. Sam Lubman, whenever we're talking about a subject, I could talk about the Warriors for 30 seconds. He'll change the color to blue on YouTube. It drives me crazy. Like, I want to legit throw my laptop through the glass. Especially because nobody wants to hear about the damn Giants. Huh?
Just got to overcome the adversity.
No, I'm not overcoming that adversity. My guy's about to...
I need to see more ambition out of you.
My guy's about to go crazy over Joey Bart.
I think the ambitious ladies are being tripped up by different colors on YouTube.
You know what? That's a great point. That's a great point.
Well, the ambitious ladies do, Bonte.
The ambitious ladies, if the pole's a little slippery, they know how to fight through it.
What is going on here?
You know what I'm saying?
I
they know how to fight through it.
Don't talk about that. I got frustrated when they escaped the inning.
Get a little powder on your hands and then call it the day.
When they escaped the inning last night in the 10th with the ghost runner, only giving up one run.
Are we still talking baseball?
When they escaped that inning,
dancers.
I said, "Oh, this is a win for the Giants." They escaped the inning with only one run given up, and then you get a ghost runner at second.
We're talking Mercedes,
and the best hitter on the team as of the last month and a half, Tyler Fitzgerald, and you're bunting him. I'm just in a game where he hit a home run.
Shasky, are diamonds a girl's best friend?
Diamonds are forever.
They are forever.
And pressure makes diamonds. I don't know if you know that, San Quinn.
Let's move on. Honestly, this sad baseball team. All right, I mean, come on. Now, honestly, are we really outraged over them losing last night? We know this team ain't going nowhere. What's the outrage for?
No, I'm not even angry. It's just, what are we doing? Like
we've been doing the same thing they've been doing all year.
Why would you bunt? And the bunt was so bad. This is the part that's masked by the whole interference thing. The bunt was so bad that guy got thrown at third base.
Yeah, he'll get over it.
The whole Brandon Aiyuk situation has been very interesting because last year he had a career season, obviously. And I've heard a lot of fans, we've talked to a lot of fans who think that it's been Brock Purdy who elevated Brandon Aiyuk. That could be fair as Brock ball in the fourth quarter. Think about pass attempts, yards per pass attempt. And he's number 2 in the league. And you think about the 31 touchdown passes and the 11 picks and the rating and everything like that. What are the expectations for Brock Purdy for Niner fans right now? 888-957-9570. And I'm just going to work off the premise that they don't have Brandon Aiyuk. I'm going to just say Brandon Aiyuk's not on this football team, Niner fans. 888-957-9570. What are the realistic expectations for Brock Purdy in his third season? Can he top what he did last year, where he was 5th in the league in passing yards, 3rd in the league in touchdown passes, all right? 1st in the league in QBR. You look at his completion percentage, nearly 70%. Nearly 70%. Can he get even better?
I mean, he only took 28 sacks last year. And I think he does a great job getting rid of the ball. And I think that evading a free rusher, he does a great job as well. Can he get better at the completion stuff? Without Aiyuk, that's going to be hard because you do have to stretch the field. You can't just throw all the short stuff. You'll see like in the league now, 65% is the old 60, 55% in terms of completion percentage because there's a lot of smoke screens and short stuff that everybody's completing now. He's excellent on all the short stuff. But where he really, was unbelievably accurate is the deep ball and the intermediate stuff. And that's what separated him and Jimmy Garoppolo. And then the ability to make plays when there is no play there with your legs, Think about that play with George Kittle in the Green Bay game where he rolled out right and threw a perfect dime on the move. I mean, that's the perfect, symbolism of what Brock Purdy has done this year or last year. They were one of the top-ranked offenses in almost every single category.
Every category.
But I think maintaining that would be, if they did it without Brandon Aiyuk, it would have a lot to do with Shanahan and Purdy.
We all say one of his number one traits is the processing pre-snap at the line of scrimmage, knowing where to go with the football. Him and Shanahan are in lockstep in the way they think the game, in the passing game or whatnot. And now as you get more experience in the league, the game slows down for you. It's a fact. Everybody says it, right? Well, it slows down for you with more reps, more experience, more playing time. The game slows down for you. You start to see all the defenses. You start to see all the exotic blitzes, and you get better. And you start the age. At least the great ones do. And I feel like Purdy right now is pretty damn good. And so when I look at his third year, look, this is the first time in a long time we haven't had a quarterback controversy. There's been no question who the quarterback here is or who the quarterback is in San Francisco. And really, that was put to bed in week 1 against Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
It was like, he's our guy.
Well, it was the health.
He's our guy.
Yeah.
And he had MVP numbers. He played like an MVP. What can he do to get better? Because there's, even without Aiyuk, like how does he elevate? And that's the exciting part. If they do trade Brandon Aiyuk, I don't think the season's lost. I think the Niners are still a damn good football team. And I would actually be excited to see, wow, can Brock Purdy elevate the likes of Juwan Jennings? Can he elevate the likes of Chris Conley? Can he elevate the likes of Ricky Pearsall if he gets on the football field? How does he make Debo better? How does he make George Kittle better? George Kittle had one of his best seasons last year, and nobody even talked about it. He went over 1,000 yards with no problem. Then we also forget when Brock Purdy first came into the lineup against the Miami Dolphins, Tebow got hurt in that Tampa Bay game. I think people forget that. He got hurt in the Tampa Bay game. And that offense, they had a short week in Seattle. That was a slugfest in the NFC West. But I think they threw up 37 on the Commanders. They beat the Raiders in overtime. And Brock and Kittle and Aiyuk were making sweet music together. So even without Debo that year, now the equalizer obviously was Trent Williams being at left tackle. You need Big Trent at left tackle. But I want to ask Niner fans, 888-957-9570. What are your expectations for Brock Purdy this third season? Because we've been so into the weeds on Brandon Aiyuk. Let's talk about the guys who are on the football field. And Brock Purdy's on the field, Shasky. Dave in Fremont, what's happening? You're on the roast. Dave, what's happening?
Good morning, fellas. How y'all doing today?
Oh, man, you were close. We're good.
Yeah, I feel it too. I just wanted to make one quick point. I'm all in on the Brock Purdy. All the stuff that you guys were saying earlier. One thing that I forgot, or one thing that I wanted to mention is for one of the things that we talk about him not being able to throw the ball downfield. He actually had a 99.9 passer rating on targets of 20-plus yards more down the field. He was number one in the league. So I'm just looking at him. It's can only go up from here. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, like you guys said, this is the first year in a while that we're not going in with the QB controversy. So.
Dave, real quick, do you think he could replicate the success he had last season without a Brandon Aiyuk?
Oh, man. Well, the 49ers sure seem to think so, because if they didn't, then they would already be bringing Brandon Aiyuk in. It'll be tough. But, you know, he's got the smarts. He's got the know-how. I don't see him having any problems spreading the ball around. Will the offense take a step back? Probably. But that's why we have Shanahan, right? That's his whole thing is, you know, the offensive schemes and everything like that. So I guess we have to just trust that. And as much I want Brandon, I wish Brandon was staying. Like I love Brandon Aiyuk. But, you know, I expect Purdy to have a great season. I expect the 49ers to be in the Super Bowl at the end. And this year, hopefully, we're hoisting that Lombardi. You guys have a great day.
You too.
I just wonder, because like with Jimmy, there reached a point where everything was beyond the numbers, right? Like, oh, he threw for, you know, whatever and threw this many touchdowns, and none of it really mattered. People didn't obsess about the numbers. And it was like beyond the numbers. That was the conversation. Can he win in the playoffs? And can he lead this team on a game-winning drive in December and in January? And I feel like with Brock, it's not so much about the numbers. Like I know everyone's like the downfield passing, he's number one. And like if they don't have Brandon Aiyuk, that's going to take a hit, right? But I think it's beyond the numbers. Like, can you win your 11, 12 games, win the division, and then what does it look like in the playoffs? You know, like, are we in control, or is it frenetic and we're having a multiple turnover game? Like, to me, it's beyond just the, you know, what's his passer rating? What's his completion rating? Right. Can he throw for 35 touchdowns? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I think he's in a weird spot, in a good spot because he's established himself, but in a weird spot where it's now the only things that really are going to change people's minds are like game-winning drives and Super Bowls. It's a great spot to be in for a young player.
You know, even though he's struggled in the playoffs for the most part, he does get credit for when it was money time in the fourth quarter. He led them on the drive against Green Bay. He led them back from 24-7 against the Detroit Lions in the NFC Championship game. And quite frankly, when they needed to make some plays in the fourth quarter, I know the 3rd and 5, they didn't make it, got batted at the line of scrimmage, but they did score. They didn't move the ball when they needed to, when they fell behind the Kansas City Chiefs in that Super Bowl. We've seen, I think, a big enough sample size to where the first 2 years of Brock Purdy's postseason, it's been a lot better than, say, Peyton Manning's first 2 years in the postseason. And I'm not comparing Brock Purdy to Peyton Manning, but that's the quarterback struggle. That's why I never got so down on Jimmy in 2019. Because when you look at this league and you look at the numbers in the playoffs with a lot of these quarterbacks, you're going to struggle. You're playing the best of the best. The weather gets a little colder. You're playing more hard-hitting defenses. It's rare where a quarterback just comes in and just lights it up. Like even the greatest show on turf, when they advance to the Super Bowl and won that first Super Bowl against the Tennessee Titans. They beat the Bucs 11-6 in the NFC Championship game.
Well, it's one of the great defenses.
Great defense, but that's my point. No matter how good your offense is, you're going to run into a defense that is legit, that's going to take away things that your offense will not be able to do and matriculate the football down the field. So the numbers are going to look wonky at times in the playoffs with all these. Ben Roethlisberger's first Super Bowl, he was awful.
Yeah, but like the Jimmy thing, I guess where I come down, it's not that he looked bad. It's that he literally could not move the ball in the fourth quarter of all the playoff games. If you just go back and you look at his numbers in the fourth quarter and then horrific turnovers in the second half.
Well, Super Bowl put on Shanahan. We don't need to revisit that.
Look, again. I think Jimmy, I put in a different category. Brock's already been better in the fourth quarter than Jimmy ever was in playoff games.
He's been better in the fourth quarter than Peyton Manning his first couple of years.
Yeah, no doubt. And Lamar's been terrible in almost every playoff game but the one he won this year.
There's a lot of quarterbacks who struggle in the playoffs, especially in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, but a lot of those quarterbacks don't have, and I guess this is I don't believe this 100%, but this is the argument against Brock. Yeah, but a lot of those other teams don't have 8 All-Pros or, 7 All-Pros.
Peyton Manning had Marvin Harrison, Adrian James, Dallas Clark, Reggie Wayne, Brandon Stokely, Tariq Glenn at left tackle from Cal Berkeley.
I don't think anyone was saying Stokely, but I hear you.
But he was the first slot wide receiver that we really was like, wow, that's the Y button on the joystick. He's sick in a slot. You know what I'm saying? He had ballers. Let's go to Oreo Cookie in Oakland. Oreo Cookie, what's happening?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Good morning.
What's happening?
What I do expect from Purdy is consistency. He didn't have too many no throws last year, but I think he'll have even less this year. His decision-making is top-notch. He's going to spread the ball around regardless of who the wide receivers are, and now it's up to the wide receivers who are out there to catch it. Now, before I do leave, I do want to give a special shout-out to my son, Aiden, first day of high school, class 28. He's going to Westmont. He's a Warriors.
Oh.
Warriors for life, baby.
Let's go, Westmont. Let's go. By the way, shout out to my niece, Nai. Had her orientation for 7th grade yesterday. She's at a charter school that goes 7 through 12. So she had her orientation yesterday. My guy, Matthew Dew, just had lunch with him at Jash Restaurant. Got into Mills High School. He's going to be in their journalism program. He starts high school today. So all the kids start high school this week, and middle school, and new schools, and TK, and pre-K. Little Benny, but only missed Monday because he had to take his kid to school.
You okay, bud?
He was crying.
Yeah, he was, but he's powering
you
through
or
it.
him?
No, not me. Jade was very delayed. We got breakfast right after, and then she started bawling a little bit. But it's all right.
It's okay if you cried too, dude.
No, I just didn't. I just was really hungry too, so it's all right.
So that's why you were crying.
Oh, I don't really get to eat at this hour of the day, like a nice breakfast. Like that's the one thing we do miss throughout the week. Like we don't get like a nice, well, you guys get out of 10, but I don't.
So question.
How good was that?
Did he know anybody? This was TK or pre-K or what?
TK. So it's like a relatively new thing. It's like a California specific. So it's like that tweener age where you're done with preschool, but you're not quite old enough for kindergarten. So they call it transitional kindergarten. But it gets their foot in the door for elementary school, basically. And they have all like this. You can count to 20.
Did he know anybody in the class?
He knew one girl named June. Yeah, that lives near us, which is nice.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Because, that could be very intimidating.
And he vied with the teacher the first day, which was very important.
That's awesome.
So that's perfect. Yeah.
Was he holding your hand and clinging to you or your wife?
Both. We both held his hand. And he liked that. Yeah.
Little Benny.
Yeah, he's doing a good job, though. I'm very proud of him.
Yeah, I remember when Ches went to her first day at Montessori school. We dropped her off. We go downtown. We listen to you guys. Shasky's freaking out after the Bengals game, saying the season was over. I remember I called in.
I did not say the season was over.
He was freaking out.
Look at you.
He was freaking out.
No, we were both crushing him that day. We were both crushing him.
What are they doing right these days? One thing. It was Duke McClure was unbelievable. Then your boy had to, the king had to come back on Tuesday and set everything in order and calm the waters. But then we get back to the house.
Until the second quarter of the Green Bay playoff game where Kirk Cousins was back on the table.
Well, a playoff game is a little different than week 7 of the regular season. Then Anna didn't cry until like an hour before you know she's going to be in college. It's like, dude, wait a minute. Like, whoa.
She hit you with that?
Wait, calm down. Whoa.
We're talking college? I was like, no, college? This is free school right now. I'm not paying for college yet.
Let's get through her first date when she's like 14 years old. Then let's start freaking out here. Gosh.
Bonte answers the door to that first date. What up, OG?
Oh, dude. Oh.
What's up, Chief?
Hey.
What's up, Chief?
Close the door in the kid's face.
Hey, she's gonna have problems. Boys coming over. Boy come over our house. He gonna be checked quick. Shook down, checking pockets.
Gotta kiss the ring of the king.
Bonte's gonna. I want you to bring your 401k receipts. I would like you to bring your W-2s.
Dude, I'm checking
Ancestry.com.
I'm checking for condoms. I'm checking for condoms. I'm checking for everything. Everything,
Bonte's
homie.
gonna hit up all his police friends for a profile.
Ain't nothing going down in this house, homie.
Please put your fingerprints here.
Let me introduce you to Chris Mullen. Ever heard of him? Yeah, here he is.
He's a shooter.
He's a shooter.
He's a knockdown shooter.
He's a knockdown shooter.
He's a shooter. Will Marin.
Hey, Will.
Our boy Will. What's happening?
What's up, fellas? Thanks for taking my call. Yeah, I think that one of the things that obviously doesn't get talked about enough for Purdy is I just think his work ethic and IQ is what's really going to make him successful. Like, one of the most impressive things this year was that where people were worried about his injury and him putting on size. And, like, recently after the Super Bowl, there was a side-by-side. He just, looked massive. His arm was just much bigger. His neck was thicker. He looks like he's just poised to be. There's a thing where it says, guys just, pass the eye test. He reminds me a lot of, a Jared Jones from, the Pirates. Everyone was talking about schemes, and everyone's all excited about all these, trophy names and stuff like that. And then here comes Jared Jones, and he's like, who's this guy? And that's kind of who Brock Purdy's been. In my opinion, Brock Purdy's never sucked. He's never, looked too uncomfortable to have that much pressure around him. Yes, it's nice to have a bunch of all-pros and stuff around you, but you still have to get the job done. I mean, Jimmy G still looked like there was points and times where he was just uncomfortable and not ready, and Brock Purdy hasn't said that, especially, too, when your peers are talking about you and hyping you up and just saying how good and efficient you are and how impressed they are with coaches, players. I mean, what else do you want to know? I mean, I just don't understand the East Coast narrative. There's been people on the East Coast that have said, I don't really think he's going to be good because I don't see a guy named Brock Purdy being good. Some of the narratives on him are so outlandish and uneducated. It's insane.
Hey, Will, real quick. The East Coast guys, we know they're dumber than rocks. We've proven that with Philadelphia and Boston. They don't know anything. They're all meatheads out there. So don't even trip off the East Coast. We got them. They're all meatheads out there. They don't even stay up past 9 o'clock.
Oh, 100%. My uncle calls the East Coast the uneducated infants of sports.
They are.
When it comes to the West, which is very true. But no, 100%. But I just want to say that I just think Brock Purdy is going to lead him to a very successful season. I definitely don't see him backpedaling or getting any worse. So, yeah, I think Brock Purdy's the man. And so long as we have him and people that are comparable and can buy into, Shanahan's system and just play football, I think that Brock Purdy will be good. And so do I. I also think the 49ers will be good. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, good call. Well, they the East Coast. They all have this reputation they're tough, they're passionate. They're just dumb and insane. And they're dumb. Especially you, Philadelphia. Okay, I forgot about you. New York City, Boston. No, I'm not relaxing because they disrespect the damn West Coast every chance they get. They call us soft. They call us finesse. We run the damn football. We're 30th in the league in pass attempts. We beat your ass in the run game in the trenches all day long. So screw the East Coast, Shasky. Don't be caping up for those guys out there. All those meatheads out there. Oh, the West Coast, they're little fancy football and pass. Man, screw them. They're the one running spread offenses, not us. We're lining up in I formation, 21 formation with a fullback and running it down your damn throats. So don't cape up for them.
The Northeast has dominated football since 2000. New England's got
the New England's one team.
And
the rest of the AFC East sucked.
New England and the New York Giants have, I believe, a combined 8 championships. You throw in Philly, that's 9. 9 of the 24 off the top of my head.
Only you will keep up for the East Coast.
So,
only you keep up.
I'm not even keeping up. It's called data.
Oh, man. Tom Brady and the New England Patriots, they had one run, one 20-year run in their lifetime.
One measly 20-year run.
Yeah, it was a 20-year run. One 20-year run. They've sucked everybody. But Patriots before Tom Brady.
One 8-year run.
It's true. It's true. They've had one decade. And ever since then, the franchise has been nothing. Boy, we don't brag about 1995 Warriors basketball.
The Northeast they've been pretty excellent in football lately.
They had Tom Brady, a West Coast kid.
Eli?
Bay Area guy.
And
the Giants had 2 years. Eli also led the league in interceptions how many times?
Well, I'm just saying.
Are we going to claim the Chiefs as Midwest? Is that a West? Are we claiming them as the West?
Yeah, they're Midwest.
They're Midwest.
They're claiming AFC West.
Yeah. They do play the AFC West.
Look, I'm just going to say, I have certain beefs on the East Coast. Never loved Diddy, for example, but I love DMX, right?
I'm not talking rap. I'm talking sports.
Well, I'm just talking in general.
I'm talking sports. I'm talking sports.
I'm rooting for Jalen Brunson.
I listen to more New York rap than.
Yeah, we know you love Jay-Z.
Yeah, Jay-Z, the GOAT. But forget Philadelphia. I'm not catering to. Forget the East Coast. Forget the East Coast. I don't give a damn about them. They certainly don't respect us. So why the hell am I respect them? I hate Philadelphia. I can't stand them.
Aren't you going there soon?
I am. I don't give a damn. I'll be wearing a Niner jersey out there. I ain't scared of Philly. The hell? What? I may even put a 49er hat on the Rocky statue when I'm out there. Try me.
That's
what.
Don't do
That's
it.
what. That's what.
I don't like when not you, just anyone. Like there are certain civic monuments that just leave them alone. That's all I'm saying. Just leave them alone. Don't mess with people's things that they hold dear.
Oh, let me not mess with their fictional character.
Rocky's pretty cool. Come on,
Rocky is cool, but he's fictional. He would have died boxing like that.
The irony is that I don't care much for Eagle fans in general, but I do respect the city. I love the city. I actually really enjoyed my time in the city. I respect a lot of the people from there. I don't have that big of a. I don't care for Eagle fans. Like whatever. I know their front office can't stand the Niners,
and I can't stand them. And I can't stand them. And I can't stand the New York Giants. And I can't stand the Dallas Cowboys. And the Washington Commanders, who cares about them? They're an afterthought. But I don't like them either because they battled us in the 80s. I don't like them either. I'll find a reason.
Washington has been fair about that.
I will find a reason to hate the Washington Commanders. I don't respect the East Coast. They've been disrespecting the West for so many damn years when it comes to sports.
You love the Yankees.
No, I don't love the Yankees.
He likes the Orioles.
I respect the Yankees.
Oh, yeah, he likes the Orioles.
I respect the Yankees.
Is Baltimore now the East?
They are East Coast. By the way,
give him that last 2 months that Gunnar Henderson got with the Orioles last year. Aldi Rushman, who we're going to see in the home run derby.
No.
Yes.
I'm going to smile a little bit. Lucas Alexander was in the studio.
Don't forget, the Ravens have also won 2 championships since 2000.
Lucas Alexander was sitting there in the studio, and he was talking, and I was saying, man, the Bears going to be a problem. He goes, B, everybody's a problem. I said, no. I only reserve the word problem for certain teams. He goes, so let me guess. We start talking about Minnesota. I say, Matt Nahiga goes, well, Bonte did call Minnesota, OKC, and Orlando being good 3 years ago, and you guys all laughed at him. And then when I saw the Baltimore Orioles, you were laughing at me then. And now you're the biggest you're such a big Baltimore Oriole fan, Chesky. You thought we had a chance to go get Jackson Holiday.
Well, they traded the other guy.
Yeah, they're not trading
or whatever.
Yeah, they weren't going to trade Jackson Holiday. And what has he done since he's getting called
up? He's been on fire.
Yeah.
He also has these new Adidas that like zip up on the side. He's like the head of Adidas right now for
East
baseball.
Coast. That's even more reason to hate the East Coast. They're winning all the damn championships. Because they got those. The Patriots had such a cakewalk in the ball. That's what nobody ever talks about. They had a bye week before week 1
because they handled business.
No, because the AFC East sucked.
Yeah, why do you think that was?
The Bills, the Jets, they were winning like 4 games a year. The Dolphins ain't won a playoff game since 2000 or 2001 when they had Jay Fiedler. Who, by the way, they beat the Colts in the wild card game. ABC Saturday morning. I'll never forget that game. I was pissed off. Nick, let's go to the injury report.
Oh, my God.
Ow!
I swear to God, I think Jay Fiedler was a quarterback, and they played the Colts. The Colts were in their blue jerseys, Joe Robbie Stadium. It was early in the morning. Remember the ABC wildcard games? They had the doubleheader on a Saturday?
On the heels of what is an election year and the Olympics, I don't side with East and West Coast anymore. We're one United States of America rooting for Steph Curry.
Shasky 2024. We are one America.
I'm going to reduce taxes.
Even though everybody outside of California hates California.
It's all right. We love the hate. We're like KD. We embrace it.
We do.
There's a lot of things I hate as well about
I went down to Jerry's World by myself, and I was like, oh, you liberal from California. That was their trash talk. I was like, wait, is that supposed to get to me? I'm not even political. That's all you got? Again, don't even get me started on the state of Texas. We know about R.J. Schott and the boys. Oh, my God. You want to talk about some dummies? Oh, man, that state. Full of dummies. Kyle Shanahan announced the other day that defensive tackle Kalia Davis will undergo surgery and will miss significant time this season. Shanahan did not disclose specifics on the injury. Boy, if I ever try to get a job outside this market, I'm screwed.
Sacramento.
Sacramento. You do got Kyle Draper, Kenny Caraway, Damian Barling. Shout out Kyle Matson. The only good news is that Davis is not expected to miss the whole season. The expectation is he'll be back at least halfway through the year. Had a really good game Saturday against teams, one of our highlights. And now he's hurt. Sense a theme here with the 49ers. Injury report brought to you by Fox & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. So what's coming up in the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Our boy, Benjamin Albright, who wins gold medals. We all know that. KOA Colorado. He's going to join us at 9:20, our main man, to talk about the NFL. Nick and Berkeley on hold. We got more people on hold. 888-957-9570. Brock Purdy. What should the realistic expectations be for Brock Purdy going into his third year? I feel really good about our quarterback, Shasky. I really do. That's coming up on the Morning Roast.
Have you been wanting to find the secret to losing weight and getting healthy the natural way with no drugs or injections?
Hey, baby, my girl Rihanna. I just heard it in the hallway and it made me feel good. And I see the hat. Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Screw the East Coast. West Coast, West Side, I'm on all day. West Side till I ride, baby. Let's go. We got Brock Purdy. We got the Niners. We've been holding down the NFL. We've been holding down the West Coast. We got the Golden State Warriors. Giants, whatever. We got the Dodgers, though. Dodgers represent. I'm actually excited about the Giants.
Do you see the hat?
I do see the hat.
Have you seen it?
This is my first time seeing it. So what is that? Explain the hat.
Oh, baby.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, here,
that's
put
pretty
it
cool.
on.
Pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I don't know if it fits my big head. Let me see here. Well, I got a, you got a small head. You got like a peanut head.
Well, no, I just put it on. Nahegan bought it for you.
Let's see.
Does it fit?
Oh, it's a little tight.
Oh, whoa. It's like digital in the front.
It's like digital. Yeah, it's like, oh, baby. Now, I wouldn't be caught dead walking down the street with this hat.
It actually looks incredible.
You like that?
You like that?
I do like that.
Is that Kirk Cousins?
You like that?
I do like that. I do like that. Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Good morning to all the graveyard shift workers. Good morning to all the truck drivers. Ron and Hayward, I haven't heard from you in a while. Ron and Hayward, where you at? Where you at, Ron? I'm calling people out. I'm just going to start calling people out. That's what I do. Call people out. RJ and Sean, you want to do a crossover this year? No, they tapped out. They don't want to do anything. You know, one of them told Guru at the Radio Row. He goes, oh, you work at 95.7 a game? Mm-hmm. He goes, that Bonte gets under my skin. He really gets on my, he really works my nerves. I was like, damn. Wow, you want to talk about being rattled? We got those two, it's like when,
dude, that hat is so ridiculous. It's a hat that has a sign that's digital where it's going across like it's the New York, what is it, Times Square.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Times
Like it's
Square.
a sign in Times Square and it
Right.
says, oh, baby,
Right.
in blue, white, pink, green, red. I mean, it's just a million colors.
It's major Back to the Future 2 vibes
100%.
Are you going to go get the Gray Sports Almanac, Bonte?
Attaboy, Daddy-O.
Dude, I love that almanac. I love Back to the Future.
Every time I watched it, I was like, God, I wish I had
that.
I know
we
we're
would
gonna
not
get
be
into-
here. Hey, look, Jesse Armstead said this one time for University of Miami, 30 for 30.
Yeah.
He said, look, we had Florida State so jacked up in the brain, the game was over before kickoff. And he was right. My Florida State Seminoles struggled against Miami in the early 90s. But that's how I feel about RJ and Sean. That's how I feel about 94 WIP.
Who cares?
I got them so jacked up in the brain, they never want to do a crossover with us ever again. They're rattled. Rattled.
So Guru has, you talk about Guru, he has this thing called Guru's Gripes. We'll get back into Aiyuk. It's not going anywhere. I'm as exhausted as you are, the audience. Like, we want some sort of closure to this. Either he's staying or he's going. Just wake me up when it happens. Guru has gripes, right? That's what it is?
Guru's gripes. He hasn't done them for a long time.
I've got a gripe, and I'm ripping from Guru. It's a grocery store gripe.
Oh, wow.
I contend that the biggest roulette, the roll of the dice at the grocery store, even at the best places to get produce, is a little plastic thing, whatever they call it, a little box of strawberries. All the top ones look great. And then I flip it over and I look at the bottom ones and I'm like, all right, this looks really good. And then you get home and you start washing them and I'm going to cut them all to get ready because I love strawberries, especially now when they're in season. And like all the middle ones are all moldy. And it's just like,
whoa,
gosh, it's a total
but you know
roll
what?
of the dice.
I'll say this, though. You sound like a rookie when it comes to shopping for produce. There's levels to this.
Oh, here we go.
Sounds like shopping on the East Coast.
It does sound like shopping on the East Coast. Everything's moldy and old and expired. No wonder they're dumb as rocks. They're eating old food. Spoiled milk. Dummies. Listen, got to go to the farmer's market. So get your produce. Serving the local communities at the farmer's market. And there's plenty of farmer's market out there. You got the Alameda Farmer Market. You got the one on Clement Street. Okay. And I got a story for you real quick about Clement Street. I'm a blast Philly Zoo. Speaking of blasting Philadelphia people, I got something for Philly Zoo. Burlingame Farmer's Market, you get the freshest strawberries. You get the freshest cherries. Okay. You get the freshest peaches. You get the freshest nectarines.
Right.
You get the freshest apples. Right. You got to go to the farmer's market to do your produce.
What about someone who actually has a life on the weekends and that's like not feasible?
Wait, so you're saying I don't have a life?
No, what I'm saying is like
it is feasible.
I go to the grocery store. Okay, I have my little routine. I buy certain produce and meat from one place.
So you're knocking. So people who go to the farmer's market have no life? Is that what you're saying?
Well, no, I'm saying to go. It's usually on a Saturday or
Sunday.
Yeah, well, mine are busy.
Well, you could just spend an hour doing that.
I mean, look,
wait. They got a farmer's market in front of St. Ignatius High School.
Yeah, well, I don't go to that. I'm coaching, or I'm up the river, or I'm doing something. Like
you can sacrifice
or
something.
I go watch soccer.
They got farmers market up and down the coast in California.
For other people who actually go to the grocery store, what I'm saying, I'm not saying that the farmers market doesn't have better strawberries. What I'm saying is that when I go to the grocery store, of all the things I purchase, the thing with the biggest risk, and even though I've examined the box, I'm not going to be the person that opens the clamshell and goes through, because I think that's not fair. You should not be touching the stuff like that, and then putting it back. I don't like that.
Shasky, Jocelyn in the Bay 415 says they got a farmer's market at Pacific on a Wednesday.
Okay. Wednesday is okay.
Oh, so you're just busy every day. I'm sorry. You're both.
He's busy on Wednesdays.
I mean,
I usually have
farmers markets are usually in the morning, and we're kind of here in the morning.
No, they got them at night too.
That at a grocery store, okay? Forget farmer's market for a second.
I'm just saying the best produce is at the farmer's market.
Roll of the dice is the strawberries.
I'm just saying it's a roll of the dice. But you don't have to roll the dice when you go to a farmer's market to get your strawberries. It's a guarantee. Not a Charles Barkley guarantee, but a guarantee. Speaking of farmer's market.
Last time you went to a farmer's market?
A couple weeks ago in Burlingame. We go to a farmer's market once a month. I love the farmer's market.
See, I have to get my groceries. I do the once a week. I buy just enough for what we need. I buy a little bit of meat. I buy the very specific forager, oat milk that I like, that I use for both my coffee and my cereal. And then I get a couple of things of produce. Maybe I'll get a little thing of romaine, and I'll get a little thing of strawberries and blueberries.
Well, it's so I have Lenardi's right up the street from my house, so I go to Lenardi's.
Lenardi's is great.
Lenardi's is great.
I love Lenardi's.
But we get our meats and stuff from there, but we don't get the produce. Sometimes we go to Molly Stone's as well. We could go either or. They're both 2 minutes away. But when it comes to getting cups at restaurants, when you get the cup and you get a lid, I always pick the lid from the middle. I never pick the lid from the top. I'm not doing that because people like to touch the lid.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But speaking of farmers market, and speaking of Philadelphia, another reason I hate Philadelphia. Philly Zoo calls me last week. I'm thinking it's urgent. Says, we got a dilemma on our hands.
Okay.
I said, a dilemma?
Uh-huh.
So he was at the farmers market on Clement Street.
Okay.
Shout out to the mayor. Everybody knows who the mayor is on Clement Street. Everybody knows who the mayor is. He's got the freshest of freshest watermelons.
Oh.
The freshest.
I love watermelon.
Oh.
Love watermelon.
He calls it the book of sugar. I ain't talking about that candy. That nose candy, that is. But he's got the book of sugar. So he's got fresh watermelons. And he loves us. He loves me, but, I'm just saying us just to make you feel good. Batch's Bakehouse, by the way. Shout out to Batch's Bakehouse.
You're all over the place.
Get to laugh. No, you didn't like that roast. You didn't like that roast. You're ready to slap the hell out of me. Batch's Bakehouse. Shout out to Batch's Bakehouse as well, because they're over there, and I stop by there if I go to the farmer's market. And I just ordered a box of cookies for a job over there from Batch's Bakehouse. So, farmer's market, the mayor has the freshest watermelons, and he gave Philly Zoo a watermelon for me. He said, hey, I haven't seen Bonte in a while. Oh. Make sure you get this watermelon to him.
Okay.
So Philly Zoo calls me, and he goes, we got a dilemma on our hands. Well, the mayor gave me a watermelon for you. I was like, cool. And he goes, well, since I have the watermelon, I'll just take half, and I'll save the other half for you.
Wait. So he went home. He cut was it a large size watermelon?
Big watermelon. The mayor gives me the biggest of the big.
Okay.
He always hooks up my in-laws.
Yeah.
Oleg
so
and Alona.
He snapped the watermelon in half.
I don't even know if he snapped it yet. He was on the way to the house saying, I'm thinking I just cut half because I love watermelon, and you can have the other half. And I'm thinking to myself, he gave the watermelon to me, not you.
Well,
I knew if the shoe was on the other foot, he would say, I'm going to get my watermelon. I need the whole watermelon.
Is there a finder's fee when it comes to sourcing the watermelon?
I guess so. And I said, you know what, Philly? Just keep the whole damn watermelon. Just keep it. It's okay. Just keep it. I mean, you want to talk about...
Why didn't he just get a watermelon? If he loves him so much.
It's a great question. It's a great question.
There ain't nothing you can do about it.
There's nothing more fun, though. I will give you this. When it comes to watermelon, when you bring it home and you cut it up and you take the time to actually slice the whole thing up and you put it in containers. And then after you finish dinner, and you're like, I'm going straight to the fruit for dessert.
Yeah.
That's what I do.
Yeah, I mean, so That's my story. I mean, how selfish is that?
Well, I mean,
have
that
my
sounds
watermelon
like you and him have a beef.
Yeah, well, we always have
or
beefs.
a watermelon.
You've
got something going on here.
Philly Zoo and I always have a beef.
He
we
showed his ass.
We all have it. And now it's football season, so I'm probably not going to talk to him for the next 5 months because I hate Philadelphia. And I can't. And we went to the fight together, Crawford. He had his Eagles hat on. And I just told him, I was like, man, that hat is so damn ugly. You're really walking around L.A. with that Eagles hat? Ugh. Yuck.
If you're doing like fear rankings, or maybe fear is the wrong word for you because Bonte doesn't fear anything.
I don't fear nothing. Like last year, remember Spinoni? Oh, we got to fear the LA Rams in the playoffs. Everybody, the Rams are dangerous.
You didn't fear Patrick Mahomes either, but unfortunately.
No, I did fear Patrick Mahomes. He's the only guy. He's the only guy I fear.
What do you fear more? The risk of grabbing an avocado and cutting that up, or the risk of the strawberry mold in the middle, even though you've examined and you've gone down to the bottom row to get all the different containers?
You can feel the avocado before you get it.
That's
so
true.
If you need an unripened one, you get the unripened one knowing you're going to make guacamole like later in that week or something like that. Or if you want one right there, you can just get a little softer and stuff like that. Strawberries and berries in general are very hit or miss.
They are.
Do you like farmers markets, Spinelli?
Well, once you become married, and you'll find this out, Bonte, it just becomes like a rite of passage, like when you have a family, and I'm sure Michelle's going to take Joe to one of these shortly. You just have to go. Like we go to Lake Merritt one in Oakland at least once a month, it feels like. And I don't want to do that on a Saturday morning, but you do it. So there you go.
But like you're talking about like an outing for the family, which I totally understand. Believe me, we have plenty of outings. I'm talking about the routine of shopping every week. I got it in, out. Give me the list. Let's go. I'm going to go get it. I'm going to get in. I'm going to get out. That's the way I'm looking at it.
Well, I try to do that, and then Jade gets mad at me because she wanted more stuff that she didn't even put on the list because I can't read her mind. So you know how that works.
I let Anna handle shopping, and you know what she does? Amazon Prime.
Oh, we do that as well. We buy certain things from certain places.
Amazon Prime.
I go to Target, I go to Molly Stone's, and then we do the Amazon Prime.
There's certain, stores have their specialties.
No doubt.
Produce sometimes is not their specialty. Go to the farmer's market for that. Meat sometimes it's Lunardi's.
So there's a spot up in Windsor that I highly recommend, 4-unit chain. We're going to get back into sports. I'm sorry.
No,
Oliver's Market changed my life up in Windsor. It's one of the great stores I've ever been to. They've got just incredible selection across the board.
Give me all the meat. Give me all the meat. Pause. You want to get back to nice sports?
I mean, is Aiyuk think is it going to happen? Because I'm at the point. Honestly, I'm at the point where Spadoni's at. Wake me up when this thing is finalized.
What happens first? Giants over two games over 500 or Aiyuk signing?
I mean, you got to think that this Aiyuk thing's going to figure itself out. When Jerry Rice is tweeting at Brandon Aiyuk saying there's going to be some sort of a resolution one way or the other, it feels like that's Jerry's way of saying, like, ball's in your court.
Get the damn deal done.
Do you want to be here or not?
Get the damn deal done. Do we have breaking news? I got this Twitter alert. Oh, never mind. That's right, Hensley. Sending a tweet thanking us for shouting about. Shout out, Ryan Hensley. 510. I love these texts before we get to Nick and Berkeley. These are the texts I love because these people think I make so much money. 510, extended mobile text line. We're working radio. Bonte has his assistant get his shopping done for him. He doesn't want to associate with normies in public. I'm probably out there more in the public than anybody at the station.
Bougie Bonte.
I'm out there in the streets with the people. Lenardi's, everybody knows my name at Lenardi's. We shop. Chesna, she's a superstar up there. Molly Stones, the Starbucks. I'm just everything down El Camino Street. Millbrae Pancakes. Millbrae Pancake House. I'm out and about these streets. Society, where we get our popcorn chicken after gym class or gym camp. I'm out there. I'm in the streets, 510. No assistant.
Burlingame Bonte.
Burlingame, hey, once you go bougie, you never go back. Nick and Berkeley, what's happening?
Hey, first of all, man, let me tell you something, man. Philly, they spiraled right down and out of the whole season after we whooped them with Fat Dom. I'm calling him out. Where is he at right now? What you doing, Fat Dom? You already eating cheesesteaks. Let's get the party started. Peppermint Patty Mahomes and little Candy Reed, we coming for y'all, Chiefs. We gonna whoop y'all twice this year. Once in the regular season and once in the bowl. The Yams ain't got nothing coming. Squeagles ain't got nothing coming. And it ain't the East Coast, it's the least coast because they're the least of our worries. So Shafty, don't even trip off them. And when you get in strawberry, Shafty, you got to smell the strawberries, baby. That'll let you know if you got a bad strawberry in there. But let me tell you something. I'm so fired up right now, bro.
Nick, before you keep going. So I need to lift up the plastic clamshell thingy, whatever it's called, and then get my nose right to it. I would probably get very insecure if I did that at a grocery store in public, and I would feel obligated to buy said strawberries if there was that close to my nose.
Look, you ain't got to touch your nose, Shasky. Just a few inches away. Hold up the little basket. It's not a box. And then, if they're in a box, they probably will get rolled. These usually in a plastic.
You know how to
basket.
use a nose, Shasky.
So those are the ones you want to get, brother.
Thanks,
and let me tell you something, man. The cowgirls and those little fake announcers down in Texas who can't even hold y'all water, man, they're not even worth the time. Don't even put them on there. You might as well call some cats in Tampa Bay or something. Because, man, the Niners, we about to put it down. Now, Lynch, get off the snide, kick dude out the room because you're the general manager. Get with the owner, and then here's how you make a contract. You slide Aiyuk a piece of paper with a number on it, and you say, hey, and then he'll slide it back. If he doesn't like it, he'll be like, well, this is what I can do for you. It's ways to making contracts, man. Come on, Jay, you got to get him out there. Aiyuk is the man, you know what I'm saying? And let me tell you something, man. Man, I'm telling you, we got to go. Man, the whole stadium ain't shaking apart when the little Chiefs come, the little cheating Chiefs. We about to let them have it, man. I can't wait to see what Fred Warner do that day, because we're about to put it down, bro. The J on the Jets is for a joke, because they're a straight joke. You know what I'm saying? The Giants, they're a bunch of bums. They ain't won but 10 games in 2 seasons. Their coach is garbage. And I can't believe the Eagles coach actually went up to the Eagles team and said, and apologized to the team for them playing like crap. Dude, who's running the asylum, bro? You're not. Because it must be Big Dom. He must be coaching the team now. I don't even know what to say about apologizing to the team when they play like dog poo. You know what I'm saying? Look, man, we about to put the smack down the Yams. The Yams ain't got nothing coming. The Seahawks, we about to whoop on them too. Squeagles garbage. Cowgirls,
what about the Bucs?
They're going down and out. We about to put it down, bro. And I'm telling you right now.
What about the Cardinals? Hold on, Nick. What about the Cardinals? What about the Cardinals?
The Smartnals, they might have a little battle, but it's not Brock Purdy, it's Brock Dirty, because he's doing them dirty out there. He's dissecting defenses like a mad scientist from the island of Dr. Moreau. You know what I'm talking about? So, man, let's put it down, baby.
Let's go.
Man, if you knock Brock Purdy, you don't know football. He turned down a scholarship to Alabama. That should tell you right there what type of quarterback he is. So let's not get it twisted. And Jimmy G, we always knew Jimmy G would panic and throw some weird throw, or he can get his legs broke, and he ain't got nothing on Brock because one of Brock's legs is wide as my boy Jimmy G's waist.
Nick and Berkeley,
Nick, we love you.
We need you to save some material for week 1. We need you to save some material for week 1.
Fat Dom.
Yeah, I mean, listen. The funniest thing about Jimmy Garoppolo, I'm not gonna lie to you. I think it was for me when I said, "Look, the Jimmy no throw will happen." The fact that we had the Braves fans say, look, there's going to be 3 to 5 throws a game that makes you go, oh no. But you got to live through it. Just let him get it out of his system.
Poor Jimmy.
The Jimmy no throws.
I'm afraid that it's going to have to be Jimmy Garoppolo that gets it done.
I mean, Troy Aikman, he said, Spinoni, if you could find the beginning of his intro, when they first come in with Joe Buck, I know it's a long assignment. I'm throwing something at you. I know Lubman's caught up in Patrick Bailey's numbers right now, so I'm asking you, Spinoni. Troy Aikman, Joe Buck. Joe Buck says, so what, Troy? What do you look for in these big games? And wait till you hear what Troy Aikman had to say at the top of that broadcast. Oh, man. 888-957-9570. Shasky, don't go smelling the produce. Don't put your nose in there.
Yeah, I don't think that's
no sniffles.
I'm not sure that's going to sit well with people.
Yeah, no. Shout out to our friends at Flowing Water Plumbing Drain. If you're going to call it to the roast, you better bring it, because if you don't, you will be flushed. Brought to you by Flowing Water Plumbing and Drain. Aiyuk, is he going to sign today? Is he not going to sign today? Brock Purdy. Expectations for Brock Purdy. Let's move and spin it forward. Brock Purdy. Expectations. Realistic expectations for Brock Purdy in 2024.
I do find it interesting, as I put expectations just to the side. He did bulk up. He put on a lot of weight. I remember in this market when Colin Kaepernick put on a lot of weight, and everybody's like, you can't play quarterback when you're that robotic. Now, Brock's a more fluid thrower, like by far. I mean, it's not even close.
Not even close.
But there is something to be said for the pliability and You don't want to be too bulky at the position, but because of Brock's stature, he always had thick legs. It's like just the way his body was built. And I remember when you and I went to training camp and Tim Ryan called him Baby Bosa.
Yeah.
And he said, look at him from the waist down. And you and I were looking at him. He does have a thick lower body.
He does.
And now that he's added a lot more bulk to the chest and to the upper body, I think he's going to be fine. I don't see any problems with it. Like, a guy getting in better shape is never a bad thing.
No doubt.
But I do remember when we had this funny rhetoric about Kaepernick is too, bulky and too stiff and too this and too that. It's just funny. It's funny how it's kind of flipped a decade later.
You think Brock Purdy sees a flexologist?
Sure. I mean, if Joe Montana did ballerina stuff or ballet
yoga stuff like that. Yeah. I went to go see my flexologist. Actually, my backup flexologist, Angie, because Allie was out. Angie, I was like, man, and Angie, like, I was getting killed in that. Getting stretched out. I went to go work out, and I was huffing and puffing. My endurance right now is just not there. Endurance is just not there. Getting through the workout, but
you missed a lot of training camp.
I was going to say, this guy's throwing Steve Wilkes under the bus over here, Bosa.
The joint practices, missing those is really
double
hurt.
days. Yeah. No Oklahoma drills for me right now. My endurance is. Shout out to my guy Terrell. But no, Brock Purdy does look fit, man. He looks stronger, and I look for him. If there's anything that we can improve on with Brock Purdy, or if he can improve on, as we talk about his expectations going into the season, it's throwing outside the numbers, which we can get into on the other side, because I know we got a break here. Yeah, Spinelli, look, what are you doing back there? That's what's coming up on the game. 888-957-9570. Line up. Then we got a Steve Kerr question for you as well. That's all coming up, brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body is 15 convenient Bay Area.
58-yard punt by Johnny Hecker and a 9-yard return. And here comes Jimmy Garoppolo. And you can talk about the statistics all you want. And the interceptions or the ill-timed throws, whatever you want. But he is 4-1 in the postseason and 6-0 in his career as a 49er against the Rams.
That's all anybody cares about. He doesn't care about the stats, nor do his teammates. And all week we've heard about how resilient he is. We've seen it throughout his career since he arrived in San Francisco. But his teammates, most importantly, believe in him that when he needs to make the plays, he will make them.
What up, what up? This is Big Pun from South City. You are now listening to the morning motherfucking Rose with my boys Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, man.
3 plays later, I completely disagreed. Kittle,
plays
Rocco
later.
and I were literally talking about the Kittle plays. Like, we lost that game in the first round.
Oh, dude. Rocco goes, got him.
Well, that's what my dad did. My dad grabbed me.
Ask Rocco.
Grabbed me. Kittle's open.
Kittle was running his route towards Rocco and I. And listen to, can you just, I wish you could just isolate the crowd. You hear how loud that place was? They were going crazy. It was a frenzy in SoFi. We just watched.
Exactly.
We just watched the Bengals beat the Chiefs.
Well, we ate
the crowd roars. We had the chicken tenders. The crowd roars. It's loud. You hold the Rams to a 3-and-out. You get the punt. And Jimmy Airmail Stewart's get a wide open.
On the third play.
Third play of the game. Wide open. Had him. He's going to run to us. Wide open.
I'm afraid that it's going to have to be Jimmy Garoppolo that gets it done.
So, Spinoza, I want you, if you can, they may not even have it on YouTube, but it's Troy Aikman and Joe Buck. You know how they set the scene?
The third play of the game.
No, well,
yeah, I couldn't find the pregame, unfortunately.
The pregame, yeah.
No. Give me the third play of the game if we could find that.
Oh, my gosh.
Where he misses Kittle. It's literally the third play of the game.
It always comes back to Jimmy. All right. 888-957-9570.
I'm exhausted by the Aiyuk.
We're all tired of Aiyuk. We're all definitely, we haven't even gotten to Trent Williams. Hell, we will talk about Trent Williams. What the hell is he doing in East Texas right now? Trent Williams. The audacity a few years ago said, I need 10,000 more a season to David Bakhtiari just so I can be the highest paid left tackle in football. It's just so absurd.
No, it's to me that honestly, and everyone's like,
10,000.
That's not business.
That's 10,000 more. I got to have $10,000 more.
Think about all the people that you think are industry leaders, right? Do you really think Bill Gates would be that petty?
I mean, and then that guy had the audacity in the NFC Championship game to start fighting people from the Philadelphia Eagles, being a sore loser, and then you play like dog poop in the Super Bowl, and all of a sudden, you want more money because you see all these guys get new money. You pocket watch it like a kangaroo, and all of a sudden, you want more money. So don't even get me started with Trent. I am so down on Trent right now. I swear to God, he better not give up a single sack this year or have a single holding call. I swear to God.
You need him to have the Orlando Pace Ohio State career. Not one sack given up in his career.
Not one sack. I'm not going to compliment you, but if you give up a sack, ooh, buddy, you better watch what I do to you. No, I'm kidding. Sorry, I'm with Macho Man.
I want to know where the Niners are at. The fans today. You have one of two choices. Line them up.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear about whose fault it is or this and that. Are you in or out on Aiyuk, just in general?
Yeah.
As a Niner, in or out? Are you done with him? Or do you just want to just figure it out, just get him back here? That's all I want to know. I want to hear from everyone in the audience. I just want to rat-a-tat-tat the entire audience. 888-957-9570. I am at the point now where I'm like, wake me up when this thing gets some sort of resolution. I want him back. But at the same time, I'm exhausted. And I know there are a lot of people that feel in the other direction. They're just completely exhausted and they're just totally out on him. Just out on him in general. There's even a write-up article right now on ESPN. Is it right to trade him now? Is the timing right? I couldn't even get through like 5 sentences in. Like I'm like I just want him here. That's me. But I know a lot of my buddies are like, I'm just out on him. Like he's being a diva and I'm over it.
888-957-9570. Are you in or out on Brandon Aiyuk? Now, the whole pocket watching like a kangaroo, I actually stole that from Jay-Z.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, he was on a Beyonce song on their last album collab. And he said, pocket watching like a kangaroo, and I heard it, and I rewinded, and I was like, ooh, I'm going to use that on the show. And I've used it 2 days in a row. Let me chill out on that one now. But, shout out to 216. Said it was absolutely awesome. Shout out to Jay-Z.
Right.
That's why he's a GOAT. In or out on Brandon Aiyuk?
I want to rapid fire this.
888,
here we go.
957-9570.
We're going to set the tone. All right. Bonte, are you out on Aiyuk?
I'm in. You need I don't even think we need music.
No, I like the music. I like the music.
Cut the damn music.
Spadoni, are you in or out on Aiyuk being a Niner?
He doesn't deserve the music right now. The Niners don't deserve the music.
Makes it more fun.
Am I in or out on Brandon Aiyuk remaining with the 49ers?
You're in on him being a Raider, huh?
I am in on that. I would love that, actually.
You're exhausted by Aiyuk.
But I'm exhausted by this whole thing. I really don't care, but if you're going to tell me one way or the other, I'd actually like to see him with Pittsburgh.
Okay.
If Kyle Shanahan doesn't think that highly of him and that he's, Ricky Pearsall's the heir apparent, let's see it.
All right.
Well,
Sam.
Look, 415. I'm out on B.A. Bobel, Farhad, and Trent.
Sam, are you in or out? Like, on the real. I think Steiny wants to see Purdy play without
calls right. We got a lot of calls right here, so let's wait for Sam.
Okay. They lined up.
I am in on Brandon Aiyuk. Get this dude in this offense, and let's start cooking. I'm in.
Well, you know what? To Steiny's point, and it's a point I made a few weeks ago, part of me wants to see this offense without Brandon Aiyuk.
Well, so now you're out?
No, I'm not out.
Are you in or out?
Listen to what I'm saying here.
Come on, Cuba Gooding.
Listen to what I'm saying here.
I'm dope boy. I'm riding around in the car. Are you coming or not?
No, I'm getting out the car. I ain't about that life. Listen. I'm about that. Listen. Part of me does want to see them without Brandon Aiyuk because I want to see how good Brock Purdy and Shanahan are.
I think a lot of people want to see that.
Like, if Brock Purdy put up the numbers he put up last season without Brandon Aiyuk, then there's no question. Give the man $60 million a year. No question. $200 million, here you go. $225, here you go. Part of me wants to see that.
All right. Let's hear what I want to hear. I want to know what Niner fans think.
I'm on the fence. But I'm in on Aiyuk. That's my guy. That's my guy. He's our best X. All right.
But a party wants to see Brock without him. Okay. I'm just trying
I mean, that's just the other side of it.
I don't think you're alone.
All right. So don't you want to see Brock without him to see how good?
No, I want to win a Super Bowl first. Like, for example, in Madden year 1, I won the Super Bowl with Aaron Rodgers. He retired. I was the Jets, right? I had Derrick Henry. I had Chris Jones. I had Max Crosby. I did a fantasy draft. I got all the old timers. Okay.
You know my left house.
I even had Odell.
Wow.
And then I had Aaron Rodgers retire. I tore it down. Year 1, won it all, tore it all down to the studs.
You know, LSU, my left outside linebacker, won the Heisman. He had 21.5 sacks coming off that edge, something vicious. Heisman, I didn't even think he wasn't even the Heisman running. Anyway, video game talk. All right, let's go to Ryan in San Jose. Ryan, what's happening? You in or out on Aiyuk? In or out?
I'm in. I mean, emotions aside, the Niners probably don't even advance to the NFC Championship last year if it wasn't for Aiyuk's contribution.
Thank you.
In the divisional round.
Thank you. Phil, SF, in or out on Aiyuk?
I'm in, but he needs to make a damn decision and make it quick.
Feel me? I'm exhausted.
Or do the Niners need to make a decision? Go ahead.
He needs to make the decision. It's up to him.
I feel like Jerry Rice literally said that in the tweet last night. Like, he's basically saying, like, come on now, are you in or out?
Jerry Rice is tired of it. Go Fuel.
You blame him?
Go Fuel. Mike on 680. In or out on Aiyuk, Mike?
I'm out. Check it out. I know that he was important in that Detroit game, but so is everyone else. There's tons of plays that people make, and if they don't make them, we don't move forward. We don't need it. We got the best running backs. We got the best tight end. We got ballers. I'm out. He needs to go.
Wow.
Wow.
We got people on both sides. I'm telling you, 888-957-9570, rapid fire, in or out on Aiyuk.
Let me look at YouTube. We got a few YouTubes here. By the way, shout out to YouTube, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal Finance. They got the dealer. In-N-Out sounds good, Jay LaFrey. We're not talking burgers here.
God,
we're not talking burgers or fries. No, we're not talking burgers or fries.
My little guy had his first French fry. It was an In-N-Out French fry. And then this weekend, he had his second French fry.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. It's
his favorite meal for the next 5 years.
That's fine. I'm okay with that.
D. Lou,
I'm
22. Irish. I'm out. Shout out to Guru.
So, like, Guru,
I'm out. Let's see. KDTV. They didn't feed BA the Super Bowl. They didn't feed. Let's go Steelers. Get them to Pittsburgh. Well, that's a Pittsburgh Steelers.
Wow, dude.
DG, absolutely in on Aiyuk. Used tires, Aiyuk out. KDTV, let BA go already. Dang. Who else? Rocket New Era. I want you to stay. Shout out Rihanna. Estimated Eyes, what's up? I'm over him. What about KC in San Jose? You in or out on Brandon Aiyuk?
Guys, I called you a couple of months ago. I'm definitely out. Same as I said for Klay Thompson. I'm going to say for Aiyuk. Bye, Felicia.
Damn. Wow, that was harsh.
Wow.
I wonder how many people agree or disagree with
There's
him.
a lot of people. I've seen a lot of fans. I'm telling you, it ain't just egg avatars. There's a lot of fans who turn their back on Brandon Aiyuk. I'll be kissing his ass once he scores 2 touchdowns for him, though. Trust me, in the game. Gene and Oakley, I know how you fans roll, some of y'all. Y'all will be back. Uncle Gene, you
Uncle
in or out on Aiyuk?
In or out? Yeah. Hey, totally in, as I always have been. As I've been saying the last 5 months, this deal will get done. I predicted the middle of August. It's the middle of August. Watch, the next couple of days, he'll be signed on. Go Niners.
Go Niners.
It's going to happen. What is going to happen? 530 Xfinity Bubble text line. I'm in on Aiyuk catching passes from Russ. Come where you're appreciated. That's a Pittsburgh Steelers fan. Damn.
You know what I've realized over the last couple months? There's not a lot of good YouTube and radio Pittsburgh stuff out there because we get a lot of Steeler fans chiming in on our line.
Well, Filipponi's legacy's on the line right here with this.
It is a legacy.
This is a legacy report that he had last week.
Absolutely.
That's why I don't play that game. That's a stressful game.
Yeah, but you know what? Even if he loses, he can win because he could be like, well, the Niners switched their thought process.
Yeah, I mean, he'll flip it. I mean, you know, but in the end, we all know.
Flippapony?
Flippapony.
That's a 5.
Should we get him on the line real quick?
If the report's wrong, you can call him Andrew Filipponi.
Oh,
Give him one off.
Wow. Wow. Wow.
As an Italian, I can make these.
As a Raider fan, you could say that because of long
the immaculate
history.
deception.
Did you hear about his new NIL deal?
No, what is it?
With Oscar Myers. Baloney.
Oh, wow.
That was my nickname growing up because I used to lie a lot.
No, it was not.
Joey Baloney.
No, oh my God, that's such a good nickname.
Wow.
Joey Baloney.
It's good material.
What kind of tall tales were you telling?
That's good material.
I don't know. I was just lying to my parents. I was lying to my parents a lot about grades.
Apparently, Filipponi was on a cruise. Apparently,
they were good when I was a kid, actually.
Dude, apparently Filipponi was on a Krug show last night. Go figure.
Was he?
He's everywhere.
Yeah.
He's everywhere.
Did any of those channels ever shut down? Those guys working, man. I gotta give them credit.
God. They work all day.
All day.
All day they're streaming.
A lot of guests.
They're streaming.
Wu-Tang doesn't have as many appearances as some of these content channels. Like, I'm legitimately, there's some great booking going on.
California Daryl from California is good at Pittsburgh radio.
Yeah, that's actually a good point.
Spinoni, did you pull up the third play of the game with the George Kittle?
Daryl?
Oh, my God. This is the best.
Did you pull that up, Spinoni?
3rd down and 7 over the middle. Kittle overthrown. And this time Garoppolo had a receiver wide open for a first down and maybe even more, and he missed him.
Boy, sure did. Kittle gets a free release off the line. He is wide open. Nick Scott is the only guy who has a chance to try to come back on this and then make a play after the catch. And just one that gets away. So here in the early going, we've already seen a little nerves here.
He was so wide open.
The call really doesn't do it justice. You look at the play, and Kittle had the entire rest of the field to just do whatever he wanted.
Kittle looked, to Sam's point, like Michael Jordan, the jump man, trying to reach for that ball so hard.
Dude,
that was literally 6 if he caught it.
Rocco and I had the perfect vantage point. We're like, oh my God, he's going to run for a touchdown.
That's the worst throw of Jimmy's career. Forget the Super Bowl.
It's not Kyle Juszczyk on the sideline in the Tennessee game?
Given the magnitude of the game, it was that one.
It's not the monsoon game against the Colts?
It's Monday Night Football against the Detroit Lions last year. It's not even close. He almost killed Devontae Adams' career.
Well, remember he threw up 20 yards on the sideline and Devontae's wide open down the field, and Devontae came back to the sideline and just slammed his helmet. Ear pads came out and everything. He just slammed his helmet. Said, this is it. Dude.
The knuckleball that he threw against the Colts in the rain, though, was
pretty bad. I mean,
it was like he was like Candiotti throwing a football.
I mean, also the throw at the goal line where he missed a wide open. Was it Juszczyk? Who was it? Jeff Wilson Jr.
The best was against the Chiefs when he tried to throw back across his body.
Right before halftime. Right before halftime.
That was a game.
Right before halftime.
He would do this thing. The way he just points to the receiver too, he's so confident.
Dude.
You over there.
Jimmy jokes writes itself. No, but the crazy part about that, sir, the third play of that game, when he missed George Kittle, you got to understand, Spadonia Lubman, inside of SoFi Stadium, everybody was standing up. It was even in the suite. It was like a college atmosphere. It was like a bowl game. Everybody was on their feet,
it's incredible.
Roaring. They had the fake crowd noise coming in. I'm battling a migraine thinking I'm not going to survive this game. Where's the talent, all that? I didn't. Thankfully, I survived. I drank a lot of water. But he was wide open. And when he overthrew that ball, I think Rocco said, oh, we got bad Jimmy today. You knew
he did. He probably did.
He said, we got bad Jimmy today.
Bad Jimmy.
He almost threw a pick to Jalen Ramsey on the second to last drive of that game. Oh, my God. Oh, the torture.
In a weird way, that Super Bowl hurts more than any because we were on such a roll.
The Miami one?
Of all the bad Jimmy throws. There's so many.
But no, the Miami Super Bowl, I put that on Kyle. I put it on Kyle. When you talking timeouts and clock management, he mismanaged the end of both halves that game.
I know.
He mismanaged the end of the first half by not calling a timeout in 7 o'clock to go get a field goal or something before halftime because you're going to do the Bill Belichick double up where you get the ball at the end of the first half and then you get the ball at the beginning of the second half and they end up getting a field goal then. And then you got first and 10 at the 49-yard line with a minute 49 left and 3 timeouts. What are you rushing for?
I don't know.
Why are we rushing? Why? There's no need to rush. And you dialed 4 pass plays for Jimmy Garoppolo when you only let him throw the ball 8 times in an NFC Championship game. So to me, that's on Kyle.
I'm afraid that it's going to have to be Jimmy Garoppolo that gets it done.
I do like that Raider fans and Niners fans can be like the Crips and the Bloods coming together to crush Jimmy now.
Yeah, but nice. You know what? You guys wisened up. You benched him midway through the year.
Yeah.
And then Raider fans is laughing at us.
Halfway through the year.
Raider fans is like, dude, y'all stuck with this guy for 5 years? But the worst part is, again, this goes back to Shanahan. Why are you telling Tim Kawakami 5 years later, yeah, I told Brady no because I felt like Jimmy deserved another shot when you did let him throw the ball more than 8 times in this championship game? So again, Shanahan, it always goes back to Shanahan.
Brady.
It always goes back to Shanahan.
Brady. We could have had Brady.
It always goes back to Shanahan. We may have a Shanahan problem. Let's see how this Aiyuk situation plays out.
Jimmy Garoppolo prevented Tom Brady from going to the 49ers and C.J. Stroud from going to the Raiders last year.
That is unbelievable.
But other than that, and Kirk Cousins from coming to the Niners earlier.
Well, I think we may have dodged a bullet there.
Well, you know, it's funny.
He outplayed Kirk Cousins in that divisional round game.
I was listening to the crossover yesterday, and they were talking about Purdy and how he's going to get paid and this, that, and the other. And look, I'm just letting everyone know. I think they're going to pay him. I think it's a foregone conclusion. I think, but it also is the NFL. If you think Aaron Rodgers leaving the Jets isn't on the table, I think you're tripping. And if you don't think that Kirk Cousins is going to be leaving Atlanta, I think you're tripping as well. I'm not sure we're not going to have random reports linking the Niners to other courts, even though I believe they're paying Purdy. I just know how this works. We're going to get crazy reports about veteran X who's been linked to Shanahan. I can already see this coming.
415, Xfinity mobile text line. Shanahan also turned down the Mahomes Pro Day.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
The greatest quarterback ever.
And then John Lynch. Remember when that report came out? Kay Scott was on the show then. Shout out to Kay Scott, who's on the new Madden. She's on the new Madden. John Lynch comes out, I had to call Kyle and say, we may need to rework our whiteboard. This Mahomes kid looks pretty good. John, I love you. I love John Lynch. This is some things you don't need to say. Remember that real time? I was like, I just wish I never knew that.
I know.
I just wish I never knew that.
The downfall is near, and it's coming hard.
Oh, boy. Where's Robinson Bruno out? Is he in there out on Aiyuk? He wants Aiyuk God, right? Remember, he's
a Lions fan.
Yeah, he's rooting for the Lions. He's basically you with the Giants. I really against the Giants.
Did you see what happened at Lions practice?
What happened? Oh, Gibbs
got hurt in hamstring.
I heard somebody rumored said it was an ACL.
Oh, no. I saw maybe that was a fake hamstring.
Report. Yeah, that was hamstring, but it was after the fact.
Okay.
They were saying maybe.
Oh, wow.
But Schefter was saying, I believe it's a hamstring, but that's all we know.
Oh, well,
I hope it's not an ACL because he's one of the fine young players in the league.
And their rookie, Terrion Arnold, got hurt too.
Yeah, from Alabama, right?
Yeah. The other big news is that the guy, I think he was taken 55th or 54th overall for the Browns. I mean, he's in a situation with the law where
I saw that.
Yeah, it's not good. Apparently, everyone had this player off their board because of the character flaws, and yeah. So the Niners aren't the only team in the news.
No.
And they still won't get out of it if Aiyuk situation's handled because they got Trent Williams still holding out.
Oh, my God.
So you think that's going to go right up until the final day?
I think so.
It's got a Chris Jones feel to it for me.
So he's going to be sitting in the stands?
He might miss week members. He would absolutely miss week one.
This is not the fan base to mess around with.
Why do you say that?
Because at least Chris Jones had Super Bowls. And Kansas City understood it. It's like, look, they're Kansas City, Midwest. They figured Chris Jones. This is the wrong fan base to mess with right now.
You think they'll turn on him?
Oh, we're in full tilt mode. We're on edge right now. Dude, this fan base overall is so damn rattled.
Really?
From content creators to beat writers to radio hosts to fans. We are like rattled. We're ready to fight somebody. We're disgruntled. Actually, we need to beef up security at Levi Stadium this year.
So
I'm just
Trent
saying.
Williams,
listen. Hold on. Let me get this out. Hold on. Let me get this out. I'm going to be serious here. Levi Stadium, spending some extra money on security this year. Because Niner fans are on edge. And we don't need liquor fights and all that brawls. We have a bad reputation right now with our fans in terms of fighting in stadiums. I want to debunk that. I want that narrative to go away. So beef up security this year, please. But if Trent Williams comes in week one, Shasky, and he's sitting in his suite not playing.
With two mob members, like Chris Jones was.
Well, he looks like a mob member himself.
While their team lost.
Yeah, while their team lost.
Game one.
Right. And he's sitting there smiling. And he's in that suite with his gold chains on and big silver pieces and platinum chains on. And he's got the diamond earrings. And he's sitting there in the suite, not playing against the New York Jets, still holding out. Oh, it's going to be a problem for Big Trent. This fan base, this is not the fan base to mess with right now. Not off of that Super Bowl loss and off of his performance in the Super Bowl when he's already getting paid $23. You're playing with fire there, Big Trent. I'm telling you, this ain't the fan base to mess with, man.
So I think the Bay Area sports fan is getting unfairly labeled as being not as hardcore as some of the others. Yeah, I disagree. Seeing how the Warriors have been covered by the fans. I mean, name another NBA team where the fervor for winning now is higher.
Steve Kerr's won 4 championship rings and people want him fired. Bob Myers helped architect 4 different championship teams, and they wanted him fired.
The nation wanted Steve Kerr
fired. And look, it was the best decision not to play Tatum.
Well,
he made a great decision to play Embiid against Serbia, and then he moved off of Embiid in the gold medal game. And with the AD and Bam.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Like Barkley was talking about this, and you know what? He made a point that I hadn't considered because I'm like, well, not everyone can play. He's like, look, he took the whole summer off to be a part of the team. You know, you could play him a couple minutes. No one's saying that you can't play him in, a crucial closeout game or whatever down the stretch. But
and he played in the crucial. He played in the gold medal.
I know,
game.
but his point about like sitting multiple games, I do now understand. Like if you're the athlete, like you are just won the championship, you're dedicating your summer to go play. I now kind of see the other side of it. I'm not saying that Steve Kerr's the devil because of it. Like I think it happens in a game. It's easier said than done. Rotations, etc. But I kind of see Tatum's point. But to your point, I just think the Bay Area sports fan doesn't get enough love for being as hardcore as they need to be. Because like there are Giants fans that they'll stab you in the eye for far home, which is crazy to me.
Trust me, I know that.
I mean, Austin Slater had stands. Name me another platooner in the history of sports that had a fan base this wound up.
I didn't know Austin Slater stands existed until Alan Stiles came stumbling into the studio, rattled. I just tweeted about Austin Slater, and hey, these fans are coming at me. I can't believe it. Austin Slater stands. And I was like, wait. Austin Slater has stands? And then he showed me the tweet. I said, damn, Austin Slater has stands. So you're right about that. I compared Will Smith, didn't even compare to Posey. He said, he reminds me of Posey. Didn't say he was better. Didn't say anything like that. And Giants fans, this was just great, Shasky. So I wrote this article back in 2017 or 18 for the San Francisco Examiner.
Okay.
And it was basically why Buster Posey isn't a Hall of Famer. Now, he still had a couple more years left, and I think now he's a Hall of Famer. But at the time, I was like, I don't think he's a Hall of Famer. And then I click on the link with their article, and I look at the comments. And then I get sent over to Reddit. And Reddit, Reddit's a whole other world. When I say people don't get involved in, Reddit had the story up. And they were like, And there were people in the comments like legit mad. This Bonte Hill guy, why do we have a Dodger fan writing for the San Francisco Examiner? Like, irate, ready to mob me. If we see this guy on the street, he better keep his hand on the swivel, yada, yada, yada. So, yes, we do have hardcore fans out here. They're mad that the Warriors couldn't pull off a trade this summer. It's not their fault. They tried. They tried. They tried to make trades. It takes two to tango. Well, we just had a championship 2 years ago. We got 4 championships with Golden State Warriors, Shasky. I never thought they'd get to the playoffs in my lifetime, let alone win an NBA Finals. So you're right. The hardcore fan here, Steve Kerr, Steph stands, Austin Slater stands, Farhan stands, Shanahan stands. The Niners have had so much success over the last 5 years, and that Super Bowl, I get it. The Super Bowl has eluded us. But boy, we're on edge right now. There's no, come on, keep it real. We can't even get excited for the football season right now because we're on edge about this Aiyuk situation and Trent Williams.
Well, the depression of the Super Bowl loss, for me, carried on a lot longer than any of the other years. And years. I mean, I can't believe I'm going years here. But, and then just all of the contract stuff this offseason, I'm exhausted. And to your point about not being fired up for the regular season, I thought I was. And now this whole Aiyuk thing is dragged out the way it is. And maybe I'll come back around come week 1. Yeah. But if they were playing like
on Sunday,
I'd be like very melancholy in comparison to what I am in normal week 1s.
Right. Normal week 1 is like a party. It's like get the spread out, get your fantasy lineup set, get your bets set. It's week 1 NFL season. Let's set the tone.
The same. And in fact, he might be the same. And in fact, he might not ever even come close to what he was prior to that. Your middle linebacker, though he's back in practice, he's nursing a foot injury. You've got no other
minor. He was back on the field, though. Matt Burrows said he was back on the field yesterday.
You got no other defensive lineman who scares anyone other than Nick Bosa, right? Like, there are some issues. Now, are they still loaded? Absolutely. But this isn't about just being good. This is about, like, yeah, there's like one more season of this team all playing together to try to win a championship.
Yeah, I keep looking at these Twitter updates, Shasky. I'm sorry. Because every time I get a Twitter update, I'm thinking, all right, that's the news. All right, Ike Center. All right, we got to get a resolution. And it's something about the Cleveland Browns, and then it's a Jeff Passan tweet, and then...
I was at a joint practice last week watching the Jets. It was awesome. It was in a downpour, but there was a lot of good work done. This week and next week, there's joint practices all over the league. But I haven't heard of one yet in my time where it had to be canceled because of so many guys aren't available. That one I haven't heard yet.
I haven't heard yet. Can the Niners be as dynamic as last season without Big Trent?
Yeah. I mean, you saw when Trent was out of the lineup last year, it was more than just not Trent, but they weren't a dynamic offense without Trent in there. I always say, and I'm half joking, but I'm also kind of serious too. I don't care wherever the run with Christian McCaffrey is going to go and where it's designed to go, it usually ends up behind Trent. Like just the windbacks, the cutbacks, it winds up behind him. He's just that. And look, I'm his biggest fan. You can't replace him. He's just irreplaceable. Your offense is just not going to be the same. Nobody gets to the second level. Nobody moves bodies as well as Trent does. There's some young guys, Penei Sewell. There's some young guys in this league. They're good players, but they're not Trent.
They're not Trent. What about Brandon Aiyuk? Is he irreplaceable? One more time. Is Brandon Aiyuk irreplaceable? We can do another rapid fire for the 9 o'clock audience. You in or out on Brandon Aiyuk. 888-957-9570. It was split down the middle, Shasky. Are you surprised by that?
No, I'm not surprised by that. I told you, Niner fans are out of their minds right now. But I think that, like, once he goes, if you only get draft picks.
Oh, my gosh.
If you only get draft picks, you think it's bad now?
Oh, my gosh.
Right?
No, you're not lying.
I mean, it's going to be like,
I'm trying to laugh off the pain.
Down.
I'm trying to laugh off the pain.
The pitchforks are going to be out.
I'm trying to laugh off the pain because...
And then,
we know how Niner fans work. It will start talking about the stadium again, the parking lot, how it's a joke.
Well,
Shane York, Ricky Pearsall. We know how this works. We know how the playbook works.
The amount of pressure on Pearsall is going to be just ratcheted up.
Well,
ratcheted up.
What does Baldy think? He breaks down film all the time. Baldy's Breakdowns. Get his hoodie at baldysbreakdowns.com. Here's Baldy on whether or not Brandon Aiyuk is irreplaceable.
You lose Brandon Aiyuk, okay, you're going to put Danny Gray out there?
Oh,
like, what are you putting out, Juwan Jennings?
Oh,
what are you putting out there? Nobody.
I had to stop it. I mean, Baldy came out firing. What are you going to do? Put Danny Gray out there?
Danny Gray's not even on the team.
You're going to put Jawan Jennings out there? And I like Jawan Jennings.
AJ Jenkins has more plays in a Niner uniform than Danny Gray.
It's true.
You're laughing. It's
Oh, my God.
Kenton Bulmer has more impact on the field.
Hey, listen. You could never take away that deep ball Trey Lance threw to Danny Gray in that Packers preseason.
It didn't even count. It's not even a real game. It's not even a real game. Does he have one career catch?
I don't think he has a catch.
I bet you AJ Jenkins has more career catches.
Yeah, he does. He does. No doubt he does. I don't even know the numbers, and I bet you he does.
I bet he's got 3 catches, and I bet Danny Gray's got 1.
I don't think Danny Gray has a regular season catch. Does he have a regular season catch, Danny Gray? I certainly don't remember
He has 1 reception
there you go.
For 10 yards and 7 targets.
Okay, he's got
that
1.
was in 2022 when he got it.
How many for AJ Jenkins?
Oh, my gosh. Who did he get that catch?
I bet he's got 3.
What, man, where did he get that catch from? We got to find that highlight. Hang that in the Louvre or something.
AJ Jenkins had 1 target and 0 receptions in 3 games as a 49er.
Danny Gray has more receptions than AJ Jenkins? Oh, my God.
He played 3 games.
AJ really kind of came on later in his career. He got 17 receptions over 2 years with the Chiefs.
He came on later in his career.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, man. All right, so let's play the full cut. Here's Baldy yesterday, who joined us. He's going to join us every
Danny
single
Gray
Tuesday.
has more catches than AJ Jenkins.
Is Brandon Aiyuk irreplaceable? Here's Baldy.
You lose Brandon Aiyuk, okay, you're going to put Danny Gray out there? Like, what are you putting out? Jawan Jennings? What are you putting out there? Nobody. There's nobody they're going to get that can run a route like Brandon Aiyuk. There's probably nobody they're going to get that blocks like he does. They don't beat Detroit without that catch down the middle of the field. They simply don't make that comeback. That triggered the whole thing. That catch off the safety in that play. There's a reason why he's holding out. He thinks he's a pure number 1, and he is. He's a real number 1 wide receiver. And they love to attack the middle of the field. That's their offense. That's where the ball wants to go. And if you're going to attack the middle of the field, you better have some fearless players. Not everybody is as fearless as Debo and Aiyuk going across the middle.
Yeah, they're flirting with this one. I don't think there's a one person on the planet, even if you're out on Aiyuk, who thinks that they're better moving off Aiyuk right now and only getting draft picks.
Dude, you're right. 954 Xfinity Mobile text line. Danny Gray also had 1 rush. He's a Debo protege. That's touched it.
You guys want to know when he got his 1 reception?
Yeah.
So his last year against Tampa, Josh Johnson completed a pass to Danny Gray on the left side and then took a knee to end the game.
Wow.
Against Tampa?
Yeah, at the end of that Tampa game.
The Brady game?
Yeah.
The Brady game 2 years ago.
Well, yeah, 2022.
I was at that game.
Purdy's first start.
Brock's first start.
We were at history.
They were up 35-7. They won 35-7.
I was already in my car trying to beat the traffic by that point.
Basically. You missed history.
Yeah, I did. I was trying to get out the parking lot.
That's why you don't leave early. You never know you're going to miss.
Well, you don't leave early. You're going to be there for another 2 hours, so you got to leave early.
And then you can say that you were there for the Danny Gray reception.
Yeah, I don't think,
Did Danny Gray also have Tom Brady sign that ball for some reason too, like Dre Greenlaw and Fred Warner did?
Oh my God!
Maybe had Josh Johnson sign it.
408. Xfinity Mobile text line.
Is Josh Johnson the Jesse Chavez of backup quarterbacks?
Yes, he is.
Last night, Jesse Chavez.
Comp.
A 40-year-old was coming in for a 40-year-old, and all 40-year-olds everywhere were like, yes!
Ish Smith.
It felt like he was with the A's in 05 or something.
He was.
He was always good too.
He was
Spot
good.
starter. Yeah.
He's still around.
He won a World Series with the Braves a couple years ago.
Yeah, he's been on how many? I thought Encarnacion set Edwin Jackson. Edwin Jackson.
Another
okay.
A. Yeah.
Okay. What was it? 14.
Well, Edwin Jackson was everybody.
Yeah, 14. Yeah, that's the record.
408. Move Danny Gray to the practice squad in my Madden franchise. Did anybody pick him up? Danny Gray jerseys. You think they sold? How many Danny Gray jerseys? Because I did see somebody at my old donut shop on 10th and Clement. I went in to get some coffee. And I was like, is that guy wearing an AJ Jenkins jersey?
The Ross special?
Dude, he had number 17 on, dog. He's number 17, right?
Yeah. Not the Braylon Edwards from a couple years prior.
Danny Gray's worn number 6 and number 86.
Is he 86 now or 6?
No, he's 86 from the
86
roster.
now.
Come on, dog. What are you doing? I mean, I saw that one. That was low-hanging fruit.
Come on, man.
Come on.
I was fooled. I'm gullible right now. The Book of Sugar's cooking in. Let's hear Baldy on Aiyuk and Trent Williams. Is the holdout a major distraction?
For anybody to say this isn't a distraction is crazy. It is. It's all everybody's talking about with this team right now is those two players not there. And they're great players. And the 49ers have rewarded great players. They just have, under the John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan regime, they've rewarded every great player. Aiyuk is next up. Trent's like at the very end. He's like, okay, I just saw Penei Sewell. I just saw these guys get rewarded this year. I'm way down the list right now. Let's just put me where I belong.
All right. I have a bigger take that I haven't fleshed out as thoroughly as I need to. But if you're running the NFL, I think that you have to look around all of the camps, not just the Niners, and you got to be saying, all right, we got to like rethink all of this salary structure, not necessarily like guaranteed, non-guaranteed, all that, but like in terms of the holdouts and the quarterback money that's being allotted and the way teams are being structured. I think that this new CBA with the new television deals and all the stuff that's going on, they're gonna tinker with these things. They cannot have the Dallas Cowboys having a holdout, the Jets having a holdout, the Niners having multiple holdouts. Like, go around the league. Everyone's holding out. Everyone's in these weird financial situations. There are a ton of really good players that are sitting at home waiting to get paid. This is not good for business. This is the league. This is the league that's supposed to be the most consumer friendly, and I do believe you're reaching a tipping point where I'm not saying that it's the end all be all, but I do think it's a bad look for the consumer if 1 million guys are holding out.
Yeah, I mean, we get about the same number of guys. How many guys held out last year? I mean, the guys have been Khalil Mack held out and got traded.
Remember all the running backs?
All the running backs were holding out. You know, this is going to happen. So I hear what you're saying. I understand what you're saying here.
They're going to have to take it.
Maybe. But guys want to get paid. Guys outperform their contracts.
No.
Guys outperform their contracts. And sometimes when you enter that 5th year and you're like, wait, I'm on the rookie deal. I've been all pro 2 straight years. Like, if you tinker with it, you're going to tell Justin Jefferson, hey, I need you to play on a 5th-year contract. No. You're the best receiver since you stepped on the NFL football field.
No, I think that you need to put some sort of infrastructure in place so that – because the players are getting hurt too. Like, yes, they're making a little more money or whatever, but then if your season isn't as good, you're now hurting your next opportunity to get money as well. So, like, this is all about the product on the field. I do think on some level it diminishes the product on the field to a degree.
To a degree. However –
you don't practice enough.
However – Debo signed his deal, right? He had the one great year. He signed his deal. He had a rough season. Is there any question that he's made himself a lot of money now after the way he performed last year and then the way he looks this year? He's playing for new money. So we could think that, hey, you hurt your value a little bit. I don't think Debo's value is sky high right now coming off that receiver down.
I'm talking about if I run a team right now and I'm Jerry Jones and I'm sitting down at the owners' meetings next to Jed York, it's like, okay, is our team better or worse with all these holdouts? Well, clearly it's worse.
But that's not Jerry.
No, but what I'm saying is that they're going to have to switch up whatever it is in the CBA to where either you have to guarantee more money, maybe it's the quarterbacks are their own separate financial thing. Like I was telling you before, you have 3 or 4 guys that you put on special designation.
I don't like that because they're going to create even more problems.
Well,
you're going to create even more problems doing
business.
that. I don't think it's the worst thing in the world. It gives people something to talk about.
You think the coaches are happy?
Of course, but they understand the business.
No, I know, but that doesn't
understand the business.
But they're making their own job
guys.
harder.
Yeah, but so what though? Guys outperform their contracts. They got to do what's best for them. I'm not going to poo-hoo and go, oh, poor ownership, poor coaches. Your player's not practicing because he's holding out. They've got to get their money in this sport. Your career could be over on one play.
They're all going to fight for their money. What I'm saying is you have to cap it to where the negotiations, the restructures, whatever, need to be done by August 1st, and it's frozen.
That'll never happen because these guys are not going to use their all season to come into camp, to come into the facility. They're vacationing, they're working out. Why are you going to ask them to come into the offseason to try to negotiate deals? They don't want to deal with that all summer.
Their agent's doing it anyway. But my point being is that they're going to put something, I'm telling you, they're going to put speed ramps in place to be able to.
I don't like that.
There's only so many practices. You can't have people all, like, it's one thing if I tell you, show up to the facility, sit down, you're not going to practice, it's a vet day. It's another to be gone.
Yeah, I don't mind this. I don't mind this. This has been going on for many, many years. And then it'll go on for many, many years. I'm pro player in the NFL. These billionaire owners are greedy. They've robbed the players of so much money, the CBA, the player, like all this stuff. Forget the owners. Oh, poor Jimmy. Jerry Jones has been messing around with Dak Prescott for many, many years. He refused to give him a long-term contract. Had to play on a fourth-year deal, and he's playing on franchise tags. You think Dak wants to play on a franchise tag? He gets hurt on the franchise tag. This is what's going to happen.
He did get hurt. He blew his ankle out,
and he came back. And he came back, and he balled out.
But you always say that, like, well, if he gets hurt, well, yeah, he got hurt, and they still gave him. They
franchised him. They franchised him.
He got paid.
He didn't get a long-term deal. He wants long-term security. He's been having to look over his shoulder every single season as the quarterback. So what if he's made a lot of money? He's still looking over his shoulder. Every week, Dak has to answer questions about, are you going to be the quarterback of the future here with the Dallas Cowboys? And he's like, I don't know. I'm not signing here long-term. He's been basically playing on one-year deals.
This goes back to how the league is structured financially. It makes it really difficult for you to pay a Tua, a Dak, and all your weapons. It's just hard.
The owners, I'm not going to exonerate the owners. They're just as greedy as the damn players. They're just as greedy. They're just as greedy. Forget the owners. Players doing what they're doing is fine. It's not going to be the first time or the last time it's going to be a holdout. All right, let's come up in a game brought to you by Safeway. Benjamin Albright.
I don't know. Maybe I'm too worried.
Head to Safeway this week for these.
Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky is live on YouTube and Twitch right now. Time for you to like and subscribe.
All right, Hot Breakfast with the Roast starting next Monday. We're giving you a chance.
Why don't you turn on your microphone there, bud?
Oh, I thought my mic was on. I pulled a Shasky. Starting this Monday, we're giving you a chance. Next Monday, we're giving you a chance to come in to have breakfast with the Morning Roast on Friday, September 6th, to kick off football season with us. Listen all next week at 7:30 and 8:30. We have 10 spots to give away. Each spot comes with a +1 that you can bring. All right, before we bring in Benjamin Albright, guess how many players are holding out of camp this offseason?
I don't know.
Training camp. Take a guess.
6.
5.
Okay.
You want to uproot the entire system because 5 players are holding out right now?
Well, no. There's also other people like Matthew Judon who are being taken off the field.
He came to camp, though.
I know, but he's being taken off the field for a variety of reasons.
So you got to maybe 8 players.
It's just I'm looking at the business of football right now, and I do believe that there's going to be some sort of a change, whether it's with the quarterback thing, whether it's its own slot. There's going to be some sort of a change. Something's going to come up, and it's not even about the players will still get their money. It's about how they divide up the pie of what they already have. It's some sort of structure's coming.
Well, the ownership group is going to do it probably because, they want to control everything.
Well, if I was running the team and I was coaching, I'd be like, hey, look, we only have so many practices as it is to practice as a team. And so I'm making it harder on myself when a lot of my very important players aren't practicing. That's one thing if I give them a veteran day off or whatever. It just makes it harder.
Yeah, tell the front office. But I don't think anybody cared. Niner fans at least didn't care because nobody's been holding out with them. They've been holding in
last year,
but nobody really cared. They were like most of the Niner fans last year were saying Bosa could just show up the week of the Pittsburgh game.
And I screamed from the high heavens that he was going to be.
I didn't care. If you hold out at training camp, you better ball out on Sundays. All right. Anyway, let's bring in Benjamin Albright, host reporter, the Broncos flagship station, KOA Colorado, Broncos insider. But I don't think he's just a Broncos insider. I think he's an NFL insider. He knows more than our boy who comes in second place all the time, rocking the silver medal. Our boy Benjamin Albright back on the Morning Roast here on the River Islands guest line. What up, Big Ben?
Hey, I was thinking about changing my name to Benjamin Gold, but it was already taken.
It was already taken. Well, you did name yourself the Master Roaster, so we do love that. So obviously you guys got Bo Nick's situation here. Let's start with Brandon Aiyuk because you're tapped in with the league. What the hell are you hearing about Brandon Aiyuk? Where's this going? Is he going to be a Niner?
Well, I mean, that's my lean. If it doesn't, if he doesn't get everything he wants in the contract, then there's always the Steelers outlet. It's my opinion that the Niners never wanted to trade Brandon Aiyuk, and Brandon Aiyuk never wanted to go anywhere else. The situation's just taken some convoluted twists and turns and all that kind of stuff with, how it is, the nature of the business and, posturing, trying to get the maximum out of a deal and get paid and squeeze juice from a stone, as it were. And so we're sort of seeing that play out the way that it has. My lean is that Aiyuk ultimately takes the Niners offer. We'll see. I know that the Steelers have been interested in Aiyuk since dating back to March when they were trying to get him to pair with Pickens. The Niners aren't real happy with the compensation back. I mean, I guess they sort of have framework in place there, but they aren't real happy with the compensation back and what would be that deal anyway. So, my lean is that he comes back to San Francisco. What I will say is that at no point last week, despite internet rumors with dog avatars or whatever else you want to believe in, was any deal done between the Steelers and the Niners. There was no deal done between the two of them. None. Zero. Nada. So anybody reporting otherwise is full of crap and you should quit listening to them.
Huh. Wow. Why the stalemate? Like what it sounds like the Niners aren't budging in terms of like trading. It feels like they're, how do I put this? I'm going off reports here. So it just feels like the Niners are like, oh, okay, you don't want to play here? Well, we'll send you to this team or that team, which isn't the choice of where Brandon Aiyuk would like to go. And then like they've presented an offer to Aiyuk. Guys, I need a little more. Like, why is this taking longer and longer and longer? It feels like neither party is budging.
Well, I mean, that's what it is. You got two organizations playing hardball. You've got a good agent and a good organization. They're playing hardball with each other, and that's kind of how those situations work. I do think the Niners did look at some teams that maybe knew he wouldn't really want to go to, teams like New England or Cleveland, where they could get more back. And they would. These are the teams that have the most to be able to pay you as far as that kind of stuff goes. But also, you're probably not going to win there. So, I think the idea was, hey, look, here's some options. They're not great options, or you can keep winning here. the Pittsburgh thing keeps coming back around because it's a team that figures to be a little bit competitive and one of the teams where I did potentially want to go. And, that sort of creates a situation where the Niners are sitting like, okay, look, here's what we can do. If you want to leave, you can be the bad guy and leave and force it, but this is what we're willing to do. And that's kind of where we're at.
How does Brock Purdy look without Brandon Aiyuk? And I know you're not a fortune teller, Big Ben, but Brock Purdy, part of me wants to see Brock Purdy, see how good he is without a Brandon Aiyuk to see if he's worth the $60 million per year that he may get next season. Do you think Brock Purdy elevates Brandon Aiyuk, or is it the other way around?
I think there's a combination of both. I think the system elevates all. I think Brock Purdy elevates the receivers. I think the receivers elevate Purdy. The thing about Brandon Aiyuk is he's a complete receiver. He's a good route runner. He can work in the intermediate game. He's an excellent blocker, and he's willing in the run game, and that's inherently valuable for teams that look to run the ball a lot, like the Niners or the Pittsburgh Steelers. So he's, I think both. I think there's a symbiosis there. It's not one making the other. I think it's, the system has shown that you can put guys with talent in there and they will produce, but an excellent receiver like Brandon Aiyuk, who's got an all-around game, is going to elevate as well.
What the heck's going on with Trent Williams?
Then I really don't have clarification on that one. That's one that's kind of had my eye on, but I don't know. I don't know what's going on there.
Well, he's in East Texas chilling. That's what we know.
I got that, but I don't know what the I don't. Beyond that, I don't have an insight there. I don't have insight there, and I don't want to. I don't want to be like Dog Abby's on Twitter and pretend I know something I don't.
Like when you look at the 49ers and how they've conducted this offseason, what's the biggest mistake they've made?
I think letting the Aiyuk situation get to where it is. I mean, letting that get out of house, letting that get out, spill out in the public, and now you've got a worn out fan base. It's created tension. I mean, you can see it in some of the questions Kyle Shanahan gets asked. It's created tension. Anytime you have a situation where it creates tension around your organization, that's that's impacting the culture. You want to be focused on getting back to Super Bowls. I mean, the Niners are the pinnacle of the NFC right now, and the last thing you want is distractions like this with a receiver that will he or won't he as you're midway through your preseason, almost midway through your preseason at this point. So I think that's probably the biggest mistake.
Do you think there needs to be a tinkering within the system to avoid holdouts? I don't know how you can avoid holdouts no matter what system you put in place, because this is the NFL, and guys, whenever they outperform their contracts, they seem to want to come back to the table to rip up their deals to get more guaranteed money. Is there a flaw in this system?
Well, I think there's a flaw inherent in every system.
I agree.
If you solve that one, you're solving capitalism, right?
Right. I totally agree.
Striking. This is labor striking, right? So, yep. If you solve this one, if you figure out the answer, let us know, because you'll be a made man. But it does seem suspect. It does seem problematic that. That you got guys ripping up contracts and all that kind of stuff to come back and get more, but that is the nature of the business. It's what we've allowed to happen, and so it is what happens, and it's the only leverage really that players have anymore. Although if you hold out too long, your career seems to lap you by, and there are people that have made that mistake before. You can look at the Lev Bell situation with Pittsburgh, where he wound up costing himself millions of dollars. Got a contract with the Raiders that he didn't, make good on. Contract with the Jets that he didn't make good on, and at the end of the day, he cost himself tens of millions of dollars. So there's a delicate balance there between holding out and trying to get more money, and then figuring out how to optimize and maximize your end as far as the money goes.
What's the biggest threat to the 49ers this year? Is it internal, whether it's depreciation, players getting worse or older, guys not actually playing, or is it the outside forces of the Lions and Green Bay and the emergence of some of these other teams in the NFC?
It's all of it. It's a combination of age, wear and tear, defection, because you got people going to other teams, whether that's coaches as they peel off and everybody wants a piece of your success, or players. It's a combination of all those things. And then you get the big thing looming, and that's the Brock Purdy contract. And once that happens, it's going to impair your ability to be able to pay really anyone else, or at least give you the financial flexibility to be able to do that. You got a pretty sweet window there with the lowest paid starting quarterback in the league. And that certainly assisted with being able to keep the defense together, being able to pay lines and receivers and all that kind of stuff. And so you're going to have to find an area, like every other NFL team, where you're going to have to skimp in order to try to make that money up. And when you do, it's going to be that's going to be the real coaching challenge, I think, for that group is, hey, look, we're going to have to cut, we're going to have to quit paying this position group in order to afford the quarterback. he's going to have to elevate them. And oh, by the way, we're going to have to coach them up because we're going to have young guys on rookie deals at that position.
Anybody challenging the Chiefs this season?
And they just had an offensive line injury a few minutes ago. I got some calls in on that. We're going to see if that's a big deal or not.
Mark Andrews too. Benjamin. Mark Andrews has gotten in a car accident as well. In Baltimore. He was involved in a car accident today. Wow.
Oh boy.
Yeah. It's there's a little bit going around right now, so we're trying to figure that out. I think those are the two biggest threats right there. Is probably Baltimore and Kansas City. I know people like Houston, but there's a lot of people that think Houston might have a bit of a regression this year. Not that C.J. Stroud is bad or anything, but that team kind of caught some teams napping last year and got some easy matchups against some backup quarterbacks, that kind of stuff. So there might be a little regression from Houston, but Baltimore and Kansas City probably the top of the AFC, and then whoever comes out of the AFC North. Besides Baltimore, whatever that other team is there is probably going to be one to be reckoned with, whether it's Pittsburgh or Cincinnati or maybe even Cleveland, although I doubt that. We'll see.
Who's going to be the biggest surprise rookie quarterback? Everyone's high on Caleb. I saw your guy, Bo Nix, look pretty good. Penix is on our screen right now. It's a lot of really good, talented players. Who do you think is going to be the most surprising player this year?
Jaden Daniels. I think that Washington team is going to sneak up on people this year. I think they're going to be better than people think. And Jaden looks pretty good out there. So I would not be surprised. Coach John Pagano used to be on my radio show here in Denver a couple of nights a week. He's out there on that staff. They're raving about him. They think they've got a little bit of a squad over there at Washington. They're going to catch some people napping this year.
Real quick before we end the conversation, Ben, if Aiyuk does not remain with the 49ers, and who the hell knows with all these reports, you're right, all these people reporting things and breaking news, it's like, wait a minute, he's still a Niner. But if he's not a 49er in 2024, can we take them seriously as an NFC contender and a team that could possibly get back to the Super Bowl?
Well, I think you have to until they prove otherwise. No. Kyle Shanahan. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say it's a big piece, man. Over 1,300 yards, and you just talked about Aiyuk, how he's well-rounded.
Yeah, I mean, he's a great receiver, don't get me wrong, and that will impact the team, but I think you still have to take them seriously. I mean, they've got a great defense, they've got a strong run game, and Kyle Shanahan has shown what he's shown over the years, so I don't think that you can just suddenly just drop them, like a hot rock. But there's going to be an adjustment if that does come to pass, and we'll see. That'll be Kyle Shanahan showing his coaching acumen and trying to get someone else to fill that role. They found Aiyuk in the first place. You got to figure they're smart enough to be able to find his replacement.
No doubt. Benjamin Gold, Master Roaster, here on the Morning Roast. Ben, you're always good to us. Thanks for the time, brother.
Absolutely, guys. Take care.
Anytime. Benjamin Albright, KOA Radio in Denver, Colorado.
So he was saying at the beginning, you shouldn't trust certain avatars on Twitter. And as he's talking and explaining all these rumors and these leaks, what does our great producer do, Sam Lubman? He sends a tweet from 49ers Sports Talk. I don't even know, what was this, an aggregator site? What even is this?
I think it's one of those aggregator accounts.
So this is what it says.
I follow this account somehow.
You do? Okay, I've never heard of it.
I don't. He's got a lot of accounts. 49ers and NFL News 24/7. So I followed it because it's like, well, he's going to tweet about Niner stuff all the time. So in case I miss out on any little news, it is. But in terms of breaking news, I don't know who he knows. 49ers Sports Talk. The San Francisco 49ers have met Brandon Aiyuk's demands of annual salary, $28 million per source. The holdup is, I'm told, is, I don't know who told him, but the amount of years and guaranteed money on the deal. Niners want to give Aiyuk a 3-year extension, 4 years total. BA wants a 4-year extension, 5 years total. So I have no idea what the hell is going on.
If that's what it is, we're letting this go on and on. Really? 1 year? just come on.
Years are important. Ask Klay Thompson. Years are important. They are for these guys.
You guys
I know. I'm saying from the Niners' perspective.
Paul George. Another one.
Okay. But what I'm saying from the Niners' perspective is, I've watched you give really crummy contracts to lesser players that had more money attached to it and had more years attached to it. So, come on. Come on. Let's end this thing. Let's get this thing done.
I totally
It's
agree.
not if the difference was 3 years, okay. If the difference is 1 year, come on.
Years are important. Years are important. Long-term security. Nah, I know we were talking about millionaires. I can hear a fan right now saying, "Oh, long-term security, he's got $14 million on the table."
It's a big difference.
Blah, blah.
The difference is $28 million for 1 year guaranteed, or hypothetically that much.
So, that's where we're at right now with Brandon Aiyuk. I hope this gets done today. Guarantee you the news breaks during Signing and Guru show.
So if he gets signed and he smiles and everything, is there any lingering residue of anger from anyone?
Oh, there's going to be anger from a lot of people. Oh, not from me, but I can guarantee you there's going to be anger because as soon as he does sign, he smiles and he's back in camp. He starts dropping passes on Sundays.
He doesn't really drop passes, but I get your point.
He's dropped some passes. He's dropped some passes before. If he misses a block, if he runs the wrong route, if he short arms a ball, if he gets hurt, you don't think there's going to be vitriol with some fans? This guy held out, we paid him all the money, and this is what there's going to think about hold on, think about the vitriol Nick Bosa's receiving right now for the first time in his Niner career. Think about the vitriol Deebo Samuel received after doing what he did that offseason and then coming into camp out of shape. There's going to be vitriol, Shasky. Come on, man. You know that.
Yeah, you're probably right.
You know that.
You're probably right.
It's going to be vitriol. And I'm not even trying to be right. It's just I know what it is. I know what it is.
No, I didn't say you were. I'm just saying, you're probably right in your estimation that people are going to be all over the place and they're going to expect perfection.
Think about when Trent Williams comes back. If he false starts, if he commits a holding penalty,
Trent does false start.
If he gives up a sack, if he punches an opponent in the helmet, which he does from time to time, Trent's got a mean streak. Guy can get nasty.
So he gets 28. He gets the extra year and the extra guaranteed money. He gets the $28 million. What do you think the average expectation is now from him moving forward? 1,200 yards, 7-8 touchdowns every year?
I don't know. That's a great question.
Because touchdowns are tough because they get spread around and sometimes you score on a 40-yarder to somebody that you didn't think was going to get. Sometimes you get knocked at the one. So, touchdowns to me aren't the end-all, be-all. I want my premium players to get them, but sometimes they go to the fullback or whatever, or the quarterback sneak.
McCaffrey broke a franchise record for touchdowns. You know what I'm saying? So, to your point, yeah, touchdowns get spread around. Yards, catches. Is he the number one option? Is he the number fourth option?
Health.
But here's the other deal with Brandon Aiyuk.
Staying on the field.
Moving forward, we don't know how long George Kittle's going to be in a Niner uniform. We don't know how long Debo's going to be in a Niner uniform. Don't you want at least Brock Purdy's trusted agent at the X-wide receiver spot to be here with Brock Purdy? To have that duo together for the next 3 years at least?
Bonte, I want to go home with Madden and have an update where he has a 4-year deal so I don't have to, so I have more weapons to throw to in Madden. Do you want less?
In Madden right now, is he not on the Niners?
No, he's on the Niners, but I'm contemplating whether I should trade him or not. That's why I haven't run my Niner franchise yet.
Well, last year's Madden, Aiyuk's always in a Pro Bowl. He's always an All-Pro. He's always in the running for receiver of the year.
McCaffrey is sick in the game.
This is last year's Madden, so...
all Madden is actually, in my view, easier this year than it has been in years past. It's more playable.
Is it? Last year's was pretty playable. I like last year's.
The throwing is much more improved.
Yeah.
They don't have these crazy CPU, my back is turned to the play, and all of a sudden I spin around and make a, Calvin Johnson-like catch in traffic, even though I'm a backup linebacker. The running is much more improved. The blocking system is real. It's a really fun game.
This might get a little uncomfortable. It may not. But let's have a little fun. So there's only certain players who can hold out in the NFL. Make that clear. Everybody does not have leverage like that to hold out of NFL football. Has there ever been radio hosts or television anchors who have held out for more money? Only ask that because every day from the 650, he sends the same text every single day. Bonte will hold in as long as NBC Sports Bay Area 95.7 The Game make him the highest paid sports media member in the market, or he will go full Aiyuk and Bridge. So what does that mean? If I held out, does that mean me not coming in the morning? Does that mean saying, hey, television, I'm not doing the show today. I'm out.
Well, I guess then you could say that Radnich did that to a certain someone way back when.
Yeah, he had a lot of leverage.
Yeah, he kind of held out in that situation.
He had a lot of leverage. I don't think I'm Gary Radnich. Matter of fact, I know I'm not Gary Radnich Not even close to being Gary Radnich. Say if I sit with Matt Higgin, I'm not coming in until you give me new money. I will be replaced in a week. In a week.
Especially since there is no money.
Spadoni's ready to go.
In a week, right? You don't think Spadoni be like, yeah, go ahead, Bonte, hold out. He'd have a job in a week.
Bonte's doing a hold in. He shows up but refuses to go on air. He just hangs out, lingering in the back with all the sales staff.
That's the hold in.
Spadoni
That's the hold in.
He texts into the show on the text line.
He texts into the tab. Was that what Guru was doing yesterday? Holding in?
Holding in. Sitting behind a glass while Shasky and Spadoni do the show. Getting all the breaking news. And I'm holding in. Television.
Well, you'll be in all the meetings. You just won't be doing the actual show.
I'm going to do all the meetings.
Yeah.
What time's our meeting on Wednesday? That's
come up with some concepts for football
Comes in,
season.
has a nice little handshake when the Heat again, then leaves.
Right.
I think the only person in media currently who could pull that, I would say Rogan has the power with Spotify, right? I would say that. I believe
Greg Papa could do it.
I believe that
Stephen A.
I think he did.
Stephen A. Absolutely.
I think Papa did hold on a 95-70 game before I came aboard. I don't think he did a show until I came back. He would come back
As a collector of checks.
Like imagine me in NBC Sports Bay Area. Hey, I'm not doing Warriors pregame. Bully, Fezzi, Kareth, and Zena, you guys are on your own. I will be out of here in 2 days. Oh yeah, we don't need you.
I'm trying to think who else. Stephen A. Smith, absolutely. I think Tarico could. I think he's that talented.
He could. Joe Buck.
Yeah, I do believe Joe Buck and Troy Aikman. Absolutely. I'm actually really excited for Tom Brady this weekend just to see what it's like.
I want to hear what
I kind of want to just see what it's like. He was really good with Cowherd for like 30 minutes, and he was talking about how much he's like studying and everything. So I'm excited to see him. Who else? I said
Mike
Rogan.
Breen.
What?
Mike Breen.
Yeah.
You think Mike Breen could?
He could.
Yeah, you're probably right.
He is synonymous with championship basketball.
Yeah, that's true.
He could hold out. I don't know if Doris Burke could hold out.
No.
Or J.J. Redick before he took the Lakers job. Jim Nance, CBS, 619.
Yeah, Jim Nance absolutely could. Really good call there.
Jim Nance sneakily has been like 55 years old for my entire life.
So that's the key. It's the George Clooney. If you look old early, you can look old late, but you're actually going to be perceived as young.
Every time, yeah.
Clooney has looked in his 40s for 40 years.
Iron Eagle. Could he hold out?
What's the kid's name? He could.
Noah.
Yeah, Noah could.
His stock is sky high right now.
His stock is sky high, but I don't know if he can hold out yet.
You don't want to mess with the stock.
You don't want to mess with it. You're only 27 years old, Noah.
That's a good point.
You're only 27.
That's a good point.
You know.
Can he do it without Dwayne Wade, though? Is he a system announcer?
Well, he's going to be doing college football. They have the Big 10 or Big 12 on NBC now, right?
Oh, yes, they do.
Speaking of which, Fowler and Herb Street could hold out.
They could. Fowler and Herb Street.
They're that good. When I close my eyes and I think of modern college football, I think of them.
They could hold out. They could definitely hold out.
I think ESPN secretly hopes that McAfee would try to hold out and they would not bring him back.
I think that Crooked Kite can hold out.
At this stage of their careers?
Yes.
I think Fleming has a better case to hold out than Crooked Kite.
I think Fleming has the most leverage when it comes to the Giants. I don't want to put their business out there.
Okay.
Kite said
Shut up.
He called Whit Merrifield. It's just somebody calls Merrifield. I mean, I was like, man, somebody get some scotch up the Kite, dude. He was falling asleep at this lineup with the Giants. I feel bad for him, man. That's why Flip could definitely hold out, though. He can hold out.
Charles Barkley can get whatever he wants.
No doubt. He can hold out. Kenny Smith, could he hold out? I don't know.
I don't think so. Even though I love Kenny Smith.
Ernie Johnson could hold out.
Yes. Would Ernie hit the same way in another sport?
No, he doesn't hit the same way in baseball.
No, but I do think he could do, and I'm not knocking James Brown. I like James Brown, but I think he could do what James Brown does on the Fox set.
Yep. Now on CBS,
Kurt
James
Menefee,
Brown.
who also does that. I like Kurt Menefee a lot.
I like Kurt.
I really like him.
Kurt.
I think he has great
He's come a
disposition.
long way. He's come a long way.
Yeah.
Come a long way. Could Chris Mullin hold out? Hell yeah, he could hold out.
Well, he's Mully.
He's Mully. Hell yeah, he can hold out. He can do what he wants. He can do whatever the hell he wants. Who else could hold out around here? Could Joe Shasky hold out?
No.
I think he could.
No.
I think the Butcher Boy could.
I need to be around a microphone too much, so I don't think I could take the time off.
95.7 has a lot of the young vultures waiting in the wings.
Yeah, exactly.
They do. The
Get
Grady
Wally
man.
pipped real quick.
The Grady man.
And one on every show.
With my Giants.
Yeah, Evan Giddings.
I love Grandy, though. Grandy's my guy.
Lubman. Yeah, you could hold out. You can't hold out, actually. I don't think I could hold out either. I know I couldn't hold out. I'd be replacing the heart. Spinotti's right there. Spinotti's solid. The day, whenever I say, hey, I need a day off, I don't take days off. I don't want none of y'all getting touches. I'm ball hogging.
Well,
playing 82 games.
This is where the real world isn't like the sports world, because I see all these things on Twitter. The real world, like 80% of Americans don't have $3,000 in their savings or whatever it is, and they're in $20,000 in debt. Like, no one can afford to not get checks.
Yeah, nobody.
Except in the sports world.
Yeah, exactly. Isn't that something? Trent Williams, $1.7 million game check. God, he doesn't even have to blink. That's fine. I got another $100 million in the bank right now.
Did you hear what Gerard Mayo's doing?
Oh yeah, he told to start in joint practices. If the starters fight, you're gonna have to play the entire preseason game, and if the backups fight, you're not playing in the preseason game.
How incredible of a punishment was that?
That was great.
Like I think that's that is a player understanding what matters to players, right?
That is great.
If you're and that's not like New England has established starters, but if you're an established starter, you fight. You have to play the whole freaking game.
Yeah, that is pretty.
I love that. And then if you're a backup and you get in a fight in these joint practices, then you won't play at all. That could be your NFL career.
That is awesome. I love what I heard from Jared Mayo with that one.
I'm buying stock in Jared Mayo. I'm not buying stock in New England as a whole.
But I like him as a coach.
But I'm rooting for him.
Yeah, I'm rooting for him.
I think he's got one of the hardest jobs right now, even more than the Alabama job taking over and all that. Like you're replacing Belichick.
The story I read this morning, waking up, was from Awful Announcing. Ben Vollen, I believe, he covers the Patriots for the Boston Globe. He covered Urban Meyer's Florida Gators. So he says this is different from because he went from covering the Gators winning championships to the Patriots winning championships. Now he's covering this team. And he brought up the Milton guy, who everybody says looked good. Because I didn't say, well, they said he's making more of a buzz in camp than Drake May. It's like Drake May is so far away. They're saying Drake May is so far away. So far away from playing. And those North Carolina quarterbacks, Sam Howell, Mitch Trubisky, Drake May, there's a theme here.
Did you see the interview on draft day? He gets interviewed and he gave major frat bro vibes, and I was like, uh-oh.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Drake May.
I told you, I know I'm a weirdo. I want my quarterback to be kind of dorky and not the center of the party.
Well, I don't really
I want him to be maniacally obsessed on football.
Well, I don't really care about that. I mean, I think they're all obsessed. I mean, Lamar changed, rocking change and everything, and he's chilling. I think he's obsessed with football. He wants to ball out. But I just think Drake May, the player. I don't care about the personality. The player. I don't see it. They're so far away. Nobody wants to go there. They were in on Calvin Ridley, the Patriots. Nobody wants to go to New England. Nobody wants to go there right now. It's crazy. Let's go to Lee in Stockton. He wants to talk about Brandon Aiyuk here on the roast. Lee, what's happening?
Hey, man. Yes, thank y'all for coming back to me. Yeah, like I said, man, it's time to go all in. We've been to the Super Bowl 3 times, got embarrassed 3 times. I'm a 49er fan. I've been loving this team since 1994. My mom is from San Francisco. My family is from San Francisco. Candlestick Park days, going there, hanging out with all the other 49er fans. I feel like it's time for us to go all in. We don't need to be like the Dallas Cowboys and let pieces walk because we're too stubborn. We won a Super Bowl. I love Kyle Shanahan, but the regular season, he's a mad genius. Super Bowl, he don't know what to call. I'm tired of this. Like, it's on us. We get the pieces, and then we be like, okay, we're not going to pay him right now. And then it'd be like, okay, now when they want to start acting like divas, oh, he's a problem. He's not a problem. We could have been nipped this in the bud. We could have paid this man. We could have had it before everybody else started getting these ridiculous amount of paychecks. We could have been had Brandon Aiyuk. Trent Williams, I would love for him to say he is our mad dog. When you mess with one of our teammates, he is there to defend them. He blocks good. He does his job. We need to go all in. That's all I wanted to say. I don't want to take up too much of your time, but
Lee,
I'm a bad
keep cooking.
49er.
Lee, keep cooking, because I'm right there with you in lockstep. Pay this man.
Yeah, man.
Pay this man. We've been looking for a damn X receiver for a number of years. We finally got one. You developed them. After all the Jalen Hurds and Dante Pettis's of the world, we finally got a damn guy who can ball out. Please, re-sign this guy. Re-sign this guy. Let's go win a damn Super Bowl for once. Get the vibes right. Get the vibes right.
I'm expecting a monster season from Debo strictly because of the number change. I believe in those things. The 1 looks very slimming, and that's his number. Jimmy Ward, he wore it well, but I didn't think Jimmy Ward was a traditional number 1. Debo is going to look real good in that number 1. Numbers matter to me.
Numbers do matter in football to me.
He made 19 look good, and I know the player can make the number.
I don't think he's going to be great because of number 1. He made number 19 great.
Yeah, I know.
He made it look better than Keyshawn Johnson.
Well, Johnny Unitas was the original.
I'm just talking wide receivers.
Yeah, okay.
Receivers.
Ted Ginn Jr. didn't do it for you?
No, he didn't. He didn't at all. Debo looks like he's in great shape, but he's also playing for new money.
Was it Lance Allworth? Who was the Charger?
Lance Allworth.
Number 19.
Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
But Debo's also playing for new money. You don't think he's going to want an extension?
So we settle the Aiyuk thing, we settle the Trent Williams thing, and then we're on to Debo's new money.
He's going to want some new money.
This is like Major League Baseball with stadiums.
He's going to want some new money.
Oh, the Tampa Bay Rays need to get their stadium situation figured out.
They do.
And then the A's need to get their stadium figured out. And once they do, I don't know if you know this, Kansas City needs a new stadium.
Debo has to play well this year, or his ass may go bye-bye too. I don't mean to say it that harshly, but they were throwing his name out there in trade talks at the deadline, at the NFL draft. It wasn't just Aiyuk. It was Debo as well. By the way, join 95.7 The Game at Hardy Park Friday, September 6th for the Pettinelli Financial Partners Golf Tournament benefiting the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area. Go to 9570thegame.com to learn more. Presented by Go Pest Control. The Bay Area's locally family-owned pest control company. With that said, Fast Five. I got to say, my final thought is, like the 424, for 3 years they've been so consistent with texts like this. Bonte and his reps would demand he cover the 2028 Olympics if they wanted to resign like his colleague, he said Kerry Burke, but it's Kareth Burke, or may threaten to walk to FS1. Rumor is, the people who spend time typing this stuff out, first of all, I think it's laughable that I have reps, Ponte Hill's representation. I got 3 agents or something.
I just need that hat that you're wearing. It's just
I forgot I was even wearing the damn hat.
Something about idol. It says something idol. What does it say? One second. Let me look at it. I got to look at it.
It says Joe Shasky. Joe Shasky is my idol.
Oh.
You're my idol, Joe. You're my idol.
That.
Game 1 Little League World Series starts at 10 a.m., huh?
Really?
Aruba over Mexico?
I can't really watch the Little League World Series because you're not holding any runners on. Like, what are we doing? The field is so tiny.
Don't rip the guys. Don't rip the kids.
No, I'm not ripping them. I'm talking about
12-year-olds for not holding runners on?
What?
Ripping 12-year-olds for not holding runners on?
No, I'm saying the field, look, the dimensions on the field is so small. Like, again, the 12-year-olds that I coach, we play on either 70 or 80-foot bases, depending on the tournament. These are 60-foot bases, 46-foot mound, and you get a 12-year-old who just turned 13. They could be 6'1". They're throwing from 46 feet. Drop it back to 50, 52 feet. Like, to me, the dimensions are just way too small. I have a really hard time watching Little League.
I might have a very hard time watching the Niners without Brandon Aiyuk. Or I might actually have a better time watching it because I am interested to see what they look like without him potentially. Having said all that, I'm so tired of this entire thing. It's just Klay Thompson.
I'm all tired of it. Yeah, I'm exhausted.
Trent Williams.
I'm exhausted.
Now Deebo Samuel, you're tossing that into the atmosphere. I don't know why you did that. Now that I'm already stressed out about that.
But no, don't get stressed out about that.
Brock. Oh,
well,
gosh.
You guys talked Brock all summer.
Lenore.
You talked Brock all summer. Charvarius Ward. Talanoa Hufanga. What's happening?
Is Jimmy Ward still around? Does he want money too?
Yeah, he did want money.
Al-Shire.
Richard Sherman was pocket watching. Well, they got to pay Warner. They got to pay this guy. I was like, get Sherman out of here.
Don't forget Ambry Thomas.
Oh, Ambry Thomas. Broken forearm.
Yes.
My final thought is I really love how every time we have Benjamin Albright on the show, he always uses our show as a way to like take a shot at someone that he's beefing with on Twitter. I really love that we could provide that platform for him.
Can you replay that? Because he took the shot right away.
Yeah, at the dog avatar guy.
Pretty Ricky?
Yeah, Dolph, whatever it was.
I was looking it up when we had him on. They've been going back and forth pretty intense over the last day. But that being said, yeah, just give us a resolution with this Aiyuk thing. It's not even fun to watch or wait for anymore. It's just dumb at this point.
It's business. It's business.
Take one rookie quarterback, not named Caleb. Who's the one you're taking from this class? For this year.
For this year? I like Jaden Daniels, like Benjamin Albright. I like Jaden. I think Michael Penix still will play.
I like Penix too.
I like Penix.
The ball zips out of his hand.
Dude, I think Kirk Cousins is in trouble.
Kirk Cousins, you in trouble.
You're in trouble. And
I seen him throw that ball.
Well, you know what?
Maybe he'll have his sights set somewhere. On the West Coast.
If Kirk Cousins is in trouble in Atlanta, that means we're in trouble in San Francisco. Because you know what happens with Kyle Shanahan. Kirk Cousins on the table. Whoa, Kirk Cousins. It's the quarterback I think of. Oh, my gosh. And Kirk Cousins, you're right, Shanahan. Audibly at the line of scrimmage is overrated. It's so much easier not to audible. It's like
Steiny would have a field day.
Oh, my God.
It's his favorite player.
Oh, my gosh. Unbelievable. All right. That's it for us. We're exhausted from Aiyuk. I'm exhausted from the Giants, too. Can they score more than 3 runs today? That was Fast 5 brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go. You get the fastest internet to all of your devices.
Hey, it's Bonte, and I just got back from touring. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
I might go viral.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, who we blaming today? Jerry Rice. If it don't happen, that tweet shook me. I couldn't sleep. He said it's happening tomorrow, which is today. Nothing yet, Jerry, but why would you enter the fray? Come on, Steiny, something's got to pop. We love you, Filipponi. We love you, Garofalo. Yeah. Garofalo. And now it's Jerry, Steiny. I'm betting on Jerry. Today.
You know, you said something earlier today that just blew me away.
Well, you almost yelled a slur back at me, but I'll bring that up later. Go ahead. What part?
Because how long have we been working together?
6 years, Steiny. Quietly going on 7, Evan.
Anyway.
Some would say 5.5 for me because of the Thursday. But anyway, go ahead. Yeah. Evan laughing.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
So let me I just trying to get to know you even a little better. So I'm sitting in there and Guru's, there was a moment of silence and I guess it had to be broken. It just had to be broken. And Guru says to me, oh, by the way, this has nothing to do with anything. Guru says to me, Steiny, I'm worried about Tom Brady.
Oh, man.
I'm like, well, why?
You called it stupid.
Guru goes, I'm just worried about how he's going to do in the booth. What's he going to sound like? Is he going to be good?
Like, announcers matter, Steiny.
And I did say, why do you worry about stuff so dumb?
Because it's not dumb, first of all. I'm getting mad, radio mad. And second of all, Steiny, when you get a Summerall and John Madden or Buck and Aikman or Collinsworth and Al Michaels, it matters. And I really, really have spent this offseason watching Niner playoff games back, the Super Bowl, and Burkhardt and Olsen. If they were stock, I'm buying. And to rip Olsen off of there and put in Tom Brady, who I have not heard one word from, I'm just wondering. And I'm going back to the roast he had on Netflix. Is he ready what's he going to sound like? His lexicon? You don't just get the job because you're great, but this is a big job. That's all. And we haven't heard one iota, nothing in preseason. He's just going to come out the gates, Cleveland, Dallas, week 1, and we'll see.
Yeah.
That's nothing for you. Nothing.
And there's
Burger.
nothing you can do about it between now and the time he utters his first sentence.
You are right. All right, I'll put my focus somewhere else.
So I'm talking to the boss today, and you, and guys. Anyway, started coming up with stuff like buzzwords because and stuff that kind of triggers you. And so I'm looking at the sports landscape and I keep seeing the same old thing with Brandon Aiyuk. Man. The same old thing. Deal in place. 49ers got to make a decision. Aiyuk maybe has to decide. And my guy Nahigian goes, listen, I'm not telling you not to talk about it because it's news. But boy, he said it's getting to be one of those things where it's just like every time I hear Aiyuk, I want to pull my hair out. And so I was thinking,
got a nice haircut.
Yeah, I was thinking, I could see that. And so he said, what are some other what are some things that when you just like, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to talk. And so, like, for example, when you say, Steiny, I watched games back. That's one for me. You know what I mean?
But it's true, I do, man.
Or when you say, fan is short for fanatic.
Well, damn, how many you got early?
Well, just 3.
Okay.
When I hear, tomorrow's not promised. Yeah, I just tend to shut down a little bit.
I love these people.
I just tend to shut down a little bit and
I shut
say,
down a little bit. Wow.
So what you got any of those? I just want to throw that out there.
Well, mine.
First of all, with me,
no. I have none for you.
Okay,
but I do have a subject matter that reminds me of Aiyuk, and that was the Lowry marketing.
Okay, that would fit.
That just Steiny, and the fact that it didn't happen, that hurt me. I don't know what the Warriors are about to be, but all the energy and all the reporting that went into that story for it to be basically a false alarm, that bothered me. I'm getting the same fatigue from Brandon Aiyuk, but my thing with Aiyuk is, if the arrogance of the Niners has them pull the trigger on a trade, I'm telling you that's 3 less wins for the team. And I really, truly believe that. So if I had the Niners winning 12, if there's no Aiyuk in this offense, you're winning 9. That's how impactful I think he is. Not, he's Lynn Swann or Terrell Owens. He's a badass, but, they don't throw a lot. It ain't about how much you throw. It's when you throw and what happens. And Brandon Aiyuk is needed. But, Steiny, I'm telling you, I am Brandon Aiyuk out. Why would the GOAT, Jerry Rice, last night put out, we're going to find out tomorrow, and at Brandon Aiyuk? So either there's a trade or an announcement for a signing. Tell me I'm wrong. Why is Jerry doing that for attention? And if he's doing it, his prerogative, he wouldn't be the only one. That's what social media is for. But why would the GOAT put that out there tomorrow, which is today?
I don't know. But I don't believe there's any kind of deadline today. Do you? And so nothing happens today. Are you gonna?
I'll be mad at him.
You'll be mad at Jerry.
Yeah, because he put
You'll be mad at him.
Annie.
And how will that manifest itself? Will you say he's now the 3rd best receiver of all time?
Not at all. I'll just say he was thirsty. And I've been thirsty.
Sure. Yeah, when you said you looked in Wiggins' eyes.
No, that was real. I'd probably lost my doctor's license then. But listen, Steiny, why would Jerry Rice, he put the deadline. He must know something.
I don't think so.
Now,
I don't think he knows anything.
Didn't know. Andrew Filipponi didn't know. Spadoni called him Filipponi a little hard. It was pretty good.
He's still in the running.
Yeah, okay.
Filipponi's still got a shot at breaking this thing.
But see, I'm not grading him.
I am.
If it happens.
I grade everybody.
See, that's your problem. But yourself.
Yeah.
You don't take a test, but you grade everybody.
Yeah.
That must be convenient.
It is.
Oh, my God.
I know. I hold myself up to the same standards I expect in everybody else. Nobody else can live up to my standards. That's the problem. What are we doing?
Man.
What are the
Niners doing? What is Brandon?
I love what the Niners are doing.
Which is what? Be honest.
Well, here's what I was thinking.
You don't like this.
I don't dislike it.
Well, for us, it's content, but I'm talking about if you're really trying to get back to the Super Bowl, you are jerking around.
Tell you what, Goo, do me a favor.
Yeah. No, seriously.
Yeah, do me a favor. Ask me what I think the 49ers record will be with Aiyuk or without Aiyuk.
Steiny, what will the Niners record be with Brandon Aiyuk?
11-6.
What will it be without Aiyuk?
11-6.
See, that is, I'm just telling you, be careful, man, because really that's the insult to Aiyuk.
I don't have to be careful. I don't have to be careful. I can just watch. I don't have to be careful.
So you think he's just that easily replaceable?
No, but
it sounds like it when there's no impact on the win total.
They'll figure it out.
All right.
So Jerry Rice has you feeling some kind of way.
No, that something's coming down today.
All right. You want to bet?
I really do.
You want to bet? You taking me or Rice? Come on.
You know what?
Put your money where your mouth is.
We're going to have an early birthday celebration for
what?
Friday for his birthday at the cafeteria. So I'll bet you a drink today, a beverage. Oh, you paid for my parking. I still owe you. You told me I tried to give you the money in hand. You said you threw it back at me. Anyway, it's $8. But listen, I bet something comes down today.
All right.
Can I get in on this bet?
It's your birthday, Evan. Let's go.
I'm with Steiny.
All right, too. It's payday. I got you.
All right.
Why would he put it then? Why would he enter the fray? The dojo.
Why do you make outlandish predictions that you know will never come true?
Well, I don't know. Nobody asked Jerry what he thought. He just went to IG and put it.
Well, maybe people were asking him when he's out at the store.
So you think he's not in the know? I believe he's in the know.
I believe that Brandon Aiyuk has no deadline today.
I get that.
And I don't expect some news coming down the pike. So let me get this straight.
Jerry has me.
You've ridiculed Schefter, Garofalo, Filipponi. You ripped them all.
I have not.
But Jerry Rice is the guy you're going to take to the bank.
I believe he knows something. Yeah. And I didn't rip those guys. I like them all. And I told you, I love Andrew for putting his rep on the line, or what you deem as rep. It still doesn't talk about it had nothing to do with his analysis on sports. It's just he had some intel and he went with it. But God, do you get a year before it comes from with boy. Anyway, I think Jerry knows what he's doing, and he would take a hit publicly if nothing happened today with Brandon Aiyuk.
He'll take no hit publicly.
He could tomorrow, bud.
Okay.
Okay.
And when you get something wrong,
I'm not Jerry Rice.
No, but when you get something wrong, you just gloss over it and hope nobody cares.
No, I own it.
That's probably what's going to happen with Jerry Rice.
It's been a while.
Yeah. Well, you said
Nestor Cortez.
Oh my. Oh, my goodness.
What about the prize picks? I had under 4.5 strikeouts for Cortez yesterday. He went way over, had a no-hitter damn near. But the night before, I nailed Snell. Get off my... It's so funny people come out when you don't hit. Yeah.
Well, you said you hadn't been wrong in a while.
Yeah.
Well.
And we went back 3 hours.
I don't know what the... So if Jerry's listening, he's in the base, Donnie, you're basically saying he don't have any intel.
Nope. Show me.
Well, a couple hours. By the time Willard and FP get in here, I think we got news. I really believe that. Or by the time they're off the air.
Now it's by they're off the air.
Yeah, by the time they're...
Now you want to push it back to midnight? Yes, we can push it back to midnight.
Hey, I didn't write the tweet or the post. He said we will know either way.
Do you have the exact tweet
I got it right here. Let me get it. Yeah.
Here we go.
Evan can do it. He's fat, younger.
Can anyone get in on this bet? The text
My
line
boy
wants
Tone
to know.
says, can I get in on that?
Everybody wants in on
Please.
So this is from Jerry Rice's official Instagram account. Yesterday, posted a picture with the caption, "I guess we will all find out tomorrow. Goats, will he stay or leave? At Brandon Aiyuk."
That means something, man.
Who's he calling a goat?
I think those are what he calls his followers.
No.
I think, because he was like, hey,
that's a hell of a guess.
We're gonna figure everything out, goats.
That's a little too complimentary for me, but I see it.
Yeah, that's what I think he meant.
And you think that's just he just wrote that? Sipping on something?
I don't know what.
Yeah, I believe he knows something. And it is
between him and Tom Brady, I don't know what to worry about.
Well, I'm more worried about Tom at this point.
Gosh.
Man.
Have you ever heard the phrase, why would you worry about something that's outside your control?
No, totally I have.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, if it's bad, you have no control of fixing it. So if Tom Brady is not good, we got 17 games in playoffs of him. Like, there's some bad. Like, Evan is great at his job doing the play-by-play. It's not, I don't have to tell you this, it's not easy. You used to do TV. I'm waiting. But you know what I'm saying, Stein? It's like, damn.
Damn what?
When you're good at it, it's beautiful.
Right.
But when you get somebody that's not that good, it is hard.
How is you worrying right now going to affect anything one way or the other?
No,
or if he stinks, how are you rewarded by being worried about him? Or if he's great.
Well, it ends at that point once you find out what he is, if he's good or bad. But if he's bad, it's just like, oh, boy.
What's the phrase that I told you? Let's see if you remember it. Remember? I said it, and
I feel like I'm in a therapist's office. Go ahead.
Oh, that's beautiful. Worry is a down payment on an investment you'll never make.
But it's sports worry.
No, I think it's worse than that. It's life worry for you.
Yeah.
You know, anyway. So I was thinking about this coming in today. Let me just throw this at you. Although I know, how about this? I've asked 3 people this question. I got the same answer from all 3, Now I'm going to throw it to Guru. What do you think the odds are that his answer is the same as you three guys or different?
Next question.
Yeah.
All right. Super Bowl was when? Mid-February?
Yeah.
Okay.
We were out there.
Okay. March 1st. Let me take you back to March 1st. About 2 weeks after the Super Bowl. Guru, do you think on March 1st, the 49ers knew, okay, we got some contract issues we're going to have to straighten out with Brandon Aiyuk, Christian McCaffrey, and Trent Williams?
I do.
Okay.
Yep.
So we all believe that.
No doubt about it.
All right. So if they knew it on March 1st, okay, is there a chance that everything that's gone on to this point, they have kind of foreseen and they have prepared for it, and it's taken them to this point right now where they thought it's possible we could get to that point at this time? See what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm gonna say no to that.
Yeah,
I don't think they thought Brandon was gonna try to bring the house down. Trent Williams, I think nothing to see here, but Brandon Aiyuk is the one. The McCaffrey, and it's crazy, all depending on who you talk to. And I'm not saying anybody's wrong, because all we're doing is going off our intel and how we live our life and our experiences, how all this computes to one. But at the end of the day, what I do know about the three is McCaffrey got his deal done in the middle of the night. It was the easiest of them all. And I can make the argument that Trent Williams is a Hall of Famer at his position more than McCaffrey is at his. McCaffrey's going to the Hall. But I'm dumbfounded on how that was done so easily. And now, forget Aiyuk for a second, Trent Williams is having to go to these measures unless they got an agreement, wink, wink, we'll take care of you right before the New York game. But I don't think they had Brandon asking for Justin Jefferson type money on the table.
Yeah, see, I think that you got to look at it and take into account what they did. If you're telling me on March 1st, they knew this, and I definitely think they knew this. Okay, what'd they do? What's the first thing they did? Deal with Christian McCaffrey. Yeah. So what they're telling everybody is Christian McCaffrey is more important than those other two guys. That's what that's telling me. All right? Christian McCaffrey wanted a contract extension, and Christian McCaffrey got a contract extension.
Fast.
Super fast.
Okay. All right.
Super fast.
No hate, no shade.
Okay, you know what? Is it possible that on March 1st, they knew they were going to have three situations like this, and Shanahan and Lynch looked at each other and said, well, we got to get Christian signed. Yeah, we definitely do. Okay, well, after that, it's going to get kind of tough. Yeah, but what do you think? Why, we think we can get Brandon in here for 24, 25 maybe. Okay. What if we can't? What if he wants 30? We're not going to 30. Can we play that game? Well, we have to play that game. We can't give him 30. There's too many. He's not good enough to be paid 30.
Yeah.
Okay, so what are we going to do with that? Well, you know what? We're just going to play it out. Let's keep playing it out. Maybe they knew this was going to happen in the middle of March, because at that point they made a decision of certain things they were willing to do and certain things they're not willing to do. And then maybe with Trent Williams, they said, well, we know he's going to hold out because that's what he does.
Yeah.
So how do you want to handle Trent? Well, you know what? He's 36, and he's like everybody else. He's got an inflated opinion of himself, and he's still under contract for $22 million. So let's just not do anything with Trent Williams leading up to the season, and we'll dare him to not play because he's going to be giving up $22 million.
But what if he calls you on that dare? Where does that leave the team?
Well, we're not there yet.
Okay.
My point is that I still believe that the 49ers are in this situation knowing being in this situation was a possibility. Not that they wanted this situation, but that they decided 5 months ago what they were going to do up to a certain point, and then at some point they'll either continue with this strategy or they'll change. But I really don't think it's like, oh my God, we didn't see this coming. I think they maybe didn't, if they put the percentages at certain things, they probably thought, all right, there's a 20% chance he'll hold in. Okay, well, now he's holding in. So now what are we going to do? Like
I'm not mad at any of that.
The only thing that I'm wondering is, what's this all telling you if you're a 49er fan? At 888-957-9570. If we all acknowledge that they knew on March 1st, these three guys, they had all kinds of avenues they could go down. They could have signed them all 3 days later and said, let's put it all to bed and bring them all back. But they didn't. They took care of McCaffrey shortly after March. Or at least first. I don't know if it was shortly after March. I think it was early June. And now they're here. Why have they chosen to go down this route if they've known for 5 months all three of these guys were going to want to deal with their contracts?
Stoney, I'm up here. I wish I had something for you. And Alden Garcia, Guru going to make this on the YouTube chat. Guru going to make this a race issue again. I'm not. But I'm not going to hide and act like I don't see color in this, that the white running back got his money of the three so easy. And Trent Williams and Aiyuk, for whatever reason, this may be part of their plan, Steiny. There's a holdup. And I go to Trent Williams on that because, my God, his resume is as great as Christian McCaffrey's resume. And his resume is to protect the blind side of your stud quarterback that you're about to give a blank check to if he balls out. So he is just as important as McCaffrey. And then he opens the holes for McCaffrey. But this is what gets me about this whole formula or scenario, Stoney, that I don't have the answer to. I've never been a football player. But if you're telling me about Brandon Aiyuk not catching one pass from his quarterback all off season, that really may not mean a damn thing. From what I think from afar as a fan, I think that goes against everything that we hear or is talked about when you talk about reps and Evan's work. I'm always say that continuity. Like, if you're telling me that means nothing diddly squat, and they go out and ball this year, Aiyuk and Brock Purdy, Steiny, I'll be like, okay, this will be a prime example of nothing to see here. But I'll just throw it back to you real quick. Do you think receiver and quarterback need rapport, or can they just go into week one if this thing continues with not throwing the ball at all this offseason? That's what's shocking to me about your scenario on if the Niners had a plan to ride it out this far. I don't know how they can be polished going into week one. 3rd and 12, I'm looking for Aiyuk. Could mean nothing, Stoney. They already got the reps.
It's 1 week. It's the first week of the year.
But,
week of the year.
When do you work it out? Is it week 4, week 5?
2nd, 3rd week?
But are you mad at the question, though, I guess, from afar of, man, they hadn't got any work together? I'm just asking, does it mean anything?
Not really. Not to me. Not to me. But I just want to, we've talked about this a lot, and there is a lot to talk about. My question to 49er fans, if we're all acknowledging that they knew these three situations were looking at them, and we knew on March 1st that they were all going to happen.
Right.
Why are we here right now? Just from the 49er standpoint. Just look at it from the 49er standpoint. March 1st, they knew McCaffrey wanted a new deal. They knew Aiyuk was going to want a big deal. And they knew Trent Williams was grumbling about his contract and would probably hold out or want more money. All right, they knew it on March 1st. My question, if you're a 49er fan, I'm asking you why, from the 49ers perspective, on August, 14th? Why on August 14th have they not figured out this problem? That's what I'm asking 49er fans. 888-957-9570. Is this part of a plan that you think they possibly envisioned in March? Do you think something's gone haywire? It's been over 5 months. why has only one guy been taken care of? I don't know the answer. I'd love to know what fans think. 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll also get into some Giants. And I'm going to read you a very provocative sentence about a team in the Bay Area, Goo, and then I'm going to want to hear who you think that team is. But somebody tell me why the 49ers on August 14th haven't gotten 2 of the 3 things done. What's coming up on The Game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. That segment brought to you by Lucky California.
Everyone's playing the savings road trip game of Monopoly at Lucky. This week, collect bonus game tickets.
list, Target has your back to school.
Great Kevin Burkhardt, who has a new partner.
Kevin's the man, by the way.
He is the man. What happened to Olsen? Brady doesn't deserve that gig.
When he was
Damn it.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
What do you think?
Wow,
when you hear
where does he
that?
find the dude? Who is that guy? That was our man FP, Steiny. He'll be in today.
No. That was our man, Daryl the Guru Johnson. Hey, you join 95.7 The Game at Harding Park Friday, September 6th for the Pettinelli Financial Partners Golf Tournament benefiting the Autism Society of San Francisco. Go to 957thegame.com to learn more. Presented by Atco Pest Control, the Bay Area's locally family-owned pest control company. You know what? I'm using 6 months.
Wow.
That makes it sound more dramatic. It's been 6 months since the Super Bowl.
Look how you say.
6 months, Goo. 6 months. The 49ers knew 2 days after the Super Bowl that McCaffrey, Trent Williams, and Aiyuk needed to be dealt with. Why do you think 6 months later, the only guy they've taken care of is McCaffrey? Let me throw this one at you, because I got some really, but I'm throwing it out to our listeners, obviously, at 888-957-9570. 415 in the Xfinity Mobile text line. Because they know they have to get rid of someone next year. So at this point, they're trying to deal with it a year early.
I don't buy that. I was under the impression, and it won't be the first time I'm wrong, that Debo could have been a possibility after they signed Aiyuk and traded Debo this next offseason. I never in a million years thought the disease of me would kick in right now. And you know what? I got to be careful here. When you say they've taken care of McCaffrey, people are right. But, Steiny, I believe Trent is not a big deal. The more I think about it, they got to be hooking the big fella up with just R&R. We'll take care of you right before the season starts. There's no football expert or aficionado that could explain why the Niners would be tricking around with Trent. But Aiyuk, Steiny, I don't think they had him trying to bring the house down. I don't think they are fond of life without Aiyuk, and that's why we're dealing with what you call this.
Maybe they thought around draft night they were going to be able to trade Aiyuk or Debo Samuel, because that was out there. That was out there. We all know they were going to have to deal with this in a year. Maybe they were thinking about dealing with it on draft night, and they didn't like any of their deals for either Aiyuk at the time or Debo at the time. But they knew they were going to have trouble with Aiyuk, and so they said, let's get some insurance in here with Pearsall. And sure enough, now Aiyuk has become a problem. Wow. Where Trent Williams fits in, I don't know. That's what I'm wondering. But he's so
important right after. He's the guy that opens the holes. We had Baldy on with Joe and Bonte earlier this week. Steiny, we all know his worth, and he's protecting Brock Purdy. So I have to believe maybe the big fella at 36 is just getting an extended vacation, and there's nothing to see here with this money. But when you just, I don't know why McCaffrey, and I get it, Steiny, it's nothing against McCaffrey, why that was so easy, but these two from afar seem difficult.
Well, I would say maybe that's one of the reasons McCaffrey has been taken care of, but the other two haven't, is that it was probably easier with McCaffrey.
All right.
And it probably impacted the salary cap or the salary structure less than those other two guys. And maybe McCaffrey wasn't asking for what the other two guys are asking for in terms of, how close or how far they are from what they really want. Maybe they figured, you know what, McCaffrey only wants a little bit more, we'll give it to him. Trent wants a lot more, and Aiyuk wants a lot more. We'll figure those out. I don't know. I'm asking why 6 months after the Niners knew all this, are we still here? And again, the one guy we don't know anything about is Trent Williams. And to me, with him, I get it. I know how important he is, but to me, I do think it's interesting. If he's so damn important, well, why hasn't he been signed?
That's $1 million question.
Because he doesn't need to come to training camp. All right. So each day that goes on, though, with Trent Williams, I wonder more and more about whether the Niners are essentially doing the same thing with with Williams as Aiyuk.
And that's called hardball. That's what you called it the other day.
Exactly. Let's go to Jack. Jack's in San Francisco. What's up, Jack? How you doing, man?
Okay, how you doing?
Doing well.
I think they had the Aiyuk deal done, and then the market just blew up for wide receivers. I think they had that thing just about done, and then Aiyuk sort of pulled the deal off the table, and so I think they got sort of wrong-footed on that. And on Williams, I guess the issue with Williams is if he wants more for this year, I would definitely pay him more for this year. If he wants some sort of a 4-year, 5-year contract at 36 years old, that I think becomes an issue. So, but like you say, nobody really has any insight on what's going on with Williams, so that's all speculation.
Thanks, Jack. Appreciate the call. I think that's a possibility. I don't think we're ever going to nail it down, but I do think that's a possibility that the Niners were close with Aiyuk and then those other guys got money.
But how do you come to a resolution? It still doesn't, because if Brandon Aiyuk is traded, Stoney, I feel like nobody won. And the Niners don't want him to leave. He didn't want to leave. But if it comes to that, I guess I'm saying miss me with the market blew up and it stopped on Brandon. The bottom line is the fallout is Purdy's going to have one less polished weapon on the outside to work with. And was it really worth it?
Well, what if the caller's right and they thought they had Aiyuk locked up for 25, 26? Yeah. Those guys got paid. They said, all right, let's get this done. And Brandon said, no, things have changed. What do you mean things have changed? Well, now I want 29 because those other guys got 28 and 29.
Yeah, well, TJ Houshmandzadeh said, Stoney, it sounds like 28 would get it done. And if they offered 26,
but what if he agreed to 26 3 months ago and he changed his mind?
I can't say you're wrong right now. Something had to pop off.
I think the other thing here that we're missing is I don't think it's about average salary per year.
Which guarantee?
No, because I do think if you say, why don't they just give him 28 and a half instead of 26?
And the guaranteed money.
I admit, that's not a big deal. But if the guaranteed money, I was looking at some of these guarantees that these receivers have gotten. It's at least 30 for most of them, sometimes more.
Man.
So maybe the guarantee's 10 and he wants 20. Well, then that is a big difference. And all I'm wondering is if Trent Williams is so important, like what if we find out that there isn't nothing to see here with Trent Williams?
I would be shocked.
That they're willing to play this out up into the 49ers are saying we got to call his bluff, Trent Williams. He's making $22 million. Is he really not going to show up? Like, isn't that the first thing you got to do if you're the Niners? And then if he doesn't show up, you start to miss him, then go sign him. Then go give him the raise.
Man, with not being in pads all off season. Like, the more you just talk about those descriptions of what possibly could happen, I'm like, I see the Rams win in the West. I see Seattle. Like, I guess from a football component, none of this is good for the greater good of the team. Brock Purdy either.
Well, just to play devil's advocate, you say nothing, none of this is good for the team, but clearly the 49ers think it's good for their long-term balance sheet. Their long-term balance sheet.
Man.
I don't know.
I thought Trent Williams had all the leverage in the world.
And he might.
Again, yeah, but right now it doesn't look like it.
Or maybe the years it is with Aiyuk. Maybe it's the years. Maybe they only want to give him 3. He wants 5. They don't want to give him 4. He wants 5. I don't know. The question I have the Niner fans, though, is why was McCaffrey taken care of and the other 2 haven't been taken care of?
Man.
Gary's in San Ramon. Hey, Gary, how you doing, man?
Not bad. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
Hey, I believe McCaffrey, it was easier to do McCaffrey because he is the market. If I'm not mistaken, he's the highest paid running back.
Mm-hmm.
So he is the market. So all they had to do is just juice him up a little more. And he has nothing to compare it to because he's the highest running back compared to the left tackle and the Aiyuk. These guys think they're better than a lot of these players. So they're going to want to make more money. That's just how I see it.
So, well, by that thinking, Gary, shouldn't Trent Williams be pretty easy to deal with? Because
I would think so. I would think so. He sees the guy in Tampa Bay getting a lot more money than him, but at the same time, the 49ers see that he's 36.
Yeah,
how good is he going to be in 2 years? So I get the stalemate there.
Gotcha.
But Aiyuk, you got to pay him. I'm not a 49er fan, but I believe you do got to pay him to keep him so.
Good stuff, Gary.
Yeah, and what's funny about all this, Donnie, is when you look at it from that vantage point, okay, Brandon Aiyuk, if people want to say or label him unproven, I totally get that. But then on the flip side, Trent Williams is proven. He's as valuable as Wirfs or any other. Like, that's the part of this that's like, it doesn't add up. The Trent Williams portfolio is a guy at the top of his positions, Donnie. So what's the holdup there, you think?
The holdup there is that the 49ers don't want to deal with him right now. I'm trying to be careful because I'm not, like, I don't know what's going on with Trent Williams.
Or they're hooking the big fella up.
I think it's...
They'll get it done, and you just rest, chill, and we'll be back, and we trust you because you know how to do this.
See, that to me is too easy. Like
but nothing else makes sense unless you're right about they're going to play hardball.
There's a lot of stuff.
I believe their second best player, or most important player right now.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I think the idea that Trent Williams wants more money, they're going to give him whatever he wants. And they know that he doesn't have to be involved in training camp. And if they sign him a week before, they sign him a week before. Yeah. If they sign him 3 days before, they sign him 3 days before. If they sign him on Friday, they sign him on Friday. I just don't think – I think if it were that easy, he'd be in here. Like if they had a choice about Trent Williams, they had a choice. They'd want him in camp. Even if he's not practicing, they'd want him here. They haven't even done the bare minimum of something that's supposed to be a formality to get him in here. That I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying I got info. I don't. Cut that, by the way.
Yeah,
but I am just saying. I am just saying. I get he doesn't have to be here. But why wouldn't you want him here if it's simple, get him here.
Yeah. And rest in peace to the great Bill Walsh, Donnie, but you don't have to be him to know the importance of Trent Williams. But when you talk about his position, his weight, all that stuff, I totally get, hey, let the big fella just chillax. And when he gets here, he gets here. So I got to believe and operates, Donnie. I'm focused on Aiyuk like we all are. We're all fatigued. I don't want him to leave the Niners. But I can't throw Trent Williams in the furnace with Aiyuk because there's no perspective or anybody walking this great earth that can tell you what the Niners are doing from a football standpoint. They can't see his value. It doesn't make sense. So it's got to be wink, wink. Stoney will take care of you. Show up that Monday before the Monday night game. You know what I mean? There's no football or sports element or ingredient that is efficient enough to make us be like, the Niners are really thinking they might can. There's no plan B with Trent. Not on this roster. When you got Super Bowl aspirations to get back.
510 Xfinity Mobile text line, and I think this is something we've glossed over. And I've heard everybody say, oh, they'll just take care of that later. It's not as simple as resting Trent Williams. He's getting fined every time he misses practice, and those fines can't be waived. He's also given up $1.1 million because he wasn't in Tennessee. He wasn't there for the Tennessee game. The contract says for guys like Williams who signed as free agents 3 years ago, they can't waive those fines. They don't. They can't. Not according to the collective bargaining agreement.
But I got to believe you could finagle the numbers when you do come to something to where, we were going to give you the 24-5.
Fine.
We'll give you 30.
So how's that? Why wouldn't the Niners just do that then? Why would the 49ers let Trent Williams accumulate fines that they know they're going to have to make up for on the back end?
I'm in denial.
That doesn't make any sense either to me.
I understand that thought problem, that mindset, but I'm in denial to where, Steiny, what else could it be?
What it could be is the 49ers, as great as Trent Williams is, are saying 3 years ago you signed a contract to be the highest paid lineman in football. You're still the 6th highest paid lineman in football. You're 36 years old. You're scheduled to make $22 million this year. We would like you to come and play on $22 million. That's what I think's going on. I'm not coming in for 22. All right. Well, we want you to. We'll talk to you next week.
And Trent hasn't even said a peep, as opposed to Brandon Aiyuk going on the Martin Luther King tour talking. I'm not mad at him.
This ain't his first rodeo, Trent Williams.
He's just quiet as a church mouse. But I do wonder if this is bigger than anybody thought.
Greg in Oakland. Hey, Greg, how you doing, man?
I'm doing good. How are you guys?
Doing well.
Good. I just wanted to bring up, this is a hard cap game, football, and it was going to come. We have too many players, well-known, top in their position, top 10, that's debatable. We have too many, and it's going to come. So I guess the question comes, who would we rather see walk? Would it be Trent, or would it be someone whose contract year is up next year, or they're on their final year in 2 years? We're stuck at a hard cap, and we have so many talent. Somebody eventually has to walk. We can't have all of these players.
I mean, I think that's what they're coming up against.
And I thought we were going to deal with that, or they were going to deal with that next year, Stoney. I thought Brandon would they need Brandon this year. Well, everybody knows the importance. Sign him to a deal, and then you would have the possibility maybe to dangle Debo or whatnot. I mean, a lot of us thought that's which way they were going. We never thought Aiyuk would come to an impasse to where he wouldn't get his chips.
Maybe we didn't think that way, but there's no way the Niners didn't think that was a possibility.
And the Ricky Pearsall on line one.
Here's the other thing. Again, I get Trent Williams. I get it. Oh, he's the greatest of all time. He's just invaluable. I get it. But let me ask you this. 2 guys are holding out right now. Let's just say 2 guys aren't playing. One is a 36-year-old guy. The other is a player entering his prime. I think it's within the realm of possibility that Aiyuk is a higher priority than Trent Williams, because if they come to terms with Brandon Aiyuk, they've got a great wide receiver in their fold for the next 5 years. Trent Williams, he's not even going to be here in 5 years. So, yeah, I get it. He's important now, but Aiyuk is more important to the future of the 49ers, the future.
Well, you're talking
Maybe
about
that's
2
one thing
All-Pros,
they think. Yeah.
And Stotty, I'll just say this, and you know me, to hell with the future. It's about this year, it's about next year. And what I do know is Trent Williams could be a big part, and they expect him to be a big part of those seasons. So right then and there, I'm thinking, why is Trent not piggybacking off of McCaffrey? Why is this not that easy? But the fear, if I'm a Niner fan, is, boy, if they're doing what you're alluding to, maybe like, hey, dude, you're under contract. Come get this 22, and do you play the Packers, and he's Chris Jones last year, the Chiefs sitting in the stands? Like, I would never in a million years thought that would have been the scenario.
From the 925 on the Xfinity Mobile text line, the holdup is he's under contract and shouldn't be demanding more. I don't get why it's okay to sign a contract, then decide you're worth more before the contract is up.
Well, welcome to the world of pro sports.
Well,
these greedy dudes do it all the time.
Well,
and gals.
Some guys do it.
Yeah. And some get away with it because they're good enough to do it.
925. Trent's 36 and one injury away from being done.
Well, he's an all-pro.
925. He's not worth the extra money.
So
that's the other thing.
Not having them, though, changes your outlook for this season.
Maybe it's the fact that Trent Williams hasn't played a full season in 7 years. That may make the 49ers hesitant to give him a lot of guaranteed money. Makes sense to me. That makes sense to me.
Man.
So, again, the question I'm asking is, for 6 months, the Niners knew this might be a possibility, and they're still here. I don't think they're dumb. They may have miscalculated a little, but I don't think they're dumb. And so you tell me why nothing's gotten done with 2 of the 3 guys. Danny's in Pittsburgh. What's going on in Pittsburgh, Danny? You want this guy?
What's going on, fellas? How y'all doing?
You want this guy? You want Aiyuk?
Okay, so this is the thing, right? So everybody got to revert back to after the Super Bowl, right?
Yep.
Where his wife went on a rant and his brother went on a rant saying, last season in the 49ers, I think the main draw with you guys was that Ricky Pearsall, right? Because are they getting rid of Debo? Was they getting rid of Aiyuk? I mean, it was just an up and down thing. So my surveillance for being a Steeler fan, do we want them? Do we need them? Of course. But also at the same point, we have a dilemma here. Because if you pay Brandon Aiyuk all this money, how's George Pickens going to feel?
Mm-hmm.
Because but in y'all case, I don't know who you pay, Trent Williams or Brandon Aiyuk, because it's like Brandon, of course, I guess don't want to play for you guys. I don't know what it is, because if you look on his TikTok right now, it says PS1. I don't know what that means.
Appreciate it.
If you look at his what, Stoney?
PS1.
His TikTok?
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think anybody can definitively answer if Brandon Aiyuk wants to be here or not. I know what he said, but...
Well, I tell you what, he didn't want to leave if it were going to New England.
We'll see about Pittsburgh.
Yeah, or Cleveland.
See, this is interesting. The 202. Aiyuk,
ready to go.
Aiyuk is more of a priority than Williams.
Prove it.
You can replace a premium young stud wide receiver over an aging left tackle.
An aging left tackle that's all pro. That's what people are forgetting. I mean, the Niners have won. I'm perplexed, and the whole Aiyuk thing has me. I'm ready to jump off a bridge because I want the baby here. But when you throw in Trent Williams on top of this, and the fact that you started this conversation with Goo, they knew back in March. It is rather confusing or baffling as to what the Niners are going to do and what you call this. Because I know you got to say, Goo, is this par for the course? They knew it. I just know 2 big parts of your team are not in camp.
I think,
and now you're playing preseason games. You got another second game Sunday.
I think, believe it or not, when you really drill down on these 2 guys, I almost feel like more people, when they think about it, are more pissed off at Trent Williams than Brandon Aiyuk. Because Brandon Aiyuk is in his window right now. We all knew he was in his window.
Does that really, and I love the people, I'm one of them. Does that really mean anything if you're Trent Williams? I'm going to show up, take the plane.
Trent has already contemplated, I'm just reading from the text line. Xfinity Mobile text line. I know we got to go.
Yeah.
Trent has already contemplated retirement multiple times. They cannot give him new guaranteed money when he can walk away anytime he wants. 888-957-9570 is the number. That segment brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
The economy is rough, and traditional four-year programs are just not cutting it.
I know where all the prisons are.
Time for the legal.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
What prison you know about?
Pelican Bay.
Well,
you ever been there?
Yeah.
I've been there.
Santa Rita is the new Pelican Bay.
I've been to Pelican Bay.
Chris
all the
Paul
prisons.
Not as a prisoner.
No.
Yeah.
But in a previous life, I
can see you in the cafeteria.
I've been to all the prisons.
Yeah, being a jerk.
I had friends in the public defender's office, and so I got to see a lot of prisons up close.
Not 5, not 6, not
That's probably true. Been to Folsom.
Look at you.
Obviously, San Quentin. It's a no-brainer.
Attica?
Never been to Attica.
Yeah.
I'm talking mostly California.
Just to check it out, or
somebody I knew was visiting a client. So
what kind of client?
I used to watch
somebody that was at Pelican Bay.
Look at him.
And at San Quentin. Yeah.
Oh, I got a question for you.
Okay.
My boy Big Dex chimed in, and I'm going to do to him what you do to me. Could Brandon's situation be holding up Trent Williams' situation?
Maybe.
My response is, does it matter?
Mm-hmm.
No, get it done. Get one of them done. Like, does it matter?
It might.
Because the bottom line is, both of them are still not in camp.
That's the point. If 3 guys wanted money this offseason, McCaffrey, Aiyuk, and Trent Williams, they prioritized it the way we're watching them prioritize it. Here's what I think Trent Williams needs to do. He needs to sit down at that big desk in East Texas.
That's where they say he's at.
He needs to pull out, and I'm going old school. He needs to pull out a Papermate pen, and he needs to write a letter to Brandon Aiyuk thanking him for how he handled his offseason. Because if Brandon Aiyuk had not handled the offseason like he has, way more people would be on to what Trent Williams is trying to do.
Not to me. He's an OG, and he's still a powerful OG, Stotty. He's still good as hell. One of the top left tackles in the game. I mean that. I ain't just giving him that.
That's great. What you tell me the difference right here. Brandon Aiyuk wants to be paid like a top 5 receiver. And the 49ers go, you ain't.
Gotcha.
And Trent Williams wants to be paid like the number 1 left tackle in football, and they're saying, you ain't. What's the difference?
Look at my resume.
You're not the best right now.
I'm your best left tackle.
That's right.
Damn it.
And Brandon Ayuk's your best wide receiver.
Is he?
Yes.
Well, then why'd you draft Pearsall?
Well, because we knew it was going to be a problem.
Than Debo? I don't make more than Debo right now.
You will.
Well, or you will not.
Maybe the 49ers look and say, you know what? McCaffrey wants to be the highest paid running back. Well, he is. You're paid. Aiyuk, you want to be paid like a top 5 receiver. We have you at 12. We have you at 12. Trent Williams, we want to be number 1 paid. You're 5 right now.
Well,
you're 5.
I know you want him to get his chicken, but I'd bet you in a Texas second.
I don't give a rat's behind.
Trent is going to get a raise.
All right.
That is for sure.
He might get a raise. I wouldn't give him any guaranteed money. There's a salary cap. We got to deal with that. Man. Just the idea that
But you said just a minute ago, sorry, real quick, you understood Trent. He's got 2 years probably left. And they know
I don't understand Trent. I mean, he's being selfish.
Yeah.
That's how I understand
we
Trent
all
Williams.
agree on that. But
I think Trent Williams, get it. I think what Trent Williams is pulling is kind of worse than Brandon Aiyuk. I do. Everybody knows Brandon Ayuk's in his window. We all knew that. We knew it March 1st.
I can't believe.
What we didn't know was that Trent Williams was going to look at $22 million and say, I want guaranteed money because I'm old now.
Right.
Get out of here.
Yeah. And the 707, Goo, there's a salary cap.
That's
it
right,
matters.
Goo.
I can't but you still found a way to offer Aiyuk 26 allegedly. Okay. Had he took that, and that would have been that.
What if the guarantee was only 12?
And they're going to take care of Trent. So all that can still happen. The bottom line is, do you think it's going to happen? Because depending on who you listen to, a trade is going to pop off. It's in place. It's at the goal line. It's on the tee. We don't know, but something is about to pop off. I think the Niners do not want to part ways with Aiyuk. He don't want to lead a bay, and Trent will get his money when he gets his money. He's probably at home playing the new Madden.
Let's go to Mar in San Francisco. What's up, Mar? How you doing?
Hey, guys. How you guys doing today?
Hey.
Doing well.
Hey.
Mar. Man, I'm living the talk. I just hate the situation the 49ers has put themselves in, you know. I mean, I understand Brandon Aiyuk's situation, but I agree with you. It's kind of selfish for Trent Williams to do this and just ask for more money. I mean, you made like a gajillion dollars, man, and you still want more money, even though he is the best left tackle, I think, in the game. He's an all-pro. He deserves it, and I think he's more important than Brandon Aiyuk. If you take away Trent Williams from this team, Brock Purdy's getting sacked there left and right. I mean, we already have a weak offensive line, a middle of the pack offensive line. I don't want to say weak. We need a couple people in there. That'd be nice. But if you take away Trent Williams from that O line, Brock Purdy is getting sacked all day.
Look at that 3-game losing streak, bud. Yeah, when Trent was out, I know it was just last year, Guru, but that was bad. It speaks to what you're talking about.
Yeah, Debo was out of that game too.
Also, Debo Samuel, I think I value him more to this team than just because he brings the energy, he brings everything. And other than that, he had that 3-touchdown game against the Eagles. Which
watch the Super Bowl. He was hurt.
Man.
That hamstring was barking in the Super Bowl for Debo. I'm just saying.
That's the only thing is injuries. Injuries is stopping us. I think that's the thing for us this year is the injury bug has to not bite us. If the injury bug bites us this year, we're going to have a hard year, guys.
Here's the other thing, and I don't know why I haven't brought this up before. But everybody says, "Well, it's our Super Bowl window, and anything and everything. It's got to be for this year, for this year, for this year. It's the most important thing is this year." Yeah, to you, maybe let me ask you this: if they just cave into Trent Williams, okay, all right, and then we go through next year, you think Nick Bosa's not just going to hold out? If somebody surpasses him as the highest paid left tackle in football, what about Fred Warner?
So you're saying when does it stop?
Exactly. But why would Nick Bosa not hold out next year if somebody becomes a higher paid left tackle?
I don't have the answer to that.
Thank you.
But I'm not living my life or running my team like that. We'll deal with that.
You have to run your team like that.
You let him take to clean the house last time with Bosa.
That's the point. And Trent Williams cleaned house 3 years ago.
And he's trying to do it again.
Exactly.
And he's going to win.
We'll see. We'll see. But you can't just continue. I mean, you're asking
I hear
for
what
trouble.
You're saying, but this is how it happens, man.
Okay, then why doesn't every team have 4 holdouts a year? Like, this is just going to be business as usual?
Well, because the studs are pretty much taken care of, Steiny.
Maybe the 49.
The average Bears ain't going to be able to pull this. And I love Lenore's and all those guys. They ain't going to have the gravitas to pull this Trent Williams card, man.
You cannot, as good as Trent Williams is, I mean,
he's going to get paid, partner. I agree.
And if I'm Nick Bosa, I never come to camp again. I have it written in my contract that every time a guy gets paid more than me on another team, you got to give me a raise. That's what we're talking about. Fred Warner. Is Fred Warner the best middle linebacker in football?
One of them.
Okay. Is he the highest paid middle linebacker in football? Well, I'd hold out if I were him. What makes him different than Trent Williams? He's important.
But you're speaking for a guy's character, that Fred Warner, who hasn't done that. But he could.
So now we're talking about character.
No, I don't know. But you're talking about.
I'm saying.
No, you're bringing up actions by people that haven't done what you're saying they can do. And for the ink hasn't even dried on Bosa's contract, so we know Steiny, he ain't gonna pull that shenanigan, which he could in 1 year after.
Can I be honest?
Yeah,
how naive are you?
But how dumb is that from you to say he's going to pull that? He just signed it. Tell me 2 years from now. But to say he's going to do it next year is as dumb as you're saying that I'm like, he got a couple, Steiny, before he pulls that. Okay. But for you to stay and worry, it's going to happen next year. That's as dumb as you're saying that.
You don't think it's going to happen every year? With somebody?
Trent is at the end, bro.
All the more reason to not give in.
But he's one of the best tackles in the game.
And Brandon Aiyuk's one of the best wide receivers in the game.
Oh, now he is. Are you saying that?
Yeah,
before you said he was
10.
average.
I said top 10, top 12.
Well,
there's no difference to me.
This is his first time. He's a virgin. He's trying to get paid.
That's right. That's another reason I'm telling Trent Williams to kick rocks. Or, you know what? Don't play on the 22.
But you're not going to be as good on the field.
You're not going to be as good as on the field without Aiyuk if you move him.
But see, they must feel that. They must feel differently about that because it's looking that way.
I think if I'm the 49ers, I am absolutely worried that this will just keep happening. If you just keep throwing money at people, and you know what? McCaffrey got his. McCaffrey did. They had two guys who did it this year, McCaffrey and Trent Williams. You think it hasn't run through Parag Marate's mind that if they go down a certain road, they're going to run into this problem time and time again?
I'm not saying that it's not on their radar, but
and the idea
about how good are the people pulling this prank?
The idea that Nick Bosa wouldn't take a page out of Trent Williams' playbook to me is preposterous. When we heard a teammate of Nick Bosa, George Kittle, say, well, that's what the Bosas do. They hold out.
And my whole point is this is brand new, Stoney. But again, I'm like, I wouldn't be worried about that from Bosa next year. Maybe 2 years from now.
Okay. Well, then so there's somebody next year. There's going to be somebody next year who signed a contract 3 years ago.
Yeah, but they're not going to. I don't think they're going to be as talented as Trent Bosa. Well, if
when did Warner sign his contract?
Like 2 years ago.
Okay, so he's due to hold out.
It could be longer than that.
Yeah, he's due. Oh my, then he's really due to hold out. I'm surprised he's not holding out now.
D. Lou says you're spitting facts, but if I'm not saying you're not, but it don't make you right. They're two dudes that are away from camp.
No, that's the point.
You're going to cave. You're going to pay Trent Williams.
Okay. Daryl in Alameda. What's going on, Daryl? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, good morning, guys. You guys are seriously dancing around the issue that's going on.
All right.
There's one organization that should be blamed, and that's the 49ers. When they opened their mouth last year and said, we're going to break the bank for Brock Purdy, that opened the floodgates, period. You got veteran players that are looking around like Trent Williams. Hey, I'm protecting this dude's back. Brandon Aiyuk. Hey, I'm running precise routes so he knows that I'm there when the ball is in the air. I mean, it's a team game. You're going to tell me that you're going to take this young kid, break the bank for him, and you're not going to break me off anything? And the players are not blaming each other. Players want each other to get their money, period. They don't care that Williams is waiting out. He has legitimate reasons why he's doing it. Brandon Aiyuk, like he said, he's on his rookie contract. All rookie contracts don't come to where you play out your whole rookie contract. No, this is his time to get paid.
What if I told you, Daryl, that what you just said is the most impactful thing I've heard about this situation in the last week? Because I never thought that. But you might be onto something. When Jed York said that Brock Purdy will reset the market, the guy had played 1.5 seasons. Daryl, you still there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's a great point.
On the point.
Thanks, Daryl. Appreciate the call.
All right.
I didn't put 2 and 2 together like that, but I mean, think about it.
But Aiyuk's contract is what it is. He was about to enter the final year of his contract.
Right,
Why would he risk that? That to me, that has nothing to do with Brock Purdy.
Yeah,
and then also on top of that, I got to worry about my neck and chest. I can't worry about the owner saying possibly they're getting ready to reset the quarterback market. I got to worry about me.
Okay.
Trent is 36. He probably has 2 good years left. He's hinted at retirement. He can play this card. I don't think the card is being played because the owner said that they're going to pay Brock Purdy.
I think there's something there.
But what does it mean at the end of the day?
I will tell you what it means. Brock Purdy came in here and quarterbacked 25 football games. And the owner said, we know he will reset the market. Okay, well, now let's look who's trying to get their money. Well, the left tackle who protects the guy who you just said would reset the market. The wide receiver that he throws the ball to.
Well, we offered him $26 million.
And Christian McCaffrey. Yeah. I think there is a connection there. I do. The more I think about it, like there may be something there. If your owner says Brock Purdy's going to reset the market after a year and a half, I think the guy who's been there 4 years, the guy who's been there however long Trent Williams has been there, and Christian McCaffrey at that point would say, so they're telling me they're going to reset the market with this guy already. Well, I got to try to go get my money right now.
And how's that working for you? Because I think they would be doing the same thing if Brock was a 7-year veteran.
I don't know. Maybe. But I didn't put those things together. And then then it's like, you can jump in here? Oh, no.
Because I feel like it's you going into Higgins' office, and I'll use Shasky. I'm hearing Shasky might be getting a big contract.
Yeah.
So pay me. You would never do something like that.
I wouldn't.
But
but these are different guys.
Yeah, but I guess the natural element of their contract is what it is. Trent's 36, so I can exclude. I'm not saying the caller was wrong and that doesn't matter. He's going to play this card regardless, Donnie, because the guaranteed money ran out, and he knows he probably has 2 good years left. So he's playing the card. Aiyuk's rookie deal is up next year. He don't want to risk the biscuit this year, and he's playing a card that I think he naturally would play.
Right. He needs it now. They need it now because they know Purdy's getting it next offseason. Maybe.
Yeah. So you think they're mad? I'm just asking, you think they're mad at Purdy or looking sideways at him?
No, but I do think, yes, if I'm Trent Williams and I'm McCaffrey and I'm Aiyuk, all right, and we have this prolific offense, and he's turned this 7th round pick into a quarterback, and we're already saying, hadn't won a Super Bowl, and the owner is already saying, well, we're prepared. This guy's going to reset the market.
Gotcha.
Well, why wouldn't Trent Williams say, well, I'm going to try to reset the market too? And I've done more than him. Yeah. And Christian McCaffrey, I'll reset the market too. Why? Because I'm the best running back in football. And you know what? Come to think, whenever we talk about Brock Purdy, there is an assumption, and probably rightfully so, he's going to get 50. Well, if he's getting 50, the others are feeding right now.
Or trying to feed.
Exactly.
And
that's why they're in this situation.
And I'm like, damn, like Steiny, I'm being real. I can't get mad at Brock because the boss said that he might reset the market. Well, we're looking at Jordan Love, who's unproven.
You get mad at Jed.
And he's getting, he's the highest paid quarterback. But
you get mad at Jed for saying it after a year and a half.
I just think, again, if you were the Niners quarterback, Trent would play this card because he's 36 and probably sees his career winding down. And Aiyuk would do the same thing.
But maybe he's more likely to do it now because he just heard the owner say that this guy who hasn't even been here for 2 years is going to reset the market.
Let's do some role play real quick.
If somebody says, if the 49ers know Purdy's going to reset the market and they're okay with it, hell yeah, I would be like, well, let's all go get ours.
Well, what about Trent saying, what would you say to Trent if he says, so let me get this straight. You guys took care of McCaffrey and you're not taking care of me? What is the difference?
We prioritize Christian higher.
I'm the one that opens the holes for him.
Yeah.
I'm all pro.
I'm not saying you don't have great questions.
So where's my chicken?
We can't pay everybody. And Christian's in his prime and you're 36.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, okay, what?
Okay, no, you going to play that game?
Yeah, I am going to play that game. Okay.
We'll see what you do on the field.
Okay. And we'll see you walk away from $22 million. Go ahead and walk away from $22 million. We can't.
Man.
Hey, Trent,
quarterbacks are different, Stoney.
We can't run a business like this. We can't.
I guess I'm not triggered. I guess I would tell the caller who made a great astute point, the bottom line is, Stoney, we know quarterbacks get the most money. We know.
Unproven ones? On this team?
But
all I'm saying is I could see how, all I'm saying is when Darryl called in from Alameda and brought that up, it made me go, that is kind of interesting. Evan?
But now you're,
If Brock Purdy is not proven, then who is besides Mahomes?
Well, I'm just saying.
And why would you use that as your, hey, I want to get paid because you said he's about to reset the market?
Because he's their teammate, okay? He's been here a year and a half. Aiyuk's been here 4 years. McCaffrey's been in the league 10 years, including 3 here. And Trent Williams has been in the league 12 years, including 4 or 5 here. So, yeah. Yes, I get how Brandon Aiyuk might think that Brock Purdy's not as proven as he is.
Well, what if management said, you know what, Steiny, don't worry about Brock. Let's worry about what you got going on. Yeah. And you're under contract, Trent, Steiny, for 22. Get your ass out there and play.
I think that's what they're saying. But you don't like that. Yeah. You want him to give him what he wants.
They're saying that and playing hardball in the third quarter. It's late third. But Steiny, when that clock gets to the fourth quarter and Green Bay is, the Jets are looming, they're going to give in.
Okay.
Ryan, Aiyuk, I don't know.
Ryan and Irvine. What's up, Ryan? How you doing, man?
Good. How you guys doing?
Hey.
So I think that you're going to hear both of these pieces drop at the same time.
Oh.
I think at the exact same time, you're going to hear either Aiyuk is signing an extension with the 49ers. They came to an agreement. And then, at the same time or right after, you're going to hear Trent Williams signs an extension with a renegotiated contract. Or you're going to hear Brandon Aiyuk is going to the Steelers. They finally agreed to this trade. But I think they're both going to drop at the same time. I think the Trent Williams deal is kind of hanging in the balance of what happens with Aiyuk. But I think you're going to hear about both of them at the same time.
Okay, let me push you. When do you think?
I think today.
Oh, all right.
Jerry Rice.
I think.
Okay.
I do think this afternoon. I think it's going to happen, and I definitely think they're both complicated for their own reasons.
Mm-hmm.
But these contracts, right? Especially Aiyuk, you're projecting what are the next 3 or 4 years going to look like.
Yep.
And Trent Williams, I love him. He is one of the best tackles of all time. His best days are behind him, and I hate to say it, but I'm sure what they're using in that. Well, I'm sure what Parag is using in that negotiation room is, hey man, you're a stud. But every single year we go deep into the playoffs and you kind of break down a little bit. Look at the playoffs. Look at the game against the Super Bowl. Yeah. Look at the game against Detroit.
But you don't get to the Super Bowl without me. What if he tells Parag that? You don't get to the Super Bowl. You're talking about my bad games. What about my good ones? When I'm pancaking dudes left and right. You don't have a replacement for me, Parag?
Yeah, you're great in the regular season.
Oh, my God.
You're great against 500
I watched the Super Bowl, I swear to God, after the Giants.
How'd he play?
They were throwing him. He got thrown around.
Who did?
Trent. A couple of dudes threw him. I was like, boy.
We do have a minor Brandon Aiyuk update on the other side.
Oh, that's the tease, people. Download the Odyssey app directly from our QR code on both YouTube and Twitch. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing today. 888-957-9570. I'll take some calls on the other side. Then we've got a little bit of a Brandon Aiyuk update. And then we'll talk about how Trent Williams ought to write Brandon Aiyuk a thank you note on 95.7 The Game.
RELAX. Relax. Hey, it's Bonte.
Yes, but don't he's black? What nationality? He's a brother.
Black.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, FYI, as a rule, I don't like heavy metal.
Dude, I don't
either. So keep it to yourself.
That Black Sabbath?
What's this garbage?
Kiss.
Is it garbage?
AC/DC.
Is it actually the band Garbage? Motorhead, even worse.
The Killers? I did some research on them.
The Killers are not heavy metal.
Oh, okay. Hey, you're in the Radio Partner Hall of Fame. God, I can't. It's scary, too. So, Rutherford and I, when I was single, we'd go out clubbing, dating, trying to find something. We'd always say, hey, I got any friends? And friends was a code word for boogers. Something on my nose.
Oh.
And we'd always I got any friends?
Gotcha.
And while we were on air, I had a friend. And you whispered to Evan.
Right.
And Evan whispered to me, and I said, I'm on camera.
Yeah.
So what an assist by you. I took care of myself. So thank you, bud. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Let's get to this Brandon Aiyuk update that isn't.
Oh, here we go.
I guarantee you this is going to be bogus.
He's in the Bay. Well, he is in the Bay.
He is in the Bay. In fact, he's in Santa Clara at practice in a cutoff 49ers.
Let me guess, making a spectacle of himself again.
What was Jerry talking about?
He's interrupting all the meetings.
That was Nahegan.
Oh, man. Are you really telling me the baby's not coming today?
You know what? I got it.
Jerry, call us.
See, this is...
Something to pop off today.
This is what...
Jerry Rice.
Bay Area. Let me tell you what I'm dealing with here. And my good friend, Darryl the Guru Johnson. But he said it.
You better be careful.
He said it during the break.
Snitches get stitches, man.
I'm the same guy that saved you some embarrassment.
Go ahead.
Steiny, I watched. I've been watching the Super Bowl back, and
1,000,000 times.
This is a quote from Guru during the break. Hey, Steiny, I gotta admit, Trent was being thrown around that game.
He was. I watched it last night about 11:20 p.m. Steiny, guy, that wasn't his best game by any stretch, man.
Wow.
Dudes with the left hand throwing him down. I'm like, Trent, what's going on? Yeah. Kansas City, they were physical. Olivia Newton-John.
He can't handle physicality?
No, he can't.
Most 36-year-olds can't.
It's called Priest, where you been? It's called perspective.
Yeah.
My point is the Niners aren't sniffing a bowl without Trent.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, Trent, get to work.
TW.
Get to work.
So, no, I can't get a bet from you two that this is nothing to burger for Trent. He's going to get a raise.
I'm not betting on that.
All right.
I just made one bet today, and that is I don't think the Aiyuk situation will be rectified by the end of our show.
And I thought of it. I'm taking the bet back.
Oh, there he goes.
Yeah, just you can't do a lot of stuff for content.
Gotcha. Let's go to Big Smooth and see.
Oh, man.
Big Smooth's in the city. Hey, Big Smooth, how you doing, man?
Long time to hear from. But listen, man, as you guys are talking, this is all predicated on those 3 games, man. Listen, you know everyone's gassing him. Hey, come on back, Trent. We losing. We need you. He comes back. They start winning again. Now you're about to break Purdy off. Yeah, I'm gonna give it a try. On top of that, these veterans don't like camp anyway.
Wow.
Worst case scenario, I miss camp. But on the other side, he's gonna come in out of shape, just like all guys do on these long contract excursions. But I'm gonna tell you this, man. Long term, the Niners need to get a replacement or start looking for his protege. Because if you don't, he can pull this off because you don't have anybody that's as good as him. And at 36, you surely need to start looking at that.
Yeah.
Because it's going to be, he can do this every year. What are you going to do about it?
No
exactly.
Doubt.
All right, guys.
And
he'll do it every year.
Said it. Thanks, Big Smoothie.
And so will Bosa.
But we're all all the teams in all sports are one injury away. Right. Mahomes goes down, it's a wrap. Purdy goes down, you got Dobbs and you know what I mean?
36-year-olds are more likely to go down.
Yeah, J.J. McCarthy just tore his meniscus and he's a baby.
Right.
The injuries
but he's not asking for the kind of money that Trent Williams is asking for when his best days are behind him.
I'm an all-pro. Why are you? I'm not what I was at 26.
That's why we're not going to pay you.
But I'm still an all-pro.
Yeah, that's why you're
McCaffrey. You're making 22.
That's why you're making $22 million this year.
No, Trent Williams like fine wine.
No doubt about it.
But not according to Goo.
What was Kobe's wine?
According to Daryl the Guru Johnson, in an honest moment, Trent was being thrown around that game.
He had a bad game. That's all. Monte and I, we've all said it. Everybody's talked about Trent. That was not his best work.
Oh.
And it wasn't Kyle's best work.
Oh. Well, Kyle's under contract for the next 4 years, and he's not holding out.
I ran
See what
back,
I'm saying?
Yeah. You don't care. I ran back. This is last night. Yeah. Rob Lowe.
I don't believe it.
Come on now.
I don't.
Listen, I ran back the coin flip. Dude, that gets more amazing by the day. The fact that the Niners didn't know the rules. Is that why they lost, Bud? No, but you should have.
It's not why they lost, but it's something fun you can blame Kyle Shanahan on for the rest of his career.
You shouldn't have took the ball first. That's all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Possibly.
Kyle, that was a blunder.
Oh, boy.
Come on, Jerry Rice. Be right now. Dude, I don't know why he did that. He had to be sipping. If he's wrong, he had to be sipping. Just wanted to give him
what was Filipponi doing?
Oh, boy. Spadoni winning, Filipponi. But he was playing.
He can still be right.
So why'd you say that then?
Because he for all we know, the same deal's in place now.
Filipponi from our sister station, 93.7 in the Fan Morning Show, Stoney. He was sharing with us his intel. It wasn't kiss my ass when I'm right. We got to get away from that. It's okay.
Wouldn't you love that? Wouldn't you love to get away from accuracy? You'd love that, wouldn't you?
Oh, boy. You're on thin ice with me.
Steve's in Oakland.
I'm good now.
Hey, Steve. How you doing, buddy?
Doing fine. How are you two doing?
Doing well.
All right. So let me just start by saying none of us really knows what's been offered. This is about Brandon Aiyuk's contract, and I suppose Trent Williams as well. We just know what we read in the papers, but it appears that his current contract is $14 million a year, and that he was at one point offered $26 million a year, which he turned down because the market got reset. So, for our discussion, I guess those are the numbers that we have to use.
Yep.
And it occurred to me that let's go with $14 million a year.
All right.
So if you take 10% of that, which goes to his agent, and then another third, which goes to the IRS, and roughly this and that and the other, that leaves you with about $8 million a year.
Okay.
And the other thing that we don't know, I know there's a lot that we don't know, but we don't know how much of that is guaranteed.
Right.
But these days, it seems like the NFL is moving much more towards guaranteed money. And then you take a look at $26 million a year. You take a third to the IRS, 10% to the agent, and that leaves about $15 million a year. So the one argument that everyone makes whenever we're talking about the exorbitant amount of money that athletes make is that, oh, yeah, but they have a short career.
Right.
They got to make their money now, whereas, slobs like you and me or whatever, we got to work 30, 40 years in order to have the same income, right? Well, if you take $100,000 a year, which used to be a heck of a lot of money, now is, what a good salary. If you make $100,000 a year and you for 40.
Steve,
that reminded me of high school study. He was losing me before then. But we get your point, boy. Uncle Sam is you know what? Stoddy, that was taking me back to Mr. Etchell and Logan. You Yoko Dokos. Daryl, you're back there like a bump on a pickle. Open your.
Can I be honest with you?
Yeah. You were into
When's the last time the IRS took a third?
Oh, well, yeah. He was being generous.
I'd love for the IRS to take a third.
I want to live in a state that doesn't have state taxes.
Bye-bye. Quit trying to cheer me up.
Well, man, that's a
Cowboys are hiring.
Boy, wow. Look at this.
Cowboys need a wide receiver. No state taxes.
Yeah. Boy.
You know,
he was into it.
He's right.
Well, that's why Trent's trying to get some more money, Steiny.
Well,
you're like, yo, Fossil, get back out there.
That's right. I am.
He's getting his bread.
You better hope.
I just hope he's working out for the Niners.
Yeah, I'm sure he's busting hump.
LA Fitness.
Yeah.
In Houston.
They even have those. He lives in East Texas.
Yeah, that's where my dad Norm's from. East Bullard, Texas. East Texas. Gotta be hard.
I don't think
there,
it's near Houston.
Yeah, you can watch your dog run away for 2 miles.
Wow.
I don't know what that means.
Because it's so flat.
Oh.
Yeah.
I got you.
I used to go out there for family reunions and tell my cousins, hey, take me to the hills. They're like, dude, you ain't in Cali. Look around.
It's called the trash heap.
Boy, flatland.
So Evan posed a question to me the other day.
Next question.
You know, he said, I know, Steiny, you're not a fan of the Niners or the Warriors. And he said something like, so what do you like? I mean, like, what do you like in sports?
You like golf?
No, in sports.
Oh,
you know,
I'm all ears.
Yeah. And I did something that you might want to try, and that is reflect on the question before you answer. And
I can really fight you sometimes.
Anyway, I paused for a great 5-10 seconds. And I said, you know what I like? I like when we find out that what we're thinking and conventional wisdom is wrong. I like when I learn something that I didn't know or didn't put onto my mental Rolodex. Yeah. Like I loved that Daryl in Alameda brought up that point about Purdy. I hadn't thought about it. Maybe that's not the reason it's all happening.
Gotcha.
But maybe it's one of the things that might have rankled a couple players. Maybe. So it makes me go, And that's what I love about sports. When we actually find out the truth. That's what I like.
Right. No, that was a great call. But
so you can sit there
on Daryl.
You can sit there all you want and say, Steiny, they're gonna break off Trent. They're gonna break off Trent. And you know what? They probably will. But I like when they do something
no doubt
that we don't think is gonna happen because we don't know.
And it happens every day.
That's going on.
And it happens every day. Now, I would tell Daryl this, my other brother Daryl, bring it on home, D. Because when you say what you said about others looking at others and what they're about to get paid, and the boss is saying Steiny is going to get this and reset the market, to me, you got to bring that home, D. And bringing that home would be now there is jealousy. There is envy going on. And because that's can't be.
That's right.
Oh, okay. So you're assuming.
I said it's Agenda City right now in Santa Clara.
The disease of me, you said it. Which
Thank you.
I won't let go. I love it. But thank God we don't have that here at the station.
The reason I don't say the disease of me, and I said this yesterday, is because I only use that phrase for champions. Only champions can have the disease of me.
But they're as close as you could get.
Yeah, they're Agenda City.
Which makes it worse that they're not champions.
That's why you don't
think if
bend
they won
over
that Super Bowl
and
last
roll
year,
over.
we would be here. People would be money would be flying in Santa Clara.
You might be right.
Like
Thank you.
Mayweather's little meme where he's throwing the money out.
So Trent Williams, you need to read the room.
Oh,
you
I've read
didn't
it.
win the Super Bowl, and you weren't good in that game.
No, he wasn't.
All right.
But wake me up when my press conference or the release is going on. Steiny, he's getting his chicken.
Okay.
Now, Aiyuk, I don't know. And Jerry said today, what? I hate that he put it out, and I went to bed thinking, are we going to have some finality to this? We're all fatigued. We are.
I'm not. I come in every day with a what's that horses behind say? Oh, with an attack with no mankind.
For me, it's back to work and attacking with an enthusiasm unknown to mankind.
It's so good. Oh, Harbaugh.
My
it's
coach.
his world. We're just living in it, man. What if he brings Cap back?
I can't stand him, and yet I love him.
Yeah, well,
I just
you talking about me.
No, I'm talking about Harbaugh. I love him, but I can't stand him.
He's great, man.
Oh my God.
Jonathan in Palo Alto.
Our man.
What's up, Jonathan? How you doing?
Hey, doing good, guys. What's up?
Hey.
So I just want to start by saying that Brock, good quarterback. He's smart, accurate, tough. We know around the Bay Area, how talented he is. But let's all be honest. He has a historic offense, right? He has one of the best offensive play callers and minds that we've ever seen. So I'm not entirely bought into the premise that hey, let's pay Brock $50 million and build around him again. Are we 1,000% sure he's that dude that can carry this team regardless of talent? Because for what he's doing now and what he's getting paid, the expectations are low. But once you pay him $50 million, the expectations are going to really change, and people are going to look at him like he's that dude. And when Debo and CMC were out last season, that game against the Vikings Monday night, how did he look? Not great, right? So I just wanted to put that out.
Can I ask you a quick question? Don't hang up. You're on fire, but what would the scoreboard read right now if you talk about what you've seen from Brock? To me, it's 1,000 to 1 that he's going to get that chicken predicated on what he's already done if he has an okay year, right?
100%. But let's take away Brandon Aiyuk. Let's take away Trent Williams. They're not expendable the way some people I think are talking, and you take away some of those major pieces of this offense, how far does he drop down into the quarterback rankings? That's my only point.
But Steiny, is that realistic?
Yes. It absolutely. And people say no shade, no shade. It's not shade to start to think about the team that Brock Purdy's going to quarterback in 2 years.
But the goal is you're always trying to fertilize it. It's like me telling you with a head full of hair.
I understand.
Tell me how it is to live in the world as a bald man. If you got a head full of lettuce, you're never going to know that.
You're not going to have it.
You wash it and you brush it, you condition it so you don't lose it, but you'll never really know. So you're waiting for something that's not going to happen.
What do you mean?
Doc is going to get paid on what he's done, and it's up to ownership to keep the ship moving in the right way. You might lose one thing, but you ain't going to. The cabinet's not going to be bare. So you got to pay the man predicated on what he's done. And right now, an NFC championship loss, a Super Bowl, and I'm assuming something good this year.
But this is what you do, Guru. This is what you do.
You got a head full of hair.
Guru, what I think is the dumbest conversation we could have?
Something predicated on something that has not happened.
Thank you.
What's he going to look like when his team doesn't have this or that? Wake me
what's
up.
The difference?
We don't know what that's
what's
going
the difference
to happen.
between that and you saying right now you're going to pay Purdy $45-50 million? It's
because we can tap onto what the owner said it. We're ready for him to reset the market.
And I can tap in to how dire the 49ers salary cap situation is going to be in 2 or 3 years if you continue to pay guys without having any responsibility
but give me this.
counting.
All right, real quick.
And you know what? It doesn't matter.
I'm not telling
what you would pay Brock Purdy now.
I'm telling you what he's done is second to none. You got to admit it looks good right now. It looks good.
But it's like my house. Okay, how much is my house worth? Your house is worth $600,000.
Yeah.
Oh boy, I thought it'd be worth $900,000. It doesn't matter. I'm not selling it now. You're not paying Brock Purdy now. If he doesn't have a good, I'll tell you right now. Let me just. You think?
There's impact. Impact. I get it.
Thank you.
But we can't erase. He would totally have to fall off to erase the Super Bowl and seconds away. And then there's a lot of good, regardless if we think, he's a product of a system or whatnot. There's a lot of good Brock has done.
Right.
That's all. So
it means, I'll tell you right now,
he's not starting from scratch.
What he's done the first year and a half is half as important as what he does this year. Come on, Goo. Come on. If he has a great year, he'll get paid.
I can warm up to that.
If he has a bad year, he will not get paid as much.
Yeah, but I guess, Stoney, I'm just telling the people, put respect on what he's done because it's a lot. But I hear what you he would really, Stoney, have to be bad to negate the 2 years. That's all. The year and a half, whatever you want to call it.
Here's one way to keep his price down. Don't pay Trent Williams and Brandon Aiyuk.
Well, then you're going to get the bad Brock Purdy.
Well, then you don't have to pay him as much. But you know what? That's where you're missing the point. That's where he might not be Mahomes or Herbert or Rodgers or one of those guys.
But do you really want to find out that way? That way, though.
I want to find out before I pay him. Absolutely.
But you're saying right now with that mindset that what he's done means nothing then.
It's not as important as what happens this year. Okay, so what happened in the last year and a half is more important than what happens this year?
No.
Well, that's all I'm saying.
But we're talking about 2 seasons.
Okay.
One on the fly.
It's a half season.
Okay, but I took you to the NFC Championship game, and then I followed that up after wrecking my elbow to a Super Bowl.
Okay.
Let's just
what are you going to do this year?
A divisional loss in the playoffs. Second round, they lose but he wasn't the reason. Steiny, I got to believe.
What if he's the reason? What if he starts to resemble Jimmy Garoppolo?
No, I'm here for it. I'm just telling you and telling that caller this. He's off to a good start on the first 9.
But it doesn't matter.
Golf tournament.
It doesn't matter.
It does.
What's more important is what happens this year. This year is going to determine what Purdy makes.
I'll never not agree with that.
I mean,
my whole premise is he's done a lot of good, man.
So this is what Trent Williams is doing. Trent Williams is saying, hey, pay me for what I did 2 years ago. Really? It's 2 years ago. You did what you did 2 years ago for $600,000. Thank you. Appreciate that. Swanee, Santa Clara. What's up,
Hey, what's up, man?
Hey.
Hey, so first off, I just want to say, hey, Goo, I love you. You got such a big heart, but you got to remember what Eddie Murphy used to say in the 80s. What have you done for me lately?
Oh, it was Janet Jackson, I thought.
Janet Jackson or Eddie Murphy?
That was Janet Jackson, yes. We go ahead.
My point being is, I got to agree with Sonny on this one. It's what Brock Purdy is going to do this year. They will appreciate what he's done in the past, but again, that's not. If he has a terrible year, he's not going to get paid what you're thinking he's going to get paid. But my main point, what I wanted to call for, is the whole Brandon Aiyuk and Trent Williams situation.
Okay.
So, first off, just all these players that are demanding and sitting out for all this money. You got to imagine, like, even if I had $5 million, if I had a good stockbroker and a good financial advisor, I'd be set for life. So I have a hard time feeling bad for these people wanting more money. I get it. You got to get paid now. You got a short career. But I don't understand, especially with Trent Williams. He's gotten paid, big contracts 3 or 4 times over his career. Why is he sitting out now? He's sitting on $180 million plus over at home, and he's sitting here being a baby about, I need my 2 years guaranteed. You're on your last leg of your career. I got to admit, he's definitely necessary. I want him. I don't want to get rid of him. I just feel like he's being a little bit greedy in that regard.
Thanks, Swanee. Appreciate the call. Oh, go ahead. Go with Aiyuk real quick. Oh. Well, you're getting him today, aren't you, Evan?
Yeah, we have to hit a break, Steiny.
Not everybody's Dick Vermeil.
Oh,
treat him with respect.
Yep.
Oh, I'm going to watch it. Believe me, I really love this.
Oh, that warms my heart.
That's the equivalent of the morning roast flush.
And that's the equivalent of Revenge of the Nerds.
No, I think that's a good place to leave it. Yeah, Trent Williams is being greedy. Greedy. Me, Trent.
Gordon Gekko.
Yeah.
It's a great movie.
Gotta go.
You got to go, my brother.
Thank you. 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll talk more about it on the other side. Remind me, you wanted to ask me something?
Oh, yeah. Well, no, I did it. Big decks about the one to affect the other.
All right. And don't forget, I want to read this sentence. I'll tease that. By the way, what's coming up on the game, this segment's brought to you by Lucky California.
Everyone's playing the savings road trip game of Monopoly at Lucky. This week, collect bonus game tickets.
So I came home and I had like 2 or 3 days where I was just out of it. I was sad. I was very sad.
It was Guru till I die. It's all Guru all the time.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
It's to be the man in high school, homie.
Who is it?
50 Cent.
Oh.
Talk about guys that had glory in high school and now not doing so well.
Yeah. And you have a lot in common with him?
I'm not a high school Harry. Yeah. Hey, real quick, you're burying the lead. You texted the thread that you watched or started the Pete Rose doc.
I watched the whole thing.
And I watched. Oh, you went through it?
Yeah.
Dude, his dad was rough, man.
You think?
That was you think. Wow.
I thought the takeaway of the whole show was Al Michaels did not look good in that at all. And I'm not talking about how.
I wonder if he's
and I'm not talking about how he looked physically.
Man.
He came off. Wow.
Yeah.
He made Kyle Shanahan look humble. Yeah. So one thing I like, who I was telling you about, and we just
agitating people.
No. You know, I like having an opinion about something and then finding out if it's right or wrong.
Gotcha.
So, you know, like this is what I'm saying. So whatever it was 4 years ago now, I can't remember. 2022. Yeah, I was like, I think the Warriors are done winning titles.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I think they're done. Okay, they won. They won the title in 2022.
Yeah.
Right. And did I foresee that they'd get every break in the book on the way to the title? I didn't.
Refresh my
I
memory.
I didn't exactly. I didn't realize, John Morant was going to get hurt.
Oh, here we go.
And then I didn't realize Phoenix was going to get COVID.
Jokic got hurt.
And everybody was hurt. And then I didn't realize the Celtics weren't ready for the moment. That's fine. That's fine.
Get in with the Fitzy.
And the next year came, and I'm looking at the team, and I'm like, I know I didn't think they were going to win it last year, but no. I'm looking at this team. I don't see it, Bob. And they weren't.
But something happened.
And then last year, I don't see it, Bob. I don't see it.
Chris Paul.
And I'm right again. Okay? So when I tell you this is what I want to happen, trust me, it's what I want to happen. I don't want Brandon Aiyuk or Trent Williams playing this year. And I want the Niners to win it all. See, that would be something that would tangibly show nobody knows what they're talking about.
But it's my football version of an oxymoron. Sure. You can't. They're not going to win it without those two.
And I love stuff like this. Chance. I love stuff like this. Hey, Giants. Before this, we're going to be pretty good. Going to be pretty good. Giants. Okay. What do you think, Steiny? I don't know. 500? I don't know. 82, 84 wins?
You said they'd be a hotter ticket than the Warriors.
No.
That was said. We had a show about it.
See, if you're going to do this, remember exactly what I said.
Are you mad at me or
I said? I'm mad at both of you.
Okay.
Because you both are sticking it to me. What I said at the time was, I think I'd rather see a Giants game than a Warriors game. And I meant it at the time. Now, clearing that up. So then the Giants struggle. They get 6 games below 500. And then it's that's where my observer comes in.
Okay.
And I watch the fan base quit.
Yeah.
I watched the fan base give up on the team. I watched the fan base say, fire Farhan. He's an idiot. I watched the fan base give up on Snell.
But you understand what they were reacting to what they were watching, partner.
That's right.
Okay.
And they were wrong.
They were wrong.
And now the Giants get a little bit hot, just like you. Now they can do this. They can do this. So I hope they do it. I hope they do it this year.
Yeah.
And then what are you going to do with Farhan? Farhan.
It's not about me. Go ahead, finish.
You're right. You're right.
I'm the one that said he's going to keep his job even if they don't make it, and they still may not make it. Steiny, he's going nowhere. I just can't wait for Willard and FP to this Blake Snell. This whole thing with Blake Snell is humongous.
What whole thing with Blake Snell?
Like I asked Shasky, or it might have been Bonte, do you think he's going to stay? They're like, he's going to walk. Well, Farhan, you better, if you're here, which I think you're going to be, you better make sure his ass don't walk. Or if he walks, you're saying that you aren't ready to have a Blake Snell, meaningful pitching. So I can't wait to see how this season culminates. But the Blake Snell He ain't been able to ask anybody to get anybody to dance with him, but now somebody's in your house, and you got to keep him in your house and in your uniform. Are you going to be able to do that? I understand, but you better convince him to opt in. That's what I'm saying.
So you
got to recruit him to stay.
Oh, so he has a great second half, and
he's stunning. He won Cy Young last year. He starts off slow, but if this is what I'm going to get at the back end.
So why would he, on my team. So he has a great second half. Why would he opt in for 32 instead of opting out for a long-term contract?
Again, I don't have that answer, but sell him on making that decision.
Well, once you get there, why isn't he like Aaron Judge and Bryce Harper and Stanton? What makes you think you're going to be able to get Blake Snell if he's a free agent?
Oh, man.
Well, you already got him once.
Right?
Yeah. Get him again, Evan.
They're going to have to probably give him multiple years.
I understand. But, okay, or be real with yourself and say, we got to start this thing over. We don't even need a Blake Snell.
Blake Snell. He's going to make 19 starts this year.
You heard the old E40 line. You don't buy a $50,000 car before you buy a house.
Why not?
Stop.
Like, what's the rationale there?
Save your money for a home before you go spending $60,000 on a car to park it in an apartment.
Sounds to me like if you spend $60,000 on a car, you're going to be able to buy whatever house you want.
Well, good God,
I know, I'm being a pain.
Yeah, but you know what I mean. I can't wait to see how this plays out.
I'll tell you what.
Having your best player bunt last night is bad. They are just heartbreak hotel.
Stop.
We're trying to get a guy over to third. Trying to get it down the third baseline. With Lamont up next, guy's a pretty tough customer to try to string some hits together with.
Oh, man, I'm hugging you. You sound so just tired and beaten, man.
Why do you think they're going to win a series?
Hey, same reason you said Kyle might not win one. I don't want to be right. I'm different than you. I just want to hug him.
No, you do want to be right.
Everything he's Wild E. Coyote right now. Everything he's pressing is blowing up on him.
Who?
Roadrunner.
Let's go to Joseph in Vallejo. Hey, Joseph, how you doing?
Melvin.
Hello, gentlemen. How we doing?
Talk to us.
I'm struggling.
Yes. I just have been meaning to call you for a minute, going back on the Super Bowl game.
Yeah.
And I wanted to know that on Christmas of last year, the 49ers was given a gift by the Ravens to let them know they wasn't as good as they thought they were. Kansas City was given a gift by the Raiders to let them know they wasn't as good as they thought they were. So in the Super Bowl, Andy Reid took that in mind. He knew that he didn't have a better offense than the 49ers, so he played ball control. You believe that their defense was stopping Kansas City, but they was not stopping them. They held them and said, just keep it closer to the fourth quarter. Kelsey didn't like the game plan. That's why he attacked the coach. That's why down the red zone he wasn't in there. They just said, keep it close. Both are going to be out there for contain. But in fourth quarter or in the overtime, Mahomes, that's when you run. Both will sit out there 4 times waiting for him. He went inside. They did ball control because they knew they wasn't better than the 49ers. They kept that offense off the field. That's how they won. They didn't stop Kansas City.
Let me just say this to you, and I love you. Don't hang up. I got it because I was in the lab. I just totally disagree with you. They had Kansas City with 3 points after halftime, regardless of why it happened. With Wilkes under all that pressure, that defense was balling. It picked off Mahomes the first possession of the second half, all the way through the third quarter. They were making the Chiefs punt. I get your premise, but to say the Niners defense was not stopping Mahomes, that's wrong. They stopped him enough to win that damn game.
I'm telling you, they, against Green Bay, when you saw what they just realized their offense wasn't better than the Niners.
Okay.
They did old-fashioned ball control, and that's why they kept running Pacheco. He only got about 60 yards, but they kept pounding him. And if you're going to give me Mahomes over Purdy in the last parts of a game, I'll take Mahomes any day for the fourth quarter. And that's what happened. And both will sit out there waiting for containment.
Yeah, he was
and he ran inside of him. Yeah. Bosa did never adjust to He stayed on the outside and he ran inside.
Hey, but
of
Bosa
it
also
and took
kept
it down.
crashing down, and Mahomes was going to the out, just running like. And then, real quick, and Bosa had the nerve to say they weren't prepared and blame that on Wilkes. And that's 2 Super Bowls worth, 8 quarters of Bosa crashing down, thinking the running back had the ball, and Mahomes is running 10, 12 yards. It happened more than a few times. Just my 2 cents.
It happened on 4 occasions. But thank you for taking my call.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you for the
Thanks,
information.
Joseph. Appreciate the call.
No, that's wrong. Started. Niners defense played their ass off, man.
Yeah, this is so funny.
And then the last
so amusing.
to go to overtime, they held Mahomes and the Chiefs to a Super Bowl, to a field goal when everybody thought they were going to score. That was embarrassing.
I'm gonna have to sneeze.
And it's Wile E. Coyote. Thank you you gave me a look, not correcting me. I said Wild E. Coyote. It was 100 years ago, but jump in and correct me.
I tried, but you didn't stop talking. That's funny.
That ain't cool.
I remember saying this in the wake of the 49ers losing the Super Bowl. I remember saying, look, guys, they didn't play well enough to win a Super Bowl. Oh, no, they did. And now, here it is 6 months later. Trent Williams stunk, everybody seems to think. Bosa was terrible in the Super Bowl. Aiyuk was invisible in the Super Bowl. Purdy was ordinary in the Super Bowl. And Deebo Samuel was meh in the Super Bowl.
Oh, he was almost tapping
What's
out.
the trend? There it is.
That was a maverick.
There it is. Bring back some of that mentality.
No, I'm just telling you, Stoney. Like,
I don't know what you're telling me.
When you go to overtime, you had a chance to win. The Niners squandered a lot of good opportunity. Offensively, they did diddly squat. And to take that ball first in overtime.
How could they do diddly squat with the greatest left tackle of all time?
He had a bad game.
Oof.
Your boy fumbled, McCaffrey.
He stinks.
He doesn't stink.
He's average.
I just think their best opportunity has gone. Hey, and if I'm wrong, I'll say, I always say it.
No.
Hey, I'll say, hey, Snotty, I was a little overzealous with that take. This is proving my point. This is not how champions start seasons. The disease of me, or whatever you want to call it. Now everybody looking around and, Snotty about to take all the money. We got to get some. Ain't nothing worse than ordering a pizza and then somebody counting. My friend Ralph used to do it. How many pizza? Just eat the pizza and let's enjoy each other. Quit counting how many slices you're going to have. You're ruining the experience. I hate people. Just let's try to have fun and enjoy and eat. How many pizzas I getting? Dude, you're ruining it. That's what's happening with the Niners. I swear, that matters. I swear, I used to hate that. Ralph,
I know what you mean.
Just eat. Let's enjoy each other. Come on.
You don't do the math?
No, not when it comes to food.
The math doesn't work for a pizza.
No.
3 people and 8 slices. Somebody's getting hosed.
Yeah.
Yeah, just like the Giants, split it in half.
Poor Melvin.
There you go again.
He deserved
the
it.
sympathy for these multimillionaires is unbelievable.
He's wearing it. These 2 losses.
He's wearing it.
It's just
he's taking a nap right now.
But would you have bunted Fitzgerald in that situation? He's your hottest hitter.
Evan, talk to
We were fighting on the text thread last night.
Yeah.
Yeah, good. Evan, you said you came around a little bit on it, and I saw your side too.
The one 2 nights ago. The last one, not going to lie, I was with Big Bob.
Yeah. And then the 8th inning, you got first and seconds. No doubt. They don't bunt anymore. That's why I hate when they try it. It's like, let me just give you an automatic out. And then the Giants
They just needed 1 run, though, and if they bunted him over, he'd been in scoring position.
Which still, with the way the Giants are hitting with ducks on a pond, 1 out and a runner on third is not automatic.
Patrick Bailey on the phone. Ground out to first base, scored a run.
He's been, we'll call him Patrick Glove Bailey.
See, this is like
he ain't Pat the Bat.
Here's the one thing that
he's drinking Baileys.
That's a 4.
Here's the one thing, and I always try to keep this in perspective. See, you got all excited 3 days ago, and you were looking at these cockamamie numbers. Cockamamie numbers. About they're this out, they're that out. I'm looking, they're still in 9th. Right. But here's what I'll tell you. And now, well, they got it, must win tonight. Goo. This is the same team today that it was 3 days ago.
But
they're about 500.
And I want to let you know,
they are.
and I'm waiting for the guys on the crossover. Stoney, it's taking a little hit, though, my excitement. Because I keep seeing them flail and fail with the bat in their hand. That's all. They may still accomplish it, but their offense, Donnie. It is. I'm talking about clutch hitting. Is even when they won 107. Darren Ruff. Anybody you sent up was gonna. The bad boy was gonna get a hit. And last night they had a cockamamie rule that worked for them because they had a base running blunder. Runner got thrown out at third on the bunt. They said, no, you go back to second. And with one, that was a gift from the baseball gods. They still couldn't get the runner to third or home.
Appreciate the recap.
Yeah, it's just.
What?
I'm telling you, you're right. 3 days ago, but it's changed from me now. My fastball has lost MPHs on it. I want to let you know I'm not as gung-ho on them making it like I was 3 days ago because I keep watching them with runners in scoring position. Stoney, I don't know if it's going to change. The pitching's phenomenal, and that's the baseball Macbeth about this Giants season.
God. Yeah, this is a tragedy.
Just turned into
Guru. Do you ever look at a team like you always want to blame? It's his fault. It's her fault. It's their fault. It's his fault.
I don't think I do that a lot.
Why don't you just look at the Giants and say, they're just not good enough. It's nobody's fault. They're not underachieving.
Well, when
do you think they're underachieving?
I do. I do. Matt Chapman has been great with the glove.
What's the problem?
Everybody with runner, it's like they're infected. They can't hit with ducks on the pond. So fire Pat Burrell.
It is.
You got to do something.
It is.
No,
I
never said that.
You just did.
It's somebody's responsibility for their approaches with guys. Stoney, are you watching them? It's the same at bat by every different. I can't wait for the Willard and FP. It's the same at bat with runners in scoring position.
I make no differentiation between hitting with runners in scoring position and hitting. If you're not a great hitting team, you're probably not going to be great hitting with runners in scoring position.
I'm not mad at that. But you got accomplished. You got professional hitters.
Who?
But
who?
The Chapman.
Okay, that's one.
And he's striking out. Yaz.
Yaz is a professional hitter?
All of them just seem to
how come he didn't make it in the big leagues till he's 29?
Stoney, you ever heard of just getting a runner over or giving yourself up for the betterment of the team? They can't even get a runner over in extra innings. Wait, you know what? I'm going to go the other way, Stoney.
You make it sound so easy. It's baseball.
Don't even knock me in.
Hey,
right. The Braves did it the last 2 nights.
Hey, Aaron.
Oh, boy.
You need to stop.
Stop this, man.
Why can't Blake Snow?
Aaron. How come a team that can't hit can't score 6 runs off Chris Sale?
I told Norm about that.
How come we can't get a run into the 10th inning?
Maybe because their reliever's pretty good and our hitters stink.
Hey, the rat on the table brought to you by Atco.
You have no
They can't even get over, forget a run. They can't even move the runner over, the inherited runner over from second to third.
You know what?
Figure.
I mean this, and
they don't even go to third.
I mean this from the bottom of my heart.
Give me the A's offense with the giant pitching. Dodgers, watch out. That's what's really happening.
I mean this in the nicest way. You don't know how to watch baseball.
Oh, that hurts. I love it. What am I missing?
Right. You love baseball, but you don't know how to watch it. You don't know how to watch it.
What should I do?
It, but you're not in love with it.
That's right.
Please, Tony. I love the game.
Oh, I know you love.
I feel like I manage the game when I watch.
Right.
What do I need to add?
You need to treat a series like you do a game.
Well, he's been watching a lot of Pirates series lately.
You know what I'm saying, Evan?
Very well.
So take your must win and stuff it in a sock because there's no such thing.
Tonight's a must win for the Giants. Stoney, it is. You can sit there. That's the beautiful thing about baseball. It's always tomorrow.
Kind of is.
But you got to win tonight.
What?
You lose the tiebreaker to Atlanta.
Okay.
You told me that was good by you yesterday. But Stoney, you can't lose another one.
What?
3 back-to-back.
Of course they
to
can.
The team that you're chasing.
Of course. One of 2 things is going to happen tonight. They're going to win or they're going to lose.
I'll give you that.
And I got news for you.
Freud.
Regardless of what happens, it's just going to make one game difference. You need to start watching a series like you do a game. Instead of 162 games, here's what I'd like.
Divide by 3. Oh.
Divide by 4. Divide by 4. Because you can't watch baseball the way you watch it.
I love it.
It's not a hot take sport. I can see why you're a little lost.
You listen to Kipe and Krug, they're wearing it. They're sucking the energy out of the whole fan base, the Giants. Because what they want to accomplish is right there.
What about 3 days ago? Had they sucked?
No,
it took 3 days to suck the excitement out.
They lost Sundays. They lost 3 in a row. But before then, Steiny, you were like, okay, it's coming. I can see it. But I'm not giving up. It's just I don't believe in their offense, and I hate that. I watch the A's. They're on a hole. They can hit. Yeah, they got things going on. They play this weekend, Battle of the Bay. In your backyard, you better go. I'll be gone.
I won't.
Not even to see
especially not to see the Giants.
Wow.
If I'm going to go to an A's game, I'm watching them against the Dodgers. And if I want to see the Giants, I'm going to Oracle. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I can't.
Have you been to a game this year? I think you went to one.
Oakland Ballers.
No, I'm talking about Giants.
No. Giants?
Yeah. I've been to 5. Yankees.
Evan?
I've been to 5, dude. Why?
It doesn't count if you walk down to Momo's and have a beer and then leave.
Nah, I went to the park.
How many have you been to this year, Steiny?
None.
I just asked. None.
I only watch 500 teams or better.
Well, they've been above 500 the last 2 nights.
Yeah.
You're not a Melvin guy.
I liked him a lot more when he was managing the A's teams in 12.
They just couldn't get past
14.
Detroit. It felt like Verlander left, right every year, man.
I mean, he was in the NLCS 2 years ago.
I just said I liked him better when he managed the A's.
Evan, I needed to hear that. The stuff we forget. Wow, he was. Then he got fired.
Yeah.
He couldn't control the clubhouse, man. Egos.
Evan,
I hope that's not happening here with the Niners.
You know what?
No, him and the GM didn't go.
If I want to know what the pulse is inside the Padres clubhouse, I'll ask Evan.
And I will too. I'll give it to you.
Did Melvin lose last year's Padres? He just lost them. Could Melvin
they were
not
bickering
control
amongst each other?
Could he not control the Padres clubhouse last year?
AJ Preller is a kid with too much money that doesn't know what he's doing. Get him off the tee.
Yeah, they didn't get along. But Soto was a problem.
Stop pulling a guru and answer the question. Did Bob Melvin lose the Padres clubhouse last year?
Yeah.
Yeah. But Soto was a big part of that, Steiny, and they're better without him. And that's how you're acting like the Niners with Trent. Oh, we'll
because
just
he's dealing with a bunch of $1 million babies.
Yeah, dude, that dude's on fire.
Who?
Soto.
He hit 3 homers last night.
But it's not even he's clutch. He's in the perfect spot for his personality. And he does a thing when he gets a ball and licks it to Fisher.
I think his personality fits kind
Dude,
of.
I love him.
How does he know where his personality fits?
I knew him in Washington.
You don't know these guys.
Oh.
All right. On the other side,
You're crazy.
We'll probably have an Aiyuk update.
Jerry.
Yeah. I watch the games. Where's my damn sheet?
I want her to call back.
You don't even know who she was.
One of my favorites.
Yeah. No, I am too. It's fun. I like doing shows with Goo. 707.
What'd they say?
I'm dying over here. Guru's hilarious. You are. I mean,
they're hilarious.
You're the best, buddy. Don't you get it?
I bring the prep and the direction. I know.
Oh, hold on. Shoot. All right. Coming up on the other side, I'm looking at my medical bill here. That's not what I want. Okay, this is what I want. What's coming up on the game is sponsored by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
me how it is to live in the world as a bald man. If you got a head full of lettuce, you're never going to know that.
Hey, it's Moses Moody with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny and Guru.
You know, the second part of that was, okay, you got a full head of hair, but you know you're going to be bald in the near future.
Now that I don't...
That's what you prepare for. And that's what the Niners are doing. The Niners are preparing to be bald in about 2 years, and they need to figure out how they're going to handle it. Are they going Rogaine?
2-2.
Are they going Rogaine?
Or Carl Ravitch?
Are they going Ray Ferman or Grecian formula?
I don't know. What does Joe Buck use?
Oh, he had a bad experience. I read the article, hair plugs. He said it.
So, going hair plugs.
Yeah, I wouldn't. LeBron tried that, allegedly.
Oh, what about the Carlos Boozer?
He said that was an error. If he had it to do over again, he wouldn't have used that much. But what you got, Stoney? Something's been eating at you.
I feel like we should do a segment called Who's Laughing Now?
I feel like you stole that. It's so great.
No. And I just kind of think this is funny. Bob Melvin. Hey, Bobby, how frustrated are you with 3 straight one-run losses?
It's frustrating.
Yeah.
I mean, it's 3 games in a row here where we've lost by a run. And at home, we've been pretty good about winning the close games. Yeah. So it's frustrating, yeah.
Well, maybe your closer shouldn't be in Sacramento.
Well,
all I know is they sent him down, and they've lost 3 straight one-run games.
Now, that's okay, but their bats are the
Who's
reason they lost
now?
3.
Camilo.
No, he don't hit, Stoney. He don't hit. Wow. I can't wait to get the guys in here. Well, we got another hour. I looked at the clock.
Evan, what do you think about that connection I made?
About them not having their closer?
And they've lost 3 straight one-run games.
Didn't they beat the Tigers before? Because he got sent down after the Nationals. But I see your point.
Yeah, that's all.
I see your point.
Because they won Friday night when they did it. They came from behind.
Well,
they sent him out after that game.
I was kind of confused. Normally when you, put a closer in their place, you demote them from their role first before just sending them straight to AAA.
And Steiny's acting like the Giants the closers blew the game. The Giants couldn't do theirs.
Did the Giants relievers not
across?
Did the Giants relievers? Did they strand those 2 guys in the 10th inning at second base?
I got you. All right.
I'm sorry.
All right.
Or is this one of those things where you treat the last 2 nights as wins?
You could have scored 2 though offensively. That's all.
Yeah. And the relievers could have shut him down. What are you looking at?
Stephon Candelaria. Goo would look better than Steiny with a bald head. Yeah, I didn't. Why'd you make me read it?
Let's take a play off from Aiyuk.
Let's do it. I've been asking for that all.
But it's one thing to ask for it. It's another thing then to have something else to talk about.
We had something.
What?
It was
what? Are we going to talk about the Giants?
No, David Aldridge. I was waiting for you to bring it out the bag. But it was so good, it's ours. See, you're an I guy. Yeah, it's ours. I was ready. Let's do it.
Now I don't want to.
Dude, you are something else.
So, David Aldridge, Hall of Fame, by the way. He's in the Hall of Fame. The Naismith Hall of Fame.
LaMarcus?
Nope. David Aldridge, formerly the Washington Post, now writes a little bit for The Athletic, and he was doing his NBA assessments.
Wow.
And you know me, I'm a word guy because both my parents were English teachers. And he wrote a sentence.
Good Lord.
And he wrote a sentence about the Warriors that to me was just spot on. Absolutely spot on. And when I read it, I thought, why don't others understand this? Because to me, it is so logical. Here's the sentence.
All right.
Don't kill the messenger. This is the sentence. The Golden State Warriors are stuck. They'll never be lottery bad with Steph Curry and Draymond Green, but they're no longer realistic title contenders either, and it would be silly to expect ownership to keep spending money like they were. How come we can't? If we acknowledge that sentence, I think we'd all be in a better place with the Golden State Warriors.
Well, just let me give you this. Go ahead. No, take your
one
time.
last addendum.
Yeah.
Mark Cuban, former owner of the Mavericks, always said the worst place to be is in the middle.
But sometimes you can't control it. Now, I'm being real here. What would the friend of the program say to that article? Like, David, look around, bud. I tried to go all in to change what we thought would change for the better and not be in the middle and get Paul George. I tried to get Lowry marketed. It didn't work out.
Right.
Now,
Right. So you tried all that, and what he's saying is he watched the offseason.
Oh, no doubt.
They tried to do this. They tried to do that. They got nothing done. The Warriors are stuck.
Wow. They didn't make the playoffs, so that constitutes stuck. I guess what I would ask David Steiny is, what are the solutions? And are they really stuck? Was this an anomaly last year because Draymond got suspended? Do these additions work? It's scary as hell, and that's why Steph said what he said in Vegas. Something's going to happen. This is not going.
What's going to happen?
A direction of Curry. I know the exhibition, the show he put on in the Olympics, those last two games, lets you know he's still box office. And I bet if
box office doesn't win you games,
still top 5 to watch. To bang
watch
for your buck, all that. My point is, you get the right thing around him, you still got action.
They can't. The Warriors are stuck. They can't get the right pieces around him where they're at now. They can't.
But if Andrew Wiggins somehow went to see, who is it with the Wizard of Oz?
Do you see how desperate
but that's what it is. Kuminga takes 2 jumps, not 1. And if Pods is the real deal and Moody, that's what it is. It's beyond Steph.
Let's say everything
and Draymond.
Say everything goes right.
Everything goes right.
For the Warriors. All those things you say happen is going to happen.
You're a 5th or 6th seed.
Okay. And then what?
Hopefully win a round. I don't know, but if he's that Steph Curry in the Olympics, and I know, come on, it's not his fault. And now it's almost #free Curry if you don't get the right thing around him. I get what David is saying, but damn, David, I love you to death. They tried to do something different.
But that's the point. They're stuck. Trying doesn't matter.
Right.
Trying doesn't get it done. It's like, I'm trying to not to date myself. Give me a famous actress. I'm trying to date Nicole Kidman.
Yeah.
But guess what? I'm stuck.
Audrey.
Tom Cruise. Yep. I hear you.
So what do you do? How do you unstick the Warriors right now?
Make a decision, and you sit down with the chef, or you just you attack this year's deadline with reckless abandon, which I don't think you're going to get anything. That's just how I feel. Tell me the last
you agree with David.
No, I feel like your best opportunity was Paul George and marketing to have an impact on this season. Let's just say they make the playoffs, lose first round. Steiny, you really got to sit down with the chef. Come on. This is Steph's biggest fan. And say, look, we can't do both. We can't please both masters. Are you cool staying here if we're kind of one and done in the playoffs for the rest of your career? Or do we need to move you somewhere where we would get the necessary pieces back and start over and nobody would be mad? I honestly believe, and it keeps me up at night, Steiny, and it's football, so I'm trying not to think about the Warriors. I think that's what he was talking about when he was in Vegas, about the bottom feeding. He is monitoring this situation. And I don't know what Lakeup can do by not going to get different personnel or top-tier personnel. So if you're going to tell me they're stuck, I get it. But the bottom line is they don't want to be stuck.
Right, but that doesn't matter. Like, that part doesn't matter is what Aldridge is saying. And my question would be this. You think the Warriors are aggressive? as an organization?
Yeah, hell yes.
You think they're going to be aggressive at the trading deadline?
No doubt about it.
Why would anything change at the trading deadline? Like, they were aggressive this offseason. They got nothing. Oh, they're going to be aggressive at the trading deadline.
I'll tell you what to that real quick.
Okay, what does that mean?
I'm going to tell you. Maybe this season doesn't look like what it was supposed to the powers to be, and they're unwilling, allegedly. Steph is the only one untouchable. And I'm talking about Draymond would be available. And I know that's kind of far-fetched, but that's where this thing is at. I'm not ready for mediocrity with the Warriors. I'm not, and we got less than that last year. Are you telling me Steph playing at the level he still can play at, that was the best thing about what happened in Paris?
Well, 2 games.
That's what this is? Like,
what?
No, I'm
that's
being
what
serious.
Is.
It's about how does Steph feel about what you guys have, where we're at. Don't tell me there's only 1-4 and this is how the end is going to be. Hell nah.
What do you mean?
The Steph scoreboard is the Warriors scoreboard this year. That's what I mean. You piss him off or he's not happy, it's problems.
Well, they have
That's what I mean.
What would he be pissed off about? He knows
what's around him.
I thought he was excited. I thought they were reported he was excited.
How can he? That would be a lie. That would be him and Draymond lying to us.
You think Steph Curry and Draymond Green have no idea what kind of year they're heading for this year?
Oh, no, I totally do. It's scary, man. Oh, you're laughing.
I am. It's just the natural cycle of sports.
Or do we, but I'll tell you what, real quick here. Steph is not looking at the decade saying, oh, we had it great. We won 4. Those comments those shots he fired are letting you know I'm not going to be here if we're not winning or we're not a threat. And I appreciate that.
Well,
I don't do pom-pom radio. I'm telling you, get ready for Steph to say, I might shake the spot if we don't get this thing back right.
Right. What I'm saying is, how can you look at this team and think it's going to go right? Or significantly more right than a year ago?
The jumps that we talk about, Kuminga.
And what about the declines that we may see with Steph, Draymond, Wiggins, Looney? How do we weigh that in?
Oh, man.
People
saying, "Goo, we got mediocrity right now."
We do, and they made no. Listen, we're all going to watch the season. We're all going to watch the Warriors season, but this isn't a 55-win team.
We don't know that yet.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we don't know that yet, but you're already bracing for Steph to say he wants out of here because you know it's heading in that direction.
But you wouldn't call anybody a fool thinking that, right? If they said, Stoney, this is how I'm feeling, you kind of could understand that.
Yeah, definitely. So what do you do is my question. Are you really going to go into this year?
They tried. Unless you want to go take a flyer on Zach LaVine or who else is out there? Not Lonzo. Who was the other guy we were flirting?
Brandon Ingram.
Brandon Ingram. But that's just doing something to do something. Norm said, never mistake activity
that was John
for
Wooden.
Achievement.
That was John Wooden.
I got to believe that's my father. He gave it to me.
Wooden stole it from Norm.
He might have.
Yeah.
He might have.
A true original.
Goo, the team needs 5 pieces.
5 easy pieces.
Josh Ram on the YouTube chat.
Yeah.
Pods.
Anyway.
I'm here, man. I'm going to give them all my support, but this is the first time in umpteen years. I'm looking at you dead. I hate when you say, I'm Stoney with my core. I have no idea.
I can tell you should have an idea.
Oh, boy.
What do you mean you have no idea? How the season's going to go?
Yeah.
You don't have a feel for it? You don't think it'll be like last year?
No, you tell me a non-Draymond suspension year, we're getting in the playoffs.
Okay.
But that ain't enough.
It should be. I mean, Evan, what do you think? Are the Warriors stuck? Are they stuck right now? Because I actually agree with it, and there's only one way to get unstuck.
Well, it depends on what you define as stuck. I mean, are they stuck between a championship and being the worst team in the league? Yeah, of course. But
are they stuck in the middle of that group? Or can they get back into the top 10? Top end.
They were 10th last year.
Right. No, I mean overall in the NBA.
Oh, overall, I think it's a tough ask, but I mean, I top 6. I think there's some other teams in the West that are going to take steps back, but
no, that's interesting.
They got to start a lot better than they have the last 2 seasons.
San Antonio, Evan's going to be better. The Rockets, they almost ran us down.
I think it's more Memphis.
What about Memphis? They could be a 1 seed easy. I've been thinking about Memphis and the growth they took. Like, they lost last year knowing our dude was gone, but we grew. They got some players, man. And Josh coming back. Houston and Chris Paul. Sack got DeRozan.
Okay, so how do they get to 4 like you said they could?
It's not my job. I'm hoping they
are they
going to
get to 4 or not?
No, they got to make.
I'm putting you on the spot.
What moves can you really make? No, they're not getting a 4. They're not getting a 4.
Let them off the hook.
I'm not. They can. We got break. No.
Oh boy.
Oh,
there is something here from one of Steiny's favorite players ever.
Did you fall for something on the text line?
Yeah, listening to you Monday. I got duped. Yeah, go ahead.
That was funny. This is from one of Steiny's favorite players. I'm just curious what you think about this because Steiny only really heaps praise when someone he kind of believes in does it for him.
Evan, I don't
love it all. Keep going.
Reggie Jackson said that Aaron Judge is in the realm of Ruth and Gehrig.
Who said that?
Reggie Jackson.
Now think about what he said.
And now you bow down.
No, I told
Let
you.
Guru answer.
I can't stop watching Aaron Judge at the plate. But for Reggie, Mr. October to say that, I'm not mad. And I would just tell Reggie,
Why would you be?
Throw Ohtani in there too.
Well, he didn't.
But that's where those two, man. It's incredible. The Giants have nothing remotely close. The A's got Rooker. And what's my man in right field? the black guy. And my boy, Lawrence.
Butler,
yeah.
Forgot about Bangaliers.
The Giants have nothing close to Ohtani or Judge. Think about it.
No, I get it.
Jack Clark, Darrell Evans, Kevin Mitchell, Jeff Kent, Barry Bonds. Just think about that, who I just listed. Think about what they have at the plate right now. They haven't hit but 1 home run since they come back from the road trip.
So why do you think they're going to win a playoff series?
The pitching.
You're like
I'm being real, man.
He's like Ricky Henderson in his prime. This guy, he's got all the bases covered.
No, he read that.
Yeah.
For him, he believed Reggie believed. Aaron Judge.
Yeah. See, you say
we missed on Wiseman.
You say
we missed on Trey Lance, but the Bay got Brock Purdy. I can't hate on Purdy.
Thought it was because both Judge and Ruth are light skinned.
You look at that nose on Ruth, I'm just think about it though. What has Giants baseball become?
Now.
No, last the runner on
3 days ago we had see, this is what you do.
Well, you said 2 nights ago was the most exciting game you've watched.
Yeah, I wasn't telling you to go get a jersey.
The pitcher's duel between Sale and
that
Snell.
was incredible.
It was a good game.
Yeah. It was a pitcher's duel.
Okay. They
Spahn and who does Spahn go up against, Evan?
This is what I'm talking about. You put too much emphasis in one game on baseball.
I'll never back down from that.
That was the most strikeouts in 25 years of the ballpark.
Well, the Giants do that a lot. It's like
between both teams.
I know, Evan, but come on, man. I'm just thinking of Ohtani and Judge. And I know every team's got envy. But, man, if we could get that back in the Bay. I'm being real, man.
Okay.
But the A's got a guy with 30 bombs. God. Giants don't have one with 15.
Well, look at the ballpark they play in.
Barry had no problem.
Coliseum's a hitter's park, Steiny.
Barry hit 73 in that ballpark. Ohtani made it look small. So did my guy from the softball hitter, Schwarber, from Philly.
I'm trying to think what it is today specifically
that's
bothering me about Goo.
Oh, well, I'm in a good mood.
Is it because today's a must-win for the Giants?
Or maybe I'm going to be gone next week.
Here's what it is.
Rookie move. Oh, boy. Who's it, Pop?
Broadway, Volkswagen. I got to get my my car is
gotta get breaks.
No, I got to get. It's been recalled for about 3 or 4 things, so I'm going to take it in, and they're going to get it figured out.
Oh, I want a new one. If we get past 2, I saw that.
I guess I just hate.
Oh,
I guess what it is I just can't stand when you say on a Monday, Steiny, I think this team's going to win a playoff series, and then on a Wednesday, you rant and rave about how much they stink. But I just don't. Okay. I'm done.
Why I love Shasky.
I'm handcuffed.
He's at my back.
I'm handcuffed, Evan.
But the last 2 games or 3 games have took a lot out of me. You're not even saying that's part of it. I've watched 27 innings of.
So 27 innings have now changed your mind.
Not on the pitching, of the hitting, partner.
Well, then why did you say it?
Because I thought a light would come on and maybe they could just get hot. When one guy's hot, it's just it's not infectious at all. It's just the next guy's gonna go up there, foul ball. I'm gonna look at one, and I'm swinging miss
like that. So you're ripping them.
I'm tired.
You're ripping them.
No, I'm not ripping them. I'm watching them. You see, Willard's giving up. That guy.
You want to be Willard?
No, that lets you know.
I'm scared of Willard.
I hate that for us.
And I
don't know what you want me to do. I'm reacting to the.
Thank you, Uncle Looney. And I rarely cite Uncle Looney. You fell for the okey doke. How many times you going to fall for the okey doke?
Well, tonight's a must win.
No, it's not.
Scotty, you go 4.5 back, and then you're trying to get ready for
Thursday. You're 3.5 back.
You got the A's in Oakland, who can hit the ball out the park.
Best record since July 1st. Bet you didn't know that either.
See, you killed me with that.
It's fact.
That's
the A's have the best record since July 1st.
Spadoni sent it to us yesterday on the thread.
He did?
Or it was Evan. The best record since the break. God, I just want the Bay to have that Barry Bonds again. Or Jeff Kent.
I love that they don't.
Or Canseco.
I love that they don't, because it's a lesson to fans that you don't always get to have those players.
And that's what we're learning with the Warriors.
No, because they still have Curry.
Their next Steph Curry.
Huh?
We don't have Jordan Poole, at least on a couple nights, had me thinking, you're not Curry,
Jordan Poole,
but you can rock the cathedral. I seen you do it.
What does that mean?
Chase Center going crazy, him getting to the line, scoring 38 against the Joel Embiid, and Curry wasn't playing and Clay was out. I thought we got something. Not Curry-esque, but he can hold it down. Yeah. What do we got now?
Hold it down how?
Win a game. Get to the free throw line. Hit crazy threes.
It's JP with the Golden State
Warriors. He did do all those things.
I said he got hit in the face. You don't get it, man.
No, I get it.
But you want to run Trent Williams out of here and just put a regular left tackle up there and think you're going to win.
He is a regular left tackle now.
Had a bad Super Bowl. I'll give you that.
Had a bad playoffs.
The whole offense
I'm seeing on the text line, had a subpar season.
Well, he made All-Pro. If you're going to be the guy that says All-Pro means nothing, the media did it, I'll let you have that. But Steiny, people, come on now.
Come on now.
Aiyuk was an All-Pro, and so was Trent Williams.
And yet the Niners don't have him signed. They don't have him signed, do they? Not everybody is a star, Goo. Not everybody is an all-star. Not everybody's a superstar.
You see Marte from the Diamondbacks?
I don't
You see
care.
Tatis and the young stud from the Padres? And Machado. What are the Dodgers? I don't even Mookie back. Oh, by the way, I hit a homer on first at bat. Yes. What are go get some bats.
Yeah, that's okay. It's August 14th. Time to go get bats.
They hired Pat Burrow.
Okay.
See, Pat Burrow, I'm looking at you, Pat.
Oh boy, that'll change things.
He's
Pat
a bat.
Burrow. Yeah. I'm gonna still try to help you on the other side.
I don't need no help.
No, you do. You do. You need to. I'm going to teach you how to watch sports the right way,
Mr. Documentary over here.
The right way.
That's what you teach me.
All right. Oh boy, that segment. Hold on. 888-95. I'll just do it. I know.
I know everything.
Let me tell you what you don't know, Steph. That you guys are stuck. Next segment brought to you by Lucky California. Clay Thompson.
Everyone's playing the Savings Road Trip game.
Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
We go down the tough road, Stoney. Toyota Tundra.
This is Macklin Celebrini, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru.
My guy.
Our guy.
Not yours.
I'm the one that asked him to do the spot.
You said he went to Boston College. He went to Boston University.
That was me.
That gave him...
That was Evan.
No.
Thank you, Evan.
No.
He just told you it was his mistake.
I hate every athlete in the Bay Area. There's finally one I like, and you won't give it to me.
He's ours, baby.
We'll see how long he lasts.
And I heard... I got to be careful here.
Oh, what'd you hear?
That some people were bothered that was his first Bay Area interview on the airwaves. Right. Some stuff had happened to where I guess he was supposed to, but we got it, baby. Yeah.
Let me tell you.
We got it.
Let me tell you something. There wasn't one person.
This is Macklin Celebrini, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru.
I'm being truthful.
Who?
I don't do messy
Doesn't
radio.
exist until you tell them his name. No.
They were mad that it was supposed to be his first one, and it
was his first one.
Yeah,
with us.
It should have been his second.
With who?
The ball was dropped.
Supposed to go on Wood and Dips?
No, the competitors. They dropped the ball.
Yeah, you hate to see it.
We got him. Yeah.
We've buried the lead, by the way.
Glad we got another hour.
How was yoga?
Oh, my gosh. I just can't. But late you asked me. How can I forget to tell you? I had a good time, but I don't think I'll go back.
It's like Pine Valley.
Yeah, I need more, Steiny. I got to do a lot of that stuff by myself. I put that under yoga, self-meditation. I don't like sharing or being in that zone with a lot of other people. But I was with my daughter, so it was a great time. But there, I said it.
Okay.
I wore some shorts, tank top.
So, I know you're a big tank top guy.
Vegas.
Well, he's been working out, Steiny.
Yeah.
I know you're very supportive.
He means a couple years ago, the station sent us to Vegas, and I met him and Bonte at the airport in a tank top, and you can't fly in the tank top. Like, he really was bothered.
It was an awful look.
I felt comfortable.
Yeah.
No.
And you made a plane full of people uncomfortable. Just because you can do something doesn't mean you do it. Get to work, Trent.
That's not even the closest thing to what's foul on an airplane.
Dude, have you been watching fights and all the stuff? Please, thank you, Evan. Me and Evan, boy.
You just can't stand that I'm not on social media.
Oh,
and I told the boss is even worse.
You can't be in this field and not be on it.
Oh, then what am I doing?
That's right. Bunking the system.
I'm running the field and I'm not on it.
You miss it. I think you check, you snoop like my pops. I'm not on there. Every time you see him, hey, you see what happened on Facebook?
I literally can't get on to Twitter. It's wonderful.
Well, start a new one.
No. Beg me.
I don't.
Beg me.
I used to beg when I was single. I don't beg no more.
Please get on.
Anyway, what you got?
I got, Evan said I won him $5 yesterday. How did I do that?
This is great.
Other than come up with another right answer to something.
Well, I thought I had a fantastic question, as we show prep. This is for the boss. We show prep before and after shows. And so I decided to text the both of you a question about if you had to associate yourself with one team in the Bay Area and their culture, which team would it be? So I sent the question to each of you separately.
I love this, Evan.
Because I had an inkling that Steiny would select the team, and I was right.
But based on, we'll let him explain.
Sharks.
Yeah, he told me. I got mad. I was at home last night like this. Explain.
Why don't you phrase the question exactly like you phrased it?
If you could associate yourself with any sports culture, sports team's culture in the Bay Area, which team would it be?
Sharks. Right now.
They've lost like 5 straight seasons.
But see, I look at culture differently than you do.
Apparently.
Oh, boy. Shocker.
The Warriors' culture is Steph Curry. He's going to be around for another year or two. He is the culture. Well, I believe he's the culture, not Joe Lacob.
But what if I tell you I'm just going to I think their culture, I told you I felt lied to. Okay. I'll stand strong. I think Draymond is a part of that culture and has tainted and sometimes made that culture.
I love that you're emphasizing my point. Thank you.
You didn't have to choose the Warriors, by the way.
No, they've been eliminated.
I'm gonna
for those two reasons.
Okay, gotcha.
The Giants have no culture.
Yep. Wow.
They have no culture right now.
You preaching.
They're still in transition from their previous ownership where they treated their guys a certain way. Farhan Zaidi's got no connection to the Bay. Their players, nobody's heard of. They're just passing through. They have no culture. Now we get to the Niners. The easy answer. And that's why I said the Sharks.
Well, I'm not mad at you.
This is Macklin celebrating. You're listening to Steiny and Guru.
I'm going to shock you with my answer.
Here's another thing
Evan's going to tell you.
Here's another thing about culture where I'm different than most people. When people talk about owners, I don't believe, for the most part, they change. In other words, Jed York is not a good owner now, but was a bad owner Jim Harbaugh's last year, Tom Sula's year, and Chip Kelly's year.
You don't think he's learned from butting in and talking?
No, I think what he finally did was he surrounded himself with two guys he is totally comfortable with. Trent Baalke, strange personality. Jim Harbaugh, even stranger personality. He was not comfortable with those guys. He wasn't. And so now, I think he's the same guy. I just think he doesn't have to deal with this kind of guys that he had to deal with before.
And attacking with an enthusiasm unknown to mankind.
That is, man, I miss him.
And I believe that cultures are mostly defined by the players in an organization, I'm going to acknowledge that Macklin Celebrini has a chance to do something that only the greatest of the greats in the Bay Area have done, and that is alter the course of a franchise.
Wow. That was expansive. I'm not mad. I feel like you're robbing York or any other human being of being able to grow from
Well,
the
he's
mistakes.
never won a Super Bowl, Jay.
No, got you. Totally got
boom,
you. Yeah.
Boom.
But as far as learning, let me shut the F up. And maybe you're right. Maybe he was uncomfortable with those. But I think that's half the battle is realizing why couldn't you get comfortable with guys that were different, like the guys you had mentioned previously?
Why did he have to open his big mouth and say, "Oh, Brock's going to reset the quarterback market"?
Like that didn't blow me away. Like
it's blown me away now.
If you look at what used to be Mark Cuban, Jerry Jones, that's how I would.
Two guys who have
Ballmer
won
in L.A. Just show me you care, and that's half the battle for me. But
did Jed York care when he had Chip Kelly?
Yeah, but he cared. He didn't know how to finesse that care. He felt like he was a part of the show. And I think he's figured that out by default, and I think he's hurt. I know you think I'm crazy. I'm not saying he misses Harbaugh, but he knows he effed it up, especially when he had to go through, and then Chip Kelly. Like, you learn, like, damn, what could I have done better? That's just me. And now you look at Harbaugh and what he's done at Michigan and where he's at. Okay, whatever. I think that's helped him with Kyle and John. I just really
I think Harbaugh is virtually impossible to work with and for, and Lynch is very easy to work with because
man. I'm not saying it's easy, but Harbaugh just got in. Why would the Chargers deem him as somebody they want him to
because he wins.
Why? Okay.
Because
why does
you make
he win?
a deal with the devil with the Harbaugh.
Steiny, the devil, or he knows how to treat men like men. He played the game, and he knows how to build a culture. And I'm saying Harbaugh was wrong telling your boss that you got to get out of here. But let me get to my answer.
I am the system.
Evan, you want to tell him like it's a game? I think you know where I'm going, but you're going to be shocked.
This one did surprise me, to be honest.
Yeah. Gouda thinker. Dude, forget that look. I'm going Skip. The looks can kill. Look. Anyway, give it to us, Evan.
Goo texted me, said the Oakland Athletics.
Okay.
Tell me. Get ready.
You can't laugh at that when you said the San Jose Sharks.
And I'm about to explain it. The A's culture is us against the world. I watch them play. I watch them warm up. I watch the post game. I watch the interaction. They are on one accord right now, and I love all of it. You watch them play, they play the same way I deem as I see them talking and getting along and that camaraderie that's in the dugout. And then you could say, well, they have no home. I think that's half of it too, is they said, you know what? We've been treated. We've been counted out. We're moving, but there are no secrets. We know where we're going. We know we're counted out. And all we can do is show up and play professional, sound baseball. It might not get us the most runs every night, but they're a fun watch. And I'm sat back and I'm like, Steiny, I've been thinking
they have
this
the
one.
worst ratings in baseball.
Well,
television ratings.
That's a
They have
whole-
the worst attendance in baseball, so they're not a must-watch.
But it hasn't affected the players and their culture.
They're 18
doing their
games
job.
under 500.
It's not about winning. It's about
now it's not about
their
winning.
future, Steiny.
Wow.
Their culture. They know what you're saying. They're not letting it affect them. They are not just dead men walking. Watching A's game, they played their ass off. And Steiny, I know you think I'm playing. I can smell it. I can see it. I appreciate it, and I do wonder how much is it because of in these breakout seasons by Rooker and their coach, who I think just fits their presence and personality.
Who is
and
it?
everybody's on the same page.
Who's their manager?
Kotze, come on. But listen, I'm telling you, said, boy, what if I'd have missed that one? Steiny, I think
Well, you said
the
coach.
fact that they've
Who's
been
their first base coach?
Listen,
Usually the guy that heads up a baseball team's called the manager.
No, you're stealing my thunder.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
But I'm saying the fact that they know that they have a new home, they're almost yearning. They don't want to leave, but it is what it is, and they're about to start something. And I'm telling you, Steiny,
they're about to start something.
I really believe
they're going to start keeping players?
They got some cornerstone player. Rooker's going nowhere. I'm telling you, man. That he's baby Judge to me. He looks incredible at the plate, and he's hitting bombs. You got Butler in right field. You guys,
Who else?
They play.
Who else they have?
Steiny, they play the
Who do you
game the
think-
right way.
Can you identify their core moving forward?
Butler and Rooker.
Okay.
And what's Evans' friend in the bullpen? My guy.
Evans' friend works in the PR department.
Stop.
Yep,
So
and he got
maybe
us
he's
my
part of
other
the-
best friend named Mason Miller.
Come on, man, get on board.
Goo.
I'm just telling you.
Not even you believe what you're saying.
You listen.
So the culture.
In my
So the
funeral,
fact that the owner wants to move the team.
No, that's
that doesn't. That is what culture is.
But they're counseling. My point is, they have banded together and they're tuning that mess out. And they have been professional and they've focused and they're playing. I'm telling you, man.
What are you telling me?
Goo, I hear you on this one. Watch the A's play.
Okay.
I'm not giving kudos to the ownership. There's no way I can do that.
That sets the culture, doesn't it?
No, I think it's like the Niners when you told me and you got me thinking of this. Hey, we heard the owner say Evans going to get paid next year, so I got to get mine. I got to jump in line.
You're never going to have to worry about the A's owner saying that.
But no, these players they're beaten to their own drum, Steiny. Watching the A's game, and they're going to Sacramento, and I was like, this thing is, watch them. They could be a surprise, Steiny.
What does that mean?
That they didn't give up on themselves because ownership was stupid. Oh. They're going to a new city. They're going to be accepted in that city, and I'm telling you, talent-wise, I'm taking the A's over what the Giants got right now. I swear to God, I mean that.
I don't believe you.
And I just said at my own funeral, I would get up out my coffin and say, he didn't know how deep his partner really was. There are depths to Darrell L. Johnson the first that you don't know. And I want you to know.
Here's what I do know. That after working with you for 6 years, I know when you mean something, and I know
this sounds like me. What?
When you don't believe a damn thing you say.
You said the Sharks, and I gave you more on the A's than you did with the Sharks.
No.
I'll throw it back at you. I'm doing you to you with your Shark answer. Because they got one guy, Evan.
The San Jose Sharks literally have had the worst record in the NHL the last 5 years.
Come on, Steiny.
I like their direction.
Oh, my
Listen.
God.
It's only up from here.
Listen, when is the last, here it is, 888-957-9570. When is the last athlete who came into the Bay Area with this kind of hype? And don't say Curry, because he didn't.
No, I'm with you.
He didn't. Macklin. Okay,
I'm not fighting you on Macklin.
Let me tell you this.
I'm in.
Right now, it's if you rank the teams, it's 49ers, Warriors, Giants, Sharks.
Okay.
Macklin Celebrini has an opportunity to actually make hockey more important in the Bay Area than another sport.
I believe all that.
Okay.
But
there it
Steiny
is.
is bigger than him, too, though.
No, it's not.
When you talk about
if he's
Evan just
Gretzky,
talked about,
it's over.
You think?
Yes. Are you kidding?
If he's Gretzky, which I'm not saying he can't be.
Wait, so if he's the greatest player of all time in his
if he's
sport?
Gretzky, if he's Crosby, if he's Lemieux, if he's Guy Lafleur,
Lindros,
as long as the guys have Stanley Cups.
Well, and if Jordan Poole was Curry, and if Pajemski was Curry,
no, terrible.
The culture might be the reason they're losing now and stinking it up. What if
Steph Curry was great enough to change the Warriors' culture by himself?
Yeah, he did.
Who's to say Macklin Celebrini couldn't do that?
I'm not robbing him of that.
That's right.
By himself.
Yes.
But that's what I'm saying. You're saying Curry did it. Curry did it with Clay. You know what I'm saying? Like
to me, it is in the realm of possibility that 5 years from now, maybe 3 years, maybe even less, that we will be talking hockey on this station.
Steiny, I don't think that's as crazy as you think it is.
I don't say crazy stuff.
Well,
you do have the power to control what you say.
Yeah. I got a list.
Right.
So,
Macklin Celebrini has a chance to do something that no one's ever done in Sharks history. And you know what? How long have they been around? I know you want to say, well, they haven't been around that long. Yes, they have. They've been around for, 30 years now?
Well, and within the history of sports, that's not that long.
When was their inaugural season?
Before you give it to us, Evan, I'm guessing I know it.
I'm going to say 1988.
92.
Damn,
yeah, 92.
I was about to say 94.
02, 12, 22.
No, they're
32 years.
Patrick Marleau.
32 years.
Sure.
I'm buying stock in Celebrini.
But what if he can't get past the culture, though?
Yeah, the question was not about a player.
Yeah.
It is about a player.
Well, you just said he couldn't take the A's because it was about ownership.
No, he can't. I can.
See, that's what makes you beautiful. Man.
Let's go to Yancey in Oakland.
Yancey.
Oh, God. See what you unleashed.
What do we got?
Boy, this is going to make the...
Hello, fellas.
Here comes the boss.
Guru, I listen to you guys all the time.
There you go.
I have a whole lot of things to say about you guys because you guys, you make my afternoon pretty good.
Right on.
Guru, sometimes you're a fanboy, Guru. I'm going to come down your thing. And then Steiny, right now, Guru is right. The A's got the best record. The A's have the best record since the All-Star break.
Yeah, it's too bad there's not a first half and second half.
They have the lowest payroll.
Yeah. Yep. Go ahead.
They have one of the lowest payroll. I'm not going to say the lowest, but one of the lowest payrolls in baseball. The owner sucks.
Right.
He does not want to be here. He did everything he could to sabotage being in Oakland. He don't want to pay no money. Even right now, with his Vegas trip, he can't get no other people to come in and give him money. Vegas is giving him money. He can't come up with his half of the money because he don't want to pay no money, and nobody wants to give him no money because he's a bad owner. So Oakland A's get a bad rep of where they're at right now, but they didn't deserve this. The owner deserves this because he didn't put no money into the team. But they have a good base. They have a good base of the team. They got some good foundational pitching. They have good base foundational players that can, take them. They might need to make a couple of more moves to get to the next level, and they need the team to invest in the team. The owner don't want to invest in the team. That's one thing that I said to you.
Do you think I'm off base? And I'm telling you, man, I love ball, but I watch them and they are on the same page, man. That stuff, I'm watching the Giants, and it's not anything they're doing wrong, but I don't see that camaraderie. The A's they're hyped. They got each other's back. Am I off base with that assessment?
No, you're not. I see that
A lot of times with a team, you can exceed your players' abilities if everybody buy in.
That's the word.
They are buying in. So they are moving like a little bit better. If you look at the team and what they say that they are, what their players are, they're supposed to be like the worst team, maybe the second worst team. They're supposed to be like Chicago.
All right, thanks, Yancey. Appreciate the call. Let me tell you what I think. You know why the A's? You know why Guru's saying, oh, the A's are together and the Giants aren't. You know why? Let me guess. The A's got a 2-out single yesterday to score a run. So they're together. And the Giants left a guy stranded.
They won by 5 yesterday.
Yeah. The Mets are a joke, and so are the – man, I'm just telling you, Stoney. I know what I know how to identify.
And 69.
Oh, yeah, but just it's bigger than the record.
No, it's not.
Because you're the highlight, but the record – it's bigger than that sometimes.
It's actually not bigger than that.
You ever see an NBA team at the second half of the end of the season? You know they're not going to the playoffs, but you're like, watch out for that team. We do it every year, even in football. I hate it. And then they come back and prove you wrong because they don't do diddly squat when the game's counting it. But I'm telling you, I'm betting on the A's, man.
No, you're not.
They got some young talent, Stoney.
I'll bet you. What's this guy's name? Rooker? His dad pitched for the Pirates?
Dude, this dude is
this the Pirates' son?
Baby Judge.
Yeah. I'll bet you he's not even on the team in 2 years.
Wow.
But what a great culture.
I got a bet in the hopper today with you and Evan today. What was that? Oh, no. We scratched that bet.
You scratched that
Jerry,
bet.
what were you doing?
Just another.
That was Jerry Rice. Was he calling out Aiyuk?
As well have been Jerry Seinfeld.
That's a two. I'm trying to think of a Jerry.
Jeez.
McNamara?
Give me one more. Jerry Lewis. Give me another Jerry.
No.
Tom and Jerry.
Damn it.
Jerry Jones. We could do this.
What, would you just...
If I take the pig around
this is great.
And come back with bacon, what happened to the pig? Do people know what happened to the pig? He got slaughtered, Starny.
All right. Hey, you know what?
We got too short. He's going to call.
I was going to say, and I'm just kidding, but you're kind of driving me crazy today.
Vice versa.
But I feel good. Mutual. I feel, hey, tomorrow will be separate. I won't see you tomorrow, so, we'll get it back.
Wow,
We'll get it back for Friday.
Oh, boy.
Let me see. Oh, look, it's break time. Oh, look at the calls. Oh, we got calls. The hell are they responding to? I didn't even ask a question. Probably something Guru said.
Or you.
Macklin Celebrini. Learn to spell it. Mm-hmm. Oh, no reads this break. 888-957-9570 is the number. And you good?
Yeah, I was taking a little break. What are you telling on me?
Oh, nothing like laughter, ladies and gentlemen. It's why we live. Mm-hmm.
Have you ever had an unwelcome...
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh!
We do have some sound. We do have some sound to play in a minute. But apparently Guru,
what happened now?
Bay Area native, loves to talk about how he knows this area. So you
snitched.
You discovered Union Street in San Francisco. Yeah, it's a nice neighborhood. Have you ever been there?
I was there yesterday.
Is that the first time?
No, I had been there, but really, I got out and I just wanted to keep walking, and I did. I had to take
Not a neighborhood. It's a street.
It's a street, and then you could see the water and the different view of the bay.
You know what? And Evan said this, and I let him go. Are you sure? Because
Is Union Street technically Cow Hollow? Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking. You called it the marina, and I think the marina stops at Lombard.
We'll check the landfill.
Yeah. But that also...
It's Cow Hollow in any league. Where's the triangle?
It was incredible scenery, man.
It's no Union City.
Hey, Evan. The Union. Shout out, Jim's.
Let's take this
Take your time.
to a conclusion. Yeah. You said it's a must-win for the Giants tonight. Let's say they win.
Okay. All right.
What are you going to do? What's tomorrow going to be like if they win?
Their hitting is so porous. I don't know what tomorrow's going to be like, but I do know this, partner.
Yeah.
You talk about how many teams are in front of you. You had an opportunity with this 4-game set to take advantage, because if you handle your business, the math is right there in microwave math. And you've blown 2 games, and you got Ray on the bump tonight. But, Steiny, if somehow you're 4.5 back tomorrow.
They blew 2 games. Did they have a lead in any of those games after the second inning?
No, Steiny, bottom line is you blew opportunity. You had runners on first and third against the great Chris Sale Monday night, and you only get a couple, opportunities. They're hanging on by a thread offensively. I do wonder, Steiny, if you somehow lose tonight, do you get back mentally from that?
Oh, yeah, no. They pack it in for the next 6 weeks.
We've seen the Pirates lost 9 in a row.
Does that mean they've quit? Or they're having some bad luck?
No, they're creators of their bad luck. They've been blowing saves, kicking the ball around, bad base running. So that starts to avalanche as going through a spell.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think that.
Man, I gotta be careful with you during the break, telling all my business. Like, you didn't say, Goo, can I bring that up?
You're right, I didn't. I'm sick of asking you what I can bring up and what I can't. I'm doing what I want to do.
Yeah, Reg B said, watch your mouth about the Union, Evan. He did.
Yeah, I said Union Street's not Union City.
Yeah, but you said it kind of derogatory, like it's a shot at the Union.
You want me to tell everybody how you rip Union City during the breaks?
Please, I'm the mayor, one of the mayors.
Right.
Go ahead, what you got?
All right, let's get some legitimate stuff here.
Yeah.
And I call him Charvarius. I don't like Mooney, Ward.
Why?
I'd rather
That's
use his name.
That's what he calls himself.
Coming from a guy named Steiny. Go ahead.
When I think of Mooney, I think of the people at the airport.
Whoa.
Hey, get some enlightenment. Come back to me. Those Moonies. All right. Hey, what's going on with George Kittle? No, not George Kittle. What's going on with Aiyuk? What do you think, Mooney?
I think the season hasn't started yet, so we don't know how much we miss him yet. I think the offense is still clicking on all cylinders. You said give you my perspective on what's going on. I don't know, to be honest. I don't want to say nothing crazy, but they'll figure it out eventually, for sure. They'll figure it out.
Yeah, I'm more fascinated with we're clicking on all cylinders.
What I didn't like is you don't want to say something crazy, but you already thought about it, so. Wow, Steiny. I ain't gonna make something out of nothing.
What do you mean? That was shots fired.
Nah.
Hey, Brandon.
And who?
At Aiyuk, we're clicking on all cylinders offensively.
Well, you lost last Saturday in Tennessee.
Right. Hey, George Kittle, you're a real leader of this team. What do you think about what's going on with Aiyuk?
I love Aiyuk. I've played with him for 4 years. I love his mindset every single day. You guys asked Mooney, do you guys miss him? And I think Mooney answered it perfect. It's we haven't played a game without him yet. So as an offense, we don't know how much, because pieces are, you interchange pieces all the time. And, we've had Trent Williams hurt in a game and we've still won. So it's you miss him, but you can make do with it. So we don't know. right, at the end of the day. But I do know that Aiyuk is a fantastic football player, and the energy that he brings every single day just elevates us. So just being able to have a conversation with him, because, I don't see him all the time. I'm in camp mode, and just being able to have a conversation with him is fantastic, just how he's doing and if everything's going away the way that he wants it to go. And it was actually funny. We went to dinner on one of our off nights, and we're pulling out of valet, and he parks into valet. And so just seeing him, I was like, hey, I haven't seen you in a couple of days, man. How are you doing? So just the chance to see him is always fantastic. Love a smile on his face.
Yeah.
Now, call me 2 Chainz because I'm different. I wanted to hear him say, I want my guy Steiny to get his money.
I heard you can make do.
Hey.
You can make do.
And then now we kicked it, or I went over his house with a 6-pack, Evan. I ran into him coming out of the eatery. What's wrong with rooting for your guy to get his chicken?
They don't care. No to Brandon Aiyuk.
I'm not going.
It's like if one of you guys didn't show up for 6 months and I see it down at the ship. Hey, what's been going on, man?
Exactly.
How are you?
Right. No calls or nothing. Hey,
feel like coming to work today?
It. You can make do.
Yeah.
How much? Hey, Mooney. How much you miss him? We don't. I haven't played.
I'd have been like, I miss my style.
By the way, they have played a game.
Man.
An exhibition
But that's
game.
making a mountain out of a... Yeah, come on, Stoney.
Hey, you got one guy selfish in Aiyuk. What about the other guy selfish, Trent Williams, George?
Trent Williams is Trent Williams. He's like the greatest football player to ever play the game. It's like him and Aaron Donald that I've played against. And, for all the people who are going to, list off 90s and 80s players, I'm sorry. But the best I've ever played with. And so, yes, he's also a massive human being. He's a silverback. He just has a presence to him. And so, yeah, not having him in the locker room at all and stuff like that, it's weird. But we all love Trent, and he's doing what he thinks is best for him. So it's okay. And I think Jalen Moore's done a good job of playing left tackle for us. And also, I appreciate getting extra reps, because one thing about Trent Williams is I don't need to practice with Trent that often, because he's so good that it's more of me hey, George, get out of the way so I can block this guy by myself. And I'm like, hey, man, you make my job easier. So getting the extra reps with Jalen, I think, is really beneficial, because he's gotten a lot of snaps for us in the last couple of years. And so if I can get really good at working with him, Trent will just fit in seamlessly. Not worried about it.
Or be expendable.
Kittle, but you got to come down to my office. You don't refer to a big 300-pound football player as a silverback, Stoney. Come on now.
Don't you see?
Give me something else but the silverback.
Don't you get it?
Now.
Don't you get it? You get it,
He
right?
said Moore. You heard Moore's name.
That's right.
They need him. I don't care.
Oh, they need more.
Well,
they need more.
Pay me more. He said the best football player ever. Trent's got a beverage of leverage.
Okay. How many touchdowns has he scored in his career?
How many is he responsible for?
0.
Please. My family's listening. They're going to see Norm because Milan's getting ready to take her back. So they're listening to you right now. Say hello to Daryl, Milan, and Mia.
Hey.
If you can.
Wait. Milan, Mia, and Norm.
They're going to Norm's. Daryl, Milan, and Mia are driving. So we can get back to the Niners.
Wait, who's that? Oh, Daryl Jr. Daryl Jr. John Salley. I got you.
Evan, you think you know your partner. But anyway, they're listening.
Yeah, that was some sobering.
I would have said give my man his money or give both of them their money.
But nobody did. Neither guy said give them their money. I think we're finding out. I think you all know what we're finding out. There's 2 guys who have gone rogue, and the rest of the team doesn't like it.
Please.
Ward said he thinks they're going to get something figured out.
Yeah, he said they didn't play.
But he also doesn't want to say anything crazy.
I was like, what would be crazy, Mooney? Yeah.
Make do, Mooney.
Well, camp's probably going good for him. He doesn't have to guard Aiyuk.
By the way, and this is all setting up.
And he's thinking of his payday.
This is all setting up for my victory mile.
Oh, boy.
When they move George Kittle to left tackle.
Could you imagine?
Oh, my God.
That's the one thing I've hated about Kittle's career.
You know what?
Watch the game again.
Go ahead and root for George Kittle to move to left tackle, because if he does, I'll retire.
Dude.
I'll just retire. I'll go out on a high note. All right.
Crossover.
Oh, sweet. No Dibley today.
Oh, now, what if he's listening?
Of course he's listening. That's why I said it. Boy, he didn't like when I corrected him yesterday, did he?
That man was
wrong. Mm-hmm. All right, coming up on the other side, it's going to be sponsored by Robert Half.
9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. Robert.
Donate your car today. Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
What? Tell me how it is to live in the world as a bald man. If you got a head full of lettuce, you're never going to know that.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, it's crossover time, sponsored by Atco Pest Control. Willard and FP Santangelo in the house. And I'll just start this way. You know, you guys know that I'm basically a baseball expert from the 70s and 80s. And I forgot something. I was watching the Pete Rose documentary.
Good, by the way.
Unbelievable.
I referred him to it.
I completely forgot.
What a mess he was?
He played in Montreal for half a year.
Yeah, I heard all the stories out there.
He played in Montreal for half a year.
Olympic Stadium.
After Philadelphia, before he went back to Cincinnati.
I don't even remember that, even after you tell
knows
me.
about the Expos.
He may or may not have fondled a cork bat or two in Montreal. That's
insider knowledge.
I mean, shocking news.
I mean, yes. Pete Rose cheated? What are we talking about here?
Charlie Hustle.
Yeah, I'd recommend that one. That's pretty fast.
I haven't watched it yet.
So much great. I love seeing like the 70s footage.
It's incredible.
When you never see stuff. Like you see all the highlights, but when you actually really see.
But tell them who you're mad at. You got an antagonist in there.
Slow down on the sports docs, though. There's too many of them. I can't keep up. I mean, I went through Receiver. I went through Hard Knocks.
No.
Obviously, I rewatched the Willie Mays doc when he passed away.
It was incredible.
I have not gotten to Pete Rose yet.
I'm way more fascinated with the older documentaries.
I know you are.
Like, for example, I don't know, 10 years ago, there's an Amy Winehouse. I mean... Come on.
I'd watch that. I'd watch that.
Is it a train wreck? Is it just a train wreck?
You don't want to know about Devontae Adams' daughter's dinosaur birthday party? You don't want to do that?
It's more than
it's fun.
Great
so
party.
fun. It was a great party.
So, like,
he turned me off.
Neighbors were impressed, Steiny.
Here's what I think.
Classmates were like, "What's Dad doing for a living? He must be wealthy."
So Amy Winehouse, I believe, passed when she was 27, like all rock stars do.
Yeah. So
but her whole life was videotaped, essentially. So you've seen it all. Like, you don't need a documentary on her because you've seen it all.
The hard part about Amy Winehouse is I think they started filming her because you could tell pretty much right out of the gate, this ain't going to get to 30.
Well, she was a phenom.
Damn,
she was a phenom.
But this was a slow walk toward an overdose.
Wow.
Where, I mean,
allegedly.
You could see it. Tortured soul.
No doubt.
So talented.
No doubt.
Oh.
Back to Pete Rose.
Yeah. Tell him you didn't like Al Michaels.
I don't think Al came off very well at all.
Why? I'm going to ask FP.
You're just an announcer, dude.
Oh, he took
You're
himself
just an
too
announcer.
Plus, he's as big a better as Pete Rose is. And he was sitting there criticizing Pete. Al Michaels is known for being a big better, big gambler.
I might back Al in that Al's profession does not require him to sign a contract that he's not going to do that.
But Al gets probably a lot of inside info.
Yeah.
Probably.
I think it's frowned upon for broadcasters to
I don't frown upon it.
I'll tell you this,
at all.
Well, he also was the Reds announcer.
As quickly as possible.
He announced for the Reds.
You're traveling with the team. You know who's dinged up. You know who's half drunk every game. I mean, you know everything.
So the three of you don't take advantage of the stuff that you get.
I don't gamble.
My understanding, I can only speak to the NBA. My understanding with the NBA is no team employee can place a bet.
Oh, is he an NBA team employee?
Well, he might have been a Reds employee, but back in the day.
That's not the NBA.
Well, I don't know what the rules were.
I don't know what the rules are.
Stop it, Mark.
I'm just saying. I don't have an issue with it.
And don't get Johnny Bench and Pete in the same room.
Oh, why?
It'll be they were oil and water.
There's a great, and you can find it.
Go ahead.
You can find it online.
I don't want to ruin it.
Somebody just said, it was about probably from 8-10 years ago, and somebody just asked Johnny Bench, should Pete Rose be in the Hall of Fame? And Johnny Bench was like, what are the rules?
Like he was
what can you say? Why would you ask me that?
I was like, whoa.
Yeah.
It's like, it doesn't matter what I think. The rule, what were the rules? What are the rules?
Pete thinks Johnny was jealous, FP, that the Cincinnati fans loved Pete more than he did.
Maybe. Yeah. Maybe. I mean, Johnny, I don't know. That's kind of their That is his reputation. Yeah. We don't know these people, but I would have guessed Johnny is kind of a straight-laced, happy kind of a guy who probably would not mesh very well with Pete Rose.
Yep.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
You want to start with we got to get to the real stuff.
What real stuff?
The Giants or Niners?
By the
Jerry
way,
Rice's tweet. What was that post on IG?
What, that we're going to know by tomorrow?
And I made a bet that we're going to know something here.
You did? Well, maybe we will.
But why would he put that, though, tomorrow?
Probably because he's like the rest of us who are like, I don't have any more energy for this beyond tomorrow.
Willard,
so will you just do something?
I was done 2 weeks ago.
Dude, if
you don't want to be a Niner, fine.
Wow. Not only that, I would argue, and I know that today is the day for most people to just be like, Brandon, make a decision. I'm putting the Niners in this bucket too.
Go ahead.
This game is not this game of kindergarten chicken that the two of you are playing is not only over. We've now reached the point of diminishing returns.
Wow.
With every day that goes by, no matter who ends up where, you're all losing.
Whether
it's the Steelers, the Niners, or Brandon, it is time to get into a camp and start getting ready for the season. Whichever jersey you're going to play, go learn a new system or get in shape for this one.
You preach it now.
No matter who ends up with him, and if the Niners are going to end up without him, they need to start grooming whatever's going to be. Everybody needs to start planning for the first week of September. And every day that this isn't done, those teams and that player are not planning.
Call Blake Snell.
Yeah.
Wow. If you're Brandon Aiyuk, call Blake Snell.
And Nick Bosa.
But here's the thing.
Yeah,
and this is coming from a different side of it. In 25 years, when his kids don't have to do a damn thing, do you think Brandon Aiyuk's going to lose an ounce of sleep thinking, man, I should have signed a week or 2 weeks sooner? Because he's going to have generational money out of this. And in a sport where he can get decapitated on a crossing pattern and his career can be over, from a different side of it, I'm trying to get every penny I can.
Right. And I have no issue with that. But don't you agree that we've reached the point of what every penny is? We've reached that point.
Yeah, we need closure.
That was the point of yesterday, and I know the Niners are just playing the media. But if they did up their offer, we have now officially reached the point of, dude, do you want this big contract or do you want that big contract?
Make a decision.
And I think that most people read it right now as if you haven't taken the Steelers thing by now, if there truly is an offer that the Niners and Steelers, a trade that they've agreed to, and you're still sitting here even 24 hours later, and you haven't taken it, that means you ain't going anywhere.
Did he see Justin Fields play this week? Did he see that? Because that was not good.
No.
I mean,
and Russell Wilson has not been good the last 2 years either. No, of course, no, he doesn't. Like, at the bottom line of this, I do think Brandon's not dumb. And leaving the Niners would be dumb.
It
would be dumb.
Willard, can I throw this? If I say this is getting to the point of embarrassing just for the Niners not to have a solution, would that be too strong for you guys? Like, I think it got there. I think we're past it.
I think anybody...
It's becoming a joke almost.
I think anybody who thinks they're in a Super Bowl window and is shopping their best players in August is already embarrassing. Man. The minute you start. I don't even understand why it got here.
Did you see what Chad Ochocinco said? He's like, there's like 3 elite receivers in the NFL.
I heard that.
And the rest,
was deep.
And the rest are just replaceable.
But do you think that was deep, MP? I heard him like,
I love Brandon Aiyuk. I love the way he blocks. He's a football player that happens to catch passes.
Okay, so what's holding all this up then? Because I hate when the Niners got a deal in place. Who has to put their John Hancock on it and get it done?
In theory, the Niners have given that label to Brandon, but they didn't need to. I don't even know why the Steelers are part of this.
Dude, the inmates run the asylum in all of pro sports now.
I'm trying to tell Steiny that.
Not usually non-quarterbacks who are on rookie deals facing a guaranteed deal where you're still under contract.
No.
Give me a comp. Give me a comp of when another wide receiver or complementary position in football who was under contract and had never gotten a big contract yet, he's still on a rookie deal, has, as you say, run the asylum.
It's a good point.
I will forever not understand why the Niners have given Brandon the power that they've given him. The answer should be not Steelers or Niners. It should be take it or leave it. Take it or leave it.
My answer to that would be when you say, why did the Niners ever give him the power? I do think, and FP can speak to this a lot better than I can, when you do that, my way or the highway, then your organization gets a little bit of a reputation among the players. See, right now, the Niners are still trying to work with this guy, and maybe they'll come to a solution, and it will work out or it won't. But maybe the Niners, if the minute they do that, become lesser of an organization to the players in the league because that's the way they treated a great player like Brandon Aiyuk.
It's a fair point.
But they got so many great examples of where it worked, and we took care of our guys.
They always get to the finish line.
Well, and if you do the take it or leave it thing, and he says, I leave it, then you do end up with a really crappy distraction that bleeds into the season, and nobody wants that.
Hell, you got a fullback that took less to play for the Niners.
Right. I understand all that, but I also just think, again, the misstep was you don't give him the power to have this go to August. We don't do
Week 2
August.
of the NFL preseason.
The Niners got to stop doing August.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I sent this to the text thread last night, and I didn't get any response, but it's just phenomenal.
Oh, sleep.
You got ghosted, dude, by everybody?
Which is great.
It was like 11:50.
And
They're so used to not getting texts back from Steiny, they didn't know what to do with it. They're like,
crickets. So this whole,
drunk texting his workers.
This whole, we missed the Super Bowl, and now we can't win, and it's over, and, well, this is the most important year, and I'm not saying that's not true. The Big Red Machine, right?
Yeah.
The Big Red Machine.
Yep.
One of the greatest teams in baseball history.
You're very focused on them today, actually.
Yes, I am. They had a 7-year run.
Uh-huh.
This is the equivalent of what they would have done in the NFL. Lose a Super Bowl, lose a Super Bowl again, lose the NFC title game, win a Super Bowl, win a Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
They lost 2 World Series.
Yeah.
And an NL championship series before they won back-to-back.
The Niners, I think, are 1 Super Bowl win away from people appreciating this run at a different level. This is actually unbelievable. The problem is it misses the big prize.
But I'm just thinking, what were Reds
but
fans
I'm giving them
thinking?
credit. Like, that's why I'm mad at Kyle for not
5
winning.
years in, they go to
But they
2
capped it off. They got it done.
Right, and that's what I'm saying is nothing's over.
But when you're playing diddly squat with your left tackle and your stud wide out to Germans bomb
Pearl Harbor.
I'm just saying.
What are you doing right now is what to get to that point or continue.
I'm just saying.
I also
don't have to jump to conclusions.
I was listening to Bonte and Joe this morning talk about all of the sort of red flags that are out there about a Super Bowl hangover. We're canceling joint practices because you don't even have enough bodies. You got the Trent thing, you got the Brandon thing, Brock's throwing interceptions. All of the signs are there. And I was actually comforted by that because that kind of stuff usually sneaks up on you. You have to look back on it 8 weeks into the season and they're 3-5 and you go, gosh, we should have seen the signs in camp. These signs are too big. And I would wonder if a lot of the bad stuff isn't getting out of the way now, and maybe that's a good thing. Maybe that's a good thing. I don't know. Normally, when you have something like this, big expectations that go awry, you don't get this many huge warning signs.
I mean, I know this is easy, but we're going to look back and either say, oh, boy, did they overcome adversity, or, boy, the season was doomed from the get-go.
FP, you're a pro athlete. I don't want to go Allen Iverson with practice, but if you're going to tell me the Niners had it designed for their quarterback not to throw one pass this whole offseason, and maybe they don't need to, but for them not to develop or work on any pass routes, Aiyuk has not caught one ball from Brock Purdy. That's weird to me. There's no way you can manipulate that. Now, I didn't play. You play pro sports. You can say, Guru, it's nothing. He shows up the week before the Jets game, catches 200 yards. But that has to count for something that they haven't even worked together.
Yeah. I don't know if that's a maintenance. I don't know. But what if behind closed doors, Aiyuk's like, Purdy's going to get me killed? Or he just thinks that Purdy isn't the guy. But he would never say that out loud.
I don't think he thinks that.
Yeah.
I'm just
1,400 yards.
What if
Now,
he's
Jimmy,
talking
I
to his
get.
buddies going, dude, this guy's okay.
Then why wouldn't you take $32 million to go to New England then to get away from him if it was that bad? I'm just,
I don't
that's
think
what I don't like. Brandon didn't
other-
take the money.
You're going to go play with Justin Fields or Russell Wilson instead.
Throwing it out there.
He just threw
episode of Friends.
He just threw you for 1,300 yards.
I know.
Yeah.
You know,
7 tugs.
I got a hard time.
Steiny asked me this morning. Tell me what you two think real quick. He goes, Goo, what if the Niners knew they had to pay 3 guys. They knew Trent was going to do this in March. So there's nothing to see here. I said, hell nah, Steiny. I don't know what's going on with Trent Williams, but because Brandon Aiyuk is out there, it looks worse. But do you think this is how they saw it going? I'm like, nah. The team, the organization's taking some hits. You can define what hit means to you, but this is not how they drew it up at the chalkboard to me.
What I was trying to present is, I think the 49ers knew they had 3 guys that they were going to have to deal with, like back in March. They knew Trent was grumbling. They knew Aiyuk was in his window, and they probably knew McCaffrey. Like, they knew this 2 weeks after the Super Bowl. So what have they done? They re-signed McCaffrey. Like, that tells you something. And maybe with Trent, they're just saying, Trent's just being Trent. Let's let that one go.
I want to believe that.
We'll let that one go for a while. And Aiyuk, maybe they thought they had a deal on draft night.
Yeah.
Maybe, but what I'm saying is, maybe it's now gotten to the point where they have to, we just got to hold the line.
Well, I do think the Aiyuk one is the one that feels like it was miscalculated. The Christian one is easy because Christian's an animal who does not want to miss a down, a practice, anything. I don't think, and I'm not saying that Trent is not intense, but I don't think at age 36, I don't think anybody wants Trent Williams to make all the practices. So relax,
big fella, and chill.
I'm still not at my date where I would be concerned about Trent. August 14th is not it. That's not it.
Who's Pete Rose on the Niners?
Who's betting on the Niners minus 5.5?
Steiny's been comparing the big red machine and the Niners this whole handoff thing.
Who's Pete Rose? Well, the guy who came to mind was Kittle a little bit, just because how hard he plays. But I don't think Kittle would try to hurt somebody like Pete would.
Pete didn't try to hurt anybody. He's playing hard.
Yeah, he was playing hard.
Whether it was an All-Star game or spring training, he played the same way.
Although he did
Nick Bosa.
He did have a few games where he was looking to start something.
Yeah, if he had to play that chip on his shoulder. I watched that thing, dude, and I was like, whoa. Like, I've always liked Pete. I actually wore 14 because of Pete Rose.
Really?
And then I watched this whole thing, and I'm like, whoa.
I'm going to go back and change my
mind. I didn't realize he was that big of a mess.
Man.
I mean, I know the gambling thing. You hear that, and you're just like, well, that's dumb.
Apparently,
but then you saw the steroid thing and the drug thing.
See, I don't know
like,
all this yet, but
whoa.
I've always thought of Pete, like anybody who sort of reacts to the issues the way he has, cruising around with a table, charging people for autographs all over the country. Like, he's always looked to me like somebody who was... Life
even
has
the
gone
O.J. Simpson joke to the people that he had. I'm like, Pete, hang on to that, bud. He might be the wrong crowd.
There's a line in there where he says she was 16, she was legal, and I was like, wait, what?
FP, I told the boss.
Wait, what?
I told the boss, had the Hall of Fame committee said, we're going to watch this doc. And based on what we see, you get in or not. I said, you ain't getting in.
No.
After they watched that study, I ain't judging, but you ain't getting in, man.
There's a lot more layers there to Charlie Hustle than I imagined.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Apparently, he wasn't a drinker. One thing he wasn't.
Well, right.
Oh,
hey, all right, good job, Pete. Way to go, Pete.
We have a problem with Fitzgerald Button. I know Steiny's ready to get at us. What was that?
Huge
Melvin. I can't believe it.
The Giants have a confidence problem in themselves.
Well, that would explain.
The Giants have a confidence problem in themselves.
You know what it's like? You know what it's like?
Confident. Like, just one more sentence, FB.
Go ahead.
If you have a man at second with no one out in your building and you're down by 1 run and the top of your order is coming to the plate and you immediately go, I think we should take 1 shot at a sac fly to tie the game.
Wow.
You have a confidence problem.
Man.
Especially when you admit that you did it because you didn't do it that way the night before.
I agree with the confidence problem.
Conforto first and second, and you didn't have him bunt.
You degenerates can probably relate to this. It's like when you have a 14 or 15 or a 16, and you're playing third base, and there's a face card. The dealer has a face card up, and sometimes you hit on it, and sometimes you stay on it.
Thank you.
You gotta either hit on it all the time, or you gotta stay on it all the time.
I hate feeling this, but this thought crossed my mind last night. Gabe Kapler never would have done that because love him or hate him, that team had a philosophy and they stuck their damn feet in the cement about it to their fault at times. To their detriment. But at times I loved the fact that they had a process and they stuck to it. In 2021 it worked. It never worked again. Man. But when you're doing what you just said, let's just make it up in the 10th inning every night. What are we feeling?
But just for the record, I'm going down swinging every time. I'm hitting on 16.
2 nights in a row, you didn't even get the runner to third.
Always
Not
hit on
home.
16.
Willard, you couldn't advance the runner to third. Then you got the reprieve with that bull. I got to be careful.
You got a 6 showing and the dealer's got a 6 showing. You're still taking a hit.
He said the face.
I'm sorry.
I'm staying put.
That's a way to piss off the whole table.
Yeah, the rules are the rules with the face card.
I'm letting the dealer bust.
I'm a control freak.
You don't like playing the analytics?
I got to play third base, man. I can't have some tourist rolling up to the table and hitting on 16 versus a 3. The dealer's got a 3.
But what's funny is that can help you just as much as it can hurt you.
No.
Yes.
It can piss me off more than it can't.
I understand that, but what happens if that third base, let's say you want them to hit, right? And let's say they stay on their 16, and then the dealer flips over a 6 that's the down card.
Yeah, that can happen.
Rocks a face card.
Would Blake Snell want to stay here? I'm acting as if they don't make the playoffs. I said, you better make them want to stay here. Well, you can opt out. Make them want to opt in.
I don't know. Money's going to drive that. Money's going to drive that.
But do the Giants need him where they're at now?
Who the hell doesn't need Blake Snell? He doesn't give up hits ever.
But you can't hit.
Well, I'm not saying that they don't need more, but
So you make that investment in him. I guess what I'm asking is,
I ain't watching the Giants' money. They got plenty of that crap.
All right.
I'm not. They need Blake Snell. They need they need Matt Chapman. They need more.
They need Barry Bonds and FP Santangelo.
Why don't you tell him?
I get a bunt down though.
Why don't you tell him what Bay Area team you think has the best culture?
Well, you tell him who you went first. Don't try to get
Guru said the A's.
Yeah, he said the Sharks.
Come on, Guru. You said the A's?
Yeah.
Jeez Louise.
I gotta go.
It's time to go.
You are the worst. I wish I could stay, but you have to explain that.
By the way, if you want to do blackjack with analytics,
yeah,
you want to know what you do?
You stay.
Play craps instead.
Oh. Well, I do that too. And roulette.
Yeah. All right, good seeing you guys. Have a great rest of the day, and go Giants.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these 2 homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I'm so glad you're here, buddy. I really am. I want to talk this out. And then I also want to make a promise to our audience, and some of you are going to be bummed by this. Hopefully some of you are excited by this. I'm excited by this. That's the end of that. That's the end of vacation. That's the end of summer. That's the end of I need to be there. That's the end of Instagram with me on the water. That is the end of that. I am here. I mean, I don't want to promise it because somebody could pass away or something like that, but I am here. That is it. It is football season. That's the end of summer. It is the stretch run for the Giants. The Warriors will get going soon. That's the end of that. Let's do radio for the rest of 2024.
So I'm honored to do this show with you, with the batteries all charged and regenerated, rejuvenated. You're going to start screaming and yelling in the first segment. You got so much to say.
No screaming, no yelling, but I do think that's how last night hit me. I wonder how it hit you. That's what I texted you last night. I go, this feels like a confidence problem to me. I hear, you hear, we all hear from fans every day, my friends. Nobody's got confidence in the Giants' batting order. And then last night was when I went, oh, Bob Melvin doesn't either. How on earth do you play it that way? Tyler Fitzgerald represents the only guy right now in the lineup who might hit the ball over the left field fence and win the game. How on earth do you take the bat out of his hands for one shot at a Lamont Wade sac fly, which only knocks you to the 11th inning? That's all it would have done. This whole idea of trying to tie the game when the other team scores a run is wild to me. Wild to me. Hit the ball in the gap and tie the game and have another shot at it. That's the top of your order. That's the only group that's hitting right now.
You're right. And back to my blackjack analogy, you ever lost a bet and chased it?
Hell yeah.
That's exactly what Bob Melvin was doing.
Boy, I watched a buddy do that one time.
He lost a bet by not sacrifice button the night before with Yaz. And then Yaz, the reason I always sacrifice button with the runner on second, nobody out, whether it was the first inning or the third or the fifth or the seventh, is because as a left-handed hitter, I couldn't pull a fastball that was 97 away. And that's what they do to you as a lefty.
Yeah.
So you get on the plate and you try to make that away pitch be middle so that you can roll over to second base. Maybe you hit it in the gap and get lucky. But Yaz the other night in the 10th inning was getting 97 up and away, and he was trying to roll over it. That's why you just lay it down and let the next guy do it. Last night with Tyler Fitzgerald, I just got a message from the Giants that I forwarded to you that Tyler Fitzgerald was the first guy to 15 home runs in his first 59 games, and the only other guy to do that was Willie Mays. So there's a text message from the Giants and their tremendous PR department that dug up that nugget. I don't know how they got it. I was texting one of them today, my buddy Maverick, and he was telling me that he went on Baseball Reference and found that. But then there's a message that's comparing Tyler Fitzgerald to Willie Mays. So I understand the frustration, but here's the thing. Like, I'm going to be your baseball therapist today, and hopefully this makes sense to you. This is not a should have Conforto bunted or not. This is not a Tyler Fitzgerald should he have bunted or not. This is an organizational philosophy. You can't assemble your team and go out and sign Tom Murphy in the offseason who hits home runs, and Jorge Soler who hits home runs, and Matt Chapman who hits home runs, and say that's what we are. We're going to be a team that thumps. We're going to be an on-base percentage team. We're going to walk. We're going to hit home runs. And then all of a sudden, when it's nut cutting time in August or September, say we're going to be a situational baseball team now, and we're going to lay some bunts down, and we're going to get guys over, and we're going to get guys in. They haven't been good at situational hitting since I've been back from Washington, D.C.
Yeah. No, they're terrible.
I don't think they believe as an organization on moving a leadoff double. I think they get 3 cracks at swinging as hard as they can to try to score them, and that's that. The runner on third base, that's just being a professional hitter. That's realizing I got to do whatever I can to get the runner in from third. But as far as bunting or not bunting, I looked on Baseball Reference last night. Michael Conforto doesn't have a sacrifice bunt in his career. Tyler Fitzgerald had like 5 in the minor leagues. So everybody out there, fans think it's easy to bunt. It's not easy to bunt unless you work at it and you practice it. I had 23 sacrifice bunts one year. I work my ass off at it every day. There's a technique and an art to getting a bunt down. Yeah, you can bloop that all you want. I'm proud of that stuff.
Yeah. No, that's good. 23 in 1 year.
When everybody in the ballpark knows you're bunting in the bottom of the 8th, and the third baseman, Ken Caminiti's breathing down your throat, and you still have to kill it on the grass in order to get the runners over, you got to work at that. It's not just everyone thinks, oh, the ball's only going 10 feet. Anybody can do that when it's 98 miles an hour and you've never done it and you don't know how to do it. The angle of the bat, where you place your top hand in order to kill the baseball. If you're bunting to third, you point the knob to first. If you're bunting to first, you point the top of the barrel to third. And it's knee to ground bunting. You never drop the barrel. I could do a 2-hour dissertation on the art of bunting. But everybody, all my friends, think, well, Austin Slater's got to be able to bunt. Well, that's part of his game.
Well, it's what you're supposedly supposed to do if you're feeling overpowered.
If you go to the ballpark at 4:00 and watch them hit, they do 2 bunts. And it's like a 50-year-old coach throwing, they bunt 1, bunt 2, and that's it. It's not part of the game of baseball. It's not part of their organizational philosophy. So if you're the 1981 St. Louis Cardinals and you're playing at Old Busch Stadium on turf and you assemble a bunch of guys that can run and fly and steal bases and cover ground and they're all singles hitters, then in August and September you expect them to hit home runs, that's not the roster you built. So in my mind, and I know a little bit about baseball and that's it, it's got to be an organizational philosophy that this is the Giants' way. Okay. We're going to be a fundamentally sound team. We're going to run the bases lights out. We're going to pitch it. We're going to catch it. We're going to get guys over. We're going to get guys in. We're going to bunt guys over. But you can't have a roster that's designed to slug, and then all of a sudden you're in a pennant race against a big team, and we're going to start doing things that we haven't done all year and we haven't taught our kids to do in the minor leagues.
So then why'd you do it last night?
Well, that's just what I'm saying.
Yeah,
because maybe there's a little tug of war from a manager that played in an era when the bunt was big, do that, in a front office that doesn't believe in it.
Maybe, although I'd also say I can feel what many out there listening are probably feeling as you're talking about the organizational philosophy. Like the idea of signing a bunch of people to be a team that thumps in this ballpark is absurd. You don't thump. You, in fact, did not hit a home run this entire homestand until the guy that you made bunt hit one earlier in this game. Two of the three names you mentioned as people bringing in to hit home runs aren't even on the team right now.
Yeah.
So, like, in fact, one of them is playing for the team that you're playing right now. So,
and we're throwing him strikes, which is blowing my mind.
I mean,
why are we throwing Jorge Soler
Kyle
strikes?
Harrison throwing a ball on the outer half of the plate to Jorge Soler. It's like, did anybody else watch this guy hit?
Yeah,
throw the ball in the dirt, and he's going to swing at it, or he's going to hit a double play. We watched him do it all year long.
His delivery was too quick last night, and his arm slot was late, and he was missing to the arm side. He couldn't get it to the glove side until he slowed his delivery down, and then he started getting the ball in.
This one did not make any sense to me.
It's hard.
It does not make any sense to me.
I tweeted
at all
last night, baseball's not easy, but it's not this hard. Can you guys wait on that until I get done saying it? Like, let me finish talking before we get the sound effect?
You say the word tweet.
Oh, I got it.
All right, go ahead.
It's not that hard. They're making it harder than it is. It's not this hard. Like getting a bunt down, even is there outrage today if he gets that bunt down, Lamont Wade Jr. hits a double in the gap? Because I always think second guessing.
But the game's still going if that happens. That's my point. Let Tyler hit a double in the gap.
I'm with you.
And then you got a runner at second with nobody out, and the game is tied. At least try it.
But I get in arguments with my buddies all the time. They're like, you should be able to bunt if you're a big leaguer. In today's game, we don't see it.
I mean,
they don't practice it, more importantly. And then they expect them to do it. It's just, that's how it goes.
That's how I wouldn't do it. Is my man Iglesias, is that who the closer is that's got him both nights? Now, is he throwing Tyler in that case on the inside part of the plate?
Yes.
They're jamming him?
Yes.
Because they don't want him to go to the right field, right?
Ideally, yes.
I mean, I don't know. I'm at least going to take a couple pitches with a guy that was going deep in counts, see if you can get ahead in the count, make him use a little bit more of the plate, have an inside-out philosophy. If you ground it to second base, you get the runner to third. If you get a line drive into the outfield with his speed, that might be a triple, and you're going to win the game. At least try.
You're not wrong.
I
think there's a confidence problem. And sometimes managers go through confidence problems where they start to doubt themselves. So I should have bunted Yaz last night, and here we are in the same situation. And I got crap for not bunting Yaz last night, and I didn't sleep, and maybe I should bunt Fitzgerald, and I just keep this game going.
It's also a crap. By the way, it's also a crappy bunt.
It's terrible.
It was a terrible, terrible bunt. Like
it was an outside fastball.
Tyler's speed bunted to the third baseman.
Yeah, but
you may beat it out for a hit. Worst case scenario, there's nobody covering third, and the guy walks over to third base. You bunt it right out in front of the plate.
You bunt strikes. That wasn't a strike. It was up and away, and you can't hook a pitch to third base that's up and away when you're bunting.
I really, really struggle watching these two teams the last two nights because they're the exact same team. You know,
I talked to some Braves coaches yesterday. They said we're not fundamentally sound
either.
They're
awful.
Yeah.
They're awful. Like, we're all giving Blake Snell and Chris Sale this national exposure for this wonderful pitchers duel. And it's like, yes, you're both very good pitchers. You both had good stuff. Did anybody notice, though, these hitters for both of these teams strike out constantly? These Braves hitters are swinging at crap in the dirt all night long, both nights. These two teams look exactly the same to me. They've got solid enough pitching staffs. They are a professional group largely. They have some pop to their name value. They strike out constantly. They are situationally awful. And neither of them hit with runners in scoring position at all. There was not one hit in last night's game with a runner in scoring position for either team. And have you noticed that both teams, outside of a solo home run here or there, when they score, it's because they got lucky. The Giants tied the game because they got lucky. And the Braves won the game because they got lucky. Their runs in the 10th inning both nights have been because somebody squibbed a ball somewhere and it found the right spot on the field. These teams are awful situationally, and it's why both of them are scratching and clawing to maybe get into a playoff
You know
spot.
how you win at the big leagues right now? If I ever got back into coaching or managing, it's a very simple recipe for me. You get great pitching, decent bullpen, and you preach fundamentally sound baseball, situational hitting, taking the extra base. You emphasize base running. Yeah, you got to catch it. Yeah, you got to play defense. But it's such a, like seeing Sasquatch. If you see like situational hitting or good base running now. And if you're a team that does that day in and day out, you're going to be in the postseason. I don't care. Give me 10 guys that play hard, 15 guys that play, 12 guys that play hard, that can get a runner over, get a runner in, bunt a guy over, take an extra base, steal a base, catch the ball wherever you put them, and a good pitching staff. And we come to play every single night, and we got to work for 2.5 hours as hard as we can every night. And we play fundamentally sound baseball, 15, 20 games over 500, because nobody does it. Everybody swings for the fences. Guys don't want to get to 2 strikes because you're scared to get to 2 strikes. What do? You're overly aggressive in an 0-0 count. You swing at something. Then you're 0-1. You're thinking, oh, crap, I don't want to get to 0-2 because I strike out a lot. Then you swing at something because you're nervous and you're anxious and you don't want to get to 0-2, so you chase and it's 0-2 every time. Good RBI guys sit there and they wait for their pitch, and they don't care when it is. They don't care if it's in a 1-2 count, an 0-2 count, a 2-2 count. They're not afraid to get to 2 strikes. Watch guys hit today. They're afraid to get to 2 strikes, and they're swinging way too early in the count with runners in scoring position, where that's where, and I've told you this on the air, off the air, you got to realize this is easy to say, too, into this microphone without 40,000 people screaming and yelling, and you're on national TV.
Or 20.
Yeah, whatever. It's easy to say, but like the best RBI guys do this. And you get into grooves as a hitter where you're so confident. Like, I don't care if there's 3 strikes on me. I don't give a crap. I'm going to sit here and wait for my pitch. And if I don't get to my pitch and there's 2 strikes, I stick my you-know-what in the dirt and I battle. I choke up. I fight. I'm going to fight my ass off and put the ball in play. I'm not going to swing out of my ass and my helmet falls off in a 1-2 count with a runner in scoring position. But even I'm probably most of the time not going to get to a 1-2 count because I'm looking for my pitch. And I'm not anxious and I'm not afraid. I've been in those situations where I'm struggling to put the ball in play and I'm swinging early. And then you swing at something out of your strike zone, out of your plan. And it's 0-1 and you step out and you go, crap, I don't want to get to 0-2. And then you swing at something else and it's 0-2 and you're always 0-2 and you're always 1-2 because you're worried about getting to 2 strikes and you're worried about striking out. That's why you're seeing so many punch outs. It's a mindset and it's an attitude with 2 strikes, especially with a runner in scoring position. If I got a guy like Elliot Ramos or Matt Chapman and it's the 3rd inning and there's nobody on and 2 outs, you can swing out of your ass with 2 strikes. I don't care. Let it rip. Let's do some damage with 2 outs. But there has to be another club in your bag besides the driver with a runner on 3rd and 2 outs. So I'm going to go to my 5-iron here. I'm going to go to my 8-iron. I'm going to put something in play to get that run in. I can't just swing my driver every single tee box, every single pitch, every single at-bat all season long. And that's what you're seeing league-wide. This isn't a Giants thing. It's one swing, and it's the same swing, and it doesn't matter what the count is.
Pretty big 24 hours. Better win 2 baseball games.
Ooh, you got to win 1 tonight first.
Better win 2.
Tonight?
You better win 2.
It's going to be hard.
Yeah, they're all hard because they don't score runs. We're sponsored by Express Employment Professionals. FP, as you hear, is in for dibs. Cam Inman's going to join us to the top of the hour with the latest from Niners camp, the fact that Brandon Aiyuk was there today, and much more. But more to say about this Giants team, their struggles, the frustration. That's what we're calling it. I forget your confidence in the team. I think they're lacking confidence in themselves. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's Willard and Dibs.
If your supply chain demands a flexible workforce,
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Cam Inman in a half hour. We're going to get down to the nitty-gritty with all of the Niners stuff. And FP's in for Dibs. We're streaming live on Twitch and YouTube. Twitch.tv/957 The Game. YouTube.com/957 The Game. It's powered by First NorCal Credit Union, and you should go there and you should look at FP. Just an absolutely just a handsome man. So you should look at his face.
It's awkward.
Yeah, totally.
Thanks,
I like to put people in uncomfortable situations
I think
and see what happens.
Super hot too.
Thank you. Now, you're right. That got weird. Anyway.
Oh wait, we got the comments up. All right.
Yeah. Look.
Don't talk about that.
Okay, everybody's there. No, I don't like, and it's funny. If Dibs were here, he would lose it because there's a lot of stuff that makes him lose it, and he would lose it if I called tonight and tomorrow must-win games, and they're not quote unquote must-win games, but you better. I mean, I went into this one being like, you probably 3 out of 4. 3 out of 4. Well, that's gone, obviously. And you've scored 3 runs in 2 baseball games. And now you're up against it. You better win. You better win these next 2. Get your butts back to a game and a half out of that last spot. And then go from there. Because the schedule is about to get really hard. I know it's A's and White Sox, but then after that, it's a really, really hard schedule. And this is like, if you're talking about playing the good teams, this is the bottom of the barrel of the good teams. What'd you say your buddies with the Atlanta coaching staff were saying? I look at the look at the Braves right now. They look like crap to me. They pitch a little bit. Their hitters look awful at the plate. What'd they tell you?
Well, they said that, it's just the way the game is now. Like there aren't many teams that play good situational baseball or play fundamentally sound baseball because you get promoted from the minor leagues by how hard you hit the ball or how fast you throw the ball. Where, with the risk of sounding old, you had to be better than the league you were playing in to advance from A ball to Double A, same way Double A to Triple A. And to get from Triple A to the big leagues, you had to be a complete baseball player where you knew how to run the bases, you played great defense, you put the ball in play and you hit for average or hit for power, whatever your thing was. But now guys are getting promoted based on their exit velocity. Well, this guy had a 100-mile-an-hour exit velocity for the last 15 games. But does he know how to run the bases?
Luciano. Just as an example.
Yeah.
That's not a big league ball player.
Does he know how to catch the baseball? Does he know when to take a chance on the bases, when to be conservative on the bases? We're up by 3. Now we're going to be a little more aggressive. We're down by 3. But we're not going to be aggressive. The time of game. Who's coming up in the order behind you for base running or your at bat? There's so many things that go into being a complete baseball player that when we see one, it really stands out now. And there's a lot. It's almost like a punt, pass, and kick mentality that you get these guys that are on travel ball teams that they jump around as kids. They're paying thousands of dollars to play on these travel ball teams, but they don't learn how to be a good teammate because they're playing on different teams every week. And they don't know how to play winning baseball because I have to throw it harder than everybody, so I get drafted. I have to hit it farther than everybody, so I get drafted. I have to run faster than everybody. I don't even know if that's a commodity anymore, if it matters. And then what you're seeing is young kids that weren't really taught the game at the lower levels or in the minor leagues, and they're promoted for reasons that you never used to get promoted for, and you're seeing a bunch of kids learning at the highest level. The toughest place to learn how to play baseball is at the highest level. And then you're going to see things that make you pull your hair out. You're going to see things that make you say, well, back in the old days, he would have went first to third there. But he's never been taught that, or he's never learned that. So now we're seeing a product that, in my opinion, is watered down because of the reasons we're promoting players, whether it's needs to win at the major league level, like we got to win right now. This guy's, he might not be ready, but we need him. There's a need. He throws 100 and we'll see, and he can figure it out. You guys can coach him up. You're a big league staff. But whatever we're seeing, there's 1 or 2 guys maybe on every team that are baseball players. Maybe 3 guys that are baseball players. And then the rest are just really good athletes. Like the level of athlete is greater than ever at the major league level. Like they're amazing. There's amazing talent there. But putting that talent together to know how to play winning baseball, championship baseball, or doing the little things to be successful is another story. And then if you fail, Mark, and you go 1 for 13, you're back in AAA. Well, because you made a base running blunder. You threw to the wrong base where nobody's really taught you how to do that. And if they have, you weren't listening because you were in the cage trying to learn how to hit. And that's all you focused on was learn how to hit.
Forget the pitchers for a second. When you look at the lineup for the Giants, the rest of that roster, you just referred to like baseball players, like somebody who's got the round robin effect of all the skills and knowledge necessary to be ready to play big league baseball. How many of the Giants got? Bailey?
No.
Okay. Chapman?
Chappie for sure.
Chappie for sure. I mean,
Logan Webb.
Logan
pitchers
Webb,
count.
If pitchers count, but I mean, I'm looking at this lineup.
Bad. Pitchers don't count.
Chappie, like Mark Canha is on the team now. He is one, but he plays a small role and he just got here. Outside of Chapman, I'm looking at the rest of their potential hitters. I don't know if anybody else qualifies. Like Tyler Fitzgerald's really good, but raw and new. Does he check your boxes yet?
Not yet.
Okay.
Potential to, though.
Okay.
He's a baseball player, but he's learning on the fly at a real tough position to learn at.
I don't want to ask about the rest of the infielders because I already know your answers about Luciano, Schmidt, Wisely, and by the way, Lamont Wade, you too. Sorry. Like, there's a lot of little things that he does not do well, and I'm totally confused about his hamstring. Why is that not healthy yet? Why is it taking so long for him to be able to run the bases? Do you know anything? What's going on there?
I don't.
That should totally be healthy by now.
Maybe tried to play through it, and playing through it, it just hasn't healed properly. But yeah, he's the slowest guy on the team all of a sudden.
Does Conforto qualify?
I don't think so.
No.
As much as I like the guy.
Does Diaz? He's close.
Yeah.
He's a good outfielder.
Yeah. He knows how to run the bases. He knows, but then knowing and doing, yeah.
Right.
The doing part's inconsistent for me.
The high fastball is a problem for Yaz. I mean, does Ramos qualify yet?
It's close.
Okay. If we don't include people who are close, essentially your criteria for a big league ball player, we've got Matt Chapman.
Yeah, and it's just my opinion.
And that's
what does that mean?
No, it means everything.
And it's not big league baseball player. It's just a complete player.
Yeah.
Like you run the bases well. You play your position well. You drive in runs. You get on base. You score runs, which is the most important offensive stat there is. And I think Matt Chapman's at the top of the league in scoring runs. It's just being a ball player, man. And you bring your hard hat and your lunch pail and you play your butt off every single day. And you find a way to beat somebody. Like whatever it is, I'm doing one thing tonight to beat you. It might not show up in the box scores of 3 for 4 with 2 doubles, but it could be a sacrifice bunt. It could be reading a ball in the dirt. So I'm on first base. I know Chapman's a good first ball fastball hitter. There's no way he's getting a first pitch fastball. So I get in my lead and I know a curveball is coming. And I'm looking for that curveball to come out of his hand low. As soon as I see it hit the dirt, I'm anticipating I get to second base, free 90 feet. It's just little things like that. I'm on second base. I'm checking my outfield every single pitch. I'm looking if they're shifting. I'm looking where the defense is on the infield. The time of game. It's a 3-2 game right now. My run's real big. I'm the tie and run. So I'm going to be aggressive with a plan here. And it changes every single pitch. And then 2 strikes, you look and guys are shifting. It's just knowing the situation, knowing the time of the game. If you're playing a defensive position, anticipating the baseball, knowing what you're going to do with the baseball when it's hit to you, the speed of the runner, the time of the game, where the runners are on the bases, the speed of those guys. You know, am I just hitting my cutoff man here with 2 outs and a run second because that guy's a plus runner? Is Ellie De La Cruz? I'm not going to throw him out at home. Or do I come up and miss everybody and the batter runner goes to second base and I had no shot at throwing out Ellie De La Cruz?
Yep.
So I see this a lot in baseball right now. And it's not being critical of the game. Like I said, these guys are better players than we were. They are. They're more talented. They throw harder. They hit the ball farther. But being there's something to being a complete baseball player that when you see it now, it really stands out. And I'm not slighting all these guys that we're talking about.
I understand exactly what you're saying.
It's not their fault.
Look, the bottom line for me,
they're all good players. Way better than I ever was.
Or can be. You're talking about raw ability, which, you know what I mean, that doesn't usually do things in pro sports. Like you can go to any draft in any sport and you can find out who's got all the raw ability because they're the guys that go in the first round. How's that work out? Half of them stink. Half of them can't play. You know what I mean? I hate that we always use him as an example. It's unfair to who seemed like a really nice kid. Did y'all watch Trey Lance play football for the Cowboys over the weekend?
Ooh.
And some people are like, ooh, he looks way better. He still looks nowhere near good enough.
Nope.
Nowhere near good enough to play in the NFL. He's got insane raw skill and very little football in his background. I think he's a great example on the football end of what you're talking about in the baseball world. There's just little things that he has not. First of all, his feet are not as quick as we thought they were. And second of all, there's little things that he doesn't process at a game speed. So he takes sacks or he waits a second or two too long to release a ball or whatever. Very, very talented kid. He was number 3 pick in the draft.
Yeah.
Does that make him a better player than an FP Santangelo, Brock Purdy type? My answer, no. He's got better skills. He's got better makeup. He's not a better player. So when I look at these Giants players right now and I know there's some injuries and there's all this stuff, yeah, there's not enough good players. And here's the other thing that I haven't said all year. This has not been a good year for Bob Melvin. I like the hire. I love the manager. I love his history. I have not enjoyed watching him manage as much as I thought I would. Disappointing year. Not like fire the guy, not I'm out on Bomel. It has not been as seamless of a start as I had hoped it would be. It has been head-scratching at times. Last night would be one of my exhibit A's. There's 2 things I don't like about it. I don't like you bunting, and I like even less that you do one thing one night, another thing the next night, then have a press conference and go, well, we tried this because it didn't work the night before. What? The whole thing that we loved about Bomel coming here was the word philosophy. We're going to get a new philosophy, and it's back to baseball, and it's back to like things that we understood growing up as baseball fans. And it's not been that. It's been, well, let's try this, let's try that. We're not holding any runners on. Oh, well, like, what are we doing? What is this staff doing right now? It feels too passive. It feels like too much guesswork. And it feels, I'm guessing, like they are not in lockstep with their bosses, which is why we're getting a new philosophy every week. We hit the ball for power. No, we trade Jorge Soler for nothing. Like, who are you? And just stick with it. Stick with it. It's a long season. Tell us who you are and stick with it and see if it works. But the Giants change their underwear every 6 days.
Yeah, it would seem like they don't know who they are right now.
They don't.
And there may be a little, I mean, the only tug of war I've heard of through the grapevine, I don't even know if it's true, is they were stealing early in the season to getting thrown out. And then from upstairs, this stolen base was like, no more. And then they opened the floodgates for the stolen bases again because it was taking 12 hits to score a run. So they had to try something different. So they've been a little more aggressive on the stolen base, but I'm not privy to any other tug of wars between the front office and the coaching staff.
Yeah, I'm just telling you.
Those things happen with every team.
Sure, but it feels like it. It feels like that. To me, that was a big red flag last night. When you philosophically change the entire way you approach the same exact scenario against the same pitcher from one night to the next, and then literally come out and say that. Yeah, we did this because the opposite way didn't work the night before.
What if the night before, say the next day, this is just devil's advocate, I have no idea what happened. You get a long phone call from the president of baseball operations saying, why didn't you bunt your ass? Well, he's a pull hitter, and I thought he was going to pull the baseball. Well, we got to keep that game going somehow. These games are big. We just need to buy another inning, and so-and-so and so-and-so we're coming up. We have so-and-so in the bullpen ready. We just needed that game to go to the 11th. I got it. I got to get that runner to third with one out, and if Yaz can't pull the ball, you got to bunt him right there. I'm just throwing devil's advocate.
Okay.
So now you're thinking, well, damn.
Here would be
I thought we were going to be aggressive there, and then you voice your opinion. Then the next night you're thinking about that phone call at 10 o'clock in the morning, and you're just like, well, he wanted me to bunt last night. I'm going to bunt tonight.
Can we go back to the phone call?
Yeah.
Okay, so here's the thing.
I mean, this is just role playing.
I know, and so this is mythical, but okay, Farhan, you wanted me to bunt Yaz. I got 2 things for you. First of all, if I could look into my crystal ball, the following night situation does not apply because it's the top of my order and it's the only guys in the entire lineup who are hitting the ball right now. So I'm not doing that with Tyler Fitzgerald, even though you wanted me to do that with Yaz. And my second question is, let's say Yaz does get that bunt down and moves the runner to third with one out. On what planet have you lived the last 3 or 4 months that tells you that the San Francisco Giants, with a runner at third and one out, are going to bring that guy in?
That's fair. I mean, the stat, they're worse than the White Sox, right? From July 14th on, runners in scoring position.
Brutal. I don't want a runner at third with one out. It's an automatic runway to a strikeout. Every single time it feels, except for last Saturday night when they won the game with 3 sac flies. It's literally the only game I can remember like that in the second half of this year.
You know what happens in those situations? You have meetings, you talk about it, and the more you talk about it, the more meetings you have, the worse it gets. Like, we got to be better with runners in scoring position. The pressure's on the pitcher. Look for your pitch. You guys are over anxious right now. You're swinging at everything. We got to be better. Realize that the pressure's on the pitcher, and we need you to think up the middle the other way. Let the ball travel. Let it get deep. Don't try to do too much. All the cliches. And you have the meeting, and everyone's like, yeah, that was good stuff. You're right. And you go out there, and you just start squeezing the sawdust out of the bat, and you're swinging at everything. And it is an avalanche once you start bringing the elephant in the room to life.
Look how the Braves have gotten their run home from second base the last 2 nights. They didn't hit the ball hard. They didn't do anything. They had a ground ball and a pop-up.
Yeah.
That's it. That's it. So go up there and do the same thing. If you put the ball in play, like in that situation, there's a strong chance that something good is going to happen.
The one thing I would say, the difference between the two teams, if we're comparing them, is you have a bunch of veterans over there that have won World Series that know how to play the game. And then with the Giants, you have like 5 rookies starting right now, and they're trying to get to the playoffs with 5 rookies starting.
Yeah, I feel.
And then, so even with the Braves, when you go to your bench, it's veterans on your bench and not rookies on your bench. And the Giants have rookies playing. And then you go to your bench and there's rookies on the bench. So, like, you're asking a lot of kids that haven't done this at the minor league level to all of a sudden be in a pennant race. They should be able to do it. They're major leaguers.
I mean, but I get that. And I have plenty of patience for Tyler Fitzgerald and Elliot Ramos. And I've got plenty of patience for those guys. But last night, that's not on Tyler. If Tyler had done that on his own, and that was the first thing that went through my head, I'm like, I thought maybe the guy was trying to bunt for a base hit. Was the third baseman back? Tyler runs well. I thought he just did it on his own.
I think a lot of people thought he did it on his own.
And I thought he was trying to bunt for a base hit. But the minute it was evident that this was actually a sacrifice attempt, and Baumel comes out and says, yes, it was called, my hands are thrown up in the air. I don't understand that in the slightest.
He squared around early, so it was a sacrifice all the way. He was not bunting for a hit.
Let's go to Zach in Redwood City. Hey, with Willard and FP. What's up, Zach? What are you doing?
Hey, what's good, guys? I'm just driving, heading to an appointment here. I was at the game last night. You can get tickets. You know, I'm not sure if it's because everyone's going back to school, but $30 right behind home plate. And so I need to bring up a couple points. You know, Matt Chapman gets thrown out in the the 6th inning, I believe, on a steal, and he has his head down, and I'm yelling at him. I'm like, keep your head up, kid. Like, I don't know if that's on him or whatever. Secondly, so I brought it up right after Fitz bunted, right? And I have to go with FP here. If you're gonna bunt, why didn't you do it on Monday night? You got a guy up in Yaz who we know can't hit the high fastball. And what are pitchers gonna try to do to you if they're gonna try to bunt? They're gonna throw that high heat. So you got I don't know what's going on, but at the end of the day, I'm looking at this Giants team and I'm like, where are we gonna end up? Probably about 500 here, and I would consider that a loss. And I have to go with you. Here, Willard. Like, I don't know about Melvin. Like, I wouldn't say he's fireable, but it hasn't really worked out. Anyways, thanks, guys.
Yeah, Zach, thanks. I think I can voice that. I'm a Baumel fan. I'm not there's not even a thought in my mind right now about the Giants having someone else as the manager. The year has not felt as good as I thought it would. That's all I'm going to say. There have been enough decisions to where I'm like, God, what's the players speak highly of him. And to me, that matters. I know for some people, it's like, who cares if he's likable? You got to make the right call. Well, making the right call is not going to happen all the time. Even Bruce Bochy will tell you that. It's not going to happen all the time. I don't hold people to that kind of a standard. And if the players love playing for him, that's big. Matt Chapman and Blake Snell both played for him before. I think he played a huge role in them choosing to come here. So that's great. But the game management aspect of what he's done has been underwhelming at times. And last night was one of them.
Yeah, I just think you get in trouble when you start flip-flopping. And if you have a set way of doing things, and I would love to talk to him today because you can talk to him. He's super accessible. And just say, like, was the Yaz thing bothering you the other night and you felt like you had to do it last night? Like, was that, I bet you had a sleepless night thinking I should have bunted Yaz there. And then that's what played into your decision with Fitz?
Maybe.
Right? They're human beings. They take losses home. We don't.
For sure.
We take losses. We're tough for about 20 minutes, and they don't sleep.
My man, I would have his back all day long if you had posted a 0 in the top of the 10th.
Yeah.
If it's 3-3, and let's go.
I always wonder why they don't bunt.
They
when the
still
top
don't.
Of the that bothers me.
That one I get. You got the top of the order, so in theory, you've got 3 guys coming up who can handle the bat a little bit. I know all of them have swing and miss in their game.
Yeah.
I get it. But in theory, you've got some people that can pump the ball to the outfield. If it's 3-3, get them over to third and give Lamont a chance to walk this one off.
Yeah.
But at 4-3, you're gonna whittle this down to 1 at bat to hope to tie? I understand that Ramos could come up and get a 2-out hit, but that's not that. I mean, who the hell wants to? You're not doing that on purpose.
By the way, that call was terrible. Fitzgerald did not get hit with the ball out of the box.
Yes, it was also a terrible call.
That was a terrible call.
However, if it was a bad call, then Schmidt's a dead duck over at third base.
Yeah.
Which is worse. Then you have a runner at first and 1 out instead of a runner at second.
They caught a break for sure.
For sure. That's like, you're not wrong. If the night before is affecting him, that's fair. But I'd argue that they're not the same situation.
Hey, Mark, I've seen a million baseball seasons, and usually by this time of the year, you're feeling it, right? If your team's doing something special. I've been around a lot of teams. I've watched a lot of baseball in my life, and usually by the end of August, you're thinking something special's going on.
You can feel it.
You can feel it. It's starting to brew. They're winning cool games, and you're feeling that feeling as a fan. You've watched enough baseball in your life, and the Diamondbacks are doing it right now. The Padres are up 8-1 in the 6th inning against Pittsburgh right now. They're starting to have those feelings.
Oh,
right?
they're going.
And I just right now, I mean, there's a lot of baseball left, and I could be wrong, but you're just not feeling October right now. You're just not. It's not. I'm not trying to be negative, but I think the special things would be happening.
Well,
already.
and there was the threat that they were, and they get to 61 and 58, and you're going, okay, maybe, and then 3 consecutive 1-run losses, and all 3 you could argue with execution and process.
Really quick, guys, we got to hit a break in a sec, but a little bit of Giants breaking news. The Giants have optioned Marco Luciano to AAA, and they have promoted center fielder Grant McCray.
Oh, I'm interested to see Grant McCray.
He can fly.
Yeah, Grant McCray is a prospect. Luciano.
You got to run a ball out. You can stop if you think he caught it, but once the ball's on the ground, you got to put your head down and go.
I wish this wasn't the case, but Luciano, every time he's come up this year, has embarrassed himself in one way or another.
He's timid.
He really is.
He's a timid player.
We can get back to that. Cam Inman's going to join us next. The latest on the Brandon Aiyuk situation. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Latest on the Trent Williams thing, too, and the fact that joint practices have been canceled, what that means. So we're going to get to all of it. FP's in for Dibs, Willard and Dibs.
Hi, everyone.
the Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Now, back to Willard and Dibbs.
Can you sing with that voice?
I did Daddy Warbucks in middle school, and it was talk singing.
What I'm telling you, Telly Savalas.
NYC.
That's singing.
On 95.7 The Game.
Well, that may be singing, but Niner fans are singing a new tune right now, and the tune goes like this. Get it over with. I mean, honestly, what is this that's happening? FP's in for Dibbs. Let's hop right in with our guy, Cam Inman, all over the Niner beat. And by the way, an esteemed author as well. How's the book going, Cam?
Good. Hey, thanks. Yeah, book's coming out officially in about a month, but you should be getting one in the mail here in the next week.
Well, I feel very special. Very special.
Yeah.
Mustangs stick together. And so thank you. There you go. Thank you very much for that. Cam Inman on the River Islands guest line with us here. Okay, so you saw Brandon Aiyuk at practice today. What was he doing and what was the vibe?
Yes, as a Cal Poly journalism, as we learned there, it's about learn by doing. And I've done enough training camps to let my eyes take me where they need to go. And I spotted Brandon Aiyuk watching the football practice for the first time in a while, but he did it on the sideline. And he usually hasn't been up close like that. But mind you, he was about 50 yards away when practice was kind of getting going in team drills. And then red zone drills happened, which is kind of near where Aiyuk was. And then you started seeing the interaction among teammates. Even John Lynch came by and shook his hand and patted him on the back. So for me, I'm trying to interpret, okay, what does this mean? Is this a, hey, congratulations on your new deal. Glad you're sticking around. Or, oh, hey, we're going to miss you. Good luck, as you go along as a defector. No, it was more of a, hi, how are you? Good to see you again. Nothing else new here. So it's almost like it was the status quo, but at the same time, just watching Brandon and how he paid attention to practice, he was invested. He was paying attention to every single play and looked very much a part of this team. And it's just a matter of getting this contract resolved. Whereas a day ago were reports that, okay, they've agreed to a package to trade him to Pittsburgh, but here he shows up wearing a red shirt and black shorts. So,
Cam, I just showed a month ago with Dibbs, and the same thing happened. Aiyuk was at practice, and John Lynch came over, and Kyle was like, and I was speculating, and it looked like, congrats, dude, we got the deal done. Right. So I'm kind of over this. Like, dude, either you want to be a Niner or you don't. It's that simple. Right. You want to win a Super Bowl or not. What are his teammates saying? What's George Kittle saying?
Yeah, I asked George about it after practice, and he said all the right things, how much they all love BA and just the energy and what he brings to the team. So, and all that. And these guys they've been through it. They've gotten their second contract. They've gotten paid, so they understand the business aspect of it, right? So they don't want to cross the boundaries and say whether what he's doing is wrong or right. I think everybody understands the situation. And the situation is it could play out longer. I mean, there's still 2 more preseason games to go. The season doesn't start for at least another 3.5 weeks, essentially. This can keep going on and on and on. I mean, the report yesterday that they've agreed to a trade, yeah, they may have, but they still didn't trade him, right? They were still talking to him about getting a contract done. This has been the same case that's been going on for months, and it doesn't seem like anybody is too anxious to resolve it, including Brandon himself. But he seems that he's happy to be on the 49ers. And, there's a couple things I think still at play here. Obviously, the market changes because wide receivers are getting all these contracts this season and this year, and the price has gone up. Well, CeeDee Lamb and Jamar Chase still need to get paid too, right? You're telling me the market's going to go down with them? No. Market's going to keep going up. Will the Niners meet that price? Probably not. But then again, maybe a wide receiver one goes down on another team. Injuries happen this time of year. So the Niners have no reason to rush him off the roster and trade him away somewhere else and get a mediocre deal in return. They have no obligation to get him a high contract on another team. Is somebody going to pay big for them? They did it in April, and so they kept him through the draft. So that's why I think we're still in a holding pattern, because there is really no pressing deadline at the moment.
Cam Inman with us. Cam, is it a fair thing to look at this situation right now and go, dude, if Brandon Aiyuk was going to the Steelers, it would have happened by now?
No, because it's just that's why I said that a lot's still up in the air. I think the Niners believe, from my understanding, is that they actually offered him a better contract than what Pittsburgh offered him, but they still are kind of curious why he would want to go to Pittsburgh. Does he want to go to Pittsburgh, or was that merely a leverage play to get more money out of the Niners and push their hand? I think a lot of this is they're testing each other's sides to see what are the limits on how far somebody will go until a deal's made.
Is there a limit on how long this can go before he plays in week one? I remember talking about Nick Bosa in this way recently. If he waits, can he play against the Steelers in week one?
Right. Well, I mean, Bosa's a different beast because he was the best player in the NFL on defense, was getting paid accordingly. With Brandon, I mean, he's their best split end. He's a back-to-back 1,000-yard receiver. It's such a great offense full of playmakers, but he's still very much needed. And would you have an immediate replacement in him with Ricky Pearsall, the first-round draft pick? No. He's had some trouble getting on the field with hamstring and shoulder injuries. He's not out there right now, so he's losing valuable reps. You have Debo, you have Kittle, you should have McCaffrey. Now, that's the other story is Christian McCaffrey's out with a calf, but not supposed to be serious. But, again, he's the NFL's reigning rushing champion. So as long as, Brandon gets in and, I mean, from what I could tell 50 yards away from him today, he looks very much in shape and knows the offense well. I don't think it's a problem of him integrating into the offense. He knows the system. He can get right in and play. Same with Trent Williams. And Trent Williams is that's the bigger concern, but it's really not because I think everybody just understands. It's a matter of just moving some money around, getting him in, making him fairly well compensated, if not the best compensation of all tackles, and on we go.
Cam, let's play this out one step further because you said it could still go on a while. Let's say it does. And we get to week one, the 49er offense for the opening drive hits the field, and it's a 2 wide receiver set. Deebo Samuel's on one side. Who's on the other?
Today it was Chris Conley, a 10th-year veteran who I wrote a story about yesterday, who plays split end and knows the offense really well. It could be Juwan Jennings, because remember, they extended Juwan, but he plays a different kind of position, different kind of football. He's your third and Juwan, moves the chains, contact courage guy. Is Pearsall ready for it? I don't think he's ready for it, but most rookies aren't in the NFL going in, playing wide receiver. You have a Trent Taylor who knows the system, but he's a slot receiver. So no, there's no great option. That's why you need Brandon Aiyuk coming back. But okay, if you want to play it out even further, all right, what is the ultimate where Brandon Aiyuk could push this? And to have a vested season in the NFL, you have to play at least 6 games, right? So say he just wants to hold out for months, and then just try to push this so he can become an unrestricted free agent. First of all, the Niners wouldn't make him an unrestricted free agent. They would probably franchise tag him rather than let him go. But again, it's the weird contractual world, and just caution that, look, there's still a few weeks before the season gets going.
Cam, I've got a few Trent Williams questions too. Can I start with this? You referenced earlier asking George Kittle about the Aiyuk situation, and he said all the right things. But we've got comments here that we're going to play for everybody in a little bit from both Kittle and Mooney Ward that very much sound like they hem and haw about missing Aiyuk, but is he replaceable? They sort of, we don't know yet because we haven't had a real game yet. But then they're asked about Trent, and they're like, that's different. That's it. So different. Yes, it is different. But what did you observe with those comments from those players?
Well, I mean, it is a different situation because I think Brandon's they painted this picture that maybe he could leave, and he plays a position where there's multiple wide receivers that all play different receiver positions. There's only one left tackle who's a 3-time reigning All-Pro left tackle, and that's Trent Williams. So everybody understands the value and worth of Trent, and they also know that the guy's been in the league 15, 16 years. He knows what he needs to do. He does not need to be at training camp. He usually comes in very good shape and is extremely athletic and is the best bully to play left tackle in the NFL right now, and somebody that is needed to protect Brock Purdy so he can throw those passes to a Brandon Aiyuk, George Kittle, or Deebo Samuel.
So, all right, let's extend that. What is going on? What is the Trent Williams situation? And when are we supposed to be concerned about it?
Yeah, I would just be concerned in week one. Right now, I'm not concerned because they're not even midway through the preseason. However, because he's a veteran and he signed his last contract coming off of unrestricted free agency because he tested the waters, that makes him open to these CBA rules where, yes, he gets fined $50,000 a day for missing camp and practice. But when he misses a preseason game, he misses 1 week's worth of regular season paycheck. And that's $1.1 million. And that happened last week. And because of the veteran contract that he signed, he's not the 49ers cannot cancel out those fines or make them any less. It's written into the rules. So whatever contract he eventually signs, it's going to have salary cap ramifications to probably cover the losses he's incurring right now.
Wow. So how is that like? Okay, what you just said. This means that makes a lot less sense. Why is he doing this?
Yeah, exactly. Like, dude, just show up in Nashville so that you get your $1 million covered, then you go back on hiatus. Yeah, it's weird, but you know what? Trent has handled it. He's been in the league so long, and he's gone through a few contracts. Obviously, he's not poor. The guy has his own private plane, and he does very well for himself. He just doesn't want to be in. And I don't sense any panic among the staff or teammates that he's not in. Would they like him in? Yeah, because Trent's a really good, gregarious guy. A great football player. Is he needed in mid-August? No. Would it be a lot helpful for Brock Purdy in the offense so they could kind of get in sync? Yes. But again, he's got to do what he's got to do. And go back 3 years when he was testing the waters and wanted to get a new contract, and the Niners gave him it, right? He was considering going to the Chiefs, and then they offered up a little bit more. And you know how much more they offered? He made sure he got $10,000 a year more than David Bakhtiari to be the highest paid left tackle. That's how hyper aware he was of the tackle market, that he wanted to be number one. And he has since slipped down to, I think, number 6 among offensive tackles among annual salary. And that if you just won 3 straight All-Pro awards and you go to the Pro Bowl every year and you keep going to the playoff on these deep runs with you at left tackle, you know what you're worth and you're going to want top of the market rate again. So, I mean, that's the hidden negotiation that we're not into yet, but I don't sense that the 49ers are going to play hardball with him, that they're going to say, yep, all right, we'll take care of you. Here's your guarantee, because he has no guaranteed money left on that deal. And that's got to get amended. And from everything I hear, it will be. And I would have been a lot more concerned 2 months ago when they had the mandatory minicamp. But he did show up at it, and he showed up and was happy. So he was not retiring. He looked like he was ready to play some football. And I think that's all it is a contractual situation.
So that's why he's not playing and negotiating at the same time, because of the guaranteed money. Like why can't he be playing right now and still negotiating a new contract?
Guaranteed money and the rate. Well, probably because he doesn't want to have to get through any nicks in training camp, and he knows how to get his body ready at this time of his career. The guy's, how old is Trent? He's probably about 33 years old, 34, maybe 35, and he said he wants to play till he's 40. So he knows. Would 1 month of training camp help his body, or would that actually cut down on the lifespan of that body? So I don't know.
Cam Inman, Bay Area News Group, all over the 49ers. Before you go, Cam, Jets, Monday night, are Brandon Aiyuk and Trent Williams both wearing red?
Yes, I believe they are.
Yeah.
And I think there will be a lot of other guys wearing red also, and Aaron Rodgers will be looking out for Nick Bosa.
Yeah.
And Leonard Floyd. Leonard Floyd, by the way, the one that sacked Aaron Rodgers last year and tore his Achilles. So the Niners have him now on their side to remind him of that.
Great.
Although, you know what? And on that note, the Jets can say, well, we have Hassan Reddick, and he's the one that ripped apart Brock Purdy's elbow. But Reddick's not in camp.
Yeah, they don't.
Holding out.
They don't have Hassan Reddick, which, by the way, is an even weirder situation than Brandon Aiyuk.
I mean, that's the thing. People got to understand this. There's a lot of talk about Aiyuk, but there's issues everywhere. Dallas got CeeDee Lamb issues. Cincy's got their issues with Jamar Chase. The Patriots have Matthew Judon they got to figure out. And then the Hassan Reddick thing in the Jets. It's that time of year of training camp where the contract situations, people start going, well, what's going on? What's going on? They will get resolved one way or the other in the next 3 weeks, and there will be real football September 9th with the 49ers.
There it is. Cam, thank you so much, my friend. Great to hear your voice.
Likewise. Thanks, guys. Have a great day.
Yep, you too. Cam Inman all over the 49ers, who, and I think that's where everybody would put their prediction right now, is that there's a lot of hand-wringing here. There's a lot of stress, anxiety. Everybody still thinks Brandon Aiyuk and Trent Williams are playing football for the 49ers week 1. Brandon is out there talking to guys in the red zone today as they're practicing, supposedly a day after they've already agreed to a deal with the Steelers and told them, go ahead and go if you want to go. I've been saying this for 2 weeks that this whole thing doesn't make any sense, and it doesn't, and it's making less and less sense with each passing day. And it's annoying everybody with each passing day. I've reached the point where now this feels like a kindergarten playground argument that a teacher needs to go break up. Where is the playground monitor? Because this is a you-know-what contest that is seemingly going to go nowhere. Two sides are playing leverage games that neither one of them really need to play. What is this actually all over? I understand it's a couple bucks here and there. I even heard a report yesterday that the financial structure's all done. But there's some other aspect of the contract that no one will tell us that still needs to be ironed out.
Guaranteed money.
Probably.
Yeah, guaranteed money.
But if it's guaranteed money, then you can't make the original statement, which is the framework for a deal is in place. Well, that's part of the framework, I would argue.
The framework's probably the years in what you're getting paid annually. And then how much is guaranteed. If I was a football player, that would be the most important part.
Yeah, which is why I would call it part of the framework, but, who the hell am I?
When I first heard that, and this was probably like 15, 17, maybe 20 years ago, that NFL players' contracts weren't guaranteed. It's like, wait, of all contracts that should be guaranteed, how are theirs not?
Well, that's actually why. I mean,
because they're injured.
An NFL team would argue.
Yeah, I know.
That they've got to sign so many more people each year.
Their players
to replace all, and there's so many more of them, right? Yeah. It's a huge roster. NBA players, what are there? 12 to 15 of them. NFL rosters in training camp, what do we got? 75 players right now?
Yeah, in baseball, for maybe people that are listening don't know, as soon as you put your name on the dotted line, you get hit by a bus, you get every penny.
You get every penny.
It's just automatically guaranteed. Yep. There's no guaranteed money. Teams will defer money.
Same in the NBA. Yeah. Same in the NBA.
So we used to sit there and go, they're not guaranteed? Oh, my gosh. Their players' union sucks. Like, they got to get that locked in.
And it does. And it does, because every vote, think about it. You got something that the players' union needs to vote on. 80% of the people voting are guys who might have a 3-year career. They're like, I can't strike. I need a paycheck next week.
Yeah.
And there's just thousands of them. There's all these people all voting. You know what I mean? Fred Warner's vote is the same as Charlie Warner's. Pick a Warner, same vote.
You think it looks like playground. I think it just reminds me of an episode of Ballers, like with the agents and everybody with the pride. And Cam saying that Trent Williams wanted $10,000 more so that he was the highest paid tackle.
Feels petty.
And Brandon Aiyuk feels like, and then their agents are in their ear, and it's suits and private planes and Rolls Royces, and this is getting weird when it should be the Super Bowl or bust.
Yeah, the ego really, really gets in the way.
Yeah,
and I get it. I totally understand it. But I've listened to a lot of NFL players now. Former NFL players are like, I wish I was Brandon's agent. I would tell right now, if you're ringing over $1.5 million or $2 million a year, whatever it is, like, you will more than make that back by being a 49er versus being a receiver that goes into the bucket of who knows what. You go play with Drake May or Justin Fields even if you're going to go play, you're like, oh, but Russell Wilson, what about him? Hasn't been very good the last 2 years, number one. And number two, how long is he the Steelers quarterback? You're going to go sign to play there for 5 years? Who's a QB?
It's so easy for us to sit here.
Of course it is.
And wonder, because it's a case-by-case basis. It's individual basis. It's where you came from, your background. This is my chance. I've worked my whole life. I came from nothing, or I came from something. Like, it depends on the player. Like, you could have come from a really awesome background in private schools and your parents were rich, or you could have come from nothing and then you worked your ass off all this time to get to this point. And if you're going to get to this point, and we're just saying, what's the difference between $1 million and $2 million? That's a lot of money. especially for somebody that's worked so hard to get to this point.
It's a lot of money. However, what the 49ers have on the table, by definition, any one of these offers are all, to me, going to ring the same to somebody who came from that background, which is you now have generational wealth. You are now taken care of for the rest of your life. We're talking about $100 million deals, no matter which one you pick.
You always hear people spending their money and going broke.
For sure. I understand. So that means that the $32 million doesn't guarantee anything.
I'm cheap. I would hold out for $2 million more.
Would you?
Yeah.
Would you? When you're not a free agent, you can ruin your life. That's what I would take what you just said and give you the opposite take. If you came from nothing.
I'm not saying he has. I'm just using different examples.
Correct. If anyone came from nothing and someone is now putting generational wealth in front of you, you're going to mess with it and run the route of, I think I can get $2 million more, but if I don't, I might lose all of it. I mean, this is no different than the game show. Who wants to be a millionaire? You want to go to the next round and lose it all? Why?
I feel like in every instance, it's who you surround yourself with. When you get to the top of the top, when you get to the big leagues, when you get to the NFL, the people you surround yourself, it changes. That whole dynamic changes. All of a sudden, you got a lot of new friends. All of a sudden, you have friends that fell off the wagon a long time ago, and they're all in your ear. They all want something. And so that's when you really got to lock in, and the people that are closest to you and the trust of your agent is so huge. Like, that's big. If they're saying, man, just we're almost there. We're almost there. Just stay there. You deserve this, Brandon. You deserve this. You deserve this. Like, you just hold out a couple more days. You got it. Just they're gonna break. Trust me, they're gonna break. And that $2 million, dude, that $2 million, you can do this, this, and this, and you could do this with that. And if you don't have, all the advice you're getting from everybody and your team and your teammates,
no doubt,
they're all calling you and texting you. They're not going to say what they're saying publicly, and they're probably telling you to get yours. And so that's how these things go. And then the ownership, because it's always players against owners, man. It's good as long as they're sports. That's going to be the big battle.
I'm not asking anybody to take less because I don't believe Twitter. Therefore, I don't know who's offered what.
You don't believe Twitter?
I don't believe Twitter.
I believe everything.
I know everyone's running around with, the Niners are at 26 and the Steelers are at 28 and Cleveland's at 30 and the Patriots were at 32. I don't know that. And by the way, your point about guaranteed money, what the hell does that even mean? What does average annual value even mean for an NFL player?
Yeah.
If a team 2 years from now can be like, we changed our mind, bye. Yeah. Like, what does that mean? So I have no idea what the structure of these contracts are. I do know one thing, all of them represent generational wealth. And I personally don't feel like I'm being a homer to say, pretty sure that the best thing for your future, Brandon, as a football player is to be on the number one offense in the NFL, have a really good receiver opposite you, work with a quarterback you've already gone for 1,300 yards with, and be on a good team that might actually win and up your name value as it already has. Confident there. Everything else is a complete guess.
To me, it's the priority that you have for your legacy. Like, do you want just as much money as you can possibly get, and that motivates a lot of athletes?
Sure. Or
do you want to go down as a multiple Super Bowl champion, one of the best wide receivers in Niners history, which maybe that's a stretch right now, but I think it's on the table based on how he's trending and what he did last year.
Well,
the complete player that he is. So that these are all things you got to weigh, man. And having done this on a way smaller scale, anytime in life, you make a decision based solely on money, it's the wrong decision. If it's just on money alone.
Agreed.
So if the Steelers have this and it's more, the grass ain't always greener, man.
It usually isn't. Okay, you asked me a question earlier off air, or you kind of threw out the idea of which is more important to the 49ers, Brandon Aiyuk or Trent Williams.
That's an easy one.
Well, wait until you hear what some of the players said about this.
Really?
Well, they weren't asked that specific question, but coming up next, let's play for everybody what Mooney Ward said about missing Aiyuk, what George Kittle said about missing Aiyuk, what George Kittle said about missing Trent Williams. And you tell us if you can detect a difference in their answers. So we've got that coming up next. We'll get to your calls. We see you coming in. 888-957-9570. FP's in for Dibs. Weatherden Dibs.
Hi, this is Sherry, owner of LifeSource. For 40 years, families have been loving our clean, healthy water. Our whole house systems filter water from every tap. Call 1-800.
batteries that'll fit your needs, starting at just $79.99. That's what makes us America's #1 battery destination.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
That don't have nothing to do with me.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, FP's in for Dibs. The Giants are frustrating and up against it, but I don't know if they're as frustrating as Brandon Aiyuk and the Niners. You can feel it. I don't know if the Niners and Brandon care, but they've both been, and it's funny how they accuse each other, they've both spent a bunch of time this offseason working the media. And the only reason you work media is to get public sentiment in your favor and build leverage. They're both doing it, and I would like to give them a message, if I may be just a representative of the media today.
Here's Mark Willard with a PSA for the 49ers.
You're both about to lose us. Everybody's exhausted. Stop.
Yeah, I was about to say
nobody wants more. If I get another Pelissero tweet about it went from the 5 to the 4.5 yard line, for God's sakes, stop. Nobody cares. The whole thing feels like it's fake anyway. The fact that you're hate each other and then show up every day to shake hands and stare at Debo in the red zone, what are we doing? What are you doing? What are all of you doing? You can't, it's like the whole Gore-Bush election. You can't do hanging chads and everyone's like, we're staying up till 1 a.m. to find out who president is. And then 2 months later, you're like, oh, we got another court hearing. Everyone's like, I'm out. This is taking too long. You're losing us. I know this isn't a piece of content. I understand that it's a contract, but you're losing the audience.
Oh, you lost me a couple of weeks ago.
Right. Some of you have been gone for a while.
I got a group chat with my friends, and one of my friends said, hey, have you heard anything, sources about the Aiyuk thing, thinking I'm connected, which I'm not? And I said, yeah, my sources tell me I don't give a F about Brandon Aiyuk and whether he signs with the Niners. I don't care.
Oh, God.
I love Brandon Aiyuk. I'm a big fan, but I'm over all this.
Well,
either you want to be a Niner or you don't. It's pretty simple to me.
Look.
It's that simple, and I'm over. I can't believe it. Does anybody care that's listening about all this drama? I don't.
You care, but you're upset that it's here. Like to say you don't care, sure you do. You care about 49er football. But right. I'd argue, it's funny that I just said this is not a piece of content, because in a way it is.
I don't even check.
49er football is content. And I would argue that the trailer that you've created for this season sucks. And it should be phenomenal, because it's one of the easiest trailers to sit down and write and voice in the history of ever.
Yeah.
Netflix spent a whole damn 8 episodes on you.
Yeah.
The forbidden fruit that is sitting out there for the 49ers, the near miss, the absolute agony of this defeat with all of these big names. You are the story of the NFL this year. And you have collectively made your fan base go, you know what? I'm kind of tired of you right now and I need a little bit of a break. And the season hasn't even started yet. So I hope that the Niners actually think about that. I'm not suggesting that we're going to get to week 1 and the ratings are going to be bad. They're going to break records.
Yeah.
But your trailer stinks. It just does. Your buildup to this season is Christian McCaffrey will never be seen again until week 1. We don't know where Trent is, but we've got this Brandon story for the 8 millionth time. That's your trailer. Stop it. Stop it. This isn't fun. And this should be fun.
Yeah.
This should be amazing what's about to happen.
It should be like revenge.
But here we are.
We're on a mission.
Here we are.
We're getting back to the Super Bowl and we're having a parade. And that's the only thing we're talking about.
I mean, all right, check it out. We promised this.
What do you got?
You tell me what you hear. Mooney Ward was asked, how much do you miss Aiyuk?
I think the season hasn't started yet, so we don't know how much we miss him yet. I think the offense is still clicking on all cylinders. You said give you my perspective on what's going on. I mean, I don't know, to be honest. I don't want to say nothing crazy, but they'll figure it out eventually, for sure. They'll figure it out.
All right, what'd you hear?
Well, what I hear from a player's standpoint is they're scared to say something that's going to piss off the organization or say what they're talking to Brandon Aiyuk about. So they're all trying to walk this fine line right now without making anybody mad.
Sure.
And they're not missing him because what's there to miss? They haven't played a game that counts.
Okay, well...
Until he misses a game that counts, which is going to affect whether I get a ring or not, then I'll be concerned.
But I'd argue that the history would suggest that what you're doing now will negatively affect week 1. It did with Nick Bosa. It affected negatively weeks 1 through 4.
Maybe more than that.
And potentially the whole year. You brought up the Blake Snell argument earlier. It's a great one. My God, you blew up the first half of the season.
There's a reason why there's been camp in every sport for hundreds of years. There is.
Right.
It's not just for eyewash. It's not for the fans that get excited about the season. You actually have to get your body in game shape.
Okay, if there hasn't been a game, then what's to miss? Check this out. Listen to Kittle. We got a 1-2 punch for you here. Kittle was asked, first of all, same question. You missing Aiyuk?
I mean, I love Aiyuk. I've played with him for 4 years. I love his mindset every single day. You guys asked Mooney, do you guys miss him? And I think Mooney answered it perfectly. It's we haven't played a game without him yet. So as an offense, we don't know how much, because pieces are, you interchange pieces all the time. And, we've had Trent Williams hurt in a game and we've still won. So it's you miss him, but you can make do with it. So we don't know. Right at the end of the day. But I do know that Aiyuk is a fantastic football player, and the energy that he brings every single day just elevates us. So just being able to have a conversation with him, because I don't see him all the time. I'm in camp mode, and just being able to have a conversation with him is fantastic. Just how he's doing, and if everything's going away the way that he wants it to go. And it was actually fun. We went to dinner on one of our off nights, and we're pulling out of valet, and he parks into valet. And so just seeing him, I was like, hey, I haven't seen you in a couple of days, man. How are you doing? So just the chance to see him is always fantastic. Love a smile on his face.
Okay, so Mooney Ward answered it perfectly, right? Well, then George would say the exact same thing about Trent Williams, right?
Trent Williams is Trent Williams. He's the greatest football player to ever play the game. It's him and Aaron Donald. I mean, that I've played against. And, for all the people who are going to, list off 90s and 80s players, I'm sorry. But the best I've ever played with. And so, yes, he's also a massive human being. He's a silverback. He just has a presence to him. And so, yeah, not having him in the locker room at all and stuff like that, it's weird. But we all love Trent, and he's doing what he thinks is best for him. So it's okay. And I think Jalen Moore's done a good job of playing left tackle for us. And also, I appreciate getting extra reps, because one thing about Trent Williams is I don't need to practice with Trent that often, because he's so good that it's more of me hey, George, get out of the way so I can block this guy by myself. And I'm like, hey, man, you make my job easier. So getting the extra reps with Jalen, I think, is really beneficial, because he's gotten a lot of snaps for us in the last couple of years. And so if I can get really good at working with him, Trent will just fit in seamlessly. Not worried about it.
Okay. Did you hear anything different in those two answers?
Not really.
You don't?
No, what did you got? You're over there just dissecting.
Well, I mean, Trent not being here is such a presence in the locker room, it feels weird. Do you miss Brandon? We don't know. Do you miss Trent? We do. That's what I heard.
Well, one's a more important position. The Niners could win a Super Bowl without Brandon Aiyuk. The Niners can't win a Super Bowl without Trent Williams.
I agree.
They'll be just fine. That's why I'm not worried about it. Do I love the guy? Do I love watching him play? Have I loved his progression? Do I love the way he blocks downfield? Do I love the added dimension he adds to all those weapons on offense? Of course. Who wouldn't? But it's not if Trent Williams isn't there, Brock Purdy's not going to make it through the season.
Well, they don't know that.
I mean,
but yeah, their run game will be very different.
Yeah.
You know what's funny? Everybody's having their fantasy drafts right now.
I know.
They're about to get started. I have one on Saturday. It's a little early, but that's what this league does. And Lucas just sent out the 95.7 The Game text earlier today. It's kind of like getting your first Christmas present of the year. And the draft is 2 weeks from tonight. So everybody's prep is started. You're all nose deep in rotoworld.com. And everyone's having your fantasy draft. You know what? Largely, Christian McCaffrey is going off the board as the number 1 pick in most drafts.
Of course.
Would you still, if Trent Williams doesn't play?
Yes.
I wouldn't.
Come on.
Oh, God, no, I wouldn't.
Please.
The 49er run game will crater.
No.
What do you mean, no?
Taking McCaffrey, even if there isn't anybody on the offensive line.
70% of their runs go behind him.
If it's just a center snapping to Brock Purdy and no other guards or tackles, I'm still taking Christian McCaffrey.
That's why you don't play. I'm telling you, man, I think that highly of Trent. I would downgrade McCaffrey in your fantasy draft if Trent is not ready to go at the start of the year.
That's extreme.
No, it's not. I'm not saying you drop him to the third round, but I wouldn't take. I'd take Breece Hall.
I'm taking McCaffrey.
I would take the guy who's going to play the Niners on week 1.
Then I'm taking Mooney. Oh,
Who?
No, I'm not.
You're taking Jake Moody with the number
Jake
2
Moody.
overall pick?
Taking Jake Moody.
I'd like you in our league.
Yes.
Let's go to Mike in Santa
I'm one
Clara.
and done, by the way. I won the 1999 Giants fantasy football for the San Francisco Giants. My name is engraved on the freaking trophy, and I just dropped the mic, and I haven't played since.
Which bothers me, because I did a whole thing about this 2 weeks ago when Lucas texted me and goes, "Are you in again this year?" I'm like, what do you mean am I in again this year? I'm not allowed to not be in. I won last year. You can't win and leave.
Yeah, I did. One and done.
Like, you have to go defend your championship.
I don't like all the work. It's a lot of work. I like to drink a beer and go to the bar and watch the Niners or root for the Niners. I'm not going to root for a guy to do well against the Niners because I have him on my fantasy team.
No, you sit your guys when they play the Niners.
No.
That's what I do.
Do you?
Unless I have no other choice.
Come on, dude.
I sit them.
I just don't like the whole the fantasy mentality. I know I'm in the extreme minority.
I used to be like you.
I don't like the whole they talk crap on the thing.
That's not what we do.
The reason
I don't just walk around going,
it's just dumb. It's dumb. I don't like it. I don't like the whole. The only reason I won with the Giants is because JT Snow's dad was an announcer for the Rams, and he was telling me about this guy named Kurt Warner that was bagging groceries the year before, and that he's doing pretty well. And then JT told me about the receivers, so I took both the receivers, Isaac Bruce and Torrey Holt.
Oh God!
And then I had Marshall Falk.
What? You had the whole team?
The Rams.
You probably never lost.
I even had the Rams defense.
Did you ever lose?
No, I was beating people by tons of points. I don't even remember how we did it because we had some bootleg website in 1999. It isn't what you guys do now. But I just slaughtered everybody every week.
Alex Smith's last year with the Chiefs, I think that 5th round or something, I grabbed a rookie no one had heard of named Kareem Hunt. And one of my other top 4 picks was Tyreek Hill. And I messed up my quarterback pick because I think it was Andrew Luck late, and then he retired. Remember that whole thing?
Yeah.
And so a couple weeks into the season, I'm like, I'll just pick up Alex Smith off the waiver wire. And I just played the Chiefs. I just played. Here's my team.
Yeah.
I have the Chiefs. I lost 1 game all year. And guess what week it was?
Yeah, the Niners.
The Chiefs bye week.
Yeah.
It's the only time I lost. It's the only time
I got a question for you.
We brought Mike up in Santa Clara.
He can wait.
And
He
he's
can
still,
wait. I don't care. We're
Mike,
talking.
just hang on.
Hang on, Mike. We'll get to you in a second. This is our show.
It is.
So do I have to punch a hole in my Niners fan card if that year when it was the greatest show on turf and that JT's dad, we got this to get the bloops ready.
Did you become a Rams fan for a year?
For a year.
Oh, yeah, that's ugly.
I met all the guys and Dick Vermeil.
Oh, that's even
more
more
We had dinner
annoying.
with Dick Vermeil.
Yeah,
and then we were on the sidelines for Niners-Rams at Candlestick. And I told Isaac Bruce, I said, I got you on my fantasy team. I need a big one out of you today. In the clubhouse, he caught like 12 for 180 and 2 touchdowns. The second the gun sounded, he ran over to me on the sidelines. He picked me up and lifted me in the air. He said, how's that for you? How's your fantasy league going to do today? So I had an NFL wide receiver, have a great game against the Niners, and come right over to me, like beeline to me on the sidelines and lifted me up in the air and said, how was that? In his uniform. And I was like, I'm just like a fanboy now. Like, I got to root for these guys.
I don't even know what to do. First of all, I'm mad that I've never heard this story before.
Yeah.
Second of all, that sounds tremendous. But third of all, it sounds awful. You're not like, you can't just change your colors like that.
But I didn't know any of the Niners at that point. This was like 1999 or 2000, whenever the Rams won the Super Bowl.
Being a fan is not about knowing the players. What's happening to you?
They invited me in their locker room, and they were all. Kurt Warner was cool. Marshall Falk was cool.
Coming from somebody who spent 20 years working in L.A., and I would sit in those locker rooms and press boxes and root with every fiber of my being for them to lose. All of me.
It was one of the coolest moments I've ever had in sports, on the field, off the field, when Isaac Bruce sprinted straight to me. It's the second the game was over and picked me up in the air and twirled me around and said, how's that for your fantasy league?
What'd you say back?
I just like, screaming.
Thanks, Isaac.
Yeah, it was cool.
You're my best friend.
Yeah, it was cool.
All right, Mike in Santa Clara, you talk now. Hi.
I love it, guys. I freaking love it. No, I'm actually just about to park for my wife's ultrasound, so, you caught me at a good time now. I just want to say that, for one, okay, first off, if Trent Williams doesn't sign, then Breece Hall is my go-to for the number one
Totally.
RB1. Yeah, I agree. But in general, I want this to be done. Aiyuk wants to be a Niner. He wants to be a Niner. There's a reason why. Look how long this has been going for. Look, we had offers from the Patriots, from the Browns, from the Steelers. He wants to be a Niner. It's just a matter of coming to a consensus. So if we can meet even in between, even if it's 27 to 27.5, whatever, just get it done and just get Trent Williams done as well. This is the year for us to go. This is the year, guys. This is the freaking year to do it. So let's go, guys. That's all I got to say.
Mike, thank you very much. And while Mike was sitting there talking about getting this done,
his wife got ultrasound.
Mike,
she's okay.
You should probably not be on 95.7 The Game right now. But one other team has brought to a close their somewhat similar situation. This is just breaking.
Do we get that? No, we got to get the shot.
No,
shot noise.
Well, now that I've said it's not Niner related, if you feel like hitting the stupid thing, there
95.7 The Game breaking news.
Yeah.
Dollar shots for the next half hour.
The New England Patriots are trading star pass rusher Matthew Judon to the Atlanta Falcons. Atlanta gets Matthew Judon from the New England Patriots in return. A future third-round draft pick.
You like that? You like that?
I don't like that if I'm the Patriots. You've got very few good players, and you just gave another one away, and you got a third-round pick in return.
It's a great deal for Atlanta.
Well, I agree. And the Falcons are suddenly very interesting after their offseason. Suddenly very, very interesting team. So the New England Patriots get worse. They get a draft pick. This obviously moves them completely on. We already knew that, but completely on from the Aiyuk situation because Judon was reportedly involved potentially in the trade that would come back to the San Francisco 49ers. So the Patriots situation, Cam Inman just listed all the things around the league. He mentioned this being one of them. Go ahead and check that one off the list. That means, hey, Cowboys, Bengals, and Niners.
You're on the clock.
Your move.
You're on the clock.
Yeah.
I mean, my interest level in all this is maybe one or two.
Why?
I don't have the fantasy mentality. Get on the field and play. You know what I said about Blake Snell when we were talking about this in spring training? Get your ass to camp and play.
Yeah.
And that was before the Giants signed
But this is a big player.
When Boris had the 3 holdouts, I'm like, all of you pretend like you love baseball and get your ass to camp and sign. Let's go.
I agree.
That's my same mentality here. Be a part of the team.
Why
get there?
Quick aside.
And I understand you're going for generational money. I get that.
Why is nobody fired Boris? And one of them did, right? Jordan Montgomery did.
Yeah.
Why have they not all fired Boris? I mean, this is a terrible misplay, right?
Yeah.
None of them got paid.
Yeah. I think there's
long term.
At the risk of sounding old once again, I think there's a big disconnect in all of sports where athletes have a tendency to forget that the agent works for them and not the other way around. I think a lot of guys,
especially when it's him,
a lot of guys feel like they work for the agent now, and then, bro, the agent works for you.
Let's go to Mike in San Pablo with Willard and FP. Hey, Mike, what's going on?
Gentlemen, good afternoon. All of this contract talk, I'm having a big problem with, especially from the fans, even more so from the talking heads on the radio. We're talking about people's money. We're talking about people's families. I don't think either of you would take less money to allow 95.7 The Game to get their books in order for the next couple of years so they could re-sign some talent at a better price.
I'm going to argue that one, Mike. When you're done with your call, I'm going to refute your statement, but go ahead.
That's great. This is no different. We're talking about entertainment. The 49ers are no different than a movie that is coming out next week. We watch it for fun.
Yep.
Fanatics take it to a different extreme.
Movies you have 10 takes for a scene in football, it's live.
Yeah, doesn't matter. It's entertainment. Baseball is entertainment. It's all entertainment unless you are the one who is employed by the team, either in a front office or a player. I don't think FP would have taken less money, so the Giants could have signed a a first baseman to a larger contract 2 years later.
Well, Mike, can we jump in? First of all, I would argue that nobody here is asking him to take less money. I just said 20 minutes ago, I have no idea what these offers even are.
You checked it.
Secondly, there are already reports out there that the Niners offer matches the Pittsburgh Steelers. Third of all, Brandon has already taken less money. He was offered a chance to go to the New England Patriots for $32.5 million a year. He said no. So he's already taking less money. And to refute what you just said, you don't think I'd take less money from 95.7 The Game if somebody offered me a few bucks more to go to Pittsburgh and ruin my career and live in Pittsburgh? Yes, I would. Yes, I would. So, I get what you're saying, and it's very difficult to have these conversations and not sound like you're trying to make decisions for other people's families and bank accounts. I'm not. I don't know if you've heard what I've said about this the whole time. I'm not all team Niners here. I'm not all team Brandon. I think both of them have totally miscalculated. I think both of them have played this disingenuously at times. And now we've reached a point where the two of them are fighting in front of an audience that's all left the stadium. Show's over.
I went for a run in Pittsburgh this year, and I got foot cancer from all the cigarette butts that I ran over on my run. Yeah.
What?
No, as you said, I want to live in Pittsburgh. I'm like, I'm with you.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
It's just like cigarette butts everywhere. They love their throat rockets there.
Well,
they're into the throat rockets.
It's different.
They love them.
It's different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not the worst. It used to be the worst city in the National League.
I've actually never been there.
It's the most improved city in all of baseball.
Well, and their park is beautiful, right?
PNC's amazing, and downtown's got cool restaurants now and cool bars.
Good for them.
But it used to be, oh my God, we're going to Pittsburgh.
What's the worst National League city now?
They're all great, Mark. It's the big leagues. It's the major leagues.
Don't do that.
Just went there.
Don't do that.
The Giants just went there on the last trip.
Not Denver.
Cincinnati.
Oh.
Yeah. That's fine, though. The hotel's nice.
That ballpark's weird.
The ballpark is weird. It's very weird. It's too small.
Not a Skyline Chili guy?
Not a Skyline Chili guy.
Great American Small Park.
Yeah.
That's what they call it.
It's not trying to have a gut bomb before I go on the air. Just run into the bathroom every half inning.
Cincinnati.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was fine. But, I mean, if you're going to ask my opinion, that's it.
I'll ask your opinion.
That's it.
What's the best road city in the National League?
Chicago.
Yeah.
Easy in the summertime.
Yeah.
Wrigley Field, Wrigleyville. I don't think I've ever played a game or broadcast a game that I wasn't hungover in that park, in that city.
Listen, everybody listening. If you're one of those people that wants to do ballpark trips or whatever,
start there.
The majority of the bigs I have not seen. But I've been there.
Start there.
3 times.
The best.
It is, something happens every time.
Yeah.
I was with a group of friends last year, or was it the year before? The year before last, when Trey Lance was about to play the Bears.
Yeah.
And the Giants were in town the same weekend. We all went out there and made it our fantasy draft. Giants were in town. We went to one game, and we went to the Niners-Bears game. After the Giant-Cub game, which the Giants, they won, about 48 minutes later, I ended up in a speakeasy with somebody I'd never met before. The whole group, stuff just happens there, man. You get loose in Wrigleyville, and things happen. Things are happening out there, man.
It's fun.
It's so fun. All right.
It's a big party with a baseball game going on in the middle.
You got that right, which distracts people sometimes, but not always. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. If you have not heard what Mina Kimes of ESPN had to say about this Aiyuk situation, I am betting you will find that amusing. And that is coming up next. And then a half hour from now, Noah Eagle, who was the voice of Team USA Hoops, with his perspective on how this experience changed Steph Curry and the Warriors and the fan base and all of that. That's coming up in a half hour. FP's in for Dibs, Willard and Dibs.
For all contest rules, go to 957thegame.com/rules.
Cal Credit Union. Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
How long would you like me to listen to it? Huh.
Here comes the chorus.
Okay. I'm supposed to listen to this. This is like the Guru theme song. Sports, man.
The Viagra Boys is the name of this band.
Where did this come from, Grandy?
It's a long story, but...
did you ask him to play this?
Before he got here today, Lucas and I were preparing for the show really hard. Mm-hmm. We were like locked in, and he was trying to tell me that he had a friend in this Swedish band. And I said, dad joke, was it they're called the Swiss Army Knives? And that didn't go over very well. It was like a 2. And then he's like, no, I have this friend who's in a Swedish band. And I'm like, what's the name of the band? And he couldn't remember the name of the band. So we Googled the Swedish band, and they're called the Viagra Boys. So then I go on my Spotify, and I click on Viagra Boys, and that's their number one hit, and it's called Sports.
Sports, man.
And I'm like, I am probably going to do a podcast here coming up in the next 2 or 3 months, and that's going to be my entrance song to my podcast.
Sports.
Lead singer went to San Rafael High with my buddy, and they're one of the most popular bands in Sweden. And the reason they got brought up is because they're opening for System of a Down in Golden Gate Park this weekend.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. There's a lot. There's a lot going on here.
Viagra Boys.
Wait a minute. You just said the lead singer went to high school in San Rafael?
San Rafael High. Mm-hmm. Class of 08.
But he's from
here. He's from here, grew up,
then why'd
became
you
a rock
call him
star.
a Swiss band?
They're Swedish, and he's the only non-Swede in the band. He's the lead singer, main
Then
guy.
I would argue they're not a Swedish band.
Okay.
Yeah.
Still popular.
Why'd you have to argue anything? That was a good song.
That's fine.
Sports.
First of all, that's your opinion. I might have hated the song. I like the subject.
Sports. I know all the words.
Is that going to be
Sports?
Is that going to be the name of the podcast?
Sports.
Just sports.
Sports. Yay, sports, maybe.
With FPs and
Yay, sports. I hope everybody has fun. Sports.
All guests on 95.7 The Game.
Basketball.
Appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? And we do have somebody coming up on the River Islands guest line in about a half hour. His name's Noah Eagle. And he's fantastic. Play-by-play guy in hoops. He was the voice of Team USA. He was the one who nailed what you called maybe one of your favorite play calls of all time.
I tweeted it out. I posted it.
The Golden Dagger.
But he went, oh. And so he had the emotion. He just started screaming.
Right.
And then he said, the Golden Dagger. And I'm like, that's beautiful. And it's the greatest call that none of us ever heard because we were all screaming with whoever we were watching
when
the
the
game
ball
with.
went in.
Yeah. My son, my dad, we were watching the game and we just were like, oh, we're all high
The
five.
same
like,
thing he
did. Every bar in America and the whole world was like, oh, nobody heard the call. And then I went back on Twitter and I went back on Instagram and I heard the call. I'm like, oh my God, he nailed it. He absolutely capturing the moment as a play-by-play guy. That's what separates the great from the good and the good from the bad.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
he captured that moment. Like he just nailed it.
Yeah.
Nailed it. So I want to ask him about that.
It's like if Edgar Renteria hits a home run and your voice cracks.
I love that.
That's nailing it.
That was epic.
And I'm not kidding.
And legendary.
I mean it. Yeah. It made it memorable. Even though it wasn't purposeful. That's okay. I actually have some Steph Curry questions for you before Noah comes on. But we promised the Mina Kimes. And there's a reason we want to play this and talk about it for a second. Because I know that some of you are almost like calling out the hypocrisy of this conversation. It's like you can't say that you're sick of the Brandon Aiyuk thing and then respond to that by talking about it for 2 hours. But I think that's what I want to talk about today. Is that this has now become something that is no longer fun. It's no longer working in the favor of whoever's winning the war of public opinion. That's how these things often go. And I've argued for a few weeks already that it's odd that CeeDee Lamb and the Dallas Cowboys are such at odds that CeeDee himself is quote tweeting commentary from the owner of the team. That's as dramatic as it gets, and nobody talks about it. But Brandon Aiyuk is the lead story on every debate show. That tells you that the 49ers are the show. If the Dallas Cowboys are getting moved to the back burner for the 49ers, that tells you everything you need to know. They are a content machine right now. Just ask Netflix executives. However, you crossed the bridge and fell off the cliff. You lost everybody. This has gone on too long, and I think at the core of that is not only the length of it, it's the believability of it. Nobody believes you're fighting anymore. You have to have the threat of like, am I leaving or am I not?
Dude, this thing's over.
Nobody believes you anymore.
It's over. He's signing tomorrow.
So then do it. Do it.
He's going to.
Then do it.
He's not out at camp, engaged in huddles and getting handshakes from teammates and coaches if this isn't over.
Then do it.
Dot the I, cross the T.
Do it.
They will.
Do it.
By the time we go on the air tomorrow, this will be done.
Lock it in.
Lock it in.
Lock it, Randy. Thank you. So that means by 1:47 tomorrow.
The lawyers are doing all their lawyer stuff.
You think this is done?
Yeah.
1:47
The
tomorrow.
lawyers are doing all their lawyers.
And if it's not?
I don't know. I'll do something stupid.
Okay.
Stupider than normal.
All right.
All right.
Mina Kimes, ESPN. Rich Eisen Show.
I have reached a point with this story where I just don't want to hear it anymore.
I agree.
Like, he, in this story, is your friend who has been saying they're going to leave their ex for months, right? It's like, oh, man, this time. And you know, when as a friend, you get to a point where you're like, yeah, man. And then you just don't give them anything back because you don't want to talk about it anymore. That's where I am with Aiyuk and the Niners. You aren't going to leave him or her or them or whoever the Niners are. You're not going to. So I don't want to hear about it anymore because it feels like this was just a gigantic waste of everybody's time.
There it is. And that's what I mean. It's not just the amount of commentary. It's the believability of it. You have to make us think that something bad might happen. I was getting asked for the better part of the last 2 months, places that I went, it would constantly be like, we're not giving up Kuminga for Markkanen, are we? We're not doing Pajemski, are we? Or someone might have the opposite opinion. Are we getting Markkanen? You're not going to let Pajemski hold up a Markkanen deal. Are they? What are the Warriors doing? Because there was believability that something was about to happen and could go down. I don't know exactly when it was, but somewhere along the line, and everybody maybe left at a different time. Sounds like you left 2 weeks ago. But whether it was this most recent report where the Niners reportedly came to an agreement with the Steelers and said, Brandon, you can have this offer, you have this offer, go ahead and pick it. And then nothing happened for 48 hours. And it's like, well, okay, now I don't. And he shows up to practice and he's high-fiving people and talking to them after plays in a red shirt. So as soon as you do that,
the Steelers jersey,
as soon as you do that,
out there in a Steelers
you've
jersey,
lost believability. No one thinks you're going anywhere anymore.
What do you mean by believability? Because I never believed any of those Warriors proposed trades that we talked about for 2 weeks.
Well, I think that they were talking. The Warriors were there. There was a proposal to the Jazz.
I think there's more meat on this bone. We jump on like a tweet by somebody like sources say that the Warriors are in talks with. Okay, there's meat on this bone. We know Aiyuk's not happy. We know that the Niners are thinking about trading him. Like there's more. This is more substantial.
I totally disagree.
The other was a little bit of a rumor.
I totally disagree.
Why?
Because the Warriors, first of all, they actually made a trade offer to the Clippers for Paul George. That was an offer that was on the table.
Okay.
The Warriors are swinging big. They always do. They're thinking big. They've got Steph Curry. They're going to try to make big moves for Steph. And so I think that they were involved in and will continue to be involved in every conversation about a big name on the move, particularly if that player is tall. They need tall. They're very much in that. This is different. I think all that we've got here is two people mad at each other. That's it. That's it. I don't think anybody believes any of this crap anymore.
I don't think they're mad at each other. I just think they're negotiating. And sometimes it gets weird.
And it's personal. Therefore, they're mad at each other. Look, Kyle Shanahan reportedly very annoyed with Brandon's presence around the facility. Brandon has taken it personally. These are all source reports, and I believe that. What I don't believe is Niners have an agreement with the Browns, Patriots, and Steelers. They're about to trade him. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
It's never made any sense. It doesn't make any sense for these acquiring teams. Think about it. They want to give Brandon $30 million and a haul of draft picks and players. What on earth are you doing?
Trying to get better?
You wouldn't. If the Browns gave up a 2, a 5, and Amari Cooper and got Brandon Aiyuk, are they better? No, they're stupid.
So Aiyuk's camp is floating those rumors out there, is your take?
No idea. I think that both sides have been using the media and it has reached a point of ineffectiveness.
Yeah.
But I don't like this should be done by now if anybody was real about getting him out of here. It'd be done. It's not that complicated. So I think he's been posturing the whole time. He is smarter than we think because he's not gone yet. And I believe it would be something maybe just short of career suicide to leave after 4 years with the 49ers.
What do you think he's going to get annually out of this if he does sign with the Niners?
I don't know, 27 and a half.
And he wants 30?
I mean, who doesn't want 30? I mean, everybody who's ever signed a contract and been like, that's enough? I mean, maybe NBA players who have a max. You signed a contract where you thought more would be like,
no.
Okay.
I just I'll take that.
Yeah.
That's good. We're good. I mean, obviously I signed it.
Yeah. But usually, sometimes you ever do this when you're negotiating? You're like, here's my number. And they're like, sounds great. And you're like, crap.
I should have held out longer. Should have asked for more. There's probably always more on the table, no matter when or what you're negotiating. It's just a matter if you have the stones to keep going. There's always more on the table.
Yeah.
Even if they say that's it, that's the final offer. The most powerful negotiating is walking.
Yeah. No, they've got money. It's like a hotel with rooms. Oh, we're all booked up. No, you're not.
There's always rooms.
There's always a room.
Yeah, and you have to be nice to the front desk. If you're nice to the people that work at the front desk, you get the corner room with all the windows. Say, oh, do I get the presidential suite today? How's your day going? Are you guys doing okay? It looks busy. You guys got to be having a tough day. You guys all right? Nice. You want me to get you a coffee? Next thing you know, you get the corner room.
Yeah, that's because you played in the big leagues. Yeah, no. It's not because you're nice. You are nice, but
always be nice to the gate attendant when you're getting on the plane.
Be nice to everybody.
They can make your life hell. Just coming back from the last trip, this lady was not nice at the gate, and I'm not going to mention what airlines. She was mean. My flight got canceled.
Oh, wait.
You're
talking about the flight, the
gate,
the employee
at the gate.
At the gate.
Yeah, they can make your life.
Oh yeah,
miserable,
and they can also make it heavenly.
Yeah,
they could take care.
Always be nice to the gate agent. Always. And I was trying to be nice, but she just didn't like the way. I think I was getting profiled. She didn't like the way I looked.
Oh,
she was mean to me. Like out of the gate, I was super nice. Like, how's your day going? She didn't want to have it. Yeah, my flight got canceled, and I'm trying to get on this one.
What about your look would bother? What I mean, yeah.
My beard's a little long right now. I need to tighten it up.
How about just always be nice?
Yeah.
Is that hard?
No.
I don't know why that's hard for people.
Super easy.
Be nice.
Super easy. Until somebody's a jerk to you.
Well, yeah, you can defend yourself.
That's when the old baseball player comes out. I'm breaking up a double play now. I tried to be nice. Then I tried to be nice again. Then I tried to be nice the third time, and you're a jerk. I'm breaking up.
I'm talking about when you come out of the gate.
I'm coming in late and hard.
Why would you come out of the gate anything but nice? Why?
Yeah.
What would be any reason to not just
She's probably having a bad day.
Oh, well, sure. We've all got those.
She's probably having a bad day.
I'm sorry. That's not an excuse.
And then I was not nice after that. Yeah. I was not nice back. I'm like, if you want to play this game and we're going down this avenue, I'm not going to be nice back, and this is going to get weird.
I want to ask you this in preparation for Noah Eagle, who's going to join us here in 10 minutes.
I love Noah Eagle.
Team USA, and some of you recognize the name Ian Eagle. That's his dad. They are phenomenal play-by-play broadcasters, and Noah works for the Clippers throughout the NBA season, but he was the voice of Team USA for the Olympics. We thought he did an unbelievable job. And obviously the reviews for the quote-unquote Olympics, there's a lot calling this the greatest Olympics ever. And for a lot of us, like traditional sports fans, I think the basketball teams were the lead story. And I think that Steph and LeBron ended up being the biggest names of these entire Olympics, which is a little bit of a surprise because they were already the biggest names. Like usually somebody, you know what I mean, like will come forward and be like a Noah Lyles, where you're like, oh my gosh, captured the hearts of America or whatever. This ended up being about Steph's shots. I don't know. Did you see the French broadcast with its subtitles?
No.
They called him a devil.
Really?
They did. They're like, the devil named Curry is hurting us. That was the translation of their broadcast.
Ooh.
And the French broadcast is in Paris, and they're in the final, and they're very emotionally involved, and they could not believe what Steph Curry was doing. It didn't look human, so they called him a devil.
Do we have the sound? No.
Well, but somewhere? It's just going to sound like you don't hear him say that.
But I still want to hear it in French.
I mean, we could try. I could try to find it.
I love that language. Yeah. It's so sexy.
Oh, it's beautiful.
I have it. Give me one sec.
Oh, you do have it?
Yeah, give me a sec.
Oh, yeah. I want to hear this thing.
The subtitles are incredible. They're like, oh, Curry, the devil named Curry is killing us. He's hurting us.
Are you ready?
Yeah, hit it.
Attention au tir de Steph Curry. Oh non, mais non. Steph Curry. Au buzzer, mais c'est pas possible. Qui renverse pour Kevin Durant. Il a la main chaude, Steph Curry. Il a la main chaude. C'est pas possible. Il a la main chaude, Steph Curry.
Did you hear him say they're impossible?
Yeah.
They're like, this is impossible. This is impossible.
Off with his head.
It's Steph Curry. It's Steph Curry. Yeah, they were blown away. Is this an okay thought? I realize this is maybe running the risk of getting carried away here. I'll start with a question. Did this experience change any thought about the Warriors' future? Anything?
No, I didn't get that deep. I was just like, Steph's the best basketball player on the planet.
Yeah, but nobody thought that.
On the fourth one, I lost my mind, like we all did.
Right.
Like, no way. What is he doing? Oh, my God. And then we were cheering.
Nobody thought at age 36 Steph Curry is the best basketball player on the planet. Nobody thought that. Nobody right now would be like, who runs the NBA? Oh, Steph.
I'll say this, and this might be getting too deep too. I was getting jealous about the Steph LeBron little thingy they got going.
What you mean jealous?
They looked like they liked each other a lot.
I think they do.
But and then I was having bad thoughts about Steph going south. Yeah. And I was like, no, we can't. That's not going to happen.
No, nobody's fitting another 60 million.
Steph got a taste of what it used to be. And he was like, this is so cool. Big games, winning championships.
Maybe. How many games did they play? 9?
Doesn't matter.
Like
they had all the pressure of the world on their shoulders. A silver medal was not acceptable.
That's true.
They can't lose.
Missing the playoffs with the Warriors is not acceptable.
The game against Serbia, you saw championship resume rise to the top all at once. Whether it was KD, whether it was LeBron, whether it was Steph, all the championship came together.
Yeah.
They all just morphed into, we're not losing this game.
See,
there is something super special about that.
No doubt. I felt surprised by this, and maybe that's on me. Grandy asked me a question before I left for vacation because I was like, Steph, LeBron, and KD were considered the elder statesmen. I did not go into these Olympics thinking that like this whole team was going to be about them three. And like guys like Jason Tatum couldn't even get on the floor. I wasn't thinking that.
I was sick of hearing about that, by the way.
And Grandy goes, what were you expecting? Who were you expecting to be the best players? And I'm like, I don't know that I spent that much time thinking about it. But I did not think that Tatum would get 0 minutes and Embiid would play sometimes, but Steph and LeBron would be getting 30-plus minutes and running the show. Like, no, that's not what I thought. And I think it's hard, even though I'll admit this is running the risk of getting carried away, it's hard for a Warrior fan to watch what just happened and not allow yourself to go, oh, he can still be the one on a championship team. It's hard to not let that thought into your mind, I'd argue.
No, I don't think that's a wild take at all.
It would have been 2 months ago when they didn't even make the playoffs.
There's a difference. He had little help. He didn't have any help this year. They had to put the whole team on his back all season long, and it wore him down. Whether he was tired or mentally tired or physically tired, he had no help. He had tons of help in the Olympics. He didn't even show up until like the last 3 games. And then he decided to play because they needed him. And then he just stepped up and showed the world what we already know.
I mean,
and then maybe even then some. It's like, what more can Steph Curry give us as fans?
Like, I totally get some of the individual aspects of what you're talking about with, quote, Steph didn't have any help. I also think you're hard-pressed to make that point. Like, there are a lot of NBA teams that are like, wait a minute. I know that Klay Thompson wasn't great, but you had Klay Thompson. You had 3/4 of Draymond Green when he wasn't suspended. You've got a young up-and-coming Jonathan Kuminga. You nailed the draft with Podziemski and TJD. You have Andrew Wiggins on the team. Like, I understand that a lot of those guys were disappointing last year, but no help?
He had no help this year.
Steph has no help?
He had no help. He put the team. He tried to put the team on his back, and it wasn't enough because he was all by himself. It just seemed that way. Anthony Edwards said it after the Olympics. He's like, welcome to Paris. He finally decided to show up to Paris, like after the last 3 games. He's glad you made it. But like I felt like, maybe I'm wrong. I watched every single Warriors game this year, and I felt like because of X, Y, or Z, you name all the different things that happened to that team, that Steph was trying to do everything by himself all night, forcing up shots, doing things that he didn't normally do, and it just wore on him. Steve Kerr even said as much during the season, like he's putting this whole thing on his back.
Yeah.
And I don't think Steph's that guy. I don't think he wants to be. He can score 40, 50, whatever, but he can't do it by himself. He always did it with other guys. They won the championships with Klay at his best, with Draymond at his best, with KD at his best. And this year it was Steph and a bunch of parts.
All they were
a bunch of
asking,
okay parts.
But what were they asking him to do? Like, all you had to do is, just make the playoffs at least. And
they asked him to do everything every night, and it wore him down, physically and mentally.
Let's go to Mike in San Jose. Hey, Mike, what's up? You're on with Willard and FP.
Hey, what's up, fellas? So, I don't know, man. When I was watching him hit those 3-pointers, it clicked in my mind even more so because I am a Warriors fan and I carry that emotion with the Steph Curry. But I'm also remembering what this team was like before he even came. And we didn't have a chance at winning anything ever. So the fact that he is playing at this level still kind of just told me all we need is one other superstar and this could happen. We can make it happen. If they go after one guy and you get just one other superstar and you pair him with Steph, with the current team, they can bring one more chip home within these next couple of years.
I don't
what that told me.
Yeah, Mike, I agree with that, but how do you get that guy? Who is it and how do you get him?
Get LeBron and Mini-Me to come up from L.A.
I mean, I know I know for a fact that is now the Warriors' thought process. It's kind of why they moved on from marketing. They're like, we don't like the price and not for this player. We will continue to be ready when the next big name is available.
I kind of look at LeBron differently. Sorry, Mark.
No, that's okay. Go ahead.
I kind of look at LeBron differently after this.
I've
never been a huge fan. I've respected his career and what he's accomplished. But the way he just kind of, I don't know, balled out in the Olympics. It's like, we're winning the gold.
If he wasn't next to Steph.
Freight train downhill, going to the basket. I mean, the whole thing.
It's because he's Steph's teammate now.
I don't know, man.
It's the same thing as Chris Paul. Everybody hated him, and then everyone was like, not so bad.
And then everybody got mad at him for like blowing off the little kid that was too close to him when he was going to celebrate. No. I had no problem with that.
No, neither do I. We're sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts, and coming up next, the guy whose voice was paired with all of this, Noah Eagle, the voice of Team USA Hoops at the Olympics, the experience, how he saw this whole thing come together, the calls, and what it all means for Steph going forward, all on the table with Noah Eagle, who joins us next. FP's in for Dibs on Willard and Dibs.
Durant, back to Curry, dancing on Batum, over the double team. Oh! It's a golden dagger! Night! Curry, unconscious in the fourth.
All right, continuing here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game with FP in for Dibs today. And I know both of us, FP, I'm not going to lie, like we might be ready to geek out on this a little bit. This was fun. They're calling it the best Olympics ever, and certainly Steph and Team USA might be the logo for that. And the voice for all of that was none other than Noah Eagle, who now joins us on the River Islands guest line. Noah, thanks for doing it. How you doing?
Guys, I'm doing fantastic. I appreciate you having me, and I'm just glad I got to feel like I was you guys for a little bit and enjoy Steph Curry for a change. Because normally it's like, no, oh, okay.
He's something else, isn't he?
Yeah. I mean, it was a moment, I would say, or at least a couple moments where I was like, is he from Earth? Or is there some crazy Superman shooter weird kryptonite that nobody can find? It is remarkable, and he just cemented further what we already knew, which is he is beyond special.
No, let me tell you something you probably heard a million times since that final call with Steph's three-pointer. Number one of the greatest calls ever. I mean, just in the moment, your emotion, the way you nailed it. I've been in broadcasting a long time. Capturing the moment for a play-by-play guy is so huge. But it might be the greatest call that nobody ever heard, because as fans, we were all high-fiving and screaming and yelling, and I didn't hear it. I'm with my dad. I'm with my son. We're jumping off the couch. We're screaming and yelling. So I go back and watch the highlights later, and I'm like, oh, my God, the golden dagger. And just the emotion with so that was all natural. You didn't have golden dagger teed up, right? Or did that just all come out naturally, spur of the moment?
Yeah, it's funny. I've gotten the question a bunch, and I actually had been asked the night before, oh, have you planned anything? Like, do you know what you're going to say? Final call? Do you know what you're going to say during the game? And I never do. And that's just the God's honest truth. Is for me, I've always felt it's important to just let the game dictate, and then you kind of follow along. And so exactly what you said, which was the emotion of it, was really what drove me. So I think that I try to pinpoint exactly when it pops into my head. And so as he keeps hitting threes, he hits the first one, you're like, all right, let's see what happens. He hits the second one, and I'm starting to feel like that Vince McMahon meme where he's like getting a little bit more excited with each step. He hits the third one, and I start to really feel it. And then I think right as that play was starting, I'm like, okay, if he makes this one, it's going to basically be the game. And so I've got to have something for that. And so for whatever reason, that's what pops into my head. You have only, a couple of seconds essentially to think about it before it actually goes up. And then when it left his hand, I'm like, that's not going in. And sure enough, it did. So, yeah, I think because, as you said, everyone at home was screaming their heads off. Dwayne Wade jumped on my back, so I'm giving him a piggyback ride. That's basically happening. And I just let loose. I just said whatever popped in, and that's what happened to be the words that kind of came to my head.
Noah Eagle, who was the voice of Team USA Hoops for the Olympics, is with us on 95.7 The Game. Noah, how much time did you spend with the guys away from the court? Because I think our listeners would love to know kind of how their presence, their celebrity, and their vibe landed with the locals on the scene.
So, yeah, Dwayne had a little bit more time than I did. Because I was doing the men and the women, I had games daily. And so for me, I got to see them, before games, pre-game. I got to see the coaches, and I got to see Steve a little bit. I saw Tyronn Lue, who I was close with from my time with the Clippers. I saw Eric Spoelstra, who would come and talk with us a lot. And so we got a lot of information from those, from Grant Hill, who I know quite well, works with my father a lot and is very close with him. So I got to really feel like I could learn as much as I needed to from all those guys. But, yeah, we got to see how the kind of crowds responded. I mean, I will tell you this. I did a variety of non-U.S. games on top of all the U.S. games. And it was just fascinating to watch how the crowds would formulate before each game. Now, if it's a France game and Victor Wembanyama comes out, and I'll never forget the moment, day one, France played Brazil, and Wemby led the team out an hour before tip-off. He was the first one on the court, and the French fans were already basically fully in the building. It was almost 100% full. And he took the basketball and he chucked up a shot from half court and made it. And I've never heard noise quite like that an hour before tip. Until the next day when LeBron James came out first, took the ball, slammed, and then Steph came out about 20 minutes later, and it was deafening. So that's really what I was experiencing was, okay, these guys are such a draw right now that the arena is full over an hour before the tip starts. And you see that to a certain degree. Steph definitely galvanizes people at the NBA level, and they come to see him warm up, and I get that. This was different. And even for them, just walking around and being around Dwayne, we would go out in the public, and it was crazy. People were lining up at the hotel at 9 a.m. just to hope to see him before we left for the eventual day of basketball. So it was really cool to see how the fandom has really been globalized the way the NBA has hoped it would be. And I think the games obviously delivered down the stretch, but only will help that cause moving forward.
No, you might have just described it, but as broadcasters, we're along for the ride, right? We're never the story. But we stumble into these special moments and we experience these things that we never thought we'd experience as broadcasters. Is there one moment after the USA won the gold that'll be stamped in your brain forever, a special moment that you shared with somebody or happened to you off the court, away from the broadcast?
Yeah, I think sharing it with the entire broadcast team is always special, and definitely in this case because it was Dwayne's first time calling games, and so to do it with him, and he's got a chance if he wants to go on to be one of the great analysts in the game, the great analyst period on television if he really wants to, because his work ethic was apparent from day one, the way he showed up, the positive disposition he brought, and the desire to be good at it. So he has all the tools if he truly wants to. So to be there for what could be the start of a legendary broadcasting career was cool in itself. But I think for us, what we got to see is, and this is what you always hear, Mike Green says it almost every year during the NBA Finals, the fact that you get to see these all-time names act like kids again when they win their gold, when they win their title, when they win that pinnacle, when they reach that. And it's like this sigh of, oh my gosh, we've actually done this. We completed our goal. And so we got to see that. And even just that, the fact that it was Steph, KD, and LeBron together, and that was awesome. But the one moment that really will stick out is LeBron coming over right after the game. His entire family was sitting right below us to our right. And he had a handshake. People have seen the videos. He had a handshake special for each of his three kids. He went over to his wife, and he's trying to give her kisses, but he's sweating so much that she's like, stop it. I'd wait till you cool off a little bit. Maybe a towel would be nice. And just seeing little moments of interaction, of emotion and legitimate exuberance. That's really what we do this for. And so that was cool.
Nothing says marriage like when you're having one of the great moments of your life and your spouse responds with, ew, gross.
Yeah. It doesn't matter who you are. You can be a random person who just happened to be a fan of the nosebleeds or King James. It's irrelevant.
Noah Eagle, the voice of Team USA Hoops with the Olympics, is joining us here. Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game, and FP is in for Dibs today. Noah, you mentioned earlier that we, especially us here, we know who Steph is and his place in history. However, in this moment, he was also a star who missed the playoffs and is on the wrong side of 35. So I don't know that a lot of us saw this level coming. What changed for you, if anything, with the way you view Steph and his legacy?
Well, yeah, I don't think, because to your point, I think I've been so plugged in with the league for so long, whether as a fan or now in the last 5+ years as a broadcaster, that for me, I knew what Steph was, I knew what Steph is, and I certainly know what Steph is going to continue to be until his career is over, and that is the greatest shooter of all time who raises the level of his teammates, one of the just plain best players we have ever seen, and someone who quite literally changed the game. So I think everybody kind of knew that, but I think this was a reminder of just how special he is. This is a reminder that he easily can be on that Mount Rushmore conversation of all-time basketball names and all-time basketball moments. And this was just another one of those. And so when you talk about legacy, to me, legacy always, you start to think and list off the moments. So you can say, for Magic Johnson, you can talk about national championship in Michigan State. You can talk about rookie year with Kareem injured and the performance that he put together to win the Lakers the championship. You can talk about the Showtime era. You can talk about some of these moments and then being essentially the person to bring the dream team together. That was like the conclusion or the final piece, the missing piece of his legacy. You could say the same with Michael Jordan with, a spectacular move. Or you could do the shot on Elo or the shot against the Utah Jazz on Russell. So many moments. And the same with LeBron, the chase down block on Iguodala, the moments over the course of his career where he just showed up. Game 6 against Boston, the Lakers guiding them to a championship. So it's all moments to me. This is just the final moment that Steph was lacking in his mind. He didn't need it to solidify anything, but it's nice to have that extra oomph kind of towards the finish line when you start having conversations. And for him, I think that's what this is. It's that final piece in whatever legacy he's trying to create at this point, which has already been complete. It's just even more complete after these couple of weeks.
No, same kind of question about Steve Kerr, because when watching the Olympics, we saw the swimmers, celebrating a silver or a bronze, or we saw the male gymnasts celebrating a bronze medal, and we're like, that's so cool, and you could feel the emotion. But a silver medal with USA basketball was not acceptable. I mean, in our country, we're the only country where if you win a silver in basketball, it's a bad thing. So I can't imagine the pressure that coaching staff was under. Did you see Steve Kerr feeling that, or was he just the same guy every day?
I mean, Steve was Steve, and I think he always is Steve, and that is certainly, at least in the exterior of things, he is going to be pretty much calm, cool, and collected. And I think we saw that through the games. And if you were within the huddle, and our sideline reporter Zora Stevenson was listening into every huddle, even during that Serbia game where they were down 17 points and it felt like, they're going to lose. They're not going to win this gold medal. Steve was incredibly calm. He was incredibly optimistic, and he basically just kept reaffirming to the team, we're going to win. We're going to get this done. Just keep staying the course, and eventually things will start going our way. And he was correct. I think for Steve and for any coach of this team, one, you're right, the pressure is ridiculous. But two, there was so much outside noise about who was playing and who was not playing during the course of this run. To me, I thought he handled it so well. He always does. And he's had experience, obviously, because the Warriors have had some all-time teams with some all-time names, and guys are just going to be left off the floor. It's just how things go. But the way he handled himself over the course of this, amidst all that chaos and all that noise, I thought was really impressive. And if we're being honest, you take a step back and you really look at the rotations and the guys that he played when it mattered the most, it's hard to argue because the results eventually found their way and the results eventually were exactly where you wanted them to be. So I think Steve handled it great. I think it's another chapter for him. There's a reason he was listed as one of the top 15 coaches of all time. There's a reason that his winning percentage is as high as anybody in NBA history. There's a reason that he has 4 championships to his name because he is a special, special coach who understands how to manage different dynamics and egos and understands the game inside and out. And so I think we got another example of that.
Hey, Noah, you're probably aware of this, but the big debate in the Bay Area this offseason, coming off of a playoff miss, has been sort of the remainder of Steph's career, how aggressive the Warriors should be with that, and what do they owe him. With this kind of a performance, whether fair or not, I think it's rekindled the idea for some that Steph can still be an NBA 1 on a really, really high-level team. What are your thoughts on how this experience may have changed both the narrative in Steph's mind and from sort of the outsiders at large in terms of what the Warriors should do next?
I mean, I think that Steph has felt this way regardless. Like, Steph has supreme confidence in his game, and rightfully so. He always has. I think he's always felt that so long as he's healthy, he's going to guide teams to wins. And even when the Warriors weren't whole a couple years ago, when Clay was still out and Draymond was in and out of the lineup, and they were just trying to integrate Andrew Wiggins the proper way, and the year before the championship, Steph was dragging them across the finish line in a lot of games, and they eventually lose in the play-in tournament, and it kind of sets them up for the following year, and then we saw what happened. So I think Steph has always felt that way, so it doesn't change with him. But, yeah, the outside perspective might be a little different. I think maybe fans who felt, I don't know, he's getting older, he's getting closer to 40, is he really going to be able to do this? This changes that. Now, I will say this. It's a little bit different than the course of an 82-game schedule. And I think you could say the same with LeBron James, who's going to be 40 this year. He clearly can still play at a top-end level. He clearly can still reach that one of the best players in the world level of basketball. But can he do that over 82 games with back-to-backs and then preseason and postseason and everything in between? That still remains to be seen. And I'd say that's probably the same with Steph in a certain way, where he can give you stretches. And we saw it down the stretch with the final 2 games, but that was a couple weeks. If you go through the exhibitions and everything, it's 5-6 weeks total. That's not months and months and months of wear and tear on the body. So for the Warriors, I think there's a lot of decisions to be made. Clearly, they have made a conscious effort to continue to develop some of the youth that they've brought in, and they've got a lot of belief in Podziemski and Kuminga and Moody and the hopeful aspect of what they can provide in the future, because you do almost need to toggle between the two. You either have to go all in on Steph, or you have to allow him to be the conduit to what the future of this franchise is going to look like. And we know with Steph Curry, probably his best attribute is his selflessness and his willingness to do whatever it takes to put the team first. And so if that's what it is, that's what it is. But I think it still remains to be seen what they're going to do.
Noah Eagle, who called all the Team USA games in France, right here on 95.7 The Game. Noah, I only need to know one more thing, and that is, how old were you when people started calling the house and not being able to tell the difference between you and your dad?
I was 2.5. Guys.
Okay, that's right. Pay the under.
Child. No, I feel like I remember the exact moment. I was probably about 14, and I think someone, I just answered the phone. I didn't say who it was, and they just started talking to me as if I was my dad. And then eventually I had to break the news, and I think they were very embarrassed that a 14-year-old would do that.
Now we also have a bunch of listeners who are like, what does that mean that people would call the house and somebody would answer it? I'm not quite sure what you're talking about, so we might have just lost some people
caller
there.
ID, exactly.
Yeah. The answering machine, the whole deal. Hey, Noah, tons of fun, man. Thank you so much for doing it, and above all, great job out there.
Appreciate it, guys. Thanks for having me.
Noah Eagle, man, what a call. Dude, you're inspired. The Golden Dagger.
Yeah, it was just so emotionally, like, he just nailed it. Because he screamed for, I don't know what, like 4 seconds before he went, oh!
You want to hear it again?
Yeah, please. I can't hear this enough.
Durant, back to Curry, dancing on Batum, over the double team. Oh! It's a Golden Dagger! Night! Curry arches in the fourth.
Yeah, that's cool.
I'm getting goosebumps. Cool. It's very cool. It needs to be on TV. You don't want to do that on radio. Oh, what happened?
Yeah.
What happened? Don't just yell.
You got to be more. I don't know. I'm a sucker for pure emotion.
Yeah. Me too. I don't know. I think when people start showing a real human side, it's great. There's a technical aspect to it as well. When I lived in LA, that was always the thing that people did there between Vin Scully and Chick Hearn.
Yeah.
Which was, they would be like, Chick is as if you had your buddy sitting next to you at the game. And he would just say exactly what, like he could tap into being a fan better than anyone. Vin is like a technician. Vin was an absolute technician.
And a storyteller.
Well, I would play, and I still do this in some of the broadcasting classes. You play that Kirk Gibson home run call by Vin.
Yeah.
And what I tell them to pay attention to is I go, watch how long Vin goes without saying a word. Right? It is, as soon as he says she is gone, count the seconds before it's the next word, because the one that you all hear when people replay it has been edited, because nobody wants to sit there with just crowd noise for that long when you're playing it. But in real time, It was, I think it was about 45 seconds. She is gone. Get out of the way.
Yeah.
And then the crowd just does their thing, and he doesn't say another word until Kirk's at home plate, and people are going bananas. And that's when you got, in a season of the improbable, the impossible has happened. But it's like almost a minute. And that's technician stuff. That's somebody that a true like student of the game would execute.
Well, that's why doing home games are more fun than doing away games, because you lay out.
Sure.
You lay out for the crowd.
Sure.
I always made it a rule on a big home run or just a home run on a home game to let the guy cross home plate and to be in the dugout before I talked. Because I wanted fans, the key is to let fans feel like they're at the game. That's why the directors work so hard on painting the picture, going around to the different camera, ready one, take one, ready four, take four, and they're just bouncing around so that you can feel like you're at the game. And the Giants, whether it's Jim Lynch or Jeff Kuiper, do the best job of anybody with the broadcast, I think. But there's a key to doing home games versus away games. So all the away games you do, you have to kind of create your own adrenaline. But when you're at home, you feel the crowd. And there's moments where less is way more. And you just lay out. It took me a while to learn that. Because you get excited, right? It's a big home run, and you want to jump in there and just like, hold it. High fives in the dugout. Now I'm going to talk. And then you do the replay. But like for Vin to do that, and I think that's, I don't know, there's been some tremendous calls throughout the course of history. And like, do you believe in miracles? Probably maybe the greatest call ever with Al Michaels when he first started out in the Lake Placid Olympics, and the USA Hockey, I think, is the best call ever. Arguably, because I like to talk about these things, but the kid here that we just interviewed, he went way to the top of the list.
Yeah, it's pretty great.
Yeah.
What's your favorite Giants call ever?
Like if I'm just going knee jerk right now?
Yeah, knee jerk it.
It's, I think, Kipe's call of Barry's home run.
Yeah.
762, Bond stands alone. He nailed everything.
He did.
He laid out. He nailed everything. He stamped it within downtown San Francisco so that people 100 years from now that hear the call will know that it was a home game and not an away game.
Yep.
Because the crowd could have been into it on the road too.
For sure. Crowds were going crazy that whole year.
He checked every single box on that call.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
There was some ranking that I saw online lately where they worked with fan bases to come up with a list of like the most well-liked broadcast teams in baseball. Yeah, Giants got number one. Giants got number one.
John Miller's call of the base running with
Ruben Rivera
is also at the top of my list.
The worst base running I've ever seen.
The worst base running in the history of the game is how he ended it. And I think he felt bad that he said that, but it was just so
so true.
You think about it on the radio, you got to paint that picture. And what's going on? And he missed a second, and they botched the throw in third. And then he's thrown out by 5 feet at home, and that's the worst call in the history of the game, or the worst base running in the history of the game. Yeah, it was outstanding.
I'd like to shoot from the hip and say some things about what we saw out there last night, actually. And by the way, there was also breaking news about the Giants roster that just came up in the last couple of hours on our show here, and we'll get back to that coming up next if you have not heard what has taken place. So we're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. FP's here for Dibs on Willard and Dibs.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. Every time we put a rat on the table during
live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
So you know what I'm hearing from you a lot today, and 888-957-9570. We'd love to hear from a lot of you right now. I came out of last night thinking the Giants have a self-confidence problem. I hear from so many fans that have confidence problems in the Giants. I came away from that one going, oh, they've got a self-confidence problem. They've got problems with confidence in themselves. Because why else would the top of your order be coming to the plate? You got a runner over at second with nobody out in that ridiculous extra innings rule, which is only fun if it works for you. Because when it doesn't, right? When it doesn't work for you, you hate the rule.
It's the worst rule ever.
It is. I drove home last night thinking to myself, that's the worst rule ever. And then I checked myself. I'm like, you're only mad because they've lost 2 nights in a row. If they were the ones that got squirty ground balls and little bloopers over the shortstop's head and won the game, you'd be thrilled.
I didn't like it on the Blake Snell Sale game because second base was so damn hard to get to.
Yes.
It was hollowed ground. Well, if you get to second against those 2 pitchers having a great night, and then all of a sudden, after those guys did their thing, you just throw somebody out there.
Now you get totally
180 feet free.
Let's spend a minute on that or two.
Okay.
Because just because it's happened 2 nights in a row, and I wonder if people are thinking about it, I do think that. I think that you're only annoyed with it when it doesn't go for you. When it does go for you, you love it, and it's exciting. But this is largely a player-created rule that popped out of COVID, and I get it. I understand not wanting to burn bullpens, and I understand not wanting to stay till 1 a.m. There's a piece of me that misses it, though. Like that, Yusmeiro Petit in Washington, the Brandon Belt home run, it never happens. That would never, these are some, I know they're long, and maybe today's society is bored by them, but I never hated the 15-inning game. I don't hate it. That's memorable to me.
But when you do it every day and you're part of the everyday fabric, whether you're a player, a coach, or a broadcaster.
But would it happen every day?
Oh, man. Those games are tough. So I kind of contradict myself, and I like the old school. Why don't you do it in the 12th inning? So you got the 10th and the 11th.
I agree with you.
And then the 12th, we're all getting tired. It's time to go home. Let's put a runner on second.
Okay.
Or load the bases, for God's sake. I don't even care.
Yeah.
But so now it's like a 2-2 game is 8-7. I don't care. Just have the 10th and 11th as the old days. And
I like that
if
idea.
It gets to the 12th, and we're just, hey, kids got to get up.
Right.
We got a day game tomorrow.
We don't need to be here.
Broadcasters are starting to slur their words. It's time to go home,
dude.
So the 12th inning, I would change and then have that. I used to joke on the Nats broadcast like, if I were the commissioner, I would limit the throwovers to first because everybody boos the throwover.
Yes.
They hate it. And this is what makes the games go too long. And then they did it.
I did a whole show on that back in the day after one of the Giants games. And Kipe even, I was honored because Kipe, sometimes they would do this. They would whatever I'm sure you experienced this. You say something after the game, then they come back the next day and they reference it.
Yeah.
So Kipe comes back the next day. He's like, I heard Willard last night. And he was cracking me up with this, you got to stop throwing the ball over we're dying over here. What the hell? When was the last time that right-handed pitcher faked to third and then went back to first, caught him napping? It never. 1968, maybe they got someone. It's like, what are you all doing? So that I get. But I do, I don't know, man. You get caught between the romance of the 15-inning game and the boredom of it. I understand that. So I kind of like your idea. I remember one game, Rockies were in town, and I needed to I was planning to drive to L.A. the next morning, and I'm a first thing in the morning driver guy when you got to get somewhere. Let's get up at 5 and let's go. Beat traffic. We're not doing this. Have a day still left when you get there. So I'm like, I'm going to get up at I think my daughter had this is before they had moved up. My daughter had a soccer game, and I'm like, I'm going to be there. Soccer games at 10 a.m. Poop, we're going to get up. Game goes, like 16 innings. And then you got to do a show. So, like, I did the show, and we didn't get off the air till after 2 in the morning.
You just went right then.
I did.
Yeah.
I did. Ran home, grab a bag, let's go.
Let's go.
Never went to sleep, drove straight to the soccer game. And so I get it. That's a little tough on everybody. We don't need to be there till 2:30 in the morning. What the hell are we doing? So I like your idea. I think it's a good idea. Because it is frustrating. I get that it's only one direction, so this is a little unfair. But it's frustrating when your team's struggling to score runs, you scratch one out in the 8th, you send it to extras, and then a reliever comes in and somebody jams a bouncer to the right side of the infield, and it flicks off of a second baseman's glove. Ball game, 4-3. What the hell?
I mean,
you've jammed.
The guy's trying to move the runner, though.
Granted,
as a second baseman, I got to be over there.
Yes, you do, but
I know what he's trying to do at the plate. So if I'm playing second, I don't care what the card says in my back pocket. I know the right-handed hitter's trying to go the other way. So if I'm playing second and I'm a baseball player and I'm paying attention to the time of the game and the situation of the game, regardless of what the credit card in my back pocket tells me to stand, I take a couple steps toward first base because I know the right-handed hitter is trying to move the runner.
I'm with you, but they don't deserve a run for that.
But it's not Casey Schmidt's fault because it's just the way the game is now. You stand where the card says to stand. I should never get beat to my left as a second baseman, which I played a lot of, maybe the most. I should never get beat in that 4.5 hole with a runner on second, nobody out. Beat me up the middle, but you're not beating me there because he's trying to move the runner. He's trying to get inside the ball. He's trying to fist one to second base.
Totally get it.
Never. I mean, up the middle, okay, granted. But anyways, there's so many layers to all of this that I could get really deep in the weeds with.
No, I agree with you, and it's not sour grapes because, like I said, you only hate the rule when it works against you. But there have been plenty of times where I felt that way even about the Giants. You know, it's like, wait a minute. Well, like even when they beat the Tigers, was it Saturday night they went into extras or was it the bottom of the ninth? When Kana hit the walk-off sac fly. Was that bottom of the ninth? That was bottom of the ninth. Okay, so never mind on that one. But there are a lot of games where it's like, okay, there's a runner at second, and then you squirt a ground ball or whatever, and you just jam one out over here, and then the ball game's over.
But the Braves played the game the right way, though. They moved the runner. They're getting the ball the right side.
I understand.
Somebody on the YouTube line saying, how do you hold the runner at second then, if you're the second baseman? With runner on second, nobody out, the shortstop's got to keep the runner close.
Yeah.
Because you're assuming the left-hander's pulling you or the right-hander's going the other way. And that's just something you know. Unless the card in your back pocket tells you.
Well, why does the card in your back pocket say stand over there when you need to be over there?
But the card doesn't know situations.
Well, then it's a bad card.
Baseball players know situations.
It's a bad card.
But if you're groomed your whole life to look at the card since your travel days in the minor leagues and look at the card and stand where the card is, you stand where the card is, you don't get in trouble. But if you're actually a baseball player and you have a feel for the game and you've played the game of baseball, you know with the situation, the guy's trying to move the runner, so you cheat a step over.
Can you help everybody with what the card is? Are you telling me that a card says when X player is at the plate, this specific player, you stand here?
Yes.
And it doesn't
say
allow,
it doesn't say top of the 10th, runner on second, nobody out, you should stand here.
It doesn't allow for there's a runner on?
I think it does with certain players. Brandon Crawford could stand wherever he wanted because he's been in the league a while and knew players. But if you're a rookie and you're not where the card stands and the ball goes to where you're supposed to go, but it's called the feel for the game in the time of the game and what's going on in the game just doesn't exist anymore. And it's not the kids' fault. They just haven't been allowed to have a feel for the game at any level.
So I come out of last night going, Giants have a confidence problem because you're down 4-3, runner at second, no one out, top of the order coming up. The only guy he's been hitting home runs at Bonds and Mays level pace last handful of weeks, and you haven't bunt. You haven't bunt, which tells me that you've whittled this down to hoping that Lamont Wade can hit a sac fly, and even if you're right, you still only tie the game and send it to the very next inning. That, to me, screams confidence problem. But do you know what I hear from you today? I hear from you that the Giants have changed their stripes at least 4 or 5 times this year as far as an organizational philosophy. And that's terrifying to me.
Well, you signed some power guys in the offseason, then you traded one at the trade deadline. Tom Murphy, they signed him not for his catching abilities because he's got some pop and he can run into some. Then you signed Matt Chapman, who's a power hitter. And all of a sudden, in the middle of the season, you're asking your players to play situational baseball because you're in the heat of a wild card race against good teams. These are things that have to be organizational philosophies throughout the minor league system. So when players get to the big leagues, they already know situational hitting. It's stressed every day. A group of hitters. We were in St. Louis. Pat Burrell was throwing batting practice during the day, and he did situational with the guys, and they were laughing and having a great time. Runner on second, nobody out, and guys would hit a base hit to right, and they'd cheer. Runner on third, less than 2 outs, infield in, they hit a fly ball, and they had fun with it. And there's a way to get points across with having fun with it, but you can't just do it once in a while. It has to be something that's done every single day, and it has to be ingrained in you as a hitter that this is how the game is played. And this is not an organizational thing. This is a Major League Baseball thing now. Guys get paid for hitting the ball over the fence. Guys get paid for OPS. Guys get paid for driving in runs. Guys don't get paid for defense. Guys don't get paid for moving runners over. Guys don't get paid for being good base runners. Scott Boras can't go to a meeting with a general manager and say, like, my guy's a really good base runner. He scored 4 more runs than everybody else because he read balls in the dirt and knew where the outfield was playing. These are things you don't get paid for or rewarded for. But the reward is, if you're a winning baseball player, you play on a winning team and you get a full share in a ring and a parade. But if it's not emphasized, because that's just the way baseball is going now, swing as hard as you can, throw it as hard as you can, and the little details, the intricacies of the game that separates baseball players from I hit ball far, I throw ball hard, I swing bat very hard. That's kind of what the game has evolved into. So when you see a Matt Chapman who's a baseball player, or a Mookie Betts we're looking at right now on the screen who's a baseball player, and they know how to take an extra base, and they know when to take a chance, and they know when to hit the brakes, and they know when to lay down a bunt, and they know when to swing away, and they know how to move a runner because they're playing the game. Guys come back to the you hit an 18 hopper to second, you get the runner over from second to third with nobody out. You'll hear on the bench, way to play the game, man. Play the game, baby. Play the game. It's called playing the game. And I don't think that for the most part in major leagues right now, you play the game. It's just bash the guy's head in, throw it past the guy as hard as you can, and hope you have more runs at the end.
Unless you want to suddenly change your mind. I mean, that's kind of what I hear now. Check this out. Farhan Zaidi, what date was this? When was this? When was this set? Right after the trade deadline, Grandy? Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Trade deadline.
Of the trade deadline, I think.
Day of. So you were here.
Yep.
You were here with Dibs and Grandy, and you guys are doing the trade deadline. I was at a pool, but here comes Farhan, and as you listen to this, realize that the Giants just earlier today have sent Marco Luciano back down to the minors. I'm not fighting that.
Got to run a ball out.
You got to run a ball out. He stopped twice and got thrown out in a 1-run game. I know some of you were like, "It's a line drive. You couldn't tell." But so that's, if you couldn't tell, you run.
Or if you stop and then see it on the ground, you put your head down and
run.
Get it.
Run harder. So the Giants are sending him a message, in addition to the fact that he still looks lost at the plate. But listen to this on the trade deadline from Farhan Zaidi.
I know you get to this time of year, and frankly, whenever you're a little bit on the competing bubble like we are, we're 3 games out in the wild card race. There's a notion of, let's just let's sell and let's enhance the farm system. But you can have all the prospects you want. It's not going to matter until you actually create opportunities for them, right? So you can go out and get a bunch of guys, but if you're not willing to do some of the things we did over the last couple of days to create opportunities for those guys, it's just not going to have a chance to impact your major league team. So, really to answer your question, I would say, I think what fans want to see, I think what we can hang our hat on as an organization is the progress of young players coming up and impacting us. And I named 3 guys, and that's not including, guys like Eric Miller and Brett Wisely that were acquired into this organization, but are young players who have a chance to be here for a long time. So the more of that, the more we have guys coming up, establishing themselves, like a Pat Bailey did last year, I think that's where the progress is coming from.
Now, Farhan also said in the days right after the trade deadline that the Jorge Soler deal was largely to create at-bats at the big league level for Marco Luciano. 22 at-bats later, he has been sent down. Again, I'm not arguing it because that message, I agree with you, FP, needed to be sent. However, what I'm hearing from you, and the more I think about it, I don't know how many times this year the Giants have been like, this is what we're doing. And then like 8 days later, they're like, all right, scrap that. Now this is what we're doing. And then that doesn't work. And then we rinse and repeat and over and over again. They keep changing what they're doing when it doesn't work for 2 seconds.
Can I ask? I'm going to make you say it, so I'm going to ask you.
Let's go.
What does that tell you?
It tells you that they don't have a philosophy. At least not one that they're willing to stick to. And I actually think that that was the definition of this regime before. It was a philosophy a lot of people didn't like, but at least they had one. I think now it tells me that somebody has abandoned philosophy in an effort to save a job. And now we're just going to do whatever the hell feels right in that moment to sort of placate what everybody's saying and what they're seeing. We're about the young guys. No, we're not. We're about power. No, we're not. We're about speed. No, we're not. We're about pitching and defense. No, we're not. We're just, yeah. We're not stuck to anything.
I'm trying to figure out a way to say this, but I'm just going to say it. Great leadership is firm in their beliefs.
Correct. I find that to be the hardest thing about parenting.
What did Brian Sabian do? The
same damn thing.
He traded prospects for veterans. He got good pitching, had good defense, and they won 3 World Series. And he did the same thing every year.
And be willing to make a mistake.
So I'm not comparing that. I'm just saying, like, so if you're going to give at-bats, maybe you give those at-bats, and those, when Farhan says opportunity, every time you step foot on a major league field, it's an opportunity. Whether it's one at-bat and a pinch hit roll in a 15-0 game, or it's a spot start every 10 days, it's an opportunity. So Marco Luciano was given an opportunity, and he didn't take advantage of it. Whether it was because he didn't run a ball out or because his at-bats were overwhelmed. He was DHing, apparently loving the DHing, and had to like be told to go out and practice some ground balls at shortstop every now and then.
For real?
Yes.
Come on, man.
Like, these are things that Farhan is right. He gave Marco Luciano. I don't understand the infatuation with this kid. And maybe I'm spoiled because I've been around a Bryce Harper and a Juan Soto, and when those guys got their day when they were 19 years old, I saw them take advantage of opportunity. But I just like, I tweeted the other day about running to first. You always have to run hard, period. And I got all these responses, get off the kid, he plays hard, he runs the first hard every time. I don't care if he runs hard the first 99 times out of 100. The one time he didn't, because, he thought he caught it. Fine, we all stop when we think a line drive is caught. But then when we see the ball on the ground, we all put our head down and bust our ass first. He jogged after that, and he was thrown out by half a step because you had to get the rolling ball, get up, make a throw across the infield. That all takes time. And in a game where first base was precious against 2 stud lefties, I mean, that's a recipe to get sent down.
By the way, I know exactly.
But I don't understand. I'm not seeing it with this kid. I'm not getting on him. He's a wonderful human being. If you see him in the dugout, he's a sweetheart. But like, I'm not seeing the giant fandom infatuation with this guy. Oh, he can hit it a ton. I haven't seen it.
I think it's over.
I just haven't seen it.
I think it's over.
And I know what I'm looking for, and I just haven't seen that. But that's not a knock on the kid. And please don't put that on Twitter and quote me on that whole thing. But I'm just saying, like, if you get your day in the sun, you got to shine. And I know Giants fans have heard about this kid forever. But, like, when you get here, you got to have that eye of the tiger.
Yeah, man. He's going to go back.
Just screw you. I'm going to find a way to beat you. And this is my job, and you're not taking it from me. And what Brock Purdy did when he stepped on the field for the first time, it's like, I'm playing for my very professional life with a sense of urgency and a sense of passion and a sense of desire to win. And you have that it thing that Madison Bumgarner had his first game, that Buster Posey had his first game, that Tim Lincecum had his first game, that like, I'm not going back to the minor leagues. You can kiss my ass. And when I signed my first contract with Bill Stoneman, the president of the Montreal Expos, in the back room of the clubhouse, He said, if you go back to AAA, this is what you make. I said, I ain't going back to AAA. And I stayed for 7 years. So you get your foot in the door, and you have to have that mentality that I'm not going back to the minor leagues. I'm going to be a part of this, and I'm going to help this team win. And so when you're timid and you're kind of looking around, and I don't care how old you are, because I've seen 19-year-olds do it, seen 2 19-year-olds do it, Bryce Harper and Juan Soto. And they're 2 of the best players in baseball right now. But when they got their day, they let it rip, man. I was born to do this. I ain't going back. I'm about to be a superstar.
And you know who you just described?
Who?
The actual Giants' future shortstop. His name's Tyler Fitzgerald. His name's not Marco Luciano.
No, because he was timid at first too.
Well,
he was tiptoeing around. He got picked off by Blake Trinan, and he was walking around like, I don't know if I'm good enough. And then all of a sudden something clicked, and now he's playing like he's standing taller. He's walking through the door as the tallest guy in the room. But when he first got called up, he was tiptoeing around.
It doesn't mean that they're not going to make some mistakes. My point is he's made good on his opportunities, because I even look back. Sure, he got picked off, whatever. You see him a lot more than I do around the clubhouse. Maybe he looked timid to you. I can go back to texts from early in this season from friends when he would get in the game, and they're like, we need to see more of that guy.
Yeah.
He runs like a gazelle, and things happen when he's on the field. You could see that early on, but he didn't have a position. There was no spot, and so he was up and down a little bit.
Something happened in one of those trips, Mark, where he just said, I'm not going back.
Okay, great.
And he ain't.
And I think he has a big hand in why people are starting to forget and not care. I'm sorry to say it so bluntly, but forget and not care about Marco Luciano. He was supposed to be the future shortstop. Not anymore. He's not.
I don't know if he's a future left fielder, because I'm not seeing the strike zone awareness, the aggressive nature, and the eye of the tiger that I need to see from a young kid.
Agreed.
At the plate and on the bases. So there's a lot of layers to this. It's not just what position does he play. Oh, stick him out in left field. I haven't seen the bat thing that everyone's talking about.
I see it. It happens in Sacramento.
He's young. Maybe he'll get it.
Maybe, but he's threatening right now to be a 4A player, as it turns out.
He's still got time.
Yeah, he's got plenty of time.
But the things I'm talking about, I don't know if they're either in there or they're not in there. I can't teach some of these things I'm talking about. You either have that or you don't have that. And I don't know enough about him to know if he has that or not.
Like, hasn't Tyler Fitzgerald already done enough to where he is the opening day shortstop next year?
I think he's got a month of big games to play.
Really?
Yeah.
This is pretty special stuff for you to replace him.
But this is why these games are so important coming up. Like, it's easier to evaluate guys on games that matter late in the season than just throwing you're out of the race games in September. Those are akin to spring training. Like, it's hard to evaluate a young player in the month of September when you're out of pennant race. It's hard to evaluate a player in Scottsdale.
When the Giants fell down 3-1 last night, that felt like a hell of a gut punch, because they had cut it to 2-1, and then Harrison went out, gave up a big tank. Suddenly it was 3-1 again, and you're like, God, the way they're scoring runs. Shoot, the very next Giant at bat was Tyler Fitzgerald, and he put the ball over the fence in one of the deepest parts of the ballpark. Like, that is the evaluation that we're getting of Tyler Fitzgerald in big games. He is performing. I get that he's still very young, and this is still very, very early. But to me, right now, he's done enough to warrant a very lengthy look as the future shortstop of this team that very likely bleeds into next year.
I would argue I would go out and get an A-list shortstop and put Tyler Fitzgerald at second.
That's fine. I don't care where you put him, but like, he's in the lineup.
Yeah.
He's in the lineup to start next year.
And if he ever learns to put the ball in play and he gets better bat-to-ball skills with 2 strikes, he'll hit 300 in his sleep, and he might win a batting title with his speed.
Yeah.
I don't expect him to hit 20 home runs every year, though. I just think he's just in the zone right now. Maybe he's Trey Turner. I don't know. Maybe he's Trey Turner. I'm not sure.
Even in the minors, he's always been a 20-something home run a year guy.
Oh man, that'd be nice.
Yeah,
I'd make him Jeff Kent light at second base and have way better range than Jeff ever had.
Great.
And then go out and get somebody just a stud at shortstop and have those two be my middle infielders for 5 years.
What can you already tell me about next year's lineup? For example, like right now. I would argue it's probably Bailey, Fitzgerald,
Chapman.
Ramos. Well, Chapman might opt out.
Yeah, they're talking about a deal right now.
Well, good for them. But
he's staying. He ain't going nowhere.
So are the Niners and Brandon Aiyuk. So
Pete Alonso at first, Fitzgerald at second, Chapman at third.
But for real,
I don't know.
like, what can you tell me? Fitzgerald's in the lineup, Ramos is in the lineup, Bailey's in the lineup, and Jung-Hoo Lee is in the lineup. Anybody else?
I miss Jung-Hoo. He's a baseball player.
Yes.
100%
I can't wait to see that guy play. But what else do we know? Yaz or Wade? Is that for sure? No. Those 4 players, right? Those are the 4 that right now I'm confident are in the opening day lineup next year. They're all super young. So that's great.
Did you say Ramos?
Ramos, Bailey, Jung-Hoo Lee, Fitzgerald.
And yeah.
I can't use Inc. with any other name. Not Wade, not Yaz. Conforto's gone. I can't say anything about Chapman yet. You know, I know Logan Webb is going to be one of their starting pitchers. I would assume Harrison and Birdsong are too.
Yeah.
I don't know much else.
I know the point you're trying to make. I'm worried about tonight.
Sure. No, so am I.
You're making good points.
So am I.
Like, who are the guys that you want to keep?
The shine on Luciano is gone. I'm not saying it can't come back, but it's gone. It's gone. Like, I'm sitting here. Use me as example A. I have been following this guy in the minor leagues on a weekly basis for 4 years. 4 years. So excited. I did segments about this guy 4 to 5 years ago. I did radio segments about this guy. And he has finally gotten up to the big leagues. And I am sitting here telling you, I have lost any excitement that I had.
I was never on that thing, though.
That's fine.
I'm not going to say I'm jumping off that wagon because I never saw it.
But
I watched him take 3 ground balls 2 years ago in spring training. I'm like, he's not sure.
Yeah, see, I don't see that stuff. Like, all we get is I get social media videos where I'm like, whoa, that bat sounds different than other bats. That sounds different. He's got that kind of pop. And we're told he's the number 6 prospect in all of baseball.
You guys all need to get to the games more. You do a good job.
I go to as many as I can. This time slot makes it.
Can we have a 95-7 day at the ballpark and get you all out there?
No, but you're talking spring training. I'm not like, I can't, even if I could get out there more, I can't get there at 3 o'clock and start talking to people and watching what angle their glove is at when they're out over there. You know what I mean?
Do the show at Hotel Via Rooftop. Just walk across the street.
Set it up.
I will.
You're the one with the relationships to do it.
I'll tell Jerry to get you on the roof.
You're the one that walks over there and the elevator just opens before you even touch a button.
It does. I'm a season ticket holder.
They have good drinks over there.
Yeah, season ticket at bus stop.
We had a good time.
Left door and Hotel Via Rooftop. Season ticket holder.
So anyway, all I'm getting at, and it's really a bummer. And yes, he can shine it right back up. But I've lost all Marco Luciano excitement. 100% of it is gone.
I never had it, so I don't. Yeah, I don't.
There you go.
I never had it, and then not that I have anything against the kid. I would love for him to come up and be the guy and prove us all wrong.
Totally.
And be like, yeah, you guys gave up on me, but he just doesn't seem like he has that edge to be like, screw you, screw you, screw you. You all gave up on me. Watch this. I just haven't seen that, and that's kind of the missing thing for me. It's not that he struggles at ground balls and it looks like a wrestling match sometimes, or that, he runs the bases timidly. Felipe Alou always used to say, like, you have to be fearless. If you're scared at the highest level, the game will eat you up. Now, I don't know if Marco Luciano is scared because I can't assume that, but he doesn't play a fearless brand of baseball. Like, Felipe used to love the fearless player. He used to talk about the fearless player. Because that's how Felipe played the game. He was fearless. Take the extra base. His helmet comes off. Break up a double play. Beat out a ground ball in the infield. Swing as hard as you can in 2-0, 3-1 counts. He used to talk about all this stuff. And he ingrained that into all of us to be fearless when we walked on the field. Because if you show any sign of fear, any sign that you're not the most confident guy on the field, at the highest level, man, it's baseball Darwinism. It'll eat you alive. They'll eat you alive.
Totally.
And then if we can see that, and we've seen that with some players this year, you go back and you try to figure it out.
I mean, what you just said, microcosm of it is even look at the way he handles a ground ball. He doesn't go get it. He lets it eat him up. He lets it come to him.
He's not fearless.
He doesn't go get first base.
He's not. Matt Chapman is fearless.
Oh, my God.
He's fearless.
I've never seen a third baseman charge balls and do what he does in my life.
Robbie Ray is fearless.
Oh, he better be tonight. because tonight's a must-win.
Tyler Fitzgerald is getting Tyler Fitzgerald is getting there.
They're going.
He will be fearless.
They're going. It is August 14th. They've got a game they absolutely have to have, and they're sticking a kid out in center field who's never played big league ball before. That's just funny.
Well, he's going to catch it. Apparently, he can really run him down.
Yeah, he's supposed to be a defensive stud. Grant McCray is up. Let's see him.
I mean, he's got good bloodlines.
Yeah, let's take a look.
The McCrays. His dad is Rodney or Scooter. I got to look this up.
I don't know. But yeah, let's see it. That'll be good. But right now, I just
Rodney.
It's almost like
he ran through the fence. His dad ran through a fence.
Oh, that was him?
Yes.
I remember that play.
Yes.
The one in the minor leagues.
His son is going to run through
That's his son?
Third archway tonight into McCovey Cove.
I didn't know that was his dad. I broadcasted games at that stadium where he ran through the wall.
Rodney McCray is an American former professional baseball player. Is best known for crashing through an outfield fence attempting. Was that Louisville? Where was that?
No, I think it was up in the Northwest, wasn't it?
I don't know. So Grant McCray's dad is a fence run through guy.
Wow, I did not know that. Yeah. I did not know that. Yeah, I just this is something that we all talk about in our industry.
Vancouver.
Okay, then I'm wrong. It was in the Northwest.
Yeah, you nailed it.
But I wasn't. I'd never been
wrong
there.
Country. That's
wrong.
all right.
Yeah, that's okay. I have been to Vancouver, but not that stadium. I've not broadcasted games there. Anyway, unless you're talking about Vancouver, Washington. But anyway,
maybe it was.
Maybe it was. Okay, here's what I'm getting at. Well, something that gets talked about in our business, we always try to make sure, no matter what's going on, even if it sounds like we're arguing or disagreeing or whatever, we're always trying to make sure we're having fun because this is supposed to be fun. And the way I look at it and the way we figure it, if we're having fun, then maybe you're having fun because you're going to take your cues from us because we're hosting the show. And so we hope for that to be an infectious process. Well, I'm going to say the same thing to the Giants. Right now, I have no confidence in you because you have no confidence in you. I don't care if you need to fake it to make it, but I would like, and I know that Giants fans are with me, for once, for God's sakes, in the last few years, will you please swagger up to an at-bat and just look like you think you're going to hit a line drive in the gap?
What about, to your point, them having fun?
That's a great point.
And then as fans, we would have fun.
No doubt.
Don't you love when you see the teams doing the fun stuff in the dugout or all kinds of high fives and celebrations? I know they do the salute.
Well, what was it in Washington? They put the little Uncle Sam hat on when you hit a home run?
No, they danced in the dugout.
Well, but they did.
My home run call, I would say, and now we dance from Sprockets.
Really?
So as soon as they got to the dugout, whoever hit the home run had to do a dance.
But did you see them put the hat on? The 3-run homer to tie the game in the ninth.
Yeah, they got that going now.
They got the
Uncle
hat.
Sam hat.
Yeah.
They got the Uncle Sam hat going. But yeah. Another Felipe story coming here, so I apologize. We had a meeting at Shea Stadium out of the All-Star break, and he had the whole team at the clubhouse, and Felipe never had meetings, so we're like, whoa. And he goes, you guys, we are in the entertainment business. He goes, people pay good money to watch us play the game of baseball. We're not giving them their money's worth. And he would say that. We're not giving them their money's worth. We're in the entertainment business.
Good for him. He's right.
So I let off the game with a homer, and I came in the dugout. I was like, that's entertaining. I was high-fiving everybody. And I started singing, that's entertainment. But it's true. You're in the entertainment business. And you have to we want, as Giants fans, to be entertained. We want to see those kids having fun so that we're having fun as fans. Whatever you just said about the radio show and fun, I think is a better point than the confidence thing. Because if they're having fun, we're having fun.
But I think they're attached. I don't think you have a whole lot of fun when you're not confident.
Yes, you're right.
Your first day at work when you don't know anybody, you're not confident, and it's not fun. And then 3 years later where you're like running the place, you feel a lot better. Do you want to know what comment got to me from Bob Melvin? And I don't even know if it's in this bite. I wonder if it is. On the decision to have Fitzgerald bunt in the 10th.
We're trying to get a guy over to third, trying to get it down the third baseline. With Lamont up next, the guy's a pretty tough customer to try to string some hits together with.
That one right there. Iglesias is a pretty tough customer to string some hits together against. You're not wrong, but I don't think you can't walk into the inning thinking that way. You walk into the inning being like, well, we're probably not going to get any hits against this guy. So let's just white flag this sucker right now.
There's playing to win and playing not to lose.
The Giants players' faces look like that when they go to the play. They look like they're about to strike out. They look like they think they're about to strike out. And then they do. They do. And I know that they're like, Bob has made this a thing. The runner at third with less than 2 outs thing. How could the Giants not lack confidence in that right now?
Pat Burrow came up to me yesterday. He goes, FP, you know where I can buy some situational hitting?
What'd you say to him?
I said, I do it. It's really expensive because if you're good at it, you get paid a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
So he's frustrated too. And I'm sure he's trying to talk these guys through it and get them into a game plan that works. But I just think it's such a slippery slope. The more you talk about it, the worse it gets.
Right.
Which you'd think, okay, let's talk about it. We hear it out. We're figuring it out. Let's go have some good at-bats. But it's like everybody, my family's texting me like, you guys are terrible with runners in scoring position. Like you're getting home and your wife's like, can you guys drive in a run? It just becomes a thing. And right now it's a thing.
Bro, last night you get runners at first and second with nobody out in the 8th. And Conforto's coming to the plate. And I'm just like, as a Giants fan, I'm sitting there and I'm going, what disaster's about to happen? I can tell you already it's coming. I was shocked he put the ball in play. And then, of course, I wished he didn't. He grounds into a double play, which, like, for the life of me, you knew was coming. And I'm agreeing with you. Don't bunt him because he doesn't know how to do it. But there's got to be something that is executed differently in those situations.
Well, and I can hear people yell in their car, like, how could a Major League Baseball player not know how to bunt? Because they don't practice it. It's just like any other skill. You can't ask a singles hitter to hit a home run with the game on the line in the bottom of the 9th because they don't practice hitting home runs. They can't. But like bunting, if you work at it, it's hard to bunt 98. There's a way to do it. There's a technique to do it. You got to work on it every day. And more importantly, you got to care about it. If you don't care about it, you do your 2 token bunts in batting practice. You're joking around. The guy that's fielding the bunts is playing hockey goalie, and they're trying to get it through and score a goal. And, you got to take pride in that. And it's part of being a baseball player. But if you've always been a 3-hole hitter your whole life in the minor leagues, we had a manager, Jim Tracy, when I was in the minor leagues, told Cliff Floyd one day, who was the biggest prospect in the Expos organization, you're hitting 3rd here, but you might hit 7th in the big league. So I'm going to ask you to bunt once in a while. Because if you're batting 7th for Felipe in Montreal, he might ask you to lay down a bunt. So when you go to Montreal and they ask if Cliff Floyd can bunt, I can say yes when they call me on the phone. And that was the Bryce Harper of the organization back then. So you might not hit 3rd in the big leagues, Cliff, so you got to know how to bunt. So Cliff Floyd, a power hitter in the minor leagues, was asked to bunt. And when he got to the big leagues, he asked to bunt, he got the bunt down. But it's not part of the game anymore.
It's not there.
It's not. This is not a Giants thing. This is a baseball thing.
FP in for Dibs, 888-957-9570. You asked me a question before the show about Aiyuk and Trent Williams. We'll circle right back to that. Coming up next on 95.7 The Game.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition. Chilton Auto Body is also active.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
It's a great question.
Wow, that's a great question. That's a great question.
That's a great question. And that's a great question.
On 95.7 The Game.
So, what was the poll thing you sent me right before the show? Let me pull it up.
That's a loaded statement.
Yeah, was it Niners
Question?
Nation?
You better be careful.
Niners Nation on Twitter. Who's more important to the 49ers in 2024, Trent Williams or Brandon Aiyuk? I mean, it's not close, right? It's not even close.
It's Williams. He's one of the best players in football.
Trent
He's
Williams.
elite. Brandon Ayuk's really good. Trent Williams is elite.
It's not just that, because one could argue that Brandon Aiyuk is elite. I don't know if he's a top 5 receiver. He's probably a top 10, top 12. Does that count as elite?
Trent Williams is numero uno.
Yeah, but what I'd argue, whether he's number 1 or not, he plays a position, and the 49ers play an offense that would, hey, YouTube and Twitch, how does FP look in his shades?
I got to get ready to go.
I wear my sunglasses inside.
I got places to be and people to see.
I heard. But anyway, the way this offense runs and the position he plays, like that has an entire trickle-down effect on everything that you do. I don't think that the 49ers can function anywhere near at the same level without him. I don't care if they had Justin Jefferson on this team. I would argue you can function without him. You can function without him.
Which receiver would you take on that show? Receivers. Did you watch?
I watched the whole thing. And now
which guy, if you could have any of them besides, obviously, Kittle and Debo don't count because we already got them.
Yeah.
Which guy would you take?
If I could have any of the other 3?
Yeah.
Current age, this year,
right
all that
now,
stuff.
Tomorrow.
I think I'd take Devontae Adams.
I would too.
Situationally.
Jefferson seemed a little immature to me, even though his talent is like, oh my God, off the charts.
Yeah, I actually didn't think that he came off bad at all. I'm a huge fan of Justin Jefferson.
He looked fun.
Yeah, and I mean, he's a pup. He's supposed to act like that. I thought he acted the way he's supposed to act. I'm a huge fan of Amon-Ra St. Brown. These are phenomenal players.
He was weird. That whole thing. He came off as weird.
Well, look at his parents.
Yeah.
That's all.
He was raised weird, and he came off as weird.
His dad sitting everybody down to go to the NFC Championship game, and you take 12 people to dinner, and the first thing you do is pull out pictures of yourself from 30 years ago and talk about how muscular you were and the fact that people would stop talking when you walked into a room. I'm like, I don't know if I've ever seen a bigger narcissist in my entire life.
Yeah,
what
there was something
a wacko.
The fact that he recites the 16 guys drafted in front of him or whatever it is every day, that's strange to me. Anyway, he's a good player.
Phenomenal player. But
Devontae's a pro.
Well, that's what I mean. Situationally, if you want to talk what would fit into the 49ers right now, sort of opposite Debo Samuel and George Kittle, Devontae is just so seasoned and mature and a leader and just so good. Like so good at every aspect of receiving. Short game, long game, over the middle. Come on, man. Throws dinosaur birthday parties. Like, does it all.
Boy, didn't he just like...
I love Devontae Adams.
He was so frustrated with Jimmy G. Like, this guy's going to get me killed. I love Devontae Adams, too. I knew nothing about him until that documentary. I'm like, I like that. He's a winner. He was so frustrated he wasn't on a winner, and then nobody could help him win, and he wanted to help them win, but he wanted his touches, which is every wide receiver. He wanted to get his catch. I was a huge fan.
He's tough. He's also tough.
Fan. And then the Kittles. My goodness.
Oh, God.
His wife is like 1 in a million. She's amazing.
Both of them.
Does she have any friends that she can introduce me to?
It looked like she had friends. Yeah. Didn't it look like she had friends?
Yeah, I need to meet one of them.
Let's go to Chris in Modesto. Hey, Chris, what's going on?
Hey, I was on hold waiting to give my take, but I got to disagree with you about the Amon-Ra. I loved his dad. I think that was a great example of a father that was totally dialed in, and his son. And so what if he showed a little pictures of his bodybuilding? Hey, I loved it. But my take is, look, both of these guys have nothing to lose. I think Trent Williams, there was rumors that he was going to retire anyway. If I was in a position, first of all, you got the league, you got the, you got, what is it, the union, and you got the individual. And the individual has to take what the union bargains. But at the end of the day, the individual wants to get what he can get. regardless of what the union can, negotiate. So if he's going to retire, if it's in his mindset to retire anyway, why not try to get that guaranteed money? I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't there some rumors that he was going to retire a couple of years ago?
Well, I'm glad you phrased it that way, Chris, because in my opinion, so far you've gone a little too far with the idea that Trent was about to retire. That was a rumor. I've never heard that from Trent. Have you?
Yeah, I got him on Facebook. Anyway, the point is that,
okay.
And then, you got Aiyuk over here. He's got nothing to lose because he knows he's got 1 year left on the league. So he's going to try to get the best that he can. Both of these guys have nothing to lose. This is part of the game. And the Niners know that. The executives know that. So I know that this is fodder until the league starts. And hallelujah for that day to come soon, because I'm tired of the same old topic that we're listening to. Let's go football, go Niners. I can't wait.
All right, Chris, thank you for calling, but you have created a little bit more fodder because as you sit here and say there's nothing to talk about, you've created more conversation because I couldn't disagree with you more. You made the comment that both of these guys have got nothing to lose. Brandon Aiyuk has everything to lose. Absolutely everything. His money, his targets, his completions, his
house, his car, his family.
That's right.
Everything.
His clothes. No, like you honestly here, Brandon Aiyuk, I am so blown away by how the world has accepted the idea that Brandon has leverage. Weirdest thing to me all year long. The only reason he has any potential Twitter, you've been told, leverage, if he does, is because the 49ers gave it to him. Why? I have no idea. Maybe they don't think he's actually that great. Why else would they flirt with trading their leading receiver 3 weeks before the season starts? You don't do that unless they don't think very highly of him. And they don't want to have him for the next 5 years. If they want him for the next 5 years, then they get him because he's not a free agent and he is under contract. And there is no way in hell he is sitting out the season because nobody is that harebrained.
What if he goes on receivers next year and just like, I see why this whole thing happened.
You think he'd be invited?
I'm just saying.
Do you think he'd be invited?
Yeah.
I mean,
maybe.
I mentioned this last week.
The Niners showed out big time in this year's episode.
The lovely Christie's hot take is that the receiver doc actually has had a hand in this whole thing because Brandon doesn't like that 2 other receivers got picked to be on Netflix.
Oh, that's not a bad call.
Well, does he seem like he's acting like he has a little bit of an inferiority complex right now? Yes or no?
Maybe.
Well,
I think more with his not guys on his team, but other receivers that have been paid.
Well,
and there's that ego thing. Well, if he got that, I'm better than he is. If he got that, I'm way better than he is. I deserve this.
Yeah. Yeah. And actually, it's funny that the receiver doc, it's not just about George and Debo. I would argue that the contract, and sorry for the spoiler alert, but the contracts that get signed at the end of the doc absolutely affected these negotiations.
Maybe.
Amon-Ra and Justin Jefferson got contracts at the end of the documentary, and both of them probably moved the goalposts on Brandon Aiyuk.
Amon-Ra can't dance, by the way, and he does these celebrations, and I'm like, bro, those aren't good. I can't dance either. So
you're very turned off by Amon-Ra St. Brown.
No, somebody on the text line nailed it on the YouTube line. He's not weird. He's just serious, and that's way more accurate than my description.
He's a different kind of a cat, and I would argue that and again, Chris and Modesto seem to think that his dad did a great job. That's fine. He has raised a bunch of NFL players. Yeah. 2 of the 3 are wide receivers in the NFL. So if that's your whole goal, great. Amon-Ra's fiance or whatever, maybe she's still a girlfriend. You could see in her commentary, dad can be a problem. Dad can be a huge problem.
All those steroids he took back in the day, dude.
I try to teach him how to be a nicer person, but sometimes it gets better, sometimes not. Anyway,
I got to stop. I'm going to get in trouble.
Well, no, you won't.
No, no.
It's Amon-Ra St. Brown's dad. Who cares?
Yeah, just that whole thing is weird. It's just the whole dynamic.
He is different.
Something's off there.
He's a different.
I can't put a finger on it.
He's a different cat. He's a different cat.
I'm just going to have a list of 16 people that were ahead of me in the minor leagues, and I'm going to recite it every day.
I mean, Devontae Adams over here on the sideline Debo, George, everybody's in the locker room getting injections, and Amon-Ra's getting challenged by his own coaches. Like, dude, why are you falling down?
Wasn't his last name Brown and they changed it to St. Brown? And then he wanted different names for the kids so that they were memorable.
I believe that is accurate.
Memorable.
Yeah. Memorable.
Whatever it's memorable, yes, right?
Amon-Ra, Equiminius,
and his name's like Tom.
Who's the Cooper Manning of the
Osiris.
group? Osiris.
And the dad's name's like Tom. Tom Brown.
No.
Something like
John.
John.
See?
His name's John.
Thank you.
We got Equiminius, Amon-Ra. What'd you say the other guy's
Those are
name?
great
Osiris.
names.
Osiris.
They're all great names.
And John.
They're great names.
And they speak 2 languages. It's very, very fancy.
They're so serious.
Yeah. What are you doing, Grandy? What are you about to do?
You're going to hear the handoff thingy coming up in just a little
got a
bit.
handoff thing.
Yeah.
And then you'll hear Cam Inman a little bit later.
Cam Inman. All right.
It's time for me to get on my bad motor scooter and ride.
I can't wait to hear about it tomorrow. What's coming up with Grandy on the Game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Do you want to do it again tomorrow?
Yes.
Okay, let's do it again tomorrow. For FP, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. That's all you got.
High five. Up top. Heck yeah. Dave's company just got the first ever.